huge crowds are cheering for a hero who's marching back into the city, shouting, "Long live Isgard!" Then we see two siblings running through the streets. The boy is rushing his sister, telling her they need to hurry up or they're going to completely miss the hero's parade. But the little girl whines that she's exhausted. He begs her to just push through a little longer, reminding her that he told her they should have left earlier. As he's sprinting, he runs right past this mysterious man walking toward them. But the second he gets next to him, the boy freezes in his tracks. His sister looks at him, super confused, asking why he stopped if he was in such a big rush. And when she glances over, she spots the guy and innocently tells him the parade is right over there. But her brother panics and tells her not to stare, whispering that the man is the Dark Mage. She's totally clueless and asks what that even means. The boy just shudders and says he's cursed. Then, a little while later, we cut to the castle, where a woman is staring out the window. When she spots the man approaching, she immediately realizes Minold has returned. She breathes a sigh of relief, stating that with this, the final threat to Isgard is officially dead. She looks at him with this deep respect and thanks him on behalf of the entire empire, but he couldn't care less. He coldly cuts her off. "It's done. Now fulfill your end of the bargain. Right now." She gets super flustered, clearly caught off guard. She quickly recovers, promising that she remembers their deal and tells him not to worry, calling him Minold. But then her voice softens, and she adds that she should probably call him by his real name, Kim Min-un. And with that, our boy pulls back his hood, revealing the most exhausted, totally dead inside expression you've ever seen. She looks at him and says, "I'm going to tell you this one more time. You weren't given the Dark Mage class because we hated you." But he snaps back, "Well, I sure hated you for it." She ignores the jab, pouring her heart out about how incredibly grateful she is that he did all the Empire's dirty work behind the scenes. She admits it was a bit messy, acknowledging that the people of Isgard have a terribly skewed, negative perception of dark mages like him. But she insists his massive contributions will finally help them see things differently. Then, her tone gets desperate. She begs him one last time, asking if he really wants to go back to his original world. He doesn't even hesitate. Yes. He tells her to cut the crap and just send him back already, making it crystal clear that the only thing he wants right now is to go home. She pleads with him, saying that if he just chose to stay, they could finally compensate him for all the horrible, garbage treatment he's had to endure. But he scoffs, telling her to drop the sick jokes. She fiercely replies, "I'm not joking." So, crossing his arms, he challenges her. "Oh yeah? What exactly are you going to give me?" And suddenly, she's completely stumped. He lays into her, demanding to know how they could possibly compensate him after forcing him into this miserable life and making him do all their dirty work. "Do you seriously expect me to just stay here like absolutely nothing happened?" he asks. He leans in, pushing her. "I'm dying to know. What could you possibly offer me?" Flustered, she stammers out that she would give him absolutely anything within her power. "Girl, you do not just wave a red flag like that. This guy has spent years dealing with extreme prejudice and slaughtering monsters, and you're just going to promise him anything?" She earnestly tells him that without him, the Empire would have been completely wiped out. So he looks her dead in the eye and says, "Give me fried chicken." She looks at him like he's crazy, and he just adds, "Oh, and a pork cutlet too." He rolls his eyes and asks if she even knows what those are. He rants about how the food in this world is utter trash, complaining that all they have are these ridiculously high-calorie sweets. "Does that even look like real food to you?" he complains. "Why the hell would I want to live in a place where people only eat that garbage?" She awkwardly tries to backtrack, promising that she can totally try to fix the food situation in the future. He shrugs. "Sure, you can try." But then he hits her with the real demands. "I'm also going to need a top-tier gaming rig and insanely fast internet. I have to beat Dungeon Power Fighter before my account gets flagged as inactive." She just groans and begs him to stop. "Can't you just ask for something that actually exists here in the Isgard Empire?" Finally, she throws her hands up in defeat. "Fine," she sighs, agreeing to perform the return ritual. She leads him down to the exact chamber where he first spawned into this world. He looks around, muttering that it's been a really long time since he first dropped in here, and says with pure disgust, "God, I really hate this place." She instructs him to stand right in the center of the magic circle, the exact spot where he was summoned. He steps up, and as she fires up the ritual, she announces, "First, I need to undo the saint's protection." He rips off his glove, scoffing at the term saint's protection. He bitterly sneers that despite the holy name, it's nothing but a slave collar, forcing him to do whatever that bitch commanded. He's visibly relieved, saying, "Finally, this piece of garbage is coming off my body." As she starts extracting the magic, she shakes her head, telling him she seriously doesn't understand him. She points out that he acquired massive power here and could have infinite wealth and honor in the future. Bewildered, she asks, "Why would you just throw all of that away?" The guy just shrugs it off. "Whatever." Then he gives her a dark look, asking, "Aren't you even a little worried? You know damn well I could slaughter you the second this collar is off." She looks down, softly replying that she would just accept her fate, since this entire mess is all her fault anyway. Once she fully pulls that magical parasite off him, she tells him that whether he kills her or not, the choice is his. Do whatever you want, she says. But if you decide to spare me, let's just finish the ritual and get this over with. He stares at his hand, totally mesmerized. After all this time, he is finally, truly free from his chains. But she keeps going, dropping the bomb that now she needs to extract all the power he gained when he was dragged to Isgard. She calmly explains that it would be way too dangerous for him to take that kind of magic back to his own world. Suddenly, bam! He unleashes his dark magic, slamming an invisible grip right around her throat. Gasping for air, she chokes out, "What are you doing?" His eyes go cold. "This power is mine," he snarls. "Did you seriously think I'd let you just take it from me? Giving up this kind of power is just straight up stupidity." With a flick of his wrist, he violently tosses her to the ground. Coughing, she looks up at him and says she finally understands what he's really after. She desperately warns him, "Dark magic will completely consume you in another dimension." But as she looks up, her eyes widen in pure shock. Right in front of her, our guy is ripping open his own portal straight to another dimension. She's seriously questioning how he managed to open the portal with black magic, and she begs him to stop, telling him that jumping between dimensions isn't something you can just pull off easily. But the kid, he just says he knows, and that's exactly why he practiced hundreds of times. He tells her times that times is the true nature of black magic. He calls them weird, asking why they even bothered splitting black and white magic like that in the first place. He says the core of both is pretty much the exact same. Then he tells her that before he takes off, he's got a little something for her, flipping her a massive middle finger and saying he hopes he never has to see her clown face ever again. She keeps screaming at him to stop, but he just casually walks right through that portal, leaving her behind, slamming her fists on the ground. She asks if he really thinks he can get away with this, calling him an absolute lunatic. As for him, he pops right back up in his own house, still packing all his powers. He honestly can't believe it, the dimensional travel actually worked. He says he's finally back, and when he looks over, he grabs his phone, saying, "Man, I missed you so much." Then he sees the game he's been dying to play, completely mind-blown that he actually made it back to this place. But then he realizes the internet is down. A few moments later, a squad of soldiers rolls up, getting into position. They ask if this is the spot, and one of them confirms it, saying it matches the radio coordinates. He talks to Lieutenant Choi, asking if he could at least fill him in on what the hell happened. He points out that regular grunts like them being sent on a mission is a bit weird. But even the lieutenant doesn't seem to have a clue what's going on, telling him to go ask someone else. So, they catch their breath and push forward toward the target they're hunting. But when they spot it, it's just Kim, casually strolling down the street. He's muttering about how it's been 2 whole years since he got summoned to that trash world. He says just thinking about it pisses him off. But hey, thanks to modern tech, his phone still has battery. But he's wondering what's up with the internet now, since he can't get anything to load. He's also confused why there isn't a single Wi-Fi network in the neighborhood, wondering shouldn't the shops be open by now? Meanwhile, the soldiers are all looking at him like, "What the heck is that?" before realizing he's a civilian. The kid keeps rambling, thinking out loud that he must have been stuck in Isgard for way too long if things changed times much in the short 2 years he was gone. Seeing this guy just chilling on his walk, the soldier is baffled, asking didn't they restrict civilian access? He's seriously wondering what the perimeter guard is even doing. So they call out to him. Kim finally notices people are around, and he's super surprised to see the literal army chilling in a residential area. He figures they must be running drills, muttering that this must just be normal nowadays. But he tells them, "Couldn't you guys pick somewhere else to train?" Then he says, "My bad," and tells them he'll just get out of their way. But the soldier screams at the kid to run, because a monster is attacking him from right above. Kim glances over, and he's literally seconds away from getting crushed. Seeing this, the kid just looks at the worthless mutt jumping at him, but then he realizes his demonic energy is completely tapped out. So he just stops the monster barehanded and absolutely smashes its face right into the pavement, and every single soldier is just standing there, completely stunned. And the kid, not even satisfied with just catching it, he straight up kills the thing with his bare hands. The soldiers are absolutely terrified. He looks down at the dead dog and asks, "Did you really think I was some pushover just because I can't use my black magic without demonic energy?" He says that even if he's weaker right now, he's nowhere near pathetic enough to lose to a joke of a monster like that. Saying this, he remembers the absolute hell he survived in Isgard, mentioning how this just feels like basic strength training. But then he stares at the monster, wondering why the hell something like this even popped up in this world. When he stands up to talk to the soldiers, they're practically shaking with fear, yelling at him to stay back. So anyway, a little while later, he's chilling in their car, muttering that he doesn't know why things had to go that far. They tell him he could literally get arrested for what he did, but since their commander told them to avoid escalating the situation, they're just gonna let him slide. The soldier asks if he seriously has no idea what's been going on lately. Kim says yeah, claiming he was living out of the country. though in his head, he's thinking, well, more like I was literally in another dimension. He realizes this definitely isn't the Korea he used to know, seriously wondering what the heck happened over the last 2 years. He recalls that the whole dungeon phenomenon started when he was around 7 years old, when dungeon monsters just started spawning in real life. He mentions remembering soldiers fighting them off, kind of like they are now. He also notes that, along with the dungeons, superhumans known as awakened started popping up too. He explains that they had abilities way beyond normal human limits, and these guys ended up joining the Hunter Corporation. That group was recently set up at the military base, and they completely wiped out the monsters the second they spawned. So, right before he got summoned by that damn Saintess, Korea was completely safe from any monster attacks in civilian areas. Then, something suddenly hits him while he's thinking about his game. Asterisk Dungeon Power Fighter asterisk. He starts panicking, wondering, did the servers shut down? He desperately hopes not, thinking, what was the point of surviving all that crap if I can't even come back to play my game? He starts totally freaking out because he wants to play that game times badly, ranting about how garbage the internet connection is right now. Meanwhile, the soldier sitting next to him is just thinking about how the entire world has gone to hell. The soldier is really doubting that this kid knows absolutely times nothing, times just because he came back from overseas. He thinks the whole thing is incredibly sus. But he decides they're not going to pry. They figure he's got to have some crazy backstory, considering he literally killed a monster with his bare hands. Then Kim turns to him and asks if the civilians managed to evacuate safely. Specifically, the game developers. He literally asks if it's still possible to get a job in that field nowadays. Like working at a game company. Yeah, he's times asking about video games. He even starts grilling them about building damage, specifically asking if server storage facilities got destroyed, wanting to know exactly what caused this massive mess. The soldier sighs and says he'll tell him everything he knows. He admits that, even though he might not look the part, he's actually a massive nerd when it comes to dungeonology. Kim is shocked and asks, wait, do they actually teach that stuff in college now? The soldier replies that nowadays, it's actually harder to find a university that doesn't offer those classes. Then he drops the bomb. The whole reason things got this bad is because of some bizarre phenomenon that started spreading through the dungeons exactly 2 years ago. He explains that one day, out of nowhere, dungeons just started popping up way more often, and they started getting way bigger too. But the biggest issue was the growing number of giants that just kept pouring out of those weird dungeons. He mentions that, because of this, the military couldn't control the dungeons anymore, and things got so bad they had to lock down some civilian zones. He says the army's been trying out different ways to fight back since then, but they're completely outnumbered. Meanwhile, the guy is only worried about the gaming companies. The soldier asks him how old he is, and he replies that he thinks he's 21. The soldier tells him that means he should be enlisting soon, pointing out that half of his 20s are about to just vanish into thin air. He asks about that half, wondering if it wasn't supposed to be 5 years for the Hunter Corps and 3 years for regular troops. The soldier explains that since the situation went downhill over the last few years, all troops have to serve for 5 years now, not just the Hunter Corps. And if he's 21, he's probably already got his draft notice. So the kid is totally shocked that it's 5 years, complaining that he was planning to play Dungeon Power Fighter after getting back, and now he'll only have time to recover. But now he has to enlist for 5 whole years, and he's super pissed off about the whole thing. But right then, he hears the official call to serve the nation. He wonders what the hell it is, and when he reads the text, he realizes it's his draft notice for Division X. And wait, it's literally for tomorrow. He wonders if the military just spams people like that these days, joking that the timing is just brilliant. The soldier tells him he's going to war, but he keeps wondering why the hell he's being drafted without a single physical or medical exam, and questions what the point is of notifying someone literally a day before they ship out. But the soldier reminds him that he already said they were desperately short on manpower. So, usually, the physical exam is done right there at the training center. As for the notice, the soldier is pretty sure he just saw it late, and suggests he go to a PC cafe near the evacuation center to double-check. The kid is caught off guard and admits that when his parents passed away, he just locked himself in his house and gamed all day. Then, he got summoned to Isgard during his senior year of high school, without having a single friend. He starts rambling about the forgotten paradise of humanity, saying that PC cafes are basically the best place on Earth. He actually tears up a bit just looking at it. He says he'd love to thank the owner of the joint for keeping it open during such crazy times. While he's playing, totally hyped up, he asks the girl working there to bring him a hot dog. She's honestly baffled at how he can eat so much. After gaming for a solid while, he finally decides to look up the news. He realizes everything that Soldier said was totally true, right down to the enlistment date he got from the Military Manpower Administration. And yeah, just like the text said, it was for tomorrow. He tells himself that if he had all his old powers from Isgard, he could easily clear every single dungeon by himself. But he realizes that, For some reason, his body is completely drained of demonic energy, which is the absolute main fuel for dark magic. Still, he points out that he's not exactly defenseless now, and that he can probably still clear all the dungeons on his own. Then, it finally clicks for him. He says this is perfect, and he's going to handle it all by himself. Fast forward to the next day, and he's heading to the military base, just chilling and eating a skewer. He notices a huge crowd gathered there, and everyone is crying and stressed out. He sees how depressed everyone looks, but remembers hearing that the army isn't what it used to be, wondering if it'll be as brutal as Izknid. Inside, one of the higher-ups immediately starts barking at them to fix their posture, aggressively asking if they thought they came here for a picnic. He calls them a bunch of little shits, demanding to know why they're moving like slugs. He starts ordering everyone to keep their heads straight up and absolutely forbids them from looking at the guy next to them. They start throwing around a bunch of rules that make absolutely zero sense, but in Kim Min's head, he actually thinks these instructors are pretty cool. Then, one of them says that before they kick off the schedule, anyone who wanted to join the Hunter Corps but missed their chance needs to raise their hand right now. He tells them that, as they probably know, hunters get treated way better compared to the regular grunts. He casually drops that the starting salary is 3 million won. When nobody moves, he asks if seriously no one wants in, writing it off as just a formality and telling them not to worry about it. But just as he's about to move on, one of the guys speaks up and says they actually have a volunteer. Seeing the raised hand, the instructor orders him to the front immediately. So Kim Min, completely not caring about keeping a low profile, digs his foot into the ground and just straight up jumps all the way up there right next to them. The two officers are completely stunned. He introduces himself as Recruit Kim Min and smoothly states that he'd like to sign up for the Hunter Corps. Flashback to the past in Isgard, over in the Forgotten Canyon. Kim Min is talking to someone, complaining that playing the Dark Mage class just doesn't put an end to this whole mess. He rants that there's literally no worse class to play, explaining that even if he has crazy overpowered skills, if he runs out of demonic energy, it's all completely useless. He points out that it doesn't just naturally regenerate like a regular mage's mana, so he has to constantly harvest it by killing monsters that carry demonic energy. He complains that, obviously, trying to refill demonic energy while actively burning through it is never enough. And since his reputation as a dark mage is basically rock bottom, it's not like he can just go find a party to join. So, he says, if he ends up draining his demonic energy in the middle of a dungeon, he's basically dead meat. So now he throws out a question, asking what the absolute best way is for a dark mage to restock their demonic energy. But there's dead silence. He realizes there's literally no one left to answer him, dryly wondering if it's because they're all dead. Right then, a monster shows up, and he says that, in that case, maybe the old dungeon boss could give him an answer. He's actually saying this right to Arachnus, the hidden boss of the dungeon. He casually asks her why it took her so long to show up, joking that he thought he was going to die of boredom. Hearing that, she looks at all her dead children scattered around and just starts screeching. He asks if that's supposed to be her answer, and delivers a massive slap right across the giant spider's face as she lunges at him, coldly telling her that she's dead wrong. He says the real answer is taking down a monster with your full strength, and this all happened exactly 645 days before he finally made it back to Earth. So, cutting back to the present day, the commanding officer asks if his name is Kim Min, and he says yes. The officer tells the kid that if he waits right there, a unit from the Hunter Corps will be arriving to get him. And he thanks his superior, saying the kid seems pretty hyped up. He asks if there's some special reason he's applying to the Hunter Corporation. I mean, with things being so messed up lately, a ton of members are actually heading back to the regular military, even with their special abilities. And he says yeah, claiming he's got some unfinished business down in the dungeons. Suddenly, the vibe gets super tense. But then the guy cracks up laughing, calling him a funny kid. He tries to play it off like he was just talking trash, and the superior, completely amused, tells him he won't even bill him for the auditorium floor he wrecked. All he can think about is telling that old man to shut the hell up. He isn't joking around. He explains that every single dungeon popping up in Korea is strictly run by the military. And he points out that the ones with top priority over them and dealing with the monsters is, obviously, the Hunter Corporation. They're this elite squad of highly skilled individuals, where you rank up based on pure talent, no matter how long you've served. The only thing that matters is proving your skills. If you're strong, the sky's the limit. He figures that if he joins the Hunter Corporation, he'll finally get clearance to enter the dungeons. And honestly, he's pretty sure he can clear most of them totally solo, so he knows for a fact he'll track down monsters carrying demonic energy. Once that happens, combined with ranking up crazy fast, he'll finally get the ability to reclaim his lost powers. Now, this whole mental image is purely Minjun's imagination running wild. He admits reality might play out a little differently. While he's spacing out, he figures he can probably snag 10 stars in 5 years, which is practically impossible, by the way. He plans on wiping out just about every dungeon in existence. He also imagines that, playing his little game, he can kick back and unlock the Fourth Awakening. He's going to become a public hero, pull in a massive paycheck, and honestly, he thinks it's the absolute perfect plan. Right then, an officer walks up and salutes him, introducing himself as Sergeant Lee Sun-ho from the Hunter Corporation. And with that, the superior standing there mentions that this is the recruit they reported. Min Jun is actually shocked that the battalion commander is using formal speech with a sergeant. Look, I'm just going to stop calling him Min Jun because honestly, it sounds like a dumb joke about taking a leak, alright? I'm just going to stick with Kim. So, Kim? The sergeant looks at him and asks if he actually possesses any hunter abilities. Because if he really awakened as a hunter, he should be able to open a status window. So, he orders him to read out all his stats. Kim just stares, wondering what the hell is wrong with this guy, and questions if everyone in the Hunter Corporation acts like this. But he just brushes it off, saying it's fine. He figures, hey, if they tell you to do something in the military, you just do it. Thinking back, he remembers having a status window back in Isgard too. He hardly ever used it back then because it just spit out raw numbers for his stats and skills. Curious about how it works here, he opens his status window and absolutely freaks out. The sergeant immediately demands to know what's wrong, ordering him to read what he sees. Kim slowly turns to the sergeant and just says, "It's showing an error." The sergeant is totally caught off guard. He snaps, asking if he's screwing around with him right now. Meanwhile, somewhere in Gyeonggi, at the Hunter Corporation Training Center, a guy tells his subordinate that it's been way too long and he never expected to run into her here. He gestures for Unseo to grab a seat so they can catch up. Since he just called her a hunter, she quickly corrects him, saying she isn't one yet. Just like everyone else who enlisted, she's nothing more than a simple recruit. She adds that, and maybe she's overstepping here, but if he called her in because of her dad, she absolutely does not want any special treatment during her training. He smiles and tells her she's got the wrong idea. This has absolutely nothing to do with General Song. He makes it crystal clear she won't be getting any special favors during training anyway. It's not like the Hunter Corporation is some cakewalk organization. Hearing that, she drops the defensive attitude and actually looks pretty embarrassed. She asks why she was summoned. Then, he leans in and tells her that a pretty high-profile rookie just enlisted. And as the training commander, there's no way he wouldn't be interested. He mentions she's going to be swamped soon, so he just wanted to offer a few words of encouragement before the chaos starts. He tells her it couldn't have been an easy choice, enlisting as a regular grunt instead of taking an executive officer route. He admits they're desperately short on people like her out in the field. So, he sincerely thanks her both as a citizen of this country and as a fellow soldier. She awkwardly thanks him for the pep talk, internally cringing at how embarrassed she feels. Just then, the officer glances down, noticing someone pulling up. He mentions he got a pretty hilarious report earlier, hinting that she might be getting a very interesting new comrade. He asks if she wants to go check him out. The girl just hesitates, not entirely sure what to make of that. Meanwhile, Kim is just staring at the facilities, calculating exactly how much tax money got dumped into this place. He mutters that this setup is no joke, randomly wondering if they've got a PC cafe somewhere inside. But the lieutenant quickly shoots him down, telling him not to get too excited. He reminds Kim that his enlistment into the Hunter Corporation isn't exactly a done deal yet. He explains that since Kim is a special case, he's going to test him personally. He bluntly adds that if the main office hadn't stepped in, he wouldn't have even bothered dragging him out here. Instead, he would have just thrown him straight into military prison. He warns him that once the tests are done and he's exposed as a liar, he better be ready to be immediately drafted into the military police. Kim just rolls his eyes, thinking the guy is being incredibly petty about the whole thing, and asks what the test is. The lieutenant points to something right behind him. He says that if Kim can move it even a single centimeter, he passes. He gives him 10 minutes, thinking to himself that if this kid has an ounce of hunter talent, now is the time to prove it. He explains that the mineral sitting there is red stone, a byproduct formed inside the dungeons. And it isn't just ridiculously dense and heavy for its size, it's also virtually indestructible. At that size, a lowly recruit won't even be able to make it flinch. Kim just looks at it and asks if that's seriously it. He lets out a sigh of relief, smirking that the test is actually pretty simple. This immediately pisses off the lieutenant. He hates the sheer audacity in the kid's eyes. He knows there's no way to actually verify someone else's status window, and there's always a line of absolute scammers trying to milk the Hunter Corporation with completely mediocre skills. He keeps wondering about the report he got, the one claiming this kid leaped 5 meters straight up to the podium. Not to mention the highly convenient fact that his status window is supposedly showing an error. The lieutenant is utterly convinced the whole thing is just a massive lie. So, the officer hanging out with Yoon walks up, pointing out that Times was the kid he'd been talking about. He says the guy apparently showed off some insane physical skills right in front of the battalion commander at the recruit training center. But his status window is showing an error. The commander mentions he's never heard of anything like this in all his time leading the Hunter Association's training, and he's super hyped to see just how special this new recruit is going to be. Walking right up to that boulder, Kimin thinks to himself that it's the exact same stuff scattered all over the dungeons, that ridiculously heavy mineral. He figures with a rock that size, he could easily just push it out of the way. So, he pulls his fist back, and everyone's just standing there, totally clueless about what this kid is about to do. He gears up to land a massive punch, thinking maybe there's even some demonic energy packed inside it. And man, when he lets that punch fly, boom! The rock just shatters into 1,000 pieces. He's just thinking it'd be a total bummer if there wasn't anything inside. But the others? Seeing him smash that thing with a single punch, they're losing their minds, calling him an absolute monster. A little while later, one of the recruits starts realizing that something is definitely off here. He mentions that even before he came back and decided to join the military, he already knew these drills weren't your standard boot camp. And the second training wraps up, they're tossed right into actual field combat. It's 4 straight weeks of training like an absolute maniac. He talks about how during the very first drill, he strapped sandbags to his ankles and walked 6,000 steps hauling those heavy weights around. But honestly, looking at the time he clocked, it clearly wasn't enough. He points out that everyone kind of expected a psycho instructor like that to show up, especially since all that crazy training actually ended up boosting his energy levels. Still, he bets that if the lieutenant had to run through these drills as a regular soldier right now, he wouldn't stand a chance. And, of course, he's also just looking at it like, what the hell is this? Saying Kimin is completely out of his mind. Meanwhile, Kimin is just sprinting full throttle, thinking about how light his body feels. He even wonders if he could actually fly without those weights holding him down. He remembers people saying that Hunter Boot Camp was going to be pure hell. But compared to the brutal days he spent back in Isgard, this place is literally heaven. Not to mention, he thinks the Chow Hall food tastes like a damn feast. He points out that, best of all, their entire daily schedule is already mapped out for them. No guesswork involved. And get this, he realizes he gets free time. Plus, he's thinking about the fact that there's actually a PC room on base. He figures as long as he crashes by the end of the day, there's no strict curfew for him. He tells himself that now that he's enlisted, he just needs to stand out a little bit to score access to that room. So he's basically thinking he gets paid well to work out and eat great food. And on top of all that, he actually gets to play video games. He actually bursts out laughing, hyping himself up about becoming a top-tier hunter. Back on the track, one of the soldiers is watching him like, dude, he is way too fast. How does that even make sense? But another guy just tells him, man, don't even ask. Meanwhile, the lieutenant spots this crazy kid sprinting up the hill at full speed. Once Kimin reaches the top, he just casually asks if it's over, and the lieutenant is completely caught off guard, wondering what the hell this kid is on. He's thinking how it takes every other recruit well over an hour to make that climb, and this guy hasn't even been in the military that long. Right then, Kimin looks straight at the sergeant and asks if he remembers their little bet. He reminds him, you said if I finished in under 30 minutes, I'd get a free pass. Then he smirks and asks, so, how long do you think that took? So, snatching up that free pass, he gets all hyped and just heads out, and the lieutenant actually smirks, wondering to himself how long it's actually been since a hunter in training managed to earn a free pass. But he notes that it really doesn't matter if the kid has way more raw strength and energy than the rest of them. The only thing that truly matters in the hunter military is knowing how to slaughter monsters. Still, he decides he's definitely keeping a close eye on Kimin. A bit later, all the recruits drag themselves back to the barracks. One of them checks his stats and realizes his energy just went up by a single point. Suddenly, everyone's getting super hyped, rushing to check their own status windows. But Kimin, he's just sitting there, wondering if he heard that right. Like, this guy is actually thrilled over getting ×1 times measly point. He thinks back to his training in Isgard, where jumping up by at least 10 points was just the bare minimum. Then, one of the guys chimes in, saying he heard about the free pass, and asks what he's going to use it for. Kimin just looks at him and goes, why do you want to know? And they quickly backpedal, saying, hey, just curious, man. They mention how the other instructors were talking about it, saying it's been a crazy long time since Sergeant Long handed out a free pass to anyone. They ask him if he works out a lot, completely blown away by how good he is. But while they're chatting away, Kimin is just sitting there genuinely surprised. He's thinking, wait, are these guys actually laughing and joking around with me right now? Back when he was a Dark Mage living in Isgard, people were so terrified they wouldn't even dare make eye contact with him. Then again, he quickly remembers that small talk is honestly way more annoying than he thought. So, one of the recruits brings up that there's a PC room on base, but another guy instantly shoots it down, saying they definitely don't have clearance to go in there. But the second Kimin hears that, he bolts straight for the door, muttering to himself, are you seriously just telling me this now? As soon as he gets his hands on that keyboard, he feels himself totally relax. He notes that his official free time kicks off right at 9 o'clock. So, he figures he only needs to catch about 2 hours of sleep before roll call. He tells himself that back in Isgard, grabbing even 1 hour of sleep was a luxury, so 2 hours is plenty. That way, he can totally unleash all that pent-up gamer energy and binge play exactly like he's been dying to. Sometime later, the squad is out on a ruck march that honestly feels way more like a full-blown sprint. They're pushing hard because they have to knock out 40 kilometers in just 2 hours, or else they don't get breakfast. Meanwhile, Kimmin is just vibing, completely thrilled because he leveled up 10 times just yesterday. One of the guys looks at him, totally baffled, and asks how he hasn't even broken a sweat. Kimmin just shrugs and goes, "It was just a light walk, man." The recruit is staring at him thinking, wait, has he seriously been gaming for the past 4 weeks on only 2 hours of sleep a night? Is this guy an actual monster? But Kimmin just starts messing with them, joking around and asking, "So, if I give you some water right now, are you gonna call me sweetheart?" The guy immediately gets defensive, like, "Bro, I was just talking about your insane stamina." But Kimmin just laughs and starts passing out water bottles to all the exhausted recruits like he's feeding a bunch of puppies. Suddenly, the training officer marches up, barking for everyone's attention. He drops the hammer, telling them that the commander is deeply disappointed in the entire squad. He bluntly states that, with only a few weeks of training left, he already knows a lot of them are going to wash out. He tears into them, pointing out that compared to the other platoons, the overall skill level of their squad is just downright pathetic. He goes on and on about how this has the commander extremely worried. Meanwhile, Kimmin is just standing there, scratching his head, wondering, why is this guy talking about himself in the third person? The commander just keeps going off, basically saying that even if they somehow scrape by and make it to the central base, they'd all be dead within a month. He stares them down, asking if they seriously think they can survive the dungeon adaptation training with their current weak-ass willpower and strength. So, Kim's sitting there, wondering, what the hell is this dungeon adaptation training? Now, from what I've gathered, dungeons usually just vanish into thin air once the monsters inside are wiped out. But get this, there's this super rare phenomenon where the dungeons actually stick around, and when that happens, the whole place morphs, shifting its entire structure into something else. You can farm a crazy amount of experience from these lingering dungeons, which makes them the absolute perfect spot for a training ground. So, they run practical drills right inside them. That's what this adaptation training is all about. The recruits are totally blown away by this, because honestly, it sounds like a death trap. They're freaking out, wondering what's going to happen to them. The commander looks over, soaking in all that tension, and thinks to himself that they need to stay exactly this on edge. He tells them it's like training horses. If you don't grip the saddle like your life depends on it, you're definitely taking a nasty fall. But the commander tells them to chill out. He promises nothing bad's going to happen, as long as they bust their asses out there. And here's the kicker. He says the soldiers who finish with the highest scores will score a sweet 3-day, 2-night vacation. He really thought that would get them hyped up, but man, absolutely no one cares. Crickets. He's looking at them like, don't you guys want a vacation? It's 3 days and 3 nights. He's asking why they aren't jumping for joy. He's standing there wondering what the hell happened to these guys, asking if they really think the military is that much of a living hell. But the craziest part, only one other person actually looks happy about it, and Kimmin is sitting there thinking, that's pretty damn cool. Fast forward a bit, and they're standing right in front of the dungeon. The whole squad is completely mind-blown by the scene unfolding in front of them. They're looking around, wondering what the plan is, joking about whether they're going camping or something. Then, out of nowhere, bam, they almost get flattened by a massive truck tearing through. And get this, from the back of that truck, all these glowing eyes pierce through the dark. They realize they're looking at hunting hounds. The recruits are absolutely terrified of these monsters, whispering that it's their very first time seeing them up close like this. But Kimmin, he's just scratching his head, wondering what the big deal is. He actually compares them to a Maltese or a Chihuahua. Right then, the commander barks at them, yelling, "Are you scared?" He tells them these are the exact monsters they're about to face off against, and the guys are just staring at him, thinking, you seriously want us to fight that? Then he lays down the rules. They're splitting up into squads of 4 recruits to head into the dungeon. Every team gets exactly 1 hour to take down a single hunting hound and make it back alive. He tells them, if you get hurt, tough it out and strengthen your cores. And if you're scared, use your damn heads and fight with everything your spirit's got. So, naturally, they all nod along mostly, because they're being pressured into it. He orders them to hurry the hell up and get geared. The lieutenant chimes in, saying they'll be heading in one by one. Now, let's talk about their gear. It's called the Mid-3, and it's built for one thing only, sheer physical protection. It's insanely heavy and looks like it was thrown together with zero finesse. One guy starts complaining, asking if they couldn't get anything a little sturdier, while another recruit's legs are literally shaking just from the dead weight of the armor. Meanwhile, Kimmin's analyzing the suit. He realizes there's zero comfort built into this thing. It's purely designed to take a beating. But he starts thinking about how overused these suits must be, probably because they cost a fortune. I mean, the guy can literally smell the sweat of every single poor soul who wore it before him. He calls it out for having this disgusting, lingering aura, straight up saying he hates the damn thing. So he walks right up to the lieutenant. He's like, "Hey, quick question. If we wipe out these hounds fast enough, can we ditch these suits?" The lieutenant snaps at him, asking why the hell he's acting so cocky. But the second he realizes it's Kimon talking, he backs down a bit and says he can take it off if he wants. But he reminds him, look, this is a team training exercise. You can't just go out there and solo the whole thing. Honestly, the lieutenant is pretty hyped to see how recruit Kimon is going to handle looking out for his squad. And that gets Kimon thinking about this whole teamwork angle. His squad mates are freaking out, asking how they're supposed to kill these dogs like this. One of them suggests brainstorming a strategy, but Kimon just shrugs and says it's simple. All he's got to do is walk them through exactly how to take down a hound. He gets everyone's attention and starts laying out the game plan. He tells them, listen up, these hounds are going to lunge right at you, aiming for the kill. When they do, don't flinch. You just need to grab their front legs and snap their backs clean in half. He casually adds that if they make it that far, the dogs should already be dead. But hey, if they're somehow still twitching, just fold their spines the opposite way and snap them again. You know, just like you do with Kint. He asks if they're following him, but the guys are just staring at him like, what the hell is this shit? They literally can't believe what they're hearing. Meanwhile, the lieutenant signals the officer to unleash the hounds, and they immediately sprint right into the portal. One of the soldiers watching is completely stunned that they just charged straight into the dungeon without hesitating. But Kimon points out that these beasts were locked up for a whole solid day, and their home is completely gone. So, why wouldn't they charge in? His recruit buddy realizes he's dead right. He asks him how the hell he understands monster psychology so well, calling him a total master at this. This makes Kimon reflect on everything that's happened to him, realizing he used to be a lot like that himself. Suddenly, the lieutenant marches over, demanding to know why they're cracking jokes and laughing on these sacred training grounds. He barks, "Do you have a death wish?" Of course, they quickly shake their heads no, but the lieutenant has already made up his mind. He tells them their squad is going in first. That definitely rattles them, but they don't have a choice they're heading in. Kimon actually sees this as a win, though. He figures if he can peel off this heavy, filthy suit sooner rather than later, he's welcoming it with open arms. Hearing that, one of his teammates looks at him like, are you being serious right now? As soon as they step inside, the lieutenant radios the instructor team, announcing that the drill has officially started and ordering them to stay on high alert. Their job is to jump in and take control if things go south and the recruits end up in real danger. One of the instructors acknowledges the order, saying he'll hold the line, but when he glances over, he spots the squad. He turns to his partner and points out that Team 4 just went in, and they're the only group that did. The partner asks if there's anything unusual to report, and the guy just mutters, that crazy bastard is with them, Kimon. They're pretty shocked he's actually in there. I mean, this is the guy getting all the special treatment. He mentions that Kimon was the recruit who showcased the most insane abilities during the last evaluation cycle. He admits the kid's scores over the last 4 weeks have been completely off the charts. But he can't help wondering, is he really going to be that dominant inside a live dungeon? Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the wolves are already locking eyes on them from a distance. They start circling the 4 recruits. Kimon instantly reads their body language. They're gearing up for a strike. He smirks, noting that these mutts are definitely impatient. Now, Kimon is thinking he could just end this whole thing in a split second by smashing their skulls in the moment they lunge. But then it hits him. If he does that, his squad mates aren't going to get any of the experience points from the fight. And he mentions how sharp his senses are, then warns his squad, the wolves are coming. They're like, what the hell are you talking about? And he's just like, the enemy, obviously. They freak out, but he tells them to chill those protective suits they're wearing. They're tough as nails. Seeing that everyone is absolutely terrified, he steps right up to the front, taunting them, who wants a piece of me first? As the wolves close in, they split into a pack of 3, one coming dead ahead, and the other 2 flanking from the sides. The one that goes after Kimon gets dropped with just a single punch. Bam! It hits the ground, dead on the spot. Meanwhile, the other wolf lunges straight at his squadmate, sinking its teeth right into his arm. The guy starts screaming for help. The wolf actually glances sideways, noticing someone coming, but it doesn't even have time to react before it gets completely blindsided by a kick and drops dead. Kimon then looks at his buddy and tells him, hey, if they bite you, you bite back. You have to fight! He warns them that if they show fear, the wolves are just going to see them as easy prey. His buddy gets the message and actually calls him sir. Kimon's like, why are you being so formal? We're on the same team here. The kid stammers an apology, and Kimon bluntly points out that if this were a real-world scenario, 2 of them would already be dead. Kimon reminds them that they've got the numbers advantage, so they need to use it and start putting the pressure on the wolves. He explains that if they push back hard enough, the wolves will be the ones getting scared. So, 2 of the recruits rush a wolf, and sure enough, the beast actually backs down. Kimon yells at them to keep it cornered, just waiting for the perfect moment when the animal drops its guard. Watching all this go down from the sidelines, the 2 instructors look at each other, seriously questioning, is this guy really just a recruit? They point out that normally, When recruits get that panicked and lose their focus, they freeze up completely. But thanks to Kimon stepping up, the squad snapped right out of their fear. Seeing this unfold right in front of them, the instructors actually start wondering if some hardcore veteran sergeant somehow time-traveled back to his rookie days. They joke that stuff like that only happens in comic books, but still, they're genuinely impressed that he didn't just try to muscle his way out of it. He actually used real leadership, hyping up his team and working together. Because of that, Kimon aces the test with the highest marks, while the rest of the guys just get average scores. So the instructors walk over, telling the squad they did a solid job. They give them the green light to head out. One of the recruits finally realizes the instructors were watching the whole time, but Kimon, he could honestly care less. Kimon casually wonders out loud if he's getting a vacation pass for this. The jealous lieutenant snaps at him to shut his mouth, annoyed that he'd even bring it up. But Kimon just smirks and mocks him. "Aw, were you guys worried about us rookies? How sweet of you," which of course absolutely pisses the lieutenant off. But right as they're walking up to the portal, something feels off. Out of nowhere, the whole place starts shaking. Everyone's looking around like, what the hell is going on? One of the instructors immediately barks orders to get on the radio and call for an emergency evacuation. One of the panicked recruits asks what's happening, wondering if they're caught in a massive earthquake. But Kimon cuts in. "That's no earthquake," he says. "It's a dungeon mutation, and it's happening right now." The squad frantically asks what that means for them, but as Kimon is explaining, he watches the exit literally sealing itself shut. Seeing the only way out vanish before their eyes, the sheer panic starts to set in. Kimon realizes it's way too late to make a run for it. "Well, this is bad," he mutters. The two examiners are starting to sweat too, because the radio is completely dead. The dungeon mutated way faster than anyone anticipated. One of them stammers that they were supposed to have over a month before the internal layout shifted again. They have no idea what triggered it, but they force themselves to calm down, deciding their first priority is getting these kids to a safe zone. Man, these guys are 21 and literally in the military. I don't think calling them kids really fits here, but whatever. Anyway, the instructors turn to the recruits and try to play it cool. "All right, as you can obviously see, we've got an unexpected situation in the dungeon. But don't sweat it," they tell them. "We're just going to hold our position here for an hour and see if the gate reopens, just like the safety manual says." Hearing that they might be out in just 60 minutes, the recruits are genuinely surprised. You can literally see the relief wash over them. They honestly thought they were going to be trapped down there and were scared out of their minds. But if you look closely at the instructor's face, yeah, he's hiding something. He tries to reassure them, saying, "I'm positive they're trying to breach the gate from the outside right now. The lieutenant is on it. All we need to do is stay calm and wait it out instead of losing our heads." But Kimon isn't buying it. "Is that really all there is to it?" he asks. He points out the obvious. The whole reason they were doing a training exercise here in the first place was because this specific dungeon was guaranteed to be stable, with zero risk of random anomalies. In his head, he's thinking it's super sketchy that a gateway that's always been open just mysteriously slammed shut on its own. Seeing Kimon poking holes in their story, the instructor quickly pulls his partner aside for a private chat. Kimon watches them, thinking, just as I suspected. He knows the instructors are fully aware of how screwed they are. They're playing it cool for the rookies, but Kimon bets there isn't even a manual for a mess like this. He realizes that if this place really just mutated into a closed dungeon like he suspects, fighting their way out is going to be a hell of a lot harder than he originally thought. He remembers dealing with similar crap during his past missions. To him, this is definitely a headache, but it's far from a worst-case scenario, mostly because he's the one here to handle it. The instructors, on the other hand, they are absolutely treating this like a doomsday scenario. Whispering to each other, they confirm what they both already dreaded. The zone has mutated into a closed dungeon. Even the tough guy instructor is visibly shaking now, muttering, "A closed dungeon? Are you dead serious right now?" The other instructor grimly explains that there are only two scenarios where a dungeon's gateway just vanishes into thin air. The first is when the dungeon collapses on its own after the boss is killed, he says, and the second is a closed dungeon. That's when the portal locks itself down, the second an outsider steps inside. And while we were right in the middle of our exercise, this place somehow mutated into a closed dungeon. That completely explains why the gate vanished, and it guarantees that way more monsters are about to spawn. He looks at his partner dead in the eye and says, the only way out of a closed dungeon is to slaughter every single monster inside, which means we are completely on our own. There is zero chance of backup getting through to us. He realizes the sheer horror of their reality. It's just 2 instructors and 4 green recruits with 0 actual combat experience, and somehow they have to clear out this entire hellhole. The tension in the air is suffocating. Now that the reality is setting in, everyone is on edge. They have absolutely no clue what kind of nightmarish monsters just spawned in the shadows. And if their luck runs out, this is literally where they all die. But he says it's not like they can just sit around doing nothing, right? They've got to keep pushing forward while they've still got the juice. Still, he's thinking it would be way better if the instructors were actually fully geared up. Because going in like this, they're gonna get totally wiped out, even if they just run into some goblins. It'd take them 10 minutes or more just to take down one. He points out that the most realistic game plan, the one with the highest success rate, would be to use the protective gear all the recruits are wearing. But man, he is really not feeling those stupidly heavy, bulky suits. He figures if they use the suit's defensive stats and put the recruits on the front lines, the instructors could actually take down the monsters while the rookies soak up the hits. But then he thinks, these kids trusted them. They've pushed through all that grueling training to get here. Using the newbies as human shields when they're supposed to be the veterans, his pride just wouldn't let him stoop that low. As they're walking, the recruit keeps moving forward. But then, Kimon notices something off. So, the instructor asks if there's a problem. Suddenly, bam, they hear this loud noise. They look over, and the instructor is in total agony, collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The other instructor rushes over to help him. But Kimon yells at him to stop. He tells him that even if he goes over there right now, there is zero chance of saving him. And right on cue, the second instructor drops to the floor in agony too. He orders everyone to stay back. If they get any closer, they're going to end up exactly the same way. In his head, though, he's thinking it's no big deal. They just passed out. He says he isn't even surprised he knew he smelled something familiar. With that, he grabs both instructors and just tosses them back toward the recruits, telling them to catch them. He orders the rookies to stay put right by the exit. This little bald recruit runs up and asks where the hell he's going. He's panicking, saying it's way too dangerous, that even the instructors passed out, and Kimon could literally die. Kimon couldn't care less, though. He just dashes off. Inside, he's totally hyped, thinking he could die of excitement right now. He realizes it actually exists here on Earth, demonic energy. That's exactly why the instructors blacked out. He notes that it's no shock the awakened instructors went down so fast. He mentions that even guardians have to wear special protection against demonic energy just to go toe-to-toe with these monsters. But for normal humans, it's completely fatal. For Dark Mages, though, demonic energy is basically a fast charger for a dead phone. So he makes his way deep into the cave, pinning down the exact source of that heavy demonic energy. It's super quiet, and he can't find a single trace of a monster anywhere. But then, he looks up. He mocks the beast, asking if it really thought it could leak that much demonic energy and stay hidden from a Dark Mage. He admits he never, in his wildest dreams, expected to run into a shadow hound out here. And he clarifies, you can't just assume they're the same monster just because they share a name. These things are an indescribably stronger species than your average hound. He recalls the first time he ever faced one. It was a whole year after he got summoned to Isgard. He nearly died back then. He'd never seen anything like it, especially not on Earth. He tried to take it head on, and man, that was a terrible idea. Anyway, he says he's actually glad to see a familiar face. With that, he just winds up a punch, mutters, thanks for the meal, and sends the monster flying. But after taking it down, he cringes. And the smell of its blood is just as disgusting as he remembered. He looks at the massive wave of demonic energy pouring out of its corpse. He realizes this is exactly why shadowhounds are such a nightmare to kill. Their blood is insanely toxic. It literally rots normal human skin on contact. Ignoring the stench, he just absorbs all that raw demonic energy, feeling himself getting stronger. Of course, he notes, none of that toxic crap applies to Dark Mages. He stretches, thinking it's been a hot minute since he felt this keyed up, casually mentioning his phone is sitting at 5% battery. He remembers fighting demonic hounds in Isgard, but he's wondering, why the hell is one here? He assumed the monsters on Earth were just your standard, herbivore-level trash, but judging by how everyone else reacted, this has got to be the first time one of these showed up. He points out that even though this is a literal training camp, absolutely no one was prepared for this. And the odds of this thing traveling here from another dimension all by itself? Zero chance. He explains that to even open a dimensional portal, you'd need to be on his level of power. Unless we're talking about a saint channeling the literal power of God, it's just not something your average Joe can pull off. He brushes it off, thinking it wasn't really a big deal. Maybe he's just overthinking it. But then he realizes, wait, where's the body? He kinda needs proof for his incident report. He eventually finds the monster's carcass tossed aside. A little while later, the instructor finally wakes up to all the cadets frantically calling his name. They're so relieved to see him open his eyes. The guy suddenly shoots up, screaming, oh no, he's totally panicking, asking if they're okay, if anyone got hurt. They tell him they're fine, but the real problem is that Kimon went deeper into the dungeon all by himself. That completely freaks him out. The recruits fill him in on everything that happened, and he's stunned that a rookie would just take off on a solo mission like that. They just nod and tell him, yeah, that's exactly what he did. The instructor snaps that acting alone in a life-or-death situation is completely unacceptable. He swears he's going to discipline him the second he sees him, but then he catches himself. Does he even have the right to say that, considering he's the one who failed to protect his own students? He shakes it off, muttering that this is no time for a pity party. He needs to organize a rescue mission for Kim Min-jun right now. But just then, one of the recruits points ahead, telling the coach to look. There's Kimmin, casually strolling back with a dead monster slung over his shoulder. Kimmin asks if everyone's all right, while the instructors just stare in shock, realizing that thing is a dungeon monster. They point out that it looks a little different. Kimmin just shrugs, saying it looks like the same old crap to him, and dumps the carcass on the floor. The instructors are absolutely floored that this was the monster that knocked them out cold. Then they ask if Kimmin actually took that thing down all by himself. They start whispering that if he really beat it alone, he's gotta be the strongest guy in the room. But the instructors quickly tell them to knock off the nonsense. While they're all arguing, the gate suddenly opens up again. The head instructor calls out to Kimmin, asking point blank if he was the one who killed that hound alone. The kid doesn't even have to say a word. The instructor takes one look and instantly gets it. He just turns to the other instructor and tells him to evacuate the recruits first. They'll be right behind them. So, he sticks close to the kid, telling him that the second he gets out, he needs to march straight up to the commander and give a full, detailed report of exactly what went down in there. The kid agrees. He says he's going to spill everything, making sure not to leave out a single detail, especially how completely incompetent their trainers were. I mean, he literally points out that they got knocked out cold and couldn't even protect them. And honestly, he doesn't even know what to say without sounding pathetic. He just sighs and admits that either way, thanks to him, everyone made it out in one piece, and thanks the kid all over again. But Kim Min, he just thinks it's so weird seeing him act like this. He brushes it off, saying that, look, he just has to own up to his mistakes, and tells them to hurry back. Then the guy admits he doesn't even know what the hell he's gonna report, since he was out cold the whole time. He jokes that it was a terrible time to take a nap. Kim Min, knowing it's his last week in this dump, decides to just roll with it, but he really starts asking himself if he should even bother going. But right before he can leave, his status window flashes right in his face, completely out of nowhere, claiming that the error has been fixed. And he's just standing there thinking, what the hell is this thing talking about? He starts venting about how this totally useless piece of trash system never helps him with anything, realizing it's the exact same one that used to bust his balls in the other world. And right while he's ranting, the window updates, popping up with his name and stating that he worships Rumia, founder of the doctrine. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Stamina, 60. Mana, 10. And acquired skills, corruption. Yeah, he's weirded out, just looking at it like, what even is this? He's seriously wondering what the hell that status window means by worshipping Rumia, especially since Rumia is literally just a character from the game Dungeon Power Fighter. I mean, back when he became the most overpowered mage in all of Isgard, he actually tried to wipe out all those crazy fanatics. They just kept stalking him, and honestly, the whole thing was just a big lie he made up for fun. But while these cultists kept following him around, they saw on his status that he worships Rumia, and were totally confused, asking him what it meant. He groans, saying he already has people telling him to back off. He notices that the number of his crazed followers has dropped, but it feels like he's gotten a lot weaker too. He realizes his stats have completely tanked, and it hits him. Ever since he made it back, it feels like a huge chunk of his demonic energy is just gone. He admits he was already bracing himself for the dimensional travel penalty, but damn, even his skill list got wiped out. There's only one left. On top of that, he's super bummed out that even the skill level itself dropped. He sighs, knowing that at this low of a level, the effects of corruption are probably going to be complete garbage. He starts thinking he feels exactly like some pathetic character in a trashy novel, muttering that he feels so sick he actually wants to throw up. He knows that in this state, it's going to be insanely hard to reach his goal, but then he shakes it off. He reminds himself that he started out as absolute nothing in Isgard too, and he still clawed his way up to become the greatest mage in history. He figures, hey, he's already hit the absolute level cap once before, so there's literally no reason he can't pull it off again. He realizes he just needs to completely rethink his goals right now. The thing is, the game development company is totally shut down right now because of the monster outbreaks, so he has got to get his power back as fast as humanly possible. He convinces himself he can make it work. Honestly, this isn't even that bad compared to the absolute hell he had to endure when he first dropped into Isgard. He just thinks to himself, that game company better be waiting for him. So, later that day, the vibe at the entire training center is just dead depressing. The dungeon portal they were training in completely closed up, and their commanding officers totally failed to handle the situation. Not to mention, the word got out about the new monster that wiped the floor with the trainers, and how a single trainee soldier took it down all by himself. And with all these crazy, abnormal circumstances, normally the guy would have immediately gotten a medal for pulling off something so insane. Meanwhile, the recruits who are supposed to be kicking back and enjoying their final free week before deployment definitely aren't. One of them groans that they're totally screwed, wondering out loud how much longer they're going to have to sit around and wait, complaining that the last week of training is finally over. Another guy whines about how he wishes he was just watching TV, thinking all of this is a massive waste of time. Then, they turn to the bald guy, asking him straight up if it's actually true that Kim Min slaughtered that new monster all on his own. He nods, emphasizing how absolutely massive it was. He says that compared to a regular dog, that dungeon hound was freaking gigantic. Hearing that, they're totally stunned, starting to wonder if Kim Min is going to make sergeant in less than 2 years. But one of the guys shuts that down. He points out that the hunter promotion test is brutally hard. Rumor has it that it takes 5 years, minimum, just to get promoted. And if you fail, the corporation just throws you out like garbage. But another recruit chimes in, asking if it's true that some hunters end up as private security dogs for the government. They all agree that's just depressing. Anyway, a bit later, Kim Min heads over to his superior's office and catches the commander profusely apologizing inside. Then the commander's boss tells him he's dismissed. As the guy walks out, the boss turns to Kim Min, pointing out that he's the one who handled the dungeon incident, and asks for his name. Kim Min formally introduces himself. The guy cuts right to the chase. He says he called Kim Min in because he's got something important to discuss, flat out naming him the top soldier in the entire boot camp. And with that, he leans in and says he has an offer for him, asking if the kid is interested in hearing him out. In his head, the commander is already looking at Kim Min like he's this prodigy who's always been miles ahead of everyone else. He thinks to himself that a human this far above average is something he's lucky to have lived long enough to witness. He truly believes the kid is the kind of guy who's going to change the whole game. Meanwhile, Kim Min is standing there like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And the commander? He's practically wondering if this kid is the savior who's going to pull him out of this mess. He thinks it's a complete national tragedy to waste a guy with this much insane talent on some totally average unit, especially when they are desperately short-staffed over in that specific division. So he tells the kid that he heard he's got enough raw talent for an early promotion. He explains that, normally, fresh graduates have to wait a full year before taking the exam. But he adds, with a smirk, that there are always exceptions for special cases. The commander makes his pitch. If he volunteers to deploy as a hunter for the Cheerwan army unit over in Gangnam, he can totally pull some strings and give him that exception. Exerting his full authority as the head of training, of course. He chuckles, hyping up the fact that if he heads over there, he completely skips the 1-year wait for the promotion. He plays it up like it's the deal of a lifetime, but Kim Min doesn't exactly react the way he thought he would. The commander is sitting there thinking, come on, I know the kid wants that promotion. But he starts second-guessing himself, wondering if he pushed way too hard by name-dropping Cheorwan. He worries that maybe the fast-track promotion alone just isn't a sweet enough deal. But inside, the kid's mind is racing. He hears Cheorwan and immediately thinks of the invincible hunter unit from the 104th Division. Word on the street from his buddies is that it's a place they wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. They're telling him it's freezing, the snow is insanely thick, and it dumps snow almost every single day. He mentions that the dungeons out there actually blow up sometimes, with monsters just spawning out of nowhere, meaning he's got to be right on the front lines. But honestly, he thinks that's perfectly fine. To him, it doesn't matter where he ends up, he just needs to rank up, and fast. He totally admits that picking this division is absolutely crazy, but since it's an active zone where dungeons are literally bursting open, it's actually the absolute best spot for him. See, a fast-tracked promotion is absolutely crucial for his master plan. In his mind, the higher his rank gets, the more doors are going to swing open for him. And when we're talking about grinding ranks, man, there's nothing better than diving into those dungeons. So the kid steps up and says he's in. The commander can barely believe his own ears, but the kid officially accepts the deployment. Fast forward a bit, and his buddies are practically bawling at his send-off, begging him to hit them up the second he gets some free time. One of his friends straight up asks him why on earth he'd choose Cheerwan, out of all places, especially since it's the one hellhole nobody wants to go near. But the kid just brushes it off. He tells them that just because everyone dodges the place doesn't mean it's actually bad. He knows they'll never get it, admitting that his own life goals are pretty out there too. At that point, his buddy kind of jokes, asking if he's trying to hit level 100, but the kid just casually drops that he's already at level 30, so hitting 100 isn't really a big deal anyway. That's when it really clicks for them. This kid's thought process is totally unhinged. Eventually, even the loudest of the bunch heads out, leaving him standing there all by himself. Next thing you know, this massive military jeep pulls up to grab him. The guy who steps out? An absolute unit of a man with a mean scowl plastered on his face. He glares at the kid, mutters that he must have been waiting forever, and blames the delay on the heavy snow. But the kid keeps a straight face, telling him it's no sweat. He's mentally noting the weather, thinking, man, the month barely even started and it's already snowing out here. Meanwhile, this no-nonsense officer doesn't even give him the time of day, just barking that they're rolling out right this second. He orders him to hop into the back of the truck. Kimmin can't help but notice how rock-solid the big guy's posture is. Once he's sitting in the back, it hits him his actual, hardcore military life is going to kick off the exact second they arrive. He knows deep down, things are going to get incredibly rough. But whatever, right? As long as he gets to slaughter some monsters, he's good. He figures there's really only one thing he actually needs to worry about, flashing back to all the dumb pranks his buddies used to pull on him. He admits he was losing his mind dealing with that kind of idiocy. He straight up has zero patience for the kind of frat boy garbage they'd pull back at the barracks. But he reminds himself he's got to keep a lid on it. If he snaps at the wrong dude, he could end up getting busted right back down to the regular brigade units. So, a little while later, they finally roll into the Invincible Hunters unit. He's totally caught off guard, looking at the place, wondering if there's actually going to be any snow around there at all. And just like that, he makes it to the control battalion. He follows the big guy who was guiding him, and the dude just shoves Kimin right into a room. He announces him as the fresh meat, barking at the others to get the kid some grub and show him the ropes. The guys in the room immediately light up, stoked to see a new recruit, and start asking for the kid's name. So, he steps up and introduces himself to the squad. They're totally hyped to have him around. They're like, wait, you must be Kimin. Everyone's been talking about you. Turns out, he's the absolute legend who took down a brand new monster completely solo. They tell him to stash his bags, just tossing his gear all over the place. And right away, he starts getting this weird vibe, thinking to himself, man, these guys really don't seem all that impressive. Honestly, it feels way more like they just found a shiny new toy to mess with, completely faking those innocent smiles. Then one of the guys chimes in, saying that with his killer scores from boot camp, he could have literally written his own ticket anywhere. So he asks him, why the hell did you pick this dump? Kimin just plays it straight, telling them he can level up way faster on the front lines, and that he came out here specifically to skyrocket his rank. They're pretty taken aback by that answer, flat out telling him he's out of his mind. Another dude instantly jumps in, asking if he's got a hot sister or a girlfriend, begging to see some pictures. When Kimin shoots him down with a hard no to both, the guys act all bummed out. So, they pivot and demand he puts on a little talent show for them. He mulls it over for a second, wondering, is this going to be enough to get these clowns off my back? Deciding to play along, he offers to show off his party trick, doing push-ups with just one finger. The guys immediately groan, getting all irritated. They mock him, asking if he seriously thinks that counts as a talent, bragging that they do that kind of stuff practically every single day. But one of the other dudes tells him to chill out and just let the rookie show them what he's got. And the second they actually see it, their jaws hit the floor. The kid is completely upside down, pulling off a perfect one-finger handstand. They're just staring at him, whispering to each other, wondering if there's even a single guy in their entire battalion who could pull that off. They rack their brains for the one beast who might be able to do it, putting all their money on the sergeant. Speak of the devil, the man himself suddenly fills the doorway, barking at them to knock it off. They immediately start grumbling under their breath, calling him a total killjoy. Kimin instantly recognizes that voice, realizing he's staring right at Sergeant Leon. Right on cue, two of the guys start roasting the sergeant, whining that he ruined all their fun while rocking his usual grumpy-ass face. One of them actually has the guts to ask if he's only babysitting a rookie to score some vacation time, smirking and asking how many days off he managed to hustle this time. They just will not let up on the poor guy, tossing out jokes about his resting grouch face and practically daring him to open his mouth and defend himself. He just deadpans that he only got 4 days. Then he snaps at them to quit busting his chops and clear out. And surprisingly, they actually listen, muttering about how he totally killed their vibe, looking genuinely annoyed with him. The sergeant looks just as annoyed. Kimin watches this whole exchange, mentally noting that they actually scattered the second the sergeant dropped the hammer. Then, the sergeant just flops down onto his bunk and starts scrolling on his phone. Kimin takes it all in, thinking about how wild the dynamic is around here, especially considering these guys haven't even been in the military for that long. Then, the sergeant barks out for Dongjin, reminding him that it's his job to get the new blood up to speed the second he walks in. Dongjin snaps to it, taking the order, while Kimin just stands there wondering, wait, is this guy seriously going to be my handler? Dongjin steps right up, introduces himself, and then leans in, whispering, hey, how about we chat over some food? I actually snagged permission to hit the PX. Kimin just blinks, thinking to himself, do we seriously need permission just to hit the snack bar around here? Dongjin plays the big shot, telling him to grab absolutely anything he wants from the shelves, bragging that it's all on him. Kimin raises an eyebrow, asking, are you sure about that? Because I can seriously put away some food. Dongjin just waves him off with a confident, of course, man. Don't even sweat it, they've got tons of stock. Kimin realizes pretty quickly that this dude is actually super nice. But when the cashier rings everything up, the total hits 300,000 won. Suddenly, Dongjin does not look thrilled at all about the damage. The guy working the register even asks if he's feeling cold, because poor Dongjin is literally shaking in his boots looking at that receipt. A little while later, while they're stuffing their faces, Dongjin has to tell him to slow down and chew his food. But Kimin just looks up and asks, hey, is it actually that hard to get a pass for the store? Because you made it sound like you pulled off a damn miracle getting us in here. Dongjin mentions that usually, Only the sergeants get weekend privileges when they're off duty. He figures Kim might get away with using the gym, but the computer lab? That's strictly for corporals and up. Hearing that, Kimin gets pretty bummed out by the restriction. He honestly thinks it's total nonsense. Dongjin tells him, yeah, it probably sounds crazy, but unfortunately, there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. He just needs to suck it up and adapt. But then Kimin pushes back, asking if he really can't use it. Dongjin ends up admitting that since he's not a corporal yet, it's a no-go, and wonders if Kim should even bother trying, since it's going to be a real uphill battle. At that point, Kimin just thinks it's ridiculous that they put these kinds of limits on literally everything. He starts realizing he's really going to have to rank up, and fast. Dongjin points out that getting promoted to corporal in the Hunter Army is no walk in the park. He admits it's so tough that he actually fails the exam every single year, which is exactly why he's still stuck as a private in his third year. Dongjin feels like it's pretty humiliating, but Kimin immediately brushes that off. He tells him he'll be rooting for him next time around. Deep down, though, Kimin knows the guy is really going to have to bust his ass to get that promotion. And right as they're talking, this other guy walks up and starts mocking them, making a whole scene about how it's just a lowly recruit and a private hanging out. The jerk asks if they're really planning to eat all that food by themselves. Instantly, Dongjin goes into full submissive mode, treating the guy with way too much respect and offering him some of their food. Kimin notes that Dongjin is being generous as always, but he's already glaring at this newcomer. He thinks to himself, man, we barely even finished our conversation and this guy just had to show up. The guy scoffs, saying he couldn't care less about what they were talking about. He just warns Kimin not to slack off during shooting practice, throwing it in his face that he's just a recruit, and mockingly asks if he even knows how to hold a gun. Trying to keep the peace, Dongjin jumps in, saying he was actually just about to explain how the shooting drills work. He warns Kimin that the target practice here might be a little different from what he's used to. But of course, the jerk just starts complaining all over again. He gripes about why he's even wasting his time standing there. He rubs it in that he's their superior, yet he's somehow paying for their snacks like he's their damn mother. Dongjin immediately starts apologizing profusely. The superior just sneers, telling Dongjin he's way too soft, and that's exactly why he's still stuck at the bottom of the ranks as a private. Kimin isn't having any of it. This absolute idiot just strolled up out of nowhere and is already trying to humiliate them. Kimin feels his patience wearing incredibly thin, realizing he just can't stomach this guy's attitude anymore. So, quietly under the table, he starts releasing a little bit of his dark magic, just to see if the loudmouth can handle it. Suddenly, the jerk jolts up from his seat, leaving Dongjin totally confused about what's going on with him. The guy stares down at all the food he just ate, nervously asking what the hell was in it. Kimin chuckles to himself, wondering if the idiot thinks the food was spoiled. But the guy just stammers that it's nothing, tells them to take their time eating, and sprints off with a massive stomachache. Dongjin just blinks, asking where the heck he's running off to. Kimin smirks, realizing his high-ranked skill worked like a charm as the lunatic bolts out of there, practically crapping his pants. With the distraction gone, Kim turns back to Dongjin, asking him to finish what he was saying about the shooting drills. Dongjin asks if Kim has ever fired a K2 rifle at the range, using the enhanced ammunition. He explains that they use specially modified bullets that have a much more explosive discharge compared to your standard, run-of-the-mill ammo. So, the moment you pull the trigger with those enhanced rounds, the gun kicks back hard. He says trying to control it is like trying to tame a wild horse. The recoil is on a whole other level, and even the sound is completely different. He warns him that they get a lot of monster activity around those parts, so knowing how to shoot straight is a matter of survival. He admits it can be pretty rough at first, so Kim should just relax while he still has the time and finish his meal. Kimin mulls over that wild horse comparison. He has to admit, it's a pretty great analogy that makes it super easy to understand what he's up against. But then he remembers his time back in the guard. He used to fire heavy weapons that kicked so hard they felt more like a stampeding elephant. Thinking about it that way, he figures taming this little wild horse is going to be an absolute breeze. He casually asks if they're starting the drills tomorrow. But Dongjin notices his expression and asks what's up with that look on his face, wondering if he's feeling anxious or just straight up terrified about tomorrow. Fast forward to the next day. They hike out to the shooting range, and Kimin steps up to the line. He unloads his clip, and after checking out the damage, he clicks his tongue. He actually missed one shot, and to him, that was a pretty pathetic showing. Just then, the range instructor calls time. He announces the score out loud. 19 direct hits, and only one single miss. Instantly, a shocked silence falls over the rest of the group. The new kid just casually nailed 19 targets. People start whispering, wondering if this guy is some kind of aiming machine, or if it was just an insane stroke of beginner's luck. But the veterans know better luck doesn't teach you how to handle the recoil of that beastly rifle. The redhead chimes in, completely baffled. His personal record is only 14, and he just can't wrap his head around how a rookie beat it on his very first try. He mutters that it literally makes zero sense. Meanwhile, watching from above, the second in command, the support officer, is quietly processing those 19 hits. He mutters to himself that the rumors about this kid being the absolute top of the boot camp definitely weren't exaggerated. Down below, the guys crowd around Kimon, begging to know how he pulled it off. He just shrugs and says he did exactly what he was taught, which is hilarious, considering nobody actually taught him a damn thing. One of the field instructors walks over and claps him on the back, congratulating him on a stellar performance and telling him he hopes to see that same level of skill going forward. Then he casually drops a bomb. He expects to see the exact same excellent results during the afternoon special shooting drills. Kimon raises an eyebrow, completely clueless about what that entails. Beside him, the redhead's jaw drops. He can't believe the rookie literally just got here and is already getting thrown into the special drills. The redhead actually speaks up, asking the lieutenant if it isn't way too soon to throw him into something like that. But the lieutenant just smirks, telling the squad that they're probably just acting out of jealousy. Cutting through the chatter, Kimon raises a hand and asks if someone could kindly explain what the hell this special shooting training actually is, pointing out that he hasn't heard a single word about it. Dongjin looks a bit guilty and apologizes. He admits he had no idea Kimon was going to be such a crack shot, explaining that fresh recruits are normally completely barred from the special drills until they fully adapt to the enhanced ammo. But since they've already drafted him for the afternoon session, Dongjin realizes he's going to have to give him the crash course right now. He breaks it down. In this special drill, 2 trainees are dropped into the combat zone at the exact same time. Their objective is to push through and eliminate every single monster in their path until they hit the final extraction point. Now, he reassures Kim that the monsters aren't exactly high-level threats, but they sure as hell don't just stand around waiting to get shot like those paper targets on the range, which means they will actively try to rip his head off. And on top of that, the course is littered with cardboard civilian cutouts. If he catches even a single civilian in his crossfire, he's instantly disqualified. Dongjin tells him not to sweat the training monsters too much, though. The handlers keep them strictly leashed and under control, and the instructors will be monitoring everything from the observation deck. Hearing this, a grin spreads across Kimon's face. Real monsters, he thinks to himself. Man, isn't this going to be way too much fun? Later, while they're eating, Dongjin just can't stop hyping him up, but Kimon brushes it off, telling Dongjin he actually did pretty damn well himself, considering he nailed 13 targets. The older private just shakes his head, telling Kim he's just being way too humble. 13 hits, he sighs, doesn't even come close to passing the bar. Especially not when it comes to Sergeant Leon. He explains that their specific unit is expected to hit a bare minimum of 17 shots. Kimon just shrugs it off internally. In his old unit, hitting 10 was the bare minimum to pass, so as far as he's concerned, he's doing more than enough. He's wondering if that actually makes him the #1 guy around here. Right then, Dongjin chimes in, saying he's absolutely positive he's gonna crush the special training, too. But Kimon brings up that since this drill can be done in pairs, he really wanted to team up with him. Dongjin, though, he shuts it down, saying he highly doubts that's happening. He explains it's a massive long shot, since the higher-ups are the ones pulling the strings on the roster. Kimon's like, "Are you serious right now?" and starts digging into exactly what kind of twisted criteria they use to pair people up. So Dongjin tells him that, from what he's gathered, it looks like they're literally just using a drawn-out ladder game to decide. And sure enough, you see a bunch of them standing around, just watching some guy draw the game board. A little while later, the lieutenant barks out that the drill kicks off in 5 minutes flat. He orders everyone to gear up, throw on their Kevlar vests, and get on standby. So he's getting his gear sorted when that little coward Guan struts over to him. He tells Kimon the new recruit is stuck on his squad, sneering at him to ask if he's actually ready for this. Then, he straight up challenges Kimon, wanting to show him the massive gap between a corporal and some pathetic rookie. At this point, Kimon's putting the pieces together, wondering if Guan is actually going to end up as his partner. He's thinking that, given the arrogant way the guy just marched up to him, Guan clearly hasn't realized he's a complete piece of trash yet. But Guan just keeps begging for a beatdown, bragging that the absolute bare minimum time to clear the course is 3 minutes. He pushes Kimon, asking what he thinks about clearing it even faster. He dares him to finish in under 3 minutes, basically calling him out and saying he highly doubts he can pull it off. Kimon just stares him down in dead silence. Guan starts getting antsy, demanding to know why he isn't answering, and taunting him to see if the little rookie is getting scared. He runs his mouth, asking if Kimon really thinks he impressed anybody with those measly 19 hits at the firing range. He just keeps pushing and pushing until Kimon starts getting genuinely pissed off, finally snapping back and asking if he seriously hasn't learned his lesson yet. He brushes it off with a no, sarcastically promising to try his best, but Guan keeps running his mouth, telling him not to bust his ass too hard since it's just a training drill anyway. But the catch is, if Kimon finishes even a second after him, he loses. And with that, he tells Kimon to pay close attention to the test and use his brain before charging in. So the first 2 guys step up, and the lieutenant orders them to face their respective partners. Player number 1 sounds off that he's good to go, and number 2 gives the green light right after. With that, the lieutenant unleashes them. Here's how it works. 2 guys from a squad hop into separate elevators, and the timer only starts once they hit the underground level. From there, they have to protect these cardboard civilian targets while fighting through incredibly tight spaces. On paper, it's a specialized drill for hostage rescue and monster subjugation. But let's be real, it's secretly an underground competition between the soldiers to prove who's the fastest and strongest. The ultimate goal is to smash the finish line button at the end of the route before your rival does. While this is happening, Kimmin is studying the monitor, tracking the matches. He notices the monster icons are totally different sizes and wonders what's up with that. Guan chimes in, explaining that the size of the blips on the screen directly correlates to how brutal the monsters actually are. The deadlier the threat, the more massive the icon. He then shoots Kimmin a look, asking if he seriously didn't know that basic detail. He drops the intel that they lock down 2 monsters per soldier, but the spawns? Totally randomized. You have absolutely no clue what nightmare you're dealing with until you're staring right into its eyes. Right on cue, one of the soldiers goes head-to-head with this massive, grotesque toad that immediately lashes out, whipping its tongue at him right out of the gate. On the screen, the soldier's dot pops up right next to the monster's blip. Kimmin's analyzing the data, thinking player 1 got a much faster start, but with one monster still lurking, it's anyone's guess who takes the win. Meanwhile, player 2 squares off against this human-sized rat looking like a mutated Master Splinter. He's cocky, screaming that he's got this in the bag, since after he takes out the rat, he's only got one monster left. But then he turns the corner and runs face first into this colossal, absolutely disgusting giant worm. He just freezes and screams, "What the hell is that?" On the other side, player 1 just finishes slaughtering his second toad. He's looking around, panting, going, "What the hell? Is that it? Is the gauntlet over?" And he spots the buzzer right in front of him and slams it. He manages to clear the whole damn course in 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The whole squad loses their minds, wondering if they're going to have to change the minimum clear time after a stunt like that. They're all asking if he's out of his mind, and player 1 even rubs it in his rival's face. He totally roasts him, asking why he took so long and if he was busy building a damn gun from scratch down there. The loser tries to play it off, swearing he just got completely screwed by bad luck this time, but the winner isn't having it, shutting him down and saying, "Nah, man, I'm just flat out better than you." He tells him he better go buy him something from the PX right now. And just to rub salt in the wound, he mocks the guy, bragging that he would have wiped the floor with him regardless of what spawned. Player 2 just snaps at him to shut the hell up. Watching them bicker like that, the pieces click for Kim and he realizes those two definitely had a side bet going on for this run. Kimmin stews on the idea of a wager, wondering if maybe he and Guan could set up a little high-stakes bet of their own. Guan catches him muttering and demands to know what he just said. Kimmin plays it cool, saying that now that he thinks about it, how about a bet where the loser has to do whatever the winner wants? He casually drops that it feels like the most fair way to do things. Guan instantly zeroes in on the fact that this rookie is cocky enough to propose a bet with his commanding officer. He takes the bait, agreeing to the terms, but makes sure to point out that this suicide mission was the kid's idea. But then he scoffs, asking why the hell he'd ever want some pathetic recruit doing chores for him. He makes it clear, when he wins, he's taking a fat cut of the kid's paycheck. Kimmin thinks it over and figures messing with their paychecks works for him. He locks it in, saying that if he loses, he'll hand over 3 whole months of his salary. Guan raises an eyebrow, asking if he's absolutely sure about that. Suddenly, the tension in the air gets heavy enough to cut with a knife. Don Jin is just watching the whole showdown unfold from a distance. Right on cue, the lieutenant calls up the next group, and the 2 of them step up to the starting line. The lieutenant asks if either of them has any last words before they kick this off. Both of them just shake their heads, and they're cleared to drop, riding the elevators down to the ground floor. As they descend, Kimmin admits to himself that the taunting actually got under his skin, but he also knows that charging in half-cocked and letting a cheap provocation blind him isn't going to help him survive. He's painfully aware of that fact. He tells himself he just needs to tune out the noise, stay focused, and push forward. He's a grown man, after all. But the terrifying part? He's rationalizing all of this while leaking an absolutely massive aura of demonic energy. Back up top, the rest of the squad is already gossiping like crazy about the high-stakes bet going down between the corporal and the rookie. They're all whispering that there's absolutely no way a fresh recruit takes down a hardened corporal. One guy points out that, bet aside, how is the kid even going to survive the monsters down there? But they also start realizing the sergeant must not give a damn about protocol if he's just sitting back and letting this bloodbath happen. But right in the middle of their rumor mill, the ground starts shaking violently. A literal earthquake rips through the base, and everybody starts panicking, shouting, "What the hell is going on?" They snap their eyes back to the monitors and watch in pure shock as the first monster's blip actively hunts down the second one. The squad is completely stunned. Down in the pit, Kimmin feels the massive tremors too, bracing himself and wondering what the hell kind of vibration that is and what's coming for him. And when he finally gets eyes on the threat, he freezes. Standing right in front of him is this massive, two-horned cyclops, and it's brutally devouring the monster he was actually supposed to fight first. He's stuck dead in his tracks, face to face with this colossal freak of nature, completely blown away by the fact that it's cannibalizing another target. His mind is racing, trying to figure out what kind of twisted nightmare this is, and if a monstrosity like that was even supposed to be in this drill at all. And when the monster locks eyes with him, it looks at him like straight-up prey. It actually pulls this dead rat out of its mouth and points it right at the kid. It launches the rat right at him, but Kimon dodges it without breaking a sweat. And get this, the only thing on his mind right now is tonight's dinner. He's literally just wondering, man, I hope they're serving chicken. He just wants to wrap this up fast so he can go eat. But he tells himself he's got to be careful not to mess up the drill. If he just goes in guns blazing, he might actually get disqualified. Then the monster raises its hand, winding up a massive punch to smash him. That's when Kimon fires up his demonic energy, just thinking, why the hell are these things so annoying? So he throws a brutal punch right back at the monster's hand. And boom, the hand of that demonic cyclops just completely explodes into pieces. While the monster is reeling in sheer agony, Kimon just calmly thinks, well, he finally shut up. Now I just need to finish him off. But then he looks back at the beast and sees its hand actually regenerating. And instead of coming back normal, the arm morphs into this twisted green blade, glowing with a really weird aura. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew spots the recruit facing off against this massive monster. They're all freaking out, asking each other what just happened and what the hell kind of beast he's up against. They're wondering if his target moved on him. The lieutenant sees what's happening and starts sweating, wondering if that's the same monster that killed 2 soldiers. He calls it the Bionic Eye Demon. Wait, no. He corrects himself, it's the Gluttony Demon. He explains that whenever this thing consumes energy, its healing factor and attack power spike insanely fast. And it just keeps getting worse the more it eats. But the lieutenant knows something's off. He says this monster never attacks first unless it feels completely cornered. Even when they first captured it and threw it in quarantine, it barely put up a fight. So he's asking himself, why the hell did it go after the kid? Meanwhile, Kimon is still going toe-to-toe with the thing, dodging every single strike. The kid is starting to get annoyed, thinking, man, this guy won't stand still. It's super annoying trying to land a hit. Then he remembers, oh right, this is a shooting drill. Better actually test out the gun. So he aims right for the Gluttony Demon's eye and pulls the trigger. The monster immediately drops, screaming in absolute agony from the shot. As it collapses, Kimon notices the eye is taking way longer to heal. He figures, if that's the case, I can just keep lighting him up until he's dead. But the beast's eye snaps shut super fast. It senses the kid getting closer and viciously swings its blade right at Kimon's head. Kimon is just standing there like, what is up with this guy? The monster is acting completely desperate to kill him. He wonders if it's because he shot its eye and now it's just reacting to sound, but quickly decides, nah, that's total bullshit. He almost gets sliced in half, dodging it by a total hair, and the monster just keeps wildly swinging at him while desperately trying to heal its eye. But the kid literally just stops the monster's hand dead in its tracks. He mutters that this is getting really weird, and he is definitely not cool with this thing holding up his training time. Not to mention, it literally just tried to crush him flat. Kimon gets seriously pissed off and fully unleashes his aura. Okay, I gotta say, this right here was absolute cinema. Pure cinematic gold. He just dead stopped the beast. So epic. Kimon finally connects the dots, realizing, wait, is he freaking out like this because of my demonic energy? Down in the pit, the lieutenant rushes over to see what's going down, completely stressing out over the awful timing. He knows he absolutely cannot let a fatal accident happen to a brand new recruit. He's totally blaming himself, knowing this level of monster is way beyond a rookie's pay grade. He's terrified the kid is actually going to die down there, so he's practically praying, kid, please don't die on me, as he sprints toward the chaos. On the flip side, Gwansik is sprinting like a maniac, super proud of himself. He took down both his targets in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, totally confident there is no way the new recruit is beating a time like that. He's smirking, thinking it was way too easy. He's already mentally spending the loser's paycheck, wondering what to buy with that sucker's money. He's bragging about how he'll be taking a nice vacation soon, but the second he crosses the finish line, Kimon is already there, just casually staring at the buzzer. Gwansik freezes, like, what the hell are you doing here? Kimon just chuckles and slaps the button right in his face. Gwansik completely loses his mind. The lieutenant finally reaches the monster's area and is just utterly speechless. He's looking around like, what the hell actually happened here? A little while later, Kimon and Gwansik regroup with the rest of the squad. One of the guys is wondering if anyone has ever hit the buzzer in under 2 minutes, just totally in awe at how brutal the new kid is. They're absolutely blown away that he took down that one-eyed demon all by himself. Nobody saw that coming. Then Dongjin nervously walks up to him asking, hey, did you get hurt? but Kimin just brushes it off, saying he's perfectly fine and it was no big deal. The squad keeps crowding him with questions, and Gwansik is just standing there seething with jealousy. Someone brings up the bet they made before heading in, reminding Kimin that he totally won. But Gwansik storms over, smacks Dongjin on the back of the head, and snaps, "You looking for a beating?" He starts yelling that Kimin obviously cheated and demands that the bet be completely called off. Kimin calls him out on it. Gwansik furiously argues that it's physically impossible for him to finish first, yelling, "The special shooting drill means you kill 2 monsters before hitting the button." Kimin looks confused and asks, "Wait, didn't you just kill the 2 monsters in your path?" Gwansik glares at him and demands to know exactly how many monsters he killed. Kimin casually replies, "Just 1." And Gwansik jumps right on that, screaming that it's totally rigged. He argues that if he only had to kill 1 monster, he would have blown past Kimin's time easily. He rounds on poor Dongjin, aggressively asking, "Don't you agree that's unfair?" Dongjin starts stammering, and Gwansik threatens him, "Spit it out before I knock you out." At this point, Kimin is just thinking this dude is a massive pain in the ass. He figures his course was just a weird exception. Honestly, his only regret is that he punched the monster to death instead of actually shooting it, but he definitely still wanted to win that bet. He sighs, wondering why it had to turn into this whole drama. And more importantly, why the hell is Gwansik taking his anger out on Dongjin instead of stepping up to him directly? Right then, the lieutenant steps in, staring Gwansik down. "Have you got no shame at all?" he asks, pointing out that the rookie risked his life just the same. But Gwansik, being the arrogant punk he is, snaps back, "Who the hell do you think you are?" The lieutenant completely ignores the disrespect. He explains that the one-eyed demon is normally pretty docile, right up until it eats and senses actual danger, which triggers a horrifying mutation. He straight up tells Gwansik that Kimin's fight was infinitely harder than just gunning down 2 weak, low-level monsters. Seonggu scans the room with a cold look. "Is there anyone here who still doesn't get it?" Gwansik tells him to chill out, smirking as he asks, "What, you trying to push me around just because you got a little promotion?" But Seonggu just stares right through him and coldly says, "You're still the same piece of shit you've always been." Gwansik's ego cracks a bit. He tells him to back off, muttering that there's no need to embarrass him in front of the new kids or to get so damn serious over a simple joke. Right then, Sanwoo throws out a playful jab. He points out that it only turned into a joke because the guy actually lost. He adds that, "Either way, it's gotta be freezing down there." In his head, he's thinking how crazy it is. The guy used to be a seasoned veteran, and now he's just stuck in the exact same spot, acting like a total jerk. The one really getting a kick out of watching this unfold is Gansey. Well, until he gets so pissed off, he turns beet red with pure rage. Even with Gig fuming like that, Seonwoo just looks at him and asks, "Did you say something?" He mutters, "No," telling Seonwoo to just drop it, and Seonwoo's like, "Yeah, I think I will." Later that afternoon, Kim starts digging. He asks Dongjin if Sergeant Lee actually got a special promotion. The kid confirms it. He says Lee started out as a regular grunt, but totally crushed the evaluation and jumped up 2 whole ranks. But here's the catch. He mentions that the special promotion testing system, it doesn't even exist anymore. He explains they scrapped the whole thing after one of the fast-tracked sergeants got seriously injured. The whole fast-track program was shut down right after that guy got messed up in a dungeon, making Sergeant Lee the very last one to get it. Hearing this, Kim Min realizes his own shot at a special promotion is pretty much gone. But then, the kid drops a hint. He tells him there is another way. It comes down to rescuing civilians during major emergencies, or pulling off something massive while taking down monsters. He admits it's all a bit hazy, honestly, since there aren't any hard and fast rules written down for it. After all, only a handful of people have ever earned a special promotion that way. Kim Min nods, acting like he gets it, but his mind is spinning. The fact that there are no set rules, that gets him thinking. He pieces it together. It all comes down to the commander's call. He knows that no matter how bad you want a promotion, the perfect opportunity isn't just going to magically fall into your lap. He mentally goes over the intel. The North Korean military has been completely wiped out. Because of that, hordes of them are fleeing the north and spilling into their front lines, day in and day out. He reminds himself he's only been stationed here for 2 days. He's just a rookie, so it makes sense he hasn't seen action yet. But man, he is itching to get that promotion right now. Dojin tries to encourage him, saying that with how hard he's pushing himself, he'll get promoted in no time. But Kim Min is just thinking, man, I wish a portal would just tear open right here. And literally the second he finishes wishing for that crap, an alarm goes off. A broadcast echoes out to the room commander. It's a code red. They've got an active emergency on their hands. A swarm of mid-sized bats just spawned right inside the oil depot. Orders are for anyone in the vicinity to rush over and help get a containment shield up. And the second he hears this, that absolute psycho, Kim Min, lights up with pure joy. He quickly runs the data on these mid-sized bats. They're basically bat-like monsters, about the size of a human child, and they always hunt in packs. If you're just looking at their size and raw strength, they aren't really a huge threat. But here is the massive red flag: they can shoot literal fireballs out of their mouths. And the fact that they spawn directly inside an oil depot, that means this is a catastrophic emergency. One wrong move, and the entire base could go up in flames. Panic sets in as the guys start frantically asking each other, just how many of those things are in there? Meanwhile, two soldiers are on site, desperately trying to hold the line. One of them is shouting, "I'm gonna slaughter every last one of them." But the other guy snaps back, screaming, "Are you out of your damn mind?" He demands to know if the idiot forgot they absolutely cannot fire their weapons anywhere near the oil reserves. He warns him if they start shooting, and those bats start spitting fireballs in panic, the whole facility is going to detonate. The hothead fires back. So what? Are we supposed to just stand here and watch? His buddy tries to reason with him. He points out the swarm hasn't gotten too close to the main tanks yet. The plan is simple: keep a visual on them, call for backup, and the second reinforcements arrive, they throw up the containment shield. Regardless, their number one priority is making absolutely sure not a single spark touches that area, because if it does, we're talking about a massive, earth-shattering explosion. You can feel the sheer panic setting in. Those two are completely desperate, totally out of their depth. Nothing like this has ever happened since they were stationed there. Right on cue, that absolute lunatic Kim Min steps up. He casually mentions he's gonna go draw their aggro. The two soldiers are completely stunned. They start yelling at him to fall back, screaming that he doesn't even have his combat gear on. But in Kim Min's mind, gear, he's thinking, is this really the time to stress over standard issue crap? His only focus right now is using those freaks to secure his fast-track promotion. He is already picturing the headline, "The Rookie Who Handled a Code Red All by Himself." He fully intends to hijack this entire crisis just to snag that title as a sweet little bonus. For a split second, he questions if he can pull it off. But then he remembers the one-eyed demon he slaughtered. He quickly realizes these bats are reacting directly to his demonic energy. A dark smirk crosses his face. Every single one of those monsters is going to be his. By the time the backup squad arrives and looks at the front line, they are absolutely baffled. They just freeze in their tracks, completely terrified by what they're seeing. Another guy pushing up from the rear starts yelling, asking what the hell they're all just standing around for. He barks at them to cut the chatter and move up, but they just point trembling fingers, telling Seon-woo to look straight ahead. They stammer out that the new guy, Kim Min, he's literally massacring the entire swarm. Seon-woo is in absolute shock, but he quickly snaps out of it. He starts screaming at the squad. Are you idiots just gonna stand there while the rookie takes on the whole damn swarm by himself? Over in the bloodbath, Kim Min literally grabs one of the bats barehanded and rips it straight down the middle. But in his head, he's complaining. Taking them out one by one is way too slow. He starts scanning the area, thinking, there's gotta be a more efficient way to butcher these things. While he's brainstorming his next kill, Seon-woo rushes him, screaming at the top of his lungs. He orders the kid to stop playing the hero and get the hell out of the hot zone, pointing out he's not even wearing his damn tactical gear. But of course, Kim Min completely ignores him. In his mind, every single bat belongs to him, and he isn't about to share his XP with anyone. Then, something catches his eye. He spots the weapon Seon-woo is carrying and realizes that is exactly what he needs to speed this up. Without missing a beat, the kid channels his demonic energy once more. Suddenly, Seon-woo clutches his stomach, confused and groaning in pain. And Kim Min, acting like an absolute sociopath, he casually walks over, playing dumb. "Oh man, what's wrong? Are you okay, sir?" At first, Seon-woo tries to tough it out, gritting his teeth and saying he's fine to save face. But Kim Min just stares at him, internally mocking him. "Are you sure about that?" Because clearly, the guy looks like he's about to collapse. Seon-woo tries to play it cool, muttering that he just needs to step back for a second. Kim Min smoothly swipes his weapon right out of his hands, whispering, "Don't sweat it. I'll end this real quick." He is absolutely thrilled he managed to snatch that stun baton. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he thinks, now the real fun begins. And just like that, he unleashes an absolute bloodbath on the swarm. The rest of the squad is horrified, completely paralyzed by the sheer violence of it. After all, they're watching a raw recruit obliterate an entire monster wave completely solo. But right in the middle of his kill streak, one of the soldiers glances up. His blood runs cold. One of the surviving bats is charging up a fireball and aiming it right at the fuel tanks. Instantly, he pivots to the guys holding their rifles. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Fire! Light it up! I'm authorizing lethal force. Take that damn thing down now." And they try to shoot at that bat, but that crazy guy Kimmin sneaks up right behind them, telling them that this really isn't a good place to be playing with fire. So he straight up kills the thing before it can even make a move, and the soldiers down below are just left wondering how the hell he even got up there. They're also asking themselves if anyone actually has a clue how many of those things he's killed. They finally trigger the protective shield and go check if all the storage points are secured. And after rounding up all the dead bats, they're standing there wondering what they're supposed to do with all of that. At that point, they call Sung-ho over, demanding to know where those bats even came from, claiming they couldn't detect a single one on the radar. While he's asking about the report, he starts picking up on a really strange smell coming from Sungho. And he also asks if they electrocuted every single bat, wondering just how many of them are actually piled up there. Sungho says it looks to be about 300, thinking to himself that the commander sure acts busy, yet he only bothered to show up because of the smell. And it's said that even if you aren't a combat specialist, an operations captain is supposed to lead the fight, but this guy only showed up after it was all over. Sungho thinks to himself that he's absolutely certain the guy wasn't even watching the radar in the control room. And then, the boastful commander asks if Sungho was the one who electrocuted all those bats. He says he's going to report his achievements to the higher-ups, but Sungho tells him straight to his face that he wasn't the one who did it. The guy is completely caught off guard and asks who it was, wondering if there's actually someone else in that unit who knows how to handle a stun baton besides him. And Sungho explains that those bats weren't just killed with the stun baton, saying that a single person wiped them all out with his bare hands, and he tells him to put exactly that in the official report. At that, the commander asks if he's messing with him. After all, it's pretty hard to believe that just one guy ripped all those bats apart completely solo. Plus, if Sungho wasn't the one who did it, who else could it possibly be? Right then, Kimin walks up, telling Sungho that he came to return the stun baton he borrowed earlier. But then he mentions he might have used the baton a bit too much, wondering out loud if he went a little overboard. So, the very next day, the commander tells Kimin to be completely honest, asking if he had ever enlisted before, but the kid says no. The commander then asks if he was involved in anything before all of this went down, but the kid insists again that he wasn't. The commander tells him that since that's the case, he better not pull any reckless stunts like he did yesterday ever again. He tells the kid he got lucky this time, but hunters like them never really know if there's a tomorrow. And Kimin thinks to himself that, luck or not, he's definitely staying in that battalion. The commander goes on to say that, as he probably knows, the hunter division is something entirely different. What sets them apart from the regular troops is that there are only 4 battalions that fight the way they do. He explains that every battalion under the division's control only has a tiny handful of hunters out of the entire military. Kimin thinks it's pretty obvious that not just anyone can be a hunter, but he wonders why the guy is dumping all this information on him out of nowhere. Then the commander asks if he knows the real reason behind all of this, and the kid acts like he doesn't have a clue. The commander explains it's because, unlike standard soldiers, every single one of them here is special. He adds that obviously not everyone goes to the front lines. They have soldiers specifically trained in administration, monsters, combat tactics, and things like that. But the kid just remembers that one commander who didn't seem to be good at anything at all. The commander sitting across from him says, that's just how the system works here. Hunters are promoted based entirely on their skills and how they perform on the inside. Kimin mentions that when the commander called him in, he genuinely thought he was going to hear some good news. But he starts wondering if this is all just a lecture, especially after he literally did something good. The commander asks if he was waiting to be called in that morning and tells Kimin to pay close attention, saying that today, the hunter with the highest monster kill count in the 104th Hunter Division is arriving. Right then, this incredibly intimidating, crazy-looking guy steps out of the car. The commander says he's here to inspect their battalion, so everyone immediately scrambles to their posts to receive the guy. And when he greets Sungho, he asks if it was the kid who took charge of the situation yesterday, telling him he did a solid job. The kid, completely stiff, thanks him for the compliment, while everyone around whispers that just looking into the guy's eyes is enough to terrify you. But Kimin starts questioning just what kind of power level a 2-star hunter actually holds. Suddenly, the guy walks right up to Kimin and grabs his hand. He notices the guy's handshake is incredibly strong, but to break the tension, he gives the kid 2 heavy pats on the back, telling them they can stand at ease. Then he turns to the colonel and asks if he knows exactly where the medium-sized bats came from last night. The colonel says yes, confirming they came from a hill roughly 1.2 kilometers north of the unit, adding that they managed the situation well, but they'll keep investigating the breach. The intense guy says he'll draft a report and send it straight to the general. He then asks if there was some kind of glitch with the radar, but one of the commanders admits the radar didn't pick up the medium bats until they were right on top of the unit. They confirmed it definitely wasn't an equipment failure. So now they're looking into whether it was a blind spot in the base's coverage. The superior points out that the real issue is the sheer volume, ordering the logistics division to install another radar immediately. And the guy agrees on the spot. But Kimin notices right away that he just lied straight to his face. With that, the superior turns to Kimin, saying it's true he was incredibly brave yesterday, and that he thought on his feet to help handle the mess. But he asks if the kid wasn't just thinking about himself, pointing out how dangerous it really was. So the kid apologizes, thinking right then and there that he's completely screwed. But the superior stands up, asking if he seriously killed 300 of those things all by himself, and the kid just says yes. He tells him that if he hadn't rushed in and reacted so fast, this entire place would be nothing but ashes right now. He tells the kid he did a fantastic job and that he's giving him a reward for pulling it off. Then he simply tears the rank insignia right off the kid's chest and slaps a new one in its place, congratulating him on the promotion. He mentions that normally they'd have to jump through a ton of bureaucratic hoops to do this, but he completely earned it. The kid just says thank you, and the superior orders them to give him 2 nights and 3 days of leave. Kim Min thought he'd never get all this just from a promotion. He wondered if he'd actually get to take a vacation, thinking to himself that things were getting pretty damn interesting. As they walked out of the room, one of Kim Min's superiors pulled him aside to talk. He told him, "You barely just got here, and we haven't even had a proper chat, but you've already pulled off some amazing things." The superior added that he'd be getting a lot of credit from the higher-ups, all thanks to Kim Min. Then he asked if this was the kid's first time going home since he enlisted, wondering what he was planning to do out in the civilian world. And just like that, the kid walked out absolutely hyped, saying he was going to lock himself in a PC cafe, his own personal computer dungeon. He mentioned he was supposed to stop by his house, but since he didn't have internet there, he was going to spend his entire 3-day, 2-night leave grinding away at the cafe. But right as he walked into the place, a guy who looked completely wasted started talking to someone sitting nearby, demanding to know why he was there. The guy sitting down asked what the hell he wanted, and the drunk guy hissed at his brother to keep his voice down, or else that shitty soldier over there might hear them. He muttered that he really needed to get into that cave and finish his business. He complained, asking why they wouldn't just let him do it. After all, he'd even jumped through the hoops to get a permit and paid good money for it. But his brother explained that they went in and completely locked down the area, claiming the place was filled with some kind of toxic gas. He grumbled that the whole situation was turning into a massive headache. He warned that going in there could be really dangerous, but the hot-headed brother brushed it off, snapping, "Just throw on a gas mask and walk in. What's the big deal?" That's when Kim Min suddenly chimed in, asking exactly what place they were talking about. The two men froze, looking at him like a deer in the headlights. A little while later, after apparently squeezing the information out of them, he pulled up to a different location in the back of a pickup truck. The driver looked back and asked, "Are you sure you want to get out right here?" The kid nodded, telling him yes, and thanking the guy for doing him a solid by bringing him this far. When Kim thanked him for the ride, the driver warned him, saying he was dead sure the army guys were going to block anyone from going any further. He also brought up what the kid had mentioned earlier about going up there to handle the situation in the mountains, asking, "Is that actually true?" Kim Min confidently replied that by tomorrow, they might actually be cleared to go back to work on the mountain. But as they listened to him talk, they glanced at his rank insignia and shrugged it off, just telling him to stay safe out there. They made sure to add, "Hey, if anyone asks how you got up here, you don't know us, got it?" As the truck drove off, Kim stood alone and stared up at the mountain. He could see a massive amount of demonic energy swirling around the place. He chuckled to himself, thinking he actually gave up his PC cafe time just to crawl into a real-life dungeon. He took a deep breath, that familiar scent. It was pure mana. A smirk crossed his face. He was thrilled by this discovery. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers were standing guard at the dungeon entrance. Looking down from a vantage point, Kim Min noted that the only way into the mountain was completely blocked off. But he wondered why there were only 2 guards stationed there. He muttered to himself that there was no way in hell he was just going to stand around and do nothing when there was something this good waiting for him inside. So, he subtly messed with the 2 guards, making both their stomachs drop with severe cramps at the exact same time. They crossed their legs, desperately trying to hold it in, but admitted they weren't going to make it. One of them had the brilliant idea to just abandon their post for a quick bathroom break. After all, they figured no one ever comes up there anyway, saying it would only take just 5 minutes. But the second they scrambled off, Kim Min slipped right in, soaking up some of that sweet demonic mana. Once he got inside, though, he was completely caught off guard. There wasn't a single monster in sight. He looked around, completely puzzled. Where is all this mana coming from? Ah, whatever, he shrugged. He declared that it was all his for the taking now, and began absorbing the area's demonic energy. Instantly, his magic stats started ticking up, point by point. "This is incredible," he gasped. A system notification popped up, alerting him that after absorbing a specific amount of demonic energy, his corruption skill had leveled up. And because he had soaked up just the right amount of that dark energy, his Night Steps' skill finally unlocked. He was practically vibrating with excitement. He was finally getting back the insane power he used to have in his old world. He realized this was quite literally one of the best skills he could have possibly gotten. With Night Steps, he could summon a shadow familiar, blend completely into the darkness, and assassinate a target without breaking a sweat. It was an incredibly overpowered skill, one he used to spam all the time back when he was in the guard. And the best part? To keep the summon active, all he had to do was feed it a little hit of demonic energy every now and then. That was because the shadow operated entirely independently once he called it out. But when it actually appeared, it was definitely way smaller than he expected. He stared at it and muttered, "What the hell is this?" He wondered if this was some kind of penalty for dimension hopping, or just because his mana stats were still too low. He sighed, grumbling that this was a serious pain in the ass. He scoffed, saying the shadow looked so incredibly weak that if he stepped out of the cave, the sunlight alone would probably vaporize it. But then it hit him because it was so tiny, it could easily sneak into anywhere completely unnoticed. Right then, the little shadow started whining about being hungry, begging him for a taste of demonic energy. Fast forward a few days, Kim Min returned from his leave. The second he walked in, everyone started patting him on the back and congratulating him. He was officially the soldier to get promoted the fastest in the entire history of the battalion. He couldn't help but wonder if the commander actually approved of him taking off like that, especially since the commanding officer had personally pinned on his new rank badge. Just then, Kim Min glanced back and spotted Do-yoon. "Hey man, I picked up some moisturizer for you," he said. Do-yoon's face lit up, absolutely thrilled, and he promised he'd put it to good use. Then Ban-shik strolled up, smirking. "Since when is anyone in this hellhole that nice to each other? Man, your beautiful friendship brings a tear to my eye." Then he leaned in and whispered, asking if Kim Min had managed to grab that questionable magazine he asked for. Kim Min confidently said yes, though in reality, he was totally screwing with him. Ryu then realized who the new guy was and called out, asking if he had swung by the admin building to check the candidate list for the upcoming promotion exam. "Did you actually sign up?" he asked. But Ryu's buddy cut in, looking confused. "Hold up. Since when are rookies allowed to take the promotion exam? Seriously, he hasn't even been here a full year yet," he added. Ryu pointed out that it was actually the commander's call, pulling strings to let him take it despite being brand new. As the gossip started to spread among the squad, Kim Min spoke up. He explained that back when he was still at the training center, the colonel had made him a certain proposition, and he went on to spill the whole story. The guys were absolutely floored. The fact that the colonel intentionally shipped him to this specific unit just so he could take the promotion exam a full year early, they couldn't stop muttering about how insanely wild that was. They were amazed that he actually took the deal and was going to sit for the exam this year. If he somehow managed to pass, it was going to be completely legendary. One of the guys piped up, saying that anyone taking the exam on Saturday had to attend mandatory remedial training the next day. He gave Kim Min a pat on the back, telling him he could even get some practice in with his melee weapon, and hyped him up to give it his all. But Kim Min just stood there, scratching his head. "Wait, what the hell is melee weapon training?" he wondered, wondering if he'd get to use something other than just firearms. Then, class time rolls around. The instructor steps up to break down the promotion exam, telling the repeat test takers not to treat this like it's their last shot. And as for the rookies taking it for the first time, they better pay close attention. He lays it out. The promotion exam is split into two main chunks. First, the written test, and second, the practical evaluation. The written part? It's a breeze if you've got basic common sense. Honestly, it's about as hard as passing a driving test. So Kimmin walks out of the room, seriously questioning if any of this actually matters. He notes that the practical is all about weapon proficiency and brute strength, plus they're going to assess his actual monster combat skills. He knows he can pass in his sleep, but hitting a perfect score? That could unlock some serious perks. He's debating whether he should even bother going all out. Cut to the next day, they're gearing up to start their melee weapon training. An instructor barks at the squad, calling them a bunch of greenhorns, and orders them to grab just one melee weapon. Predictably, everyone scrambles to get their hands on one. The guy tells them to just pick whatever's right in front of them so they can get started, warning them not to pull any funny business. Because right here, right now, they're going to drill the absolute basics of close quarters combat, straight out of the hunter's manual. But he gets real with them. He admits that not everything they need to survive is in that book, and what they're learning is just the foundation. It's up to them to figure out their own fighting style, though he stresses that the basics are the anchor of it all. So, they need to lock in and shadow his exact movements. With that, he launches into a sequence of strikes, slashes, and footwork using his sword. Kimmin watches, realizing exactly why the exam forces them to use blades. His mind flashes back to his fight with that one-eyed monster, thinking how downright stupid it is to always rely on guns when dealing with these creatures. So the recruits start swinging, but the only one pulling off anything remotely competent is Kimmin. He knows his own combat techniques are just on another level, which is exactly why he can breeze through any drill they throw at him. Suddenly, the instructor calls a halt and singles Kimmin out, telling him to step up. The kid introduces himself, totally confused about what's going on, and climbs up onto the platform right next to the guy. The instructor points out that he's been watching Kimmin's form during training, and the way he raises his sword is completely bizarre. He tells the squad that this is exactly why they need to watch how Kimmin does it. Startled, the kid hesitates, but then goes ahead and demonstrates in front of the whole group. After sweating bullets, Kimmin is absolutely pissed. Out of nowhere, he just got drafted as an unpaid teaching assistant. But then the instructor walks over, acknowledging it must have been tough. He praises the kid's progress and tosses him a snack, telling him to eat it on the down low. Kimmin is completely thrown off that this tough guy was just carrying treats in his pocket. Then, Donjin walks over to him. He says the demonstration was mind-blowing and asks if he could spare some tips during the break. Kimin raises an eyebrow. Why me? Jin admits he knows it's his first time training, and his melee weapon is a sword too, but he's just really frustrated with his own form. So, he asks for some brutal honesty later on. Kimin figures, if he can actually help, he doesn't mind stepping in. And so he watches Jin run through his sword forms, noting that, judging by the kid's movements, he's clearly put in the hours. Sure, it's all textbook military technique, but Kimin realizes the flaw isn't in the mechanics. The real issue? Jin has zero confidence. Kimin thinks to himself that he could fix him the easy way, but the timing just isn't right yet. He tells the kid he's going to turn him into an elite soldier. Okay, I'll be honest. The absolute last thing I expected was to see this lone wolf taking someone under his wing, but let's see how this plays out. The guy genuinely has no backbone. I'm highly curious to see what kind of reality check or psychological manipulation Kimin is going to pull on him. Fast forward to Saturday, the day of the promotion exam. Everyone's warming up, the intercom blares, ordering all hunters taking the test to report to the main courtyard immediately. The announcement keeps looping. Kimin gears up, muttering to himself that the day is finally here. Once they assemble, the rep sees the full turnout. He briefs them, stating they're officially under the command of the lieutenant and the commander. His final warning, behave, follow orders, and do not forget the end-of-day debrief. They all pile into the bus. Word goes around that the exam is taking place over at the 15th Division, so they're heading out to the battalion base in Gapyeong. During the ride, they're supposed to cram in some last-minute studying. Over the chatter, somebody overhears that the 4th Female Battalion is joining the mix. Another guy wonders out loud if they'll actually be tested together. Then, one absolute lunatic declares that today is the day he shows off his weapon skills. He's been practicing for a year, and his master plan is to score a number from one of the girls by flexing on the field. Meanwhile, Kimin is just dead set on passing. Touching down at the 15th Division, they're herded straight into the exam hall, completely separated. This thoroughly pissed-off officer addresses the room, announcing that every single hunter from the 104th Division's 2nd Battalion passed, except for Jo Jung. He barks at everyone to head straight to the practical test, everyone except Young-guk. The whole room bursts into laughter. Walking to the field, they're all whispering, "What the hell was that?" I mean, the written exam was literally easier than a driving test. And the guy just starts pathetically apologizing. But meanwhile, Soo-eun keeps her eyes locked on Kimin. Outside, they're subjected to this incredibly tedious speech, forced to stand at attention while fighting just to stay awake. That is, until the guy giving the lecture drops a bombshell. He mentions that, lastly, they have a couple of participants taking the exam under special conditions, specifically Corporal Kim Min and Soo-eun from the 144th Division. He points out that even though neither of them has hit the 1-year service mark yet, they're already competing with the big dogs. Kimin immediately wonders if there's someone else in the exact same boat as him. Wrapping up, the speaker orders the veterans not to do anything stupid and embarrass themselves in front of the rookies. Instantly, the rumor mill starts spinning. Everyone's gossiping, craning their necks to figure out who Kimin is. That's when Soo-eun glances back, locking eyes with the kid. She realizes he's the corporal, and her face flushes beet red. But of course, he's completely clueless about what's actually going on in her head. So, Captain Jong steps up to the front and announces that, from this point on, they'll be testing their strength, speed, and stamina. The strength test is up first, and it's pretty straightforward. He says all they have to do is push their test volunteer right over there, a massive dude built like a 2-door smart fridge. That makes Kimin think back to the test he already passed, and he wonders if all that crazy training is actually going to pay off. They're told they have exactly 1 minute. To score a perfect 100 points, they have to push him 10 meters. The clock starts as soon as their name is called. First up, Private First Class, Jin Ryuk. The guy takes off his shirt and tries to shove the giant, but he can't even get him to budge. With just a flick of his shoulder, the giant sends him flying. Jin Ryuk scores 0 points and fails on the spot. They announce that if anyone scores less than 40 points on this test, it's an automatic fail. Everyone starts freaking out, and everyone who goes after him barely makes a dent, scraping by with 10, 20, or just 0 points. The recruits are getting seriously pissed off. The captain starts realizing that not a single person has passed yet. Then, it's Yoon Seo's turn. She manages to score 50 points, pushing that mountain of a man 5 meters back. The whole crowd is blown away by her strength, whispering about how she's the very first one to actually pass. What blows their minds even more is that she's absolutely gorgeous. They start murmuring, trying to figure out how she pulled it off, joking about whether that giant guy is her dad, but eventually just chalking it up to freak genetics. Right then, the girl stares dead at Kimin. He catches her eye and wonders, is she acting like this because she got the same special exemption he did? Then, they call Kimin's name. He walks straight up to the man. He debates whether he should just do exactly what he did with that red stone, figuring that if he shoves him the full 10 meters, he'll bag a perfect score. And with that, he literally launches the guy across the room, slamming him into the wall. The entire room goes dead silent in shock. I mean, that walking tank flew way past the 10-meter mark. The captain instantly awards Kimin a perfect 100 points. And Unseo, she looks absolutely stunned, definitely regretting that cocky look she gave him earlier. Kimin mutters that he might have overdone it a bit. The test rolls on, but people just keep failing left and right. Once it's finally over, the captain yells for everyone to quiet down. He announces that the strength test is officially closed, and the speed test will kick off in just a few minutes. Anyone who failed is ordered to head for the exit, where another soldier will escort them out. As the crew sets up the speed test, the recruits realize they're going to have to dodge bullets. The captain tells them to relax, they're just rubber bullets. But make no mistake, it's still going to hurt like hell if you get hit. So, the goal is to dodge as much as humanly possible. Kimin actually starts finding the whole thing pretty interesting. The captain explains they have 1 minute to survive for a perfect score. All they have to do is stay inside the netted area for a full 60 seconds. It's meant to be a speed test, but hey, if you're confident enough in your toughness, you can just stand there and take the hits. But there's a catch. The elimination cutoff is 30 seconds. If anyone steps out of the zone before 30 seconds are up, or takes a critical injury, they fail. He calls them up to start. They call Kimin's name, and when he turns around, he spots Donjin. He's totally surprised. Donjin laughs at his expression, asking, "What's with the look? Did you really think I'd get knocked out in the strength test?" Kimin definitely did, but he tries to play it cool. Donjin points out that, aside from Kimin, most of the other soldiers have probably run this exact drill before. That's why it's kind of hard to fail if you know the ropes, he says. Donjin calls it a golden opportunity to score a solid promotion, even if it feels a little late for him after trying so many times. He leans in to give Kimin a piece of advice. He warns him that those rubber bullets fly just as fast as live rounds, and you absolutely cannot take your eyes off them, not even for a split second. You've got to stare dead at the barrel of the gun, he says, and predict exactly where the trajectory is going to go. While they're talking, the first guy gets nailed. His head busts open, blood everywhere, and he has to be dragged out of the arena by the medics. Kimin realizes the pass rate for this speed test must be brutally low, but then he thinks back to all the terrifying monsters he went up against in the other world. Compared to that, this doesn't seem that hard at all. Meanwhile, the rest of the recruits keep dropping like flies. The captain shouts, asking why they suck so bad at this. He reminds them that the actual sergeant promotion exam is on a whole other level. This little drill is a joke compared to that. He tells them they better step up their game if they ever want a shot at it. As recruits keep limping away in defeat, they finally call up Yunseo. She casually stretches her muscles, and the moment the first bullet fires, she slips right past it. She keeps dodging, weaving through a barrage of fire until she bags a flawless, perfect score without taking a single hit. Walking back to the group, she locks eyes directly with Kimin. He's just standing there, thinking, what is going on? Why the hell is she glaring at him with so much intensity? They finally call Kimin to the floor. He notices she is still staring a hole through him, and he starts wondering if he actually did something wrong. Should I have congratulated her? He wonders. Maybe praised her perfect score? Honestly, her intense glaring is just giving him major anxiety. But while he's lost in thought, the first shot rings out. He casually tilts his head, dodging it effortlessly. Unseo's jaw practically hits the floor. Kimin decides it's time to show her there are levels to this game. He starts dodging with the absolute bare minimum of effort, just subtly shifting his head, torso, and shoulders to let the bullets pass by. The crowd realizes he is literally just walking normally, casually weaving through heavy fire. He doesn't take a single hit, he just looks right back at the girl and smirks. The clock hits 1 minute and 10 seconds, and the test is still going. The captain finally orders them to cut the fire, since Kimin already secured a perfect score anyway. After that crazy display, they move on to the final exam. The captain announces that everything is running right on schedule, and now they'll proceed to the stamina and physical endurance test. He explains that this final hurdle is actually super simple. All they have to do is enter an empty dungeon and make it back out within 40 minutes. The captain says the proctor will be waiting at the designated checkpoint. They just need to reach the end of the dungeon, get a stamp on their hand, and run back. The real catch, they mention, is the brutal distance between the checkpoint and the exit. So, basically, they have to run like hell if they want to pass. At least that's what Kimin figures. So he asks why everyone's running together right out of the gate, and why they're all so wound up. He says it's a total drag, wondering if it wouldn't be better to just drop them into the dungeon one by one. Yunseo brushes past him, literally shoulder-checking the guy, and locks eyes with him. He realizes she's pulling this crazy stunt again, asking what her deal is this time. And just like that, she challenges him to pick up the pace and take the lead. Kim gets super pissed. He's thinking, is she seriously trying to race me? And you can just feel the tension building up. With that, he totally takes off, closing the gap until he blows right past her, muttering that it's no big deal. She's like, what the hell are you talking about? And he just brushes it off, saying he's just talking to himself, because, well, that's just how he is. So he totally leaves her in the dust, and she starts getting really ticked off. Unseo flashes back to when she first arrived with the other female cadets, remembering how she barely had time to unpack before getting called in for a meeting with the commander. They ask if it's really true that she's a general's daughter and packed with all these crazy skills, and she actually starts getting flustered. So the girls take that as a straight-up yes. And after she heads off to change her clothes, they start whispering about how they totally expected her to be a little spoiled brat, but it turns out she's actually pretty down to earth. Still, they admit they're a little jealous, since it feels like the top soldier of their battalion has already been decided. Meanwhile, she just keeps changing her clothes while flashing back to Kim absolutely smashing that boulder to pieces, thinking to herself that these girls have no idea what they're even talking about. Then, during a field drill, she manages to snatch the flag, and her team absolutely loses their minds cheering. The proctor announces that the white team successfully captured the blue team's flag, setting a record of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. With that, he calls for a 10-minute break for the white team, while the blue team has to keep grinding. He tells them they kicked ass out there and can just chill in their spots until they're called up again. Her teammates are like, "Man, we barely did anything. It was all you." And honestly, Unseo secretly loves hearing that. But while the soldiers are packing up, one of the girls storms over looking completely defeated, blurting out that their brand new capture the flag record just got crushed in the afternoon session. And she asks them if they know what the craziest part is, revealing that the new record is 1 minute and 2 seconds. She's just like, does that even make any sense? So they immediately ask who set the record, and she tells them it was Kim, from the 4th platoon, and he beat it all by himself. That makes Unseo think of him again, and she just keeps hearing endless rumors about Kim shattering records in shooting drills and pretty much everything else. As the girl keeps rambling on and on about Kim, the others start getting seriously annoyed by all his crazy achievements. Unseo feels totally deflated, recalling a memory of her dad and realizing she just wants to get stronger, exactly like him. With that on her mind, she marches straight to the commander's office. He tells her she's put in some serious work over the last 4 weeks, adding that he called her in because she's the daughter of his old battalion commander and asks how she's holding up. She says she's doing great, thanking him for checking in. He asks if she's figured out where she wants to go after leaving the academy, mentioning that since she's been putting up such stellar numbers, he thought it would be a smart move for her to volunteer for a specific division. He suggests Division 107, where General Sun is stationed, but she immediately brings up Kim, saying she wants to go exactly where he's volunteering. She admits that she's been fiercely competitive since she was a little kid, and she didn't come all this way for nothing, saying she gets pissed off exactly like a little kid when someone pushes her buttons, and this guy just drives her absolutely crazy. She thinks back to everything he's pulled off and confesses she's straight up jealous. She starts apologizing, saying that if she really wants to be strong, she has to be number one, and she's going to do it without her dad's help. And if she runs into someone who's stronger and knows more than her, there's no way she can back down from that fight. So, she pushes herself to the absolute limit to reach the finish line, only to find him casually chatting with the stamp officer. So she asks if he shattered her record yet again. He just flashes his stamp at her, asking if she took a nap on the way there. She gets incredibly triggered and demands to get her stamp right away, vowing that she's going to catch him, saying she's running on pure spite. But it's always the same story. She finishes right behind him, completely out of breath, while this guy isn't even breaking a sweat. Then the captain calls time, announcing that Kim finished in 29 minutes and snagged first place, while Unseo locked in second with 32 minutes. The captain goes on about how incredible Kim's performance was, scoring a perfect run on absolutely everything, and the guy just casually says, "Thanks." After that, the captain announces that they've wrapped up the 3 physical exams, and whoever passed can go grab some lunch and meet him in front of the training courtyard at 1 p.m. Everyone gets super hyped, and Kim looks right over at Unseo and literally sticks his tongue out at her. She's completely caught off guard by him acting like a kid. But when he meets up with Dojin and starts talking, she realizes what his true personality is like. She realizes she ended up falling for her own trap and still lost, but she admits it was actually pretty fun. With that, she feels a whole lot better, throws her beret on, and heads out with the rest of the squad. So, on the second day of the practical exam, Dojin is out there facing off against multiple monsters all at once. He actually manages to take down a few of them pretty easily, but when the next wave hits, he starts to struggle a bit more, finishing one off but almost getting completely blindsided by another. Luckily, he dodges it and manages to slash the goblin, but the thing hits the dirt still alive, just staring him down. Then the two of them regroup and stand face to face with it. Meanwhile, Kim is watching from above, realizing that the main weapon proficiency test is way easier than he originally thought, since they already cover the basics of weapon handling back at the battalion. All they gotta do right now is show off their skills, and they don't even need any crazy superpowers to pull it off. So basically, anyone who knows their way around a sword ends up clearing the first test, and most of the exams that day are all about sword techniques. And honestly, even Dojin managed to score some really solid points. Still, the guy was a little bummed out about his final numbers, but Kim reminds him that they actually have to fight in one of the tests too, and just like that, the goblins come charging right at him. He figures that in the end, the most crucial thing here is having the actual skill to handle the monsters, which is exactly what they're dealing with right now. They've got to rely on their main weapon proficiency if they actually want to kill the 4 goblins standing right there. And Kim says that means he's going to be putting his own life on the line too. With that, he finally manages to strike down the last 2 goblins. And the captain announces that he wiped out all the monsters and cleared the test in 7 minutes and 52 seconds, telling him he can head back to his spot. But man, he gets super bummed out and anxious over his score. And that's when Kimmin points out that he had plenty of chances to take those goblins out faster, but it looked like he was constantly hesitating. Kimmin figures the guy probably just lacks confidence in his own skills. After that, he walks over to the kid, looking totally down in the dumps. Then, the captain calls Kimmin out, telling him to head down and gear up. And in his head, Kimmin's thinking he's going to give it his absolute all, because today, he needs to unleash everything he's been holding back during these exams. And get this, when he steps down there, everyone absolutely freaks out because this absolute madman is holding a literal nail bat. So the captain straight up tells him that, no matter how flawlessly he nailed the previous tests, bringing such a trash weapon to an exam like this is pushing it a little too far. The captain's wondering if he can actually pull anything off with that. Meanwhile, Kimmin just says that all he has to do for this test is land one solid heavy hit, and he's totally cool with that. And the second the monsters charge at him, he gathers all his strength like a hawk, swooping down on a tiny bunny, and just absolutely smashes that bat down on all 3 of them. And just like that, he completely clears the test in 4 seconds flat, leaving everyone totally stunned. Because the 144th Division genuinely has top-tier hunters, and if he keeps this up, he's going to score a flawless run across every single test. Word is, that's the first time this has ever happened. So, while Unwoo is staring him down, he locks eyes with her right back, chuckles, and starts totally showing off from down below. Naturally, she starts getting pissed off, wondering if this jerk seriously still wants to compete. Fast forward to late afternoon, and the captain tells them they really busted their asses on these exams, pointing out Kimmin especially. He mentions that this was the fastest promotion he's ever witnessed in his entire life. He even admits he was super worried, thinking Kimmin would be the only guy in his battalion to fail. He goes on to say the battalion commander is going to be thrilled to hear how hard they pushed themselves, and he bets the commander won't even believe that the kid passed with a perfect score across the board. Everyone's super hyped for him, asking what his next move is, and joking about whether he's going to use this new clout to boss them around later. But he just brushes it off, saying it's all good, secretly thinking to himself that now he'll finally be able to do whatever the hell he wants. Get this, though as everyone's piling onto the bus, he spots Dongjin, and the guy actually calls Kimmin Sergeant. But Kimmin just thinks to himself that once they get back, they're going to be drilling their weapon skills together even harder. And right as he's about to be the last one to hop on the bus, Unwoo steps up to talk to him. But the clueless idiot just stares at her rank, thinking about how she actually did a pretty solid job handling those monsters earlier, and figures it was totally obvious she was going to pass. So, he takes his seat and just stares at her while she's still standing outside. She tells him that she provoked him during the exam, and figures she ought to apologize before he takes off. But when she looks up, this absolute menace is pressing his face right up against the window to tell her something. He just glares and screams out, "You lost to me again," and completely ditches her there as the bus drives away. She's just standing there thinking this guy has entirely lost his mind. Honestly, our main guy is kind of a meathead, and the girl is super dense. So, whatever romance might happen is going to be a crazy slow burn. If it even happens at all. But hey, let's keep our fingers crossed. Anyway, as they're heading out, the guys ask Kimmin what the hell that was all about. They're wondering if Unwoo is totally into him, pointing out how they kept staring each other down during the exams. They straight up ask if something went down between them, but he just shrugs it off, saying they literally just ran together. He casually mentions that he ended up leaving her in the dust, which totally shatters their romantic theories. They finally realize that these two were just being insanely competitive, instead of actually having the hots for each other. But then they press him on what exactly went wrong, pointing out that Unwoo is hands down the most popular girl in the entire 104th Division, and they can't believe he isn't into her. They start asking if he's got a completely different type, demanding to know if he's being serious, and begging him to reveal exactly what his ideal woman looks like. In his head, he's just finding this super annoying, so he bluntly states that it's definitely not her. The guys start getting frustrated, demanding to know if he's actually going to spill the beans on his type or not. And then he drops the bomb. It's Rumi. Everyone is just looking at him, completely clueless as to who the hell he's talking about. He genuinely doubles down, claiming Rumi is the most gorgeous woman in the world, totally shocked that they don't know who she is. Then it finally clicks for them. She's a character from this nerd's video game, and the disappointment in the room is just palpable. Later that night, everyone is absolutely tearing into some fried chicken. They're saying this is the first time the commander has ever treated them like this, wondering if the guy has ever even been this happy before. So, they tell Kimon to dig in and eat up, since this whole feast is all thanks to him. They point out that he's already rocking 3 stripes, joking that this kid is going to outrank them in no time. Suddenly, Syoko just barges into the room carrying a crate of bottles, saying he needs 2 of them to head over to the break room. Dongjin says it's cool, but another guy asks what exactly he needs them down there for. Syoko explains that while he was submitting his report to the admin team, they actually told him to throw a celebration because one of their squad members bagged a perfect score on the promotion exam. But right as he's talking, the guys realize Syoko is literally holding a stash of beer, and they quickly figure out he's definitely not planning on drinking all of that by himself. But he shuts them down, saying it's a personal gift from the general straight to Kimon, and that they technically shouldn't even be hanging around here. Hearing that, the redhead mutters that he knew things would end up like this the second the kid got tossed into that idiot's squad. Anyway, later that night, while taking a solo walk, Kimon double-checks to make sure the coast is completely clear, and then he summons his shadow. The shadow pops out looking incredibly hyped up, and he casually asks how it's doing. He admits that the very first time he summoned it, he panicked and unsummoned it immediately, because it looked way different than what he'd actually pictured. But despite that, it gave him a seriously brilliant idea. He tells the shadow that right now, he doesn't need a ruthless assassin, he needs an operative that can run a stealth mission for him. He tells the little shadow he's got the absolute perfect job for it, especially in a place like this where he can't freely move around, because he needs to run recon and gather intel. He tells it to stop goofing off, laying down the law. From now on, it's got to sneak around in the shadows and track down all the high-ranking officers. He explains that the second it scores any solid intel, it needs to come rushing back to report to him. But right as he's listing out what else he wants to know, the shadow literally starts shaking him down for cursed energy as payment. He just sighs, saying he almost forgot about that little detail. After he forks over the energy, the shadow scampers off, looking totally thrilled. He calls out to it, telling it to be super careful because getting caught is absolutely not an option. He starts second-guessing himself, getting a bit stressed over having that little squirt running loose around the base. I mean, if anyone hears it, the military units might end up triggering a full-blown emergency lockdown. And right while he's deep in thought about that, somebody sneaks up right behind him. So Seongrok asks if that's where he's been hiding. Kimon totally freaks out, right? He decides to play it off, turning around and spinning this lie about how it's been a minute since he drank that much, claiming he just stepped out for some fresh air. And Seongrok just looks at him, asking if he's a lightweight. But the kid's like, nah, it's not that. I mean, think about it. Dark mages aren't even affected by booze. Whether it's poison or alcohol, it literally does nothing to them. He casually mentions that his body just detoxifies itself. Anyway, Seongrok congratulates him on the promotion, but warns him not to get too comfortable just because he moved up the ranks, telling him he needs to keep grinding. He tells the kid that since he's clearly not a lightweight, he better get back inside and knock back a few more before the rest of the guys drain every last bottle. Meanwhile, Kimon's just sweating bullets, thinking, thank God he didn't see anything. He knows he's got to start covering his tracks better, and he realizes the longer he stays stuck in this place, the more he's actually taking this life seriously. And honestly, he really hates that. Fast forward to the next day. You've got these 2 high-ranking officers talking, and they're acting like they just struck absolute gold. One of them looks at the roster and is like, man, this is just a bunch of idiots doing the bare minimum. But then, he spots one guy with a flawless, perfect score. And get this, the other officer already knew exactly who it was. He brings up recruit Kimon, saying the kid completely crushed it, especially in the monster simulation, where he set an insane record of just 4 seconds. He goes on about the kid, mentioning how Choi Song from the training center had been hyping him up before. But it turns out, this kid is way beyond anything he actually expected. And don't even get him started on the oil depot incident. He totally blew them away there too. They literally confirmed that Kimon was the first one on the scene who handled the whole mess. What's crazy is that it hasn't even been a month since he was assigned to the battalion, and everything he's pulled off so far, totally legit. They're looking at this kid and thinking he's got a seriously bright future ahead of him. The officer mentions it's only a matter of time before word gets out, and once those rumors start flying around, you better believe that specific place is going to start watching his every move too. The other guy drops his voice and asks, wait, are you talking about the Special Hunter Brigade? He thinks that even for a prodigy like Kimon, that place might be way too intense, but the superior just tells him to chill out. He basically says, look, I know what I'm talking about. He totally backs the kid's potential, pointing out that he's seen a hell of a lot of hunters in his time. And among those ranks, there are these absolute freaks of nature guys you could literally call legends in the hunter army. And right in the middle of all that chaos, a brand new monster might just be waking up. So, jumping back to Kimon apparently, he gets tossed right into the middle of this desert simulation, He's completely surrounded by lizardmen, golems, and a whole bunch of other hostile tribes. And right in the thick of it all, this absolute madman is just standing there with his spiked bat, casually wondering if he should kick off the bloodbath. Then, cutting to the next morning, everybody in Kimmon's barracks is completely wrecked with a massive hangover. Meanwhile, he just strolls in, singing his heart out without a care in the world. His buddy looks at him like he's crazy, asking how the hell he's feeling so totally fine. I mean, the kid drank a ton the night before, so they're all calling him a total monster. Suddenly, he looks over his shoulder, and it's Seongrok standing there. Seongrok asks if he's feeling alright, and Kimmon just brushes it off like, yeah, I feel way better once I sweat it all out. That's when it really hits the guy. Kimmon is built like a hardcore soldier. Then, Seongrok pauses for a second, like something just clicked in his head, and asks if Kimmon has checked out the gym yet. The kid shakes his head, saying he hasn't had the chance. Seongrok points out that since he didn't have access to the facilities before his promotion, he should absolutely take advantage of it now. Kimmon nods, telling him he's definitely going to check it out. Oh, and Seongrok makes sure to mention that their battalion's combat simulation machine is top tier, strongly suggesting the kid give it a spin. That little detail completely hijacks Kimmon's brain. He immediately starts wondering, wait, is this that legendary VR training room everybody's been whispering about? So, he heads straight over to training room 2. The second he walks in, he realizes it looks way different than what he pictured in his head, and he starts snooping around to see what kind of tech they're hiding in there. Boom, a massive list of monsters just pops up right in front of him. He scrolls down, selects an ogre, and the system prompts him to input the spawn count. The kid just grins. He's hyped, thinking, hell yeah, the more, the better. But the system flashes an error, telling him he maxed out the spawn limit, capping him at exactly 30 monsters. Kimmon groans, muttering about how lame that is, since his whole plan was to slaughter as many as physically possible. Still, he's got no choice but to play by the machine's rules. Next up, the system prompts him to pick his weapon. He's actually surprised he can grab literally anything from the armory menu. Once his loadout is locked in, he cracks his knuckles and says, all right, let's get this game started. He straps on the VR headset, and boom, he's instantly dropped right into that blazing desert. Right away, the monsters start spawning in a tight circle around him. Kimmon just smirks, whispering, oh, this is sick, and starts tearing through them, completely blown away by how incredibly real the whole thing feels. While he's absolutely bashing the living daylights out of these things, he's just thinking about how ridiculously fun this is. Before long, every single monster is just lying dead at his feet. But then it hits him 30 monsters was way too easy. He barely even broke a sweat. So he starts wondering, what would happen if he tweaked the settings and tried something a little more chaotic? So get this, he goes back in and selects 30 units of every single monster type. We're talking goblins, orcs, stone golems, and lizardmen. The second they spawn, the whole horde charges straight at him, and Kimmon just smiles and says, now we're talking. He knows he's actually going to have some fun now. The countdown hits 0, the massive wave of enemies rushes him, and he just taunts them, saying it's going to be an absolute pleasure tearing them apart. What follows is just a completely one-sided massacre. Armed with nothing but that nasty spiked bat, he starts slaughtering the monsters like it's nothing, systematically destroying every last one of them with terrifying ease. After a little while, he finally caves in the skull of the last monster, taking a breath as he looks around at the absolute bloodbath he just created. The automated voice chimes in, announcing the end of the battle and shutting down the simulation. Kimmon pulls off the headset, panting, completely hyped up. He mutters, man, that was insane, admitting it's hands down the most fun he's had since he got there. But then the system hits him with a notification, basic melee weapon skill acquired. He blinks at the prompt, totally confused, wondering what the hell that even means. It turns out, this basic melee skill straight up boosts his proficiency with close combat weapons. He's a bit suspicious about unlocking something like that completely out of nowhere, but he shrugs it off, figuring, hey, I'm definitely not complaining. He admits he was kind of expecting a firearm-related perk, but this was actually pretty damn sweet. Plus, he realizes he doesn't even need to risk his neck hunting down random dungeons anymore. He just leveled up his skills by messing around in a training room. Now he's thinking, anytime he gets a break from duty, he can just sneak back down here and unleash some chaos. But the moment he steps out of the room, he bumps right into Dongjin. Dongjin is staring at him, wide-eyed, asking, dude, what the hell was that? Kimmon is totally lost playing dumb. But then Dongjin slowly points a shaking finger at the massive digital scoreboard, tracking the second training room's latest results. Kimmon's insane kill stats are plastered right there for everyone to see. Dongjin's jaw is basically on the floor, trying to process if his buddy seriously just wiped out that entire monster horde all by himself. For a split second, Kimmon considers making up some BS excuse to cover his tracks, but instead, he just pivots and asks if his friend wants to check the room out for himself. Dongjin gets super nervous though, reminding him that grunts like him aren't even authorized to go in there. Kimin plays it super cool, telling him it's really no big deal, and casually wishing him luck as he pushes him toward the door. But Dongjin is resisting, frantically telling Kimin to knock it off and demanding to know if he's trying to hide something crazy. Kimin puts on this innocent face like, "Me? Of course not." Dongjin starts complaining that he's still nursing a brutal hangover and can't handle this right now. But Kimin just hits him with a ruthless smile, says, "Hey, you'll feel a lot better once you sweat it out," shoves him into the simulation room, and completely locks the guy inside. But get this. While they're pulling this clown show, Guanik shows up out front. He takes one look at the results from inside, and he's just completely floored. A little while later, Guanik marches right up to the squad's barracks, demanding to know where Kimin is. One of the guys tells him the whole crew headed down to the depot to grab gear for clearing snow off the base, and apparently, Sergeant Kimin said he'd just chill out in the gym until the snow clearing actually started. Now, the poor dude giving the report suddenly realizes he totally overemphasized Kimin's rank. You can practically see him panicking, thinking, "Oh man, I really screwed this up." But he just blurts out to Kimin that the battalion commander is looking for him, and just like that, the kid bolts out of there, probably figuring he'd better scramble before the brass gets pissed off. So Guanik asks what the hell they're up to. These two lunatics actually try to build some suspense, like, "Oh, you want to know?" before revealing they're running a betting pool on when Kimin is going to score his next promotion. And get this, every single one of them is throwing down bets, ranging anywhere from 6 months all the way up to 2 years. Then, the guy actually asks if he wants in on the action, bragging that the pot is an entire month's pay. Guanik is just standing there, wondering to himself, why do these idiots always pull this kind of crap? One of them points out that some guy actually bet on a 6-month promotion. But honestly, you have to ask yourself, how the hell could anyone possibly get promoted after just 6 months on the job? But then another dude chimes in, defensive, like, "Hey, that's my bet. Besides, that freak isn't normal." So Guanik just stares at the betting pool and actually scribbles his own prediction on the paper. They completely freak out, stammering, "Wait, seriously? Are you really going with that?" And he just deadpans that a whole month's pay is on the line. And frankly, this whole thing is starting to annoy him. He quickly realizes this guy is even crazier than he is, betting the kid will rank up in even less time. Meanwhile, cut back to the gym. Kimin is just relentlessly pumping iron, and man, the dude is absolutely shredded. I mean, just look at those lats, man. Seriously, look at this. And without missing a beat, he goes straight from leg day right into blasting his biceps. Then he just straight up drops the dumbbell onto the floor. Good lord, if I ever pulled that in my local gym, I'd get kicked out on the spot. He starts muttering to himself that he's been grinding for days, but his stats haven't budged an inch. He starts reminiscing, saying that back in guard, he actually had a skill worth a damn. He explains that it was basically a cheat code for him, a massive shortcut that constantly boosted his stats. And you can see him wondering, doesn't he have some kind of overpowered, otherworldly hero ability lying around? Because honestly, grinding out these stats the normal way is just way too damn hard. But right then, he notices the system is giving him a prompt. His strength skill just ranked up, and the notification says it bumps up his base strength stat by 5 whole points. "Hell yeah, now we're talking," he says. "It's super basic, sure, but hey, beggars can't be choosers." He realizes that with this, he can finally start power leveling his stats way faster. Right then, that guy who was terrified of Guanik awkwardly shuffles over. He apologizes for barging in, but nervously warns him, the commander is looking for you." Now, Kimin is still riding high from that skill upgrade, so he just casually nods along, leaving the poor kid standing there, totally bewildered by his reaction. The guy is just left wondering, wait, has Kimin been in here the entire damn day? Meanwhile, our boy marches straight over to the commander, standing at attention and reporting, "Sir, I was told you were looking for me." The commander gives him a nod, like, "Yeah, I was. Don't sweat it. It's nothing major." He tells him they're just going to head over to the briefing room for a bit. Once inside, he casually asks Kimin how the sergeant life is treating him, pointing out it's already been a full week. Kimin shrugs, saying it's honestly kind of fun, and then turns around and congratulates the commander on his own recent promotion. The commander gets serious for a second, admitting that Kimin completely saved his ass during that whole bat incident. He tells him he's genuinely grateful for it, but Kimin, he just brushes it off, playing it cool like it was absolutely nothing. Then, the brass gets to the point. He explains there's a specific reason he called him in. It's because Kimin single-handedly handled that bat infestation and managed to pull a flawless score on the exam. The battalion commander hands him something, adding a little awkwardly that he really hopes Kimin isn't too disappointed that this is all he's getting. See, the thing is, the hunter unit, they don't exactly roll out the red carpet or throw formal ceremonies for this kind of stuff. So, Kimin opens it up, and it's a formal commendation. It basically states the soldier in question is being recognized for outstanding military service. The commander quickly reassures him, "Don't worry, this is officially on the books." Kimin just looks at him, totally blank, and asks, so what does this actually mean for me? He asks if racking up more of these commendations means he can score another promotion. The commander smirks like, yeah, technically, but quickly bursts his bubble, warning him that pulling commendations like this one is no walk in the park. Honestly, hardly any hunters ever even see a commendation. The commander points out that finding a hunter with multiple awards is incredibly rare. Unfazed, Kimmin just fires back. So, if I collect 10 of these bad boys, do I rank up again? The commander just sighs, thinking to himself, does this kid think this is some kind of coffee shop loyalty punch card? Fast forward a few days. The squad is clustered up right outside a portal gate. Orders come down the line. Lock and load, stay sharp, and hold position. The briefing? Today's objective is a straightforward dungeon wipe. The plan is simple. Get in there and execute everything exactly by the book, just like in training. All they gotta do is keep their cool. If they stick to the script, he guarantees they'll walk out of this mission in one piece. He starts breaking down the intel on exactly what kind of hellhole they're about to walk into. Meanwhile, some logistics guy drags over a massive crate absolutely loaded with gear. Now, the grunts take one look at that gear, and you can instantly tell they are not thrilled. The commander drops the bomb. They're heading straight into a rat lair. The guys call it the sewer. And once you're inside, everyone has to be fully masked up. I mean, make no mistake, the stench in there is absolutely ungodly. The entire squad is already grossed out. No wonder practically every hunter in the system literally just refers to this zone as the sewer. It's a textbook rat nest run. The commander briefs them that, sure, on paper, it's not classed as a high-threat zone, but you're still looking at a swarm of around 200 monsters spawning inside. And here's the kicker. The tunnel networks in there are insanely claustrophobic. It's so tight that firing off rifles is actually a massive hazard. That sheer lack of space, that's what actually bumps this place up to a high difficulty rating. One of the guys points out the tactical nightmare looks like the only way into this hellhole is the exact same path they just marched down. So, he says, our best bet is to bait those freaks right into a kill zone. The commander tracks the logic and immediately orders them to rig up the ambush. Kimmin chimes in, reminding them, yeah, and let's not forget the absolutely putrid stench choking the entire map, which is exactly why every single one of them has to wear a heavy-duty gas mask for the entire op. So, they gear up, but almost immediately. Renan starts whining about how violently awful the smell is. He's bitching that this is exactly the kind of environmental hazard that stops hunters from fighting at 100% capacity. But while he's venting, the commander pulls this banana out of the supply crate. And let me tell you, this thing does not look like your average fruit. Kimmin and Renan both freeze. Even through the heavy-duty filters of their gas masks, just looking at the thing makes them want to straight up puke. And without skipping a beat, the commander just starts lobbing these ultra-rotted biohazard bananas all over the place. But then, right in the middle of barking orders, the commander spots something in the shadows. His blood goes cold. He realizes the ground is completely littered with the mangled skeletons of other monsters. Seeing the carnage, one of the grunts screams out, "They're coming!" He starts frantically yelling at the squad to lock it down and throw together a makeshift barricade right on the front lines. So, they quickly get into position, locking down the exact spot they're told to hold until the rats show up, and everyone just immediately starts doing their part. Meanwhile, Hanong decides to make a bet on who can rack up the most kills to score a bonus at the commissary. They're all placing bets, but another guy tells them to chill out and asks Donjin if he wants in. But the kid, he doesn't say a single word. And right then, the rats start swarming in. The commander screams at everyone to grab their weapons and hold the line. Attack! Do not take a single step back. And Kimmin? He's getting totally hyped up, just dying to tear into those rats. So Sergeant Kimmin starts slicing them all up with his sword, while Hanong is out there decapitating every single rat that crosses his path. Seung is just beating the absolute crap out of them, and Mei looks around, seeing everyone executing their roles flawlessly. While he's distracted, 3 rats come flying right at him. He's just casually mentioning how well everyone is doing, and wipes the rats out without even looking, just snapping their heads off with that club. He points out that, honestly, the rats are pretty weak. Plus, they've got 2 massive guys covering the rear. Seeing them lock down that huge area all by themselves, he figures it's going to be tough to grind out enough kills to rank up. But then, he notices that even Donjin is handling his own like a total pro. He smiles, realizing that special training actually paid off. Suddenly, somebody starts screaming for help, and Donjin instantly volunteers to rush over and back him up, all while Hanong shoots a dirty look sideways, glaring right at where the kid is running. Just as they finish wiping out the current wave, they spot it. Even more rats are swarming down from above. They scream for everyone to stay on high alert. The commander orders squads 1 and 4 to head up and wipe them out. Anyone on support duty has to stay back and hold the barricade to keep things secure. They're explicitly told not to take any stupid risks against those things. The absolute bloodbath continues, and they actually want to push higher up, knowing there's got to be more of them up there. That's when Kimin asks, "Wait, what is going on?" He starts picking up on this heavy demonic energy in the air. He mutters that he didn't notice it earlier because of the special gas mask, but now he's absolutely certain. He realizes the floor is literally cracking open right beneath them. He screams at his squad, "Watch out, something's coming up from the ground!" But it's way too late, and they almost get wiped out. When they finally look forward, they see this gargantuan rat. I mean, basically. Imagine Master Splinter, but juiced to the gills on Trenbolone. Kimin instantly realizes this is an irregular monster, a freaking four-eyed rat. He thinks back and wonders, were all those bones they saw earlier because of this thing? He realizes that if that's the case, it's been feeding on the regular mutant rats. This massive freak is a straight-up cannibal. Out of nowhere, the monster lunges right at Gwansik, knocking him flat on his backside. His buddy standing next to him realizes how insanely dangerous it is to move forward. Plus, he's totally frozen in fear anyway. They start yelling for Gwansik, begging him, "Hey, just stay calm, back away slowly." Right as the monster takes a massive swipe at him, Donjin jumps in, parrying the attack with his sword, but the blade just goes flying without doing any real damage. So, he grabs Gwansik and yells, "Get the hell up! Run!" And while the rest of them are completely paralyzed by fear, Kimin just leaps right over their heads, armed with nothing but a shield and a club. He lands right on top of the monster's head. He's thinking to himself, with those pretty eyes and that sheer size, this thing is definitely loaded with demonic energy. So he crashes down from above like a freaking comet, smashing straight into the monster's skull, and he shouts over to Donjin, "Good job saving your buddy." They start screaming at Kimin that it's suicide, begging him to get out of there. It's way too strong. Then the order drops. All sergeants need to move in with him, while the rest stay back on defense. But Kimin? He decides he wants to solo this beast, charging in with everything he's got. The monster slams its paw down so hard that the entire area literally shakes. Rocks start raining down from the ceiling, triggering a massive cave-in all around them, and Kimin just smirks. This is perfect. As the beast attacks again, he thinks to himself, "Man, I was really worried someone might see me pull this off, but with all this dust, no one's gonna see a thing." So he just delivers this brutal, lightning-infused kick right into the rat's leg. Then, he uses the shield in his hand to literally launch the massive creature crashing into the wall. Right after tossing it, Kimin leaps on top of the creature. Channeling his own demonic energy, he rains down an absolute barrage of punches. He pulls back for one final, devastating blow, only to realize the rat is already dead. He takes that moment to absorb all the demonic energy leaking from the carcass. With that gone, the beast just shrinks back down into your average, run-of-the-mill mutant rat. Then, the system chimes in. He's absorbed enough demonic energy to level up. He thinks, "Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about." He casually raises his club, getting ready to smash the monster one last time just to make it look like a normal kill. Fast forward a bit, and after all that chaos, they're finally laying out outside, just busting each other's chops. That is, until an officer brings up the irregular monster, saying his squad already took care of it. But they did confirm one pretty grim detail, the total massacre of the other squad. Meanwhile, Kimin suddenly realizes he smells absolutely terrible. The officer then announces that they've already called in the support team. Kimin's buddy walks over to him and laughs, saying that swatting those monsters was basically like stepping on a cockroach for him. He calls him a total freak of nature, but undeniably strong. But jokes aside, he gets serious and thanks him. If it wasn't for Kimin, they'd all be dead. He admits that when that monster lunged, he was literally paralyzed. Kimin just waves it off, saying, "Nah, don't sweat it. Honestly, I'm the one who should be apologizing for being so reckless." But his buddy shakes his head. "Dude, you don't need to apologize. Nobody saw a freak like that coming." He adds how relieved he is that Kimin rushed in, because otherwise, Gwansik and Donjin would have been totally screwed. He then looks him over and asks if he got hurt at all, but Kimin just says no. The officer overhears and steps in. "Are you seriously telling me you didn't get a single scratch fighting that thing?" Kimin repeats himself again, assuring him he's perfectly fine. The officer is in total disbelief. He points at him and says, "When we get back, you're reporting straight to my office." Kimin has no clue what's going on, but he just nods and agrees. His friend leans in and whispers, "Looks like the commander is genuinely worried about you, but the poor kid is still pretty clueless about what's actually happening." Over at the command post, one of the officers updates the commander. "Sir, the evacuation is completely finished, and it looks like there are 0 casualties." He adds that Donjin is already walking out of medical evaluation. As for Gwansik, he just got a minor scratch on his head. The soldier confirms he'll be totally cleared for active duty by tomorrow morning, which finally helps the commander breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the officer turns his attention right over to the second squad, yelling at them that, for special reasons, the clearing of that dungeon ends right there, and the second they finish their medical evals, they need to pack up and get ready to head back. So, a little while later, the commander tells Kimin to relax, that it's no big deal. He says he only called him in for the after-action report, and that he needs to write down every single detail about how he managed to take down that irregular. And right then, Kimin starts wondering to himself, how the hell is he supposed to do that? I mean, he literally just smacked it with his shield and then punched it. So he asks himself, are they really gonna believe this? The commander sits back down, mentioning that he couldn't actually see much anyway, since there was way too much smoke. Then he asks if, by any chance, Kimin punched the thing with his bare hands, staring right at the kid's hand. Kimin immediately starts sweating a little. Laughing it off, he says that since it was a life-or-death situation, his body just moved on its own, but the commander gets dead serious and asks him, what are his physical stats? And he replies that he has 65 in strength and 60 in dexterity. The commander just sits there thinking that, even with his higher rank, he barely has 40 in strength, and a kid this young already has over 60. He immediately wonders, wait, is that basically the strength of 2 sergeants combined? He's in total disbelief, telling Kimin he really should have gone to a military academy way sooner. He tells him it would have been totally worth it. But Kimin thinks to himself, by the time he came back, he had already been marked as a high school dropout. And honestly, he knows his past self wouldn't have made the cut anyway. Then the commander asks him, have you ever thought about getting out of here and going to college? He tells him that, at his age, it's highly doable. There are online classes and plenty of university programs, so he asks the kid what he thinks about it. But Kimin is straight up with him. He says, honestly, he hates studying. He'd much rather just stick to his military career. And the commander is actually pretty happy to hear that, telling him that it's completely up to him and he can be whatever he wants. But if he ever changes his mind, all he has to do is say the word. So he tells Kimin not to worry about it, that he'll finish up the report himself. He tells the kid to go get some rest and to just come find him if he ever needs anything. As the kid is walking out the door, the commander looks down at his hat and calls out to Kimin. He tells him that he saved the entire squad that day, and if he hadn't been there, the absolute worst probably would have happened. He admits that not even he, the commander, could have done a damn thing about it, so he just gives the kid a sincere thank you, and Kimin simply replies that he only did what needed to be done. And with that, as he steps out of the office, he thinks to himself, all right, now it's time to have some fun. After all, he managed to level up and get a hell of a lot stronger, but before that, he goes to hang out with his buddies and notices that one of them is itching to join his special training, just like Dongjin, and Gwangsik confirms it, saying, yeah, I want in. So Kimin's like, how the hell did you even know we were training? But he follows it right up by asking why. Completely out of the blue, he suddenly decided he wants to train with the two of them. Gwangsik flashes back to everything Kimin did against those monsters, showing off this absolute, insane level of skill, while he just stood there shaking in fear. Heck, even Dongjin managed to do something useful, and he blames the whole thing on Dongjin, pointing out that the guy just got way too freaking strong. He admits he just thought it was incredible and really wanted to know what Dongjin had been doing. He realized it was all because of Kimin's training, and says he wants in too. Swallowing his pride, he quietly asks if he can please train with them. Kimin absolutely loves hearing him grovel like this. He smirks and asks, what makes you think I'd even accept you? He also points out, shouldn't Gwangsik be doing something else first? Gwangsik immediately feels the pressure. He bows his head, apologizing to Dongjin, and sincerely thanks the guy for saving his life. But Dongjin is super chill about it, telling him it's all good and he really doesn't need to do that. Gwangsik won't let it go, though, and keeps apologizing for giving him such a hard time before. He tells Kimin he doesn't know if he'll accept him, but he'd really love to train with the two of them. At the end of the day, he just wants to get stronger so he can actually be useful to the battalion. So Dongjin turns to Kimin and asks, hey, is it cool if he trains with us? And Kimin immediately goes, hell no, it's not cool. Gwangsik sighs, saying he figured he'd say something like that. But anyway, he just thanks them both for keeping him alive and starts to walk away. Dongjin instantly feels bad for the guy, but then Kimin speaks up, saying there is one condition if he wants to join, and brings up a pigeon. He tells him that, starting right now, for the next 24 hours, if he pretends to be a pigeon the entire time, he'll let him join the training. Hearing this, Gwangsik gets absolutely pissed, but Kimin just taunts him like, what? You don't want it? So, defeated, he actually starts cooing, coo, coo, totally imitating a pigeon. Dongjin just stares in shock, while Kimin is losing his mind laughing behind the guy, thinking to himself that he's got yet another idiot eating out of the palm of his hand. God only knows what's going through that clown's head right now. 24 hours of walking around going cuckoo. I swear, by the end of it, his brain is gonna be totally fried. Meanwhile, over in the other world, the Spartan warrior helps the goddess carry something extremely heavy, and she softly thanks him. But he can't even get a word out. He just stands there, staring at her. She looks at him and asks if he has something to say. He finally speaks up, asking her just how long they're going to keep doing this, but she doesn't answer. She just walks over to the cart, pulling back the cloth covering whatever was hidden underneath. And hiding in there, apparently, is some kind of demonic beast. She just stares down at it, while he tries talking to her again, desperately calling out her name. And right then, she casually uses her magic to obliterate the monster, telling him with a smile that it's just a little gift, a reward for managing to get out on his own. And she, already completely out of her damn mind, asks him why he's getting so worked up over it. Man, I knew there was something seriously off about this woman. Like a total psycho. Sure, she's gorgeous, but completely, 100% unhinged. So, back in the other world, the soldiers are put on ditch-digging duty. Rival starts complaining, saying they already went through absolute hell in that dungeon, only to end up getting forced into doing manual construction labor. He groans, asking why the hell they even have to do this crap. But then, his buddy chimes in, saying he's been thinking the exact same thing for a while now. He points out that their actual job is supposed to be hunting down and killing monsters. So he questions how the hell digging holes fits into their military duties. And just as they're complaining, an army jeep rolls up. They're totally caught off guard, yelling out that the stuff has arrived. Everyone rushes over to grab a block of it. And Gwangsik mutters that stuff is just the word they ended up using, because honestly, you can't even tell if it's a rock or something else entirely. He grunts, saying it's way heavier than it looks, and asks, "What the hell is this crap?" Then the officer steps up, explaining that they use it for building structures. Apparently, it's a mix of certain minerals they scrape out of the dungeons. But just as he's about to drop the actual name of the material, Kimin interrupts, asking, "Wait, were you talking to me?" And Gwanik notices he's hauling 2 of those massive chunks of debris on his shoulder like it's absolutely nothing. He's just standing there in total disbelief, brushing it off by saying he was only talking to himself, thinking somebody out there might be curious about what those blocks actually are. So they keep lugging that stuff around, and while every single one of them is struggling to keep up, Kimin is casually carrying 4 of them on his shoulders without breaking a sweat. Then the officer calls for a 10-minute break. He walks over to the commander and tells him he overheard something crazy while grabbing supplies at the barracks. Apparently, over in the 104th Division's jurisdiction, something went down, and they're suspecting it might be a brand new dungeon. Hearing that, everybody is totally stunned. Even the commander, who immediately asks if he's being serious right now. And all the guys there are absolutely terrified. I mean, if they actually have to go into that dungeon, God knows what's going to happen to them. So they start asking if this is some kind of sick joke, but the officer shuts them down, saying they're still investigating the situation and ordering everyone to keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, Kimin is just looking confused, and Gwanik can tell the guy has no clue what's going on. So, he steps in and explains that a new dungeon is a specific type of dungeon that's usually way bigger on the inside than a normal one. And on top of that, the sheer number of monsters and their threat levels are off the charts. Basically, the danger level is through the roof. So, whenever an unidentified dungeon pops up on the hunter's radar, they label it a new dungeon. But here's the catch. It's also the perfect place for them to rack up some serious combat experience. And once you join the Hunter Division, you actually get to participate in high-level training inside these dungeons. Gwanik tells him they officially call it Hunter Combat Training and Planning. Then Kimin just looks at him and asks, again, who the hell he's talking to. Seriously, Kimin is giving Deadpool a run for his money. The crazy bastard is literally breaking the 4th wall just to explain things to me, and he just will not shut up. Gwanik is totally caught off guard by the question, awkwardly muttering that he just thought maybe somebody out there was curious to know. Kimin mulls over this whole hunter training and planning thing. But honestly, he figures he really doesn't need any extra training right now. And as he watches some of his buddies complaining about how much they hate the idea and don't want to do the training, he silently agrees with them. He doesn't want to train either. Meanwhile, the officer is just standing there, finding the whole squad incredibly annoying. But the commander steps in, telling them that despite everything, it's actually a golden opportunity. They'd be able to rack up a ton of battle performance points. And hearing that, Kimin realizes the guy actually has a point. He realizes he could score a ton of citations, especially if he pushes right to the front lines. Now he's thinking this really is a solid opportunity. But right then, his avatar suddenly manifests in his shadow, and he's left wondering, why the hell is that thing here right now? The shadow starts trying to creep out, but Kimin immediately forces it back down, playing it cool and hiding it from the officer who's busy chewing everybody out over there. While the rest of the guys are still whining about not wanting to work in the dungeon, he realizes that luckily, nobody saw a thing. Then, he quietly asks the shadow what exactly it wants. The shadow relays a message from a woman requesting immediate backup, saying they're dealing with an irregular monster. She explains that a direct request came in from the investigation team that approached the portal. The guy on the other end questions her, asking if she's talking about the dungeon that just popped up inside their military zone. She confirms it, adding that, thankfully, there's no immediate danger to any civilians. However, 2 members of the investigation team have already been killed. The report just came in not too long ago, and they need to take action on that dungeon urgently. So the man tells her they'll use the military to lock down the perimeter, just like always, and leave the rest to the hunters. He makes it clear that their top priority right now is the dungeon that just appeared in the residential area of Hanshan. He orders the woman to focus all her attention on that first. Hearing all this, Kimin is actually pretty thrilled the shadow brought him this intel, and immediately, he starts debating with himself. Should he use his vacation days to go handle this mess personally? Cut to him at home, packing his bags and getting all geared up for the trip, double-checking to make sure he's got everything. Then, he pauses, catching a glimpse of a framed photo of the commander's family hanging on the wall. Flashback to a day ago. The commander asks if he's already planning to head out. He mentions that, looking at the construction progress reports, it's clear the crew has been putting in some serious effort. So, the commander asks if he wants to wrap things up early and just take his vacation now. He tells Kimin he's more than happy to authorize it, especially since the kid has been such a huge help to him lately. Kimin's face completely lights up at that. But then the commander brings up a problem. The area where Kimin's house is located is currently under quarantine. So, he asks the kid where exactly he stayed the last time he took a vacation. Kimin admits he literally just slept at an internet cafe. The commander sighs, saying he honestly figured as much. The commander then tells him that, if he's cool with it, he can actually crash at a place he owns. He explains it's the old apartment where he used to live with his family. It's sitting empty right now since they had to relocate for his job, but it's fully furnished and completely clean since they still stay there during their own holidays. Kimin immediately tries to decline, saying he couldn't possibly accept that. But the commander insists, telling him it's perfectly fine he's the one offering. After all, he does warn him that it's a bit of a trek from the base, though. Still, it's in the same city, and hey, it beats the hell out of sleeping in some cramped internet cafe again. Kimin realizes that heading over to Incheon wouldn't actually be too far out of his way. The commander practically orders him to go stay there, even if it's just to catch some sleep, and wishes the kid a great vacation. And as soon as he accepts, the commander can't help but think fondly of the kid, who's officially on his break now. Back in the present, Kimin takes one last look at that family photo, zips up his gear, and tells himself he'd better get moving. And out in the middle of the street, you've got this hooded psycho looking completely unsuspicious, right? Just casually strolling through the area. He gets that woman on the line, telling her that, from the looks of it, the dungeon popped up right near a school over in the Yonggang district. He also remembers hearing the woman order her subordinates to hold a perimeter of exactly 1 kilometer, making sure to lock down every single access route. So, while the military is busy monitoring the main entrance, Kimin goes completely stealth. He's parkouring across the rooftops, effortlessly bypassing security and dropping right in. And just like that, he spots the portal. He takes a beat, wondering what kind of nightmare this dungeon is going to be this time, and just casually strolls right up to it. He mutters to himself that he'd actually know what kind of monsters were waiting for him inside, if his shadow summon had managed to grab the full intel. But since it didn't, well, I guess he's just going to have to figure it out the hard way. And with that, he steps right into the dungeon. The second he's inside, the vibe completely shifts. It's this creepy, haunted-looking forest, just completely dead and rotting. He thinks it's super weird, scanning the ground until he spots a shattered sword. And right away, he starts wondering, did somebody else make it in here? Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. He calls out to the shadows, telling whoever's hiding that he already knows they're there, and demanding they show themselves, right now. And out steps this massive monster. At first, it looks like this totally demonic goblin, radiating exactly the kind of twisted energy he was looking for. But then, he squints, and realizes it's not a goblin at all. It's a kobold. And he's just standing there thinking, why the hell is this thing so damn huge? But regardless, he connects the dots. The investigation team must have actually managed to survive an encounter with this beast. Tightening his grip, he readies himself for a fight. The second the monster lunges straight at him, he swiftly dodges out of the way, winding up a massive punch for a devastating counterattack. But when he punches the monster, it doesn't do much. The thing just stands there and lets out this deafening roar. Kimin thinks on his feet, though, following up with a quick kick, catching the monster right on the chin and launching it into the air. He wonders to himself, is this guy actually tough, or is it all just for show? He even taunts it, asking if it wants to make the first move this time. And the monster charges right at him again. Kimin dodges out of the way, telling it to watch its step. Just like that, the monster's leg gets completely stuck in a pit Kimin created using his corruption skill. So, with its leg trapped, Kimin goes right back on the offensive, throwing a flurry of punches straight to its face, telling the beast to think fast. He wonders if the thing can even take it, but as he keeps unleashing his combo, he notices something weird on the monster's ribs, a creepy smile forming right there, and the monster quickly covers that spot with its hand. Then, he sees a sudden flash of light coming from that same spot, but before he can react, the monster sends him flying. He looks down and realizes the damn thing ripped his jacket. But then, he remembers the broken sword lying nearby. He mutters to himself that every single monster he's come across since he got back has been weaker than an ant. And this specific one, it's got the strength of a beetle, at best. The monster actually seems to understand him. It goes absolutely berserk, growling and lunging at the kid one more time. Kimon just scoffs, telling it that, even so, it's nothing but a worthless worm. Taking a heavy smack straight to the face, Kimon gets absolutely furious, yelling at the monster to look at what it just did. He screams that he just bought those clothes, driving the broken sword right into the monster's gut, hitting the exact spot it was trying to protect. The beast groans in agony, but Kimon doesn't let up. He raises his leg high and brings down a brutal axe kick, crushing the monster's skull. Right then, he absorbs its demonic energy. The system pops up, telling him he's absorbed the exact amount needed, leveling him up 3 times. The system explains that by taking in enough energy, the Dark Arrow skill is unlocked, his Night Step skill levels up, and he actually unlocks a brand new basic swordsmanship skill. He's thrilled, looking over his status window and noticing some huge changes. The system displays his new Dark Arrow skill, sitting at rank E. It drains demonic energy to imbue an arrow with dark power. And that rank E basic swordsmanship skill, it boosts his overall proficiency whenever he uses a sword for basic attacks. He realizes he's finally snagged a long-range attack, thinking to himself, man, this is perfect. He also wonders why the sword skill popped up out of nowhere. Then it hits him. He remembers stabbing the monster right in the gut, figuring that fatal blow must have triggered it. That's pretty sick, he says. But thinking back, he starts to wonder, did someone else attack this thing before he even got here? And what exactly was that glowing thing inside its wound? So, he cuts that piece out of the monster and gets totally spooked when he sees what it actually is. He stares at it, trying to figure out if it's an arrowhead or maybe a broken knife blade. He wonders, did someone from the investigation team stab this guy earlier? Then, it clicks. He realizes he's seen this exact thing somewhere before, but he doesn't have time to piece it all together, because a whole new pack of monsters suddenly shows up. Perfect timing, he says, grinning. He wanted to test out his new skill anyway, so he's actually glad they crashed the party. The monsters get riled up, and he starts channeling his magic. Let's see what these rank E skills can really do, he says, firing off his dark arrows that shred through the beasts in seconds. He realizes he's already tested them all, but hey, since he started this fight, he might as well finish it. The last one standing is absolutely terrified of him. Kimon looks around, confused. Wait, where did the rest of them go? Finally, stepping out of the portal, he lets out a huge sigh of relief. He cleared the dungeon. Now, it's just time to kick back and have some fun. Bro, seriously, hold up. You're starting to look more like a villain than the actual bad guys in this story. Watch out. Fast forward a bit. He's back at the barracks with the soldiers, getting back to his routine. He figures that after such an incredible vacation, coming back to the battalion, everyone would welcome him with open arms. Instead, they looked like they just walked out of a funeral. They come up to him, complaining that they are totally screwed, and tell him they've got this new dungeon training exercise coming up next week. He explains that each squad went to a random entrance of the dungeon, with the goal of reaching the middle. So, they start moving, aiming for the center, and just like that, monsters start spawning randomly. They completely freak out when they see the first one after all. Nobody has a clue what might pop out. The commanding officer shouts that monsters are dropping in just seconds, and everyone scrambles to get their weapons ready. They call it a practical field test for the battalion. Suddenly, these weird, toothy floating orbs show up. The officer calls them black balls, barking orders for everyone to lock and load, and just like that, they open fire. Kimon thinks to himself, just like I expected. It's honestly way more fun than he thought it would be. The whole squad just unloads on those things, gunning them down one by one. The officer warns them that because these black balls are super bouncy and elastic, standard guns barely leave a scratch, so they cannot stop shooting for even a second. One of the orbs gets way too close, so the commander screams at them to hold their fire and prep for close quarters combat, shouting that there are only 3 left. If one of those things bites you, it'll latch on and drain your blood, making it nearly impossible to keep fighting. So they have to be extremely careful not to let anyone get bitten. Kimon realizes that if even one guy gets bit, the whole mission gets put on hold. And because of that, their squad would totally fail the exercise. As one of the monsters dives in, Kimon decides he's not letting that happen. He steps right to the front, charges at it with a wild battle cry, and punts the damn thing straight up, yelling at the guys to get ready. The monster goes flying, and Kimon thinks, man, this would be so much easier if I just used my dark arrow. But the squad actually manages to quickly shoot down the monsters. Kimon launches into the air, so he just keeps doing it, and the commander even praises him, yelling at the team to shoot the black balls out of the sky until every last one is wiped out. The commander announces they're going to take a 10-minute breather before moving out. He tells them to use the time to check their gear, warning that if anyone's hurt, they need to report it immediately so command knows what's going on. His buddies walk over to Kimon, hyped up and super grateful for the hard carry. Even Ganake, but Sungho just shoots him a dirty look, and he awkwardly slinks away. Meanwhile, Rui and his buddy are completely wiped out, groaning and wondering if this training dungeon is actually way worse than the real one they just went through. He mentions he was just wondering how many minutes have actually gone by since they walked in. but his friend admits he has absolutely no clue, though he figures it won't be much different from that last dungeon. So, the redhead asks what on earth he's talking about, and the kid tells him there's a boss in this dungeon too. The redhead is like, wait, where? That's when his buddy suddenly flashes back to the time a squad of officers raided that place and slaughtered this absolutely massive elephant. And the crazy part? That top-ranking officer pulled it off with his bare hands. So he walks over to his guys and tells them it's time to train. Thinking back on it, the kid realizes the boss seems to be trapped, like they captured it alive and are going to run a mission right there instead. He's already starting to freak out a bit. But then the officer sneaks up right behind them, pulling both of them into this huge bear hug to hype them up. He calls them ladies, barking that their little break is officially over. Kim gets all fired up talking about the major, wondering what the guy is actually like in person. And just like that, they keep on walking. The commander notices something up ahead that completely freaks him out, and everyone is caught off guard, until Kim Min realizes that the injured boss they were supposed to rescue? Yeah, it's the major himself, just sitting there, waiting to beat the absolute crap out of them. Meanwhile, some old guy is having a smoke near a rundown shack. When he spots him, that same otherworldly barbarian allied with the goddess is walking right up to him. The old man tells him it's been a while since he last showed his face around here, asking, "Did you break it?" The barbarian gets super embarrassed, but the old guy brushes it off, saying it's fine and that he probably just didn't know how to use it right. So, the barbarian just quietly hands his sword over to the old man. He points out that the blade is pretty banged up, asking if he's been out hunting monsters. And honestly, it makes total sense. That broken piece of a blade Kim Min found earlier, it's exactly the missing chunk from this barbarian's sword. Cut back to the main dungeon camp. Gojong is looking over things and admits he's never seen anything quite like this. Still, he thinks it'll turn out fine. But the commander of the 1st Battalion snaps back, saying that hearing that makes it sound like he thinks the soldiers in his division are just a bunch of weaklings. Gojong quickly defends himself, saying he just doesn't want them pushing past their limits and getting themselves killed in the process. Right then, Colonel Lee storms into the tent, demanding to know if anyone has seen their division commander. Gojong looks super awkward and avoids giving a straight answer, which immediately sends the colonel into a panic. Sung Yoon chimes in, saying this is exactly the kind of crazy stunt he'd pull, and let's be real, nobody can stop the guy anyway. But the colonel is losing his mind, asking why the hell he randomly decided to jump into the training exercise when the recruits don't even know what he looks like yet. He's freaking out, wondering what kind of disaster is about to go down. That's when Gojong admits that the division commander only said one thing before sprinting out of there. He said there was a certain soldier he wanted to see with his own 2 eyes. And sure enough, there's Dong, standing right in the middle of the battlefield, sporting this massive grin as he stares dead at Kim Min. All the soldiers are starting to panic. They knew this dungeon training included a rescue mission event, but the colonel had promised that the victim role would be played by some random volunteer from headquarters. So the platoon commander is absolutely terrified, because he never in a million years expected it to be the division commander himself. Dong just walks right up to him, pointing at his little injured tag, and playfully whines that he's got a boo-boo. The poor commander is shaking like a leaf. He stammers out his introduction. "Sir, I am Kim Chol-in," and nervously adds that it's an absolute honor to be working with him. Another officer steps in, trying to be professional, and says they'll be transporting him on the emergency stretcher from here on out. But Kim Chul-in glares at him, asking if he's a total moron. He points out that a guy of the division commander's massive size is definitely not fitting on that flimsy thing. The officer just stutters, saying their mission explicitly ordered them to use it. But Dong, he couldn't care less. He completely blows them off, flat out refusing to lie down on that thing, and just tells the guy to chill out and keep moving. Then, the officer locks eyes right with Kim Min. They share this intense look, and he starts smirking. Kim Min gets totally hyped up, thinking to himself that this training is going to be a blast. And honestly, he really did have the time of his life after that. He was basically escorting the division commander, who was just watching Kim Min slaughtering the monsters with absolute ease. Min mentions that, yeah, obviously they ran into a ton of monsters along the way, but even with the total lack of prep time, he found the whole exercise completely thrilling. And apparently, the division commander and our absolute psychopath of a protagonist really hit it off. Meanwhile, over with the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Battalion, Choi Ho is having a miserable time trying to fight off this disgusting, slimy frog monster. He tries to take a swing at it, but out of nowhere, a whole swarm of them pops up, and he just collapses, passing out from pure exhaustion. The giant frog instantly shoots its tongue at him, but Kim Min slices right through it in a flash. He realizes that, even though he's just using a basic skill, his raw power has gone through the roof. He walks over to drag Choi Ho back onto his feet. The kid mumbles a thank you, but Kim Min just stares at him, noticing that the guy is completely running on fumes. So, Min steps up and slaughters every single monster in sight, one by one, completely bailing his buddies out of the fight. Watching this, the division commander thinks to himself that even for a training exercise, these might actually be the most impressive combat results he's ever witnessed. Right then, one of those nasty frogs tries to sneak up on him from behind, but he launches it into orbit with a single, casual punch. After that, the platoon commander orders everyone to sweep the area and catch their breath for a minute, since they still have to keep pushing forward. He checks in with Kim Min, asking if everything's good, and Min just nods. The commander can't help but admit that Private Kim Min is seriously something else. Meanwhile, up in the northern sector of the dungeon, the girls are still brawling with those weird black spheres. They're struggling hard, but the blue-haired girl manages to wipe them out in a flash with one clean slash. One of her friends gushes over Yunseo, calling her amazing and saying she wishes she could be anywhere near that strong. But suddenly, the very last black sphere lunges right at the friend, inches away from a lethal hit, and Yunseo throws herself in front of it to block the attack. She manages to stop it with her sword, but the impact sends her tumbling right off the edge of the cliff to save her friend. Back over with Kim Min's platoon, everyone is chatting it up, while he's just staring off into space, lost in his own head. That's when the overall commander announces that every single member of the platoon actually made it this far without any major injuries. He praises the platoon commander, calling him highly competent. The platoon commander immediately starts sweating, silently freaking out and wondering where the hell this conversation is heading. But when he glances over, he sees Kim Min helping his teammates grip a sword properly, and he realizes, yeah, this is 100% thanks to having such insanely overpowered squad members. But the general commander insists that managing good soldiers is part of his own competence too, telling him to keep up the great work until the very end of the training. This makes the platoon commander look all smug and happy. He immediately turns to another officer and starts chewing him out, asking what the hell is wrong with his balance and roasting him about whether his left hand is just there for support. The guy immediately starts stammering out apologies. While all this chaos is happening, another soldier turns to Sung Woo, asking if this isn't his second time running a field hunter maneuver. He sighs and says yes. His buddy asks if he can ask him a quick question, and Sung Woo flat out says, no, don't even think about it. But the kid asks anyway, pointing off to the side and asking what that restricted area is, the one with the massive "Do not enter" sign. The four-eyed guy just bluntly replies, that's the sinkhole. Go in there, and you die. End of story. Then, the commander barks that they're moving out, ordering everyone to fall in line, while Four Eyes keeps rambling about the sinkhole. His buddy pushes the issue, saying, look, I can clearly see it's a hole, but then asks if he seriously doesn't know about the sinkhole dungeon. He jokes that the kid must have slept right through the dungeon intel briefing. He explains that, even though no one knows exactly how the dungeon phenomenon works, the working theory is that it's a physical space linked to an entirely different dimension through a portal. Look, there's no way he could just accept this as some flawless gateway to an infinite void. So, he flat out states that's exactly what's going down. You see, these dungeons don't just have physical edges. There are actual dead zones, places where the connection just completely drops off. And these random glitches? They call them dungeon holes, which obviously made him wonder what actually happens if you cross that boundary, or worse, fall straight into one of those holes. Now, Glasses Guy admits he doesn't fully buy it himself, but rumor has it, you just get teleported right back to some random spot inside the dungeon. They're deep in this theory when suddenly, they notice a commotion up ahead. They're like, what the hell is that? Kim Min goes to check it out, and man, he and the commander get a massive jump scare. Turns out, the body on the ground? It's a girl, completely passed out. So, they quickly get some water in her, wake her up, and rig up a splint for her leg. Through all this, the general commander is just watching, taking it all in. Meanwhile, the platoon leader chimes in, saying he's already radioed Battalion HQ about the situation. He tells her, hey, don't sweat it, just focus on recovering. But immediately, she's pleading with him to check on her squad. She needs to know if her battalion made it out safe. He assures her, yeah, they're all safe. And honestly, they've been worried sick about you. He even mentions they completely halted the exercise just to mount a search for her. But, he adds, now that HQ knows you're okay, they'll definitely resume. Hearing this, she lets out this huge breath, thanking the commander. Oh, thank God. What a relief. She tries to push herself up, but the moment she puts weight on it, she realizes her foot is completely wrecked. The officer immediately steps in. Look, there's no way you're finishing the drill with that foot. He gives her this whole speech about how hunters taking care of their bodies is just as vital as leveling up their combat skills. The commander follows up, saying, I've already pinged HQ. A medevac team will be dropping in any minute now. So, unfortunately, your training ends here. You can physically see her spirit crush at those words. Just then, the general commander steps forward. How's our soldier holding up, he asks. She absolutely freezes. She realizes she's staring right at Major General Se Kyung. Man, I swear to God, I can't do this. I cannot keep track of all these titles. Major General, General Commander. It's a total headache. Seriously, it's just too convoluted. Way too many weird names. Anyway, she starts panicking, wondering, what the hell is the division commander doing all the way out here? Like, why him? She's thinking, wait, shouldn't his platoon be in the middle of their own drills? The commander brushes it off and briefs the general. She's stable, sir. No massive external trauma, but looks like a fractured left ankle. Continuing the exercise is highly unlikely. Se-kyung just looks down at her. Is that so? What a damn shame. After all, we were almost at the finish line. He then turns his gaze to her, asking her to repeat her story. She stammers out her rank. Private First Class Song-un, sir. She claims she was fighting this monster, got knocked off a cliff, and completely blacked out. Next thing I knew, I woke up right here, she says. Se-kyung starts digging. So, did you slip past the dungeon's edge, or did you fall into a dungeon hole? He doesn't wait for an answer, just adds, either way, you're incredibly lucky my squad found you this fast. But then, something clicks in his head. He narrows his eyes. Wait, what did you say your name was again? She repeats it. Private First Class Song, sir. The general does a double take. Song, are you Song Taeho's daughter? She blushes, looking totally embarrassed, and nods. Yes, sir. Realizing who she is, he officially classifies her as an injured VIP, glances around the perimeter, and locks eyes on Kim Min. Hey, get over here! Kim Min steps up to report, and the girl instantly turns beet red. You can practically hear her internal screaming. Oh my god, why did it have to be him of all people? Without missing a beat, Se-kyung orders Kim Min, pick up your fellow soldier. Now. Both of them freeze. They're like, wait, what? But the general isn't playing around. I said pick her up! She's wounded! Kim Min looks over at her. She's flushing like crazy, and realizes the general is dead serious. All right, fine, I got this, he mutters. Since they've officially logged her status, he follows orders, crouches down next to her, and tells her to hop on his back. She looks at him like he's crazy. Are you serious right now? Look, he tells her, you can tap out right now, but you'll lose every single point you've earned. So, what's it gonna be? Backed into a corner, she finally caves. Fine, just don't drop me, okay? He just flashes this massive, cocky grin. Watching this go down, his squad mates are whispering, dude, Kim Min is an absolute freak of nature. How the hell does he still have stamina for that, they're saying. I swear, that guy is not human. Meanwhile, Kim Min is casually hauling this girl alongside the commander. The commander tells him to fall back and march with the vice commander at the rear, making it strictly clear, if you start fading, you report it immediately. Kim Min just scoffs. Yeah, right, like that's ever gonna happen. Except, he actually meant to just think that, while saying, yes sir, out loud. The commander gives him this look, totally realizing the kid just said the quiet part out loud. So, the girl is clinging to his back, still painfully shy and embarrassed by the whole setup. But Kim Min, oh, he's silently patting himself on the back, treating this like some kind of massive victory. As Se-kyung watches them march off, the vice commander pulls him aside. Sir, aren't you worried people will think we're giving her special treatment? I mean, she is a rival division commander's daughter. Se-kyung shuts that down instantly. Show me the regulation that says we abandon wounded soldiers. Helping her? That's just part of the drill now. Besides, Se-kyung smirks, you're forgetting one crucial detail. And then he just straight up calls Song Taeho a massive, arrogant prick. Meanwhile, back to our piggyback situation. Everyone is staring at Song. She's squirming, so unbelievably uncomfortable, and she leans in to whisper to Kim Min, seriously, if you're getting tired, just drop me. I'll just forfeit. But he brushes it off. Relax, you're literally lighter than a feather. That totally flusters her, but he doubles down. No, seriously, you're nothing. Judging by your weight, I'd say you're maybe 110 pounds or so, but she violently cuts him off. Shut up. Oh my god, can you just keep your mouth shut? So he just chuckles and lets it go. She stares at the back of his head and quietly mutters, I'll pay you back for this someday. He flashes this borderline psychopathic smirk and goes, oh, I'll be eagerly waiting for that. In his head though, he's plotting, thinking, man, if her high-ranking dad is the one paying me back, even better. But then he completely loses focus and goes right back to talking about her weight. And again, she's just hissing, seriously. Shut up! Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is glancing back at them, picking up on this weird, tense chemistry brewing between the two. Cut to nightfall, and the entire platoon is basically walking corpses. They haven't stopped marching once. Ryu is quietly praying, please God, no more monsters. This is actual hell. He's muttering to himself, trying to figure out who cranked the drill difficulty from normal to nightmare. Then it clicks. Se-kyung. He realizes this is 100% the general's doing. Finally, the commander breaks the silence. Listen up, we've got about 2 clicks left. Do not lose focus. Keep your guard up until we cross that finish line and pass it down the line. So, the The corporal and the sergeant are getting all hyped up, but then they spot something coming from the sky, pointing out that there's a massive swarm flying right above them. The commander immediately orders all troops to brace for battle against the monsters ahead, since they're dealing with aerial types. And just like that, those demonic piranha-looking bats swoop right in. He calls them Black Eagles, wondering why the hell they'd show up now of all times. They start circling right over their heads, while Sokyong just hangs back, quietly observing the whole thing. He's thinking about how they pushed through all that way with a battered squad, only to get hit with the worst luck imaginable right at the finish line. He points out that Black Eagles are tiny monsters, barely the size of a sparrow, but their claws and teeth are razor sharp, easily enough to shred right through your flesh. Now, obviously, hunters wouldn't actually die from those kinds of wounds, but it would be pure, absolute agony in the moment. Plus, he notes that these damn things are insanely persistent. Seokyeong mentions he can't even get a good look at them since his eyesight is failing, and everyone frantically starts trying to shoot the monsters down, but they're getting absolutely nowhere. The vice commander starts falling behind, and Seokyeong admits the situation is looking really grim. He notes that, from a training director's perspective, how these guys are handling a wounded member right now could easily cost them serious penalty points. And the vice commander realizes he can't just use exhaustion and low visibility as a cheap excuse, because, first and foremost, they are hunters. He figures that even if he abandons his post and rushes in to help, it really won't change the outcome much. In fact, he tells himself he'd probably catch an even bigger point deduction if he breaks formation. So, he decides to trust the platoon commander for now and wait for his direct orders. But then, Kimon gets absolutely furious watching this mess. He just charges straight into battle, still carrying the girl on his back. He marches right up to the platoon commander, practically begging for a chance. The commander asks what the hell he's even talking about. I mean, you can't exactly pitch a battle strategy while hauling a wounded soldier around. But Kimon argues that everyone is completely pushed to their limits, and they just can't keep going like this. He's hyper-aware of the point deductions and desperately insists that he can pull this off. So the commander asks what the plan is, and Kimon leans in and whispers it right into his ear, leaving the commander completely wide-eyed and shocked. Then Yunseo asks what he said, and when she hears the kid out, she's totally freaked out too. But the commander actually agrees, warning him that if it goes south, they are falling back immediately. He tells him he gets exactly one shot, and Kimon lights up like a Christmas tree. Unseo is left wondering how this insane plan makes any sense right now, questioning what is actually wrong with these people. Right then, the monsters start swarming in hard, and the commander quickly orders Kimon to hand the wounded soldier over to him. But Kimon says there's literally no time for that, pushing him to execute the plan right this second. The commander is reluctant, but he orders everyone to get behind Sergeant Kimon and tells them to prepare to open fire. Meanwhile, the Major General is super confused about what's going down. He's wondering why they'd open fire, questioning if he seriously plans to shoot those damn things out of the sky with standard rifles. And with that, Kimon tells the girl to hold on tight. After all, he really doesn't want to drop his wounded passenger. She calls him an absolute lunatic while clinging onto him for dear life. Oh, it is so cute. I am shipping these two way too hard. Oh my god. At that moment, he unleashes his demonic energy, bragging that as a Dark Mage, killing these monsters is going to be a walk in the park. He's already super familiar with this exact type from the beginner training grounds. Plus, he thinks about how he also has the Dark Arrow skill. He triggers it, firing at the monster, knowing the magic can be perfectly hidden inside a long-range weapon. The arrow blasts right into the monster, taking it out in a flash, and Seokyeong definitely catches that he nailed the shot and got the clean kill. But Kimon is just thinking about how insanely hard it is to dodge a bullet that's ballooned to the size of a cannonball, all thanks to the demonic energy wrapped around it. He also figures there is no way he'll get caught since it's pitch black outside, and he's just absolutely thrilled about using these dark arrows. So, he starts wiping out all the monsters in a frenzy, making them drop from the sky one after the other. Everyone thinks he's absolutely incredible, but while he's spinning around striking a cool pose, Unseo is still awkwardly glued to his back. And everyone else is just dying of jealousy, muttering about how that lucky bastard is doing a bit too much. Fast forward a bit, and they finally make it back to the base. Once everyone is inside, one of the officers announces that all members of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion have officially passed. The whole crew starts celebrating, all while Kimon is literally still holding her in his arms. He's just soaking in the fact that everyone passed. Right then, the medical team steps in, asking them to please inspect the wounded first. The commander steps up, telling them they all did a fantastic job, thanking them for not giving up on themselves and pushing through to the bitter end. And yeah, everyone is super pumped. But the vice commander tells everyone not to lose focus just yet, since they're about to be relocated to the barracks to get some rest, ordering them to keep moving. Meanwhile, Kimon is still carrying the girl, and he cheekily asks where he needs to go to collect his reward for all his heroic achievements. The commander calls Kimin over, praising him for a job well done. He points out that Kimin was the first to step up and didn't back down from the danger for a single second. He simply thanks his superior, thinking to himself that it's pretty obvious, but he still gets a little shy about the compliment. Then Unseo awkwardly asks if he can maybe put her down now. After being gently set down on the stretcher, she apologizes for any trouble she might have caused their platoon, making sure to sincerely thank them, too. The commander reassures her, saying he's just glad they could all finish the training together, and tells her not to view herself as a burden. Then Sokyung strolls up, laughing his ass off, saying how amazing all of this is. He mentions that, in the end, the entire platoon managed to finish the training, and he lunges at Kimin, trying to pull him into a massive bear hug. But the kid totally dodges him, so Sokyung tries again, wanting that hug, and literally starts chasing the kid around. The commander watches and honestly admits that it's all thanks to that crazy bastard. And while Sokyung is busy messing around with the kid, he hears a very familiar voice. It's Colonel Yaira. She's walking in with a few of the other commanders trailing behind her, and as she struts past, she completely ignores Sokyung, not even tossing him a single glance, which totally catches Kimin off guard. The woman marches straight over to Unseo, asking how her injury is holding up. Unseo reports that, besides the wound on her left ankle, it's nothing too serious. The colonel replies that she got off lucky, considering she fell straight into a dungeon sinkhole, and orders the medics to transport the girl with extreme care. Then, she shifts her gaze over to Sokyung, asking him how the training observation went, and requests a private chat with him to go over everything. So he asks if it's happening times now, asterisk, and she says yeah. He double-checks, asking if it times, really times, has to be right this second. And she shoots him this seriously intimidating look, telling him that, yeah, it absolutely has to be times right now, asterisk. A while later, Kimin is just absolutely tearing into his grub. The cook keeps bringing him more food, asking if he wants another helping of chicken. He asks if it's really okay to eat all of that. And the cook tells him, yeah, since everybody else is totally knocked out, he seriously doubts anyone else is going to show up to eat. So Kimin says he can't let the guy's hard work go to waste, and tells him to hand over that chicken. Then the cook asks if he's from the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company, mentioning he heard they were the absolute best in the division during that training exercise. Kimin's like, oh, really? And the cook says, yeah, adding that he overheard the brass talking earlier about how the battalion commander was personally praising Kimin's achievements. He says he heard the kid even took down the black orcs in the dead of night, and asks him if that's actually true. Kimin admits that, yeah, something like that ended up happening. The cook is just blown away, asking if it's even times possible times to defeat them at night, and tells him that either way, he's totally incredible. And the cook mentions that, from what he's heard, that round of field maneuvers was the most brutal one yet. He heard that, across the entire division, roughly 70% of the first-class corporals had just tapped out. The guy just keeps rambling on, and Kimin couldn't give a crap about what he's saying. I mean, that meat is just too damn good. Anyway, a little while later, a group of officers are having a meeting, when that badass guy whose rank I totally forgot, but he's popped up a few times, looks out the window and points out that the camp seems awfully quiet. And one of them agrees, explaining that since they gave the guys some free time in the morning, just like he suggested, most of the soldiers are sleeping in. So he mutters that those lucky bastards should get up and get some chow, admitting that everyone really put in the work for this training. Even the division commander was pretty blown away. One of them actually mentioned that he personally kept an eye on the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company. Captain Kim chimes in, saying that's exactly what you'd expect from their division commander, since he's a really great guy and not arrogant at all. But right then, when he glances at the senior officer sitting in the middle, that guy does times, not times, look like he agrees with that assessment. The captain hesitates, asking if he said something wrong, but the superior tells him no, reassuring him that it isn't his fault. It's just that the commander of the 4th Battalion was super stressed out over that whole incident. He asks what her deal is, genuinely wondering how she could ever say something like that directly to the division commander. The superior points out that it's not like she said anything out of line. I mean, they couldn't even defend the guy against the fact that he just abandoned his post without saying a damn word. And on top of that, even he thinks the 4th Battalion commander is a little terrifying. But he adds that, at the end of the day, everything turned out fine, completely thanks to Kimin once again. They all agree the kid is just unbelievable. The superior mentions how he proved his worth right in front of the division commander, and cracks a smile, saying he is really times, looking forward to the next monthly meeting. Meanwhile, over at the 14th Division headquarters, Sek Young is reviewing the report while the commander is just chilling, sipping her tea. He turns to her and says that should do the trick for the dungeon clearing schedule, and then checks in, asking how first-class Private Un is holding up. She tells him the medics confirmed it's not a fracture, and since her recovery is looking really good, she should be done with her treatments by tomorrow, and will jump right back into her duties. Sek Young smirks, noting she must have taken after her old man. Right then, his phone rings, and he answers, introducing himself as Sek Young. The guy on the line, who is almost certainly the girl's dad, immediately calls him a bearded bastard. Sekyung demands to know who's calling, and the guy shoots back, asking if he's already forgotten his voice. That's when it clicks. It's him, Major General Sun Taeho. The general demands to know why they don't just settle things with a duel right now. And man, he sounds absolutely furious when he says it. Hearing that, Sekyung just starts cursing right back at him, demanding to know why the hell he's calling out of nowhere and getting totally defensive about being called a bearded bastard. Taeho bluntly tells him he is a bearded bastard and insists that they are having a duel no matter what, asking him to pick a location to throw down. Pissed off, Sekyung calls him a freaking nerd. He asks if he's throwing this tantrum just because his little girl got a scratch, asking if he's even a real soldier, and questions how he has the nerve to call himself a general. Taeho coldly replies that he is both a soldier and a general. He claims he just wanted to get a little workout in using Sekyung as his personal punching bag, since he lasts a hell of a lot longer than a normal one. So Sekyung tells him he's being completely immature. He throws out a half-assed apology about his daughter getting hurt, but reminds him that it happened during a standard training exercise. But then Taeho hits him right where it hurts, asking what the hell he knows about it when the guy couldn't even manage to get married. Sekyung snaps back, "Fine then," and demands to know his location. But then Sekyung starts yelling into the phone, asking why Taeho isn't answering him. He asks if he's still there, telling him he'd better not move a muscle. He defensively adds that it's not that he couldn't get married, he just didn't want to. He starts grumbling about what the hell is wrong with that bastard, asking why he's suddenly gone totally quiet. That's when the commander casually points out that the call dropped. Sekyung is so blindly pissed he didn't even notice. He turns to her, asking if she has Taeho's number, and orders her to call that jerk back immediately. But she just tells him to calm down, calmly stating that she believes Taeho has every right to be furious right now. Sekyung is stunned, asking what the hell she's talking about. He asks if she's seriously taking that nerd's side, and demands to know if she was the one who snitched to him about his daughter's injury. She brushes it off, explaining that since the girl was transferred to the hospital, she's absolutely certain the staff there automatically called her emergency contact. And honestly, her guardian has every right to know that his daughter got hurt. Plus, she was granted special permission to actually finish her training before she was finally transferred to the hospital. Hearing that, Sekyung finally starts to cool off a bit. She tells him that, at the very least, he owes the guy a proper explanation. If not a full-on apology, he should at least explain that he simply wanted to figure out the true capabilities of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion. Sekyung sighs, admitting she's right. He explains that was exactly his goal. He just wanted to see how those bastards would react to handling a genuinely wounded comrade in the field. And he decides he will explain himself, since there's obviously been a huge misunderstanding. Right then, he holds up his hand to show her he actually shattered his own phone in anger. He asks to borrow hers, but she tells him she's putting it on speakerphone, flat out refusing to hand her device over to a brute who just smashed his own. So Sekyung leans in, looking weirdly eager as he hovers over the phone, just waiting for Taeho to pick up. When Taeho answers, he asks the colonel what the reason for her call is, immediately asking if she's currently sitting there with that bearded bastard. She calmly replies that she is, and sincerely apologizes for not reaching out to him sooner. So she tells him the division commander's phone is busted. So she called him instead. He explains that he couldn't talk earlier because he was stressed out of his mind. It was an emergency that went down while he was keeping an eye on that specific platoon. Still, he ends up swallowing his pride, admitting he dropped the ball. Even though she isn't his own daughter, if someone had given her that kind of special permission, there's no way he could have just kept his mouth shut. He formally apologizes, admitting that, at the end of the day, he actually got in the way of his daughter's growth. Hearing that, Colonel Yo beams with absolute pride, but Taeho just demands to know what the hell he's even talking about right now. Neither of them has a clue what's going on. Taeho sneers that Seo Kong must be terrified, telling him to forget about their duel. He orders him to just cough up the unit and the name of the bastard who gave his daughter a piggyback ride. Seo Kong is totally lost, asking what he means. Taeho blows up, yelling about how he dared to let his daughter get carried around by some punk who isn't even a medic. He rants that he can't even remember the last time he got to carry her. Then he snaps that he better brace himself for next time, demanding to know the name of the bastard who touched her. He warns him he better spit it out right now. But Colonel Yo just straight up hangs up the phone. She glances at Seo Kong, who is absolutely furious, demanding to know about this special permission. After explaining everything, she tries to get him to calm down, but he barks at her to get a vehicle ready immediately. She asks where the hell he's going. He tells her she'd better clear her schedule for the rest of the day, because they're heading to the sector right this second. She groans, asking if he's actually serious, totally fed up with these idiots. Meanwhile, Kim is completely oblivious to the massive pile of crap he's stepping into. He's just sitting there, savoring the taste of his fried chicken. As he keeps walking, his own shadow starts trying to get his attention. He glares at it, hissing at it to hide. He drags the thing away, tosses it out of sight, and scolds it, asking, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stay hidden?" The shadow hesitates, but then remembers it actually has something to tell him. Kim sighs, muttering that he already knew no one was around anyway, but he snaps at it, asking if it ever crossed its mind that popping out like that is gonna piss him off. The shadow gets all droopy and sad. In the end, he caves and tosses his food to it, asking what it wants this time. It shows him a memory. Seeing it, he frowns, wondering if there was an ambush or something. He also picks up on a suspicious trace of demonic energy lingering there. He realizes it's back in Ruian again. He sighs, saying he went all the way out there, but admits his shadow actually did an impressive job. He feeds it a little more demonic energy as a reward, muttering that he's going to have to come up with some kind of excuse to sneak out again. He figures it's going to look totally suspicious if he just randomly dips out. Plus, if this turns out to be nothing, he'd be wasting his hard-earned vacation days for absolutely no reason. Still, he thinks to himself that it's a good thing he got a day off as a reward for that Yangu mission. When he walks into the barracks, the guys are completely losing their minds celebrating something. They're cheering for Kim because he just got picked as the top soldier in the division for the hunter field drills. He respectfully thanks the commander. The commander mentions there was supposed to be a prize this time around, adding that thanks to him, the entire platoon scored a well-deserved day off. Kim's eyes immediately light up. He asks if there's any way he can cash in his day off tomorrow. The commander notices he's acting pretty antsy and asks if everything's okay. Kim brushes it off, saying nothing's wrong. He just really wants tomorrow off. Simple as that. The rest of the guys just shake their heads at how stubborn the kid is. The commander chuckles, saying it's fine and that he'll look into making it happen. Kim gives the platoon commander a solid thanks. Sure enough, the very next day, he's right back in Ruian. Everybody's busting their humps working, but he's standing there totally confused, wondering what the hell happened here and why there are so many hunters swarming the scene. Standing right in the middle of the chaos, he grumbles to himself that his shadow better spit that demonic energy back out because that little punk completely scammed him. While he's standing there quietly raging at his own shadow, Unseo spots him in the crowd and walks over. Rewind to a few moments earlier, out on the edge of Ruian. They stuck the female soldiers on cleanup duty. I mean, come on, man. If that wasn't done on purpose, it's gotta be a sick joke. One of the girls groans, whining about when this crap is gonna be over. The other one reminds her that their scores from the hunter drills were absolute garbage, which is exactly why the battalion commander is so pissed. She adds that the company commander's inspection was absolutely brutal, so she needs to shut up, quit whining, and get back to work. But the girl just sighs, saying she is dead on her feet. She complains about how unfair it is that monsters just had to pour out of this portal the exact second they finished their training. The other one snaps back, telling her she should just thank her lucky stars they weren't assigned to the strike team. Plus, people actually lost their homes here, so she really needs to watch her mouth. At that moment, the black-haired girl glances over her shoulder and notices Yunseo busting her ass working too. She checks in on her, asking how she's holding up and telling her not to overdo it. Unseo just gives a small smile and says she's fine. The girl marvels at how insane her recovery speed is, but warns her to take it easy anyway, just to be safe. Unseo softly thanks her for caring. Just then, they overhear some of the other girls whispering, pointing, and asking who that hunter over there is, clearly noticing it's a guy. The girl squints, wondering what the fuss is about. Unseo instantly recognizes him. The other girls realize he's wearing their division's patch and start gossiping about which battalion he belongs to. Unseo immediately pegs him as Hunter Kim. Kim, on the other hand, is absolutely thrilled not to see her, internally groaning about why she, of all people, has to be here. She marches right up to him and demands to know what the hell brings him out here. She crosses her arms, pointing out that as far as she knows, only her battalion got deployed to this zone. He just casually shrugs and says he's on vacation. His cocky, half-assed attitude instantly pisses her off. She flat out calls him a liar. Seriously, who the hell shows up to a disaster zone in full military uniform on their day off? She accuses him of deserting his post and going on the run. Sighing, he just hands her his leave pass. She reads it, realizing he actually is on vacation. Kim just stares at her, thinking this girl seriously has some massive trust issues. Frustrated, she asks him, out of all the places in the world, why on earth would he come here? She snaps that it's a heavily restricted area. Kim just stands there, tongue-tied, wondering why she's always on his case like this. It's not like he can just casually drop that he's here to suck up some demonic energy. So he just feeds her a line, saying he had some personal business to handle in Ruian anyway, and heard there was an emergency. He figured he'd drop by and see if there was any way he could help out. Right then, a portal break happens right in front of him. He gets pretty hyped about it, realizing exactly what he's looking at, a portal. All the girls start screaming, and that annoying pink-haired girl whines about why it opened up again right after they just cleared it. Now they're gonna have to do a whole other sweep later. The black-haired girl yells that they need to evacuate and report to the platoon commander right away, telling everyone to make a run for his position. While everyone's running, she tells Kim and they need to get out of there. but he's way too interested in that portal. He tells her monsters could pour out any second, so he's gonna stay behind and buy them some time. She snaps at him, asking what the hell kind of crazy talk is that? God knows what could come crawling out of there, so she begs him to evacuate immediately. But he points out that the strike team has already packed up and left. If monsters break out now, everyone's screwed. So he's staying. He tells her not to worry, though if things get too hairy, he'll bail. He asks her to hand over whatever gear she has and just run. She tries to argue, but he reminds her that her foot still isn't 100%. He tells her to get the hell out of there, because she's just slowing him down. She's hesitant, but she hands him a combat knife, pleading with him to run if it gets too dangerous. She promises she'll be back with the rest of the platoon as fast as she can. Left all alone, he mutters to himself that out of all the monsters out there, some just absolutely hate leaving their natural habitats. This portal leads right into a dungeon filled with that exact kind. They usually just stay holed up inside. However, the ones that don't follow that rule usually travel in packs, rushing out all at once. It all makes sense to him the second he spots those demonic boars charging straight at him. He realizes they're red boars. Looks like they're pretty fired up after gorging on demonic energy, he says, as they close in on him. He fires off his black arrow skill, tagging several of them in one shot. But he realizes the black arrows just aren't packing enough punch yet to pierce their tough hides. So he leaps up into the air, yelling, "What else have you got besides thick skin?" He comes crashing down, slashing at the boars, but the blades alone aren't enough to put them down. He admits their outer hide is tough as nails, but he smirks, wondering if their insides are just as heavily armored. He channels his demonic energy again, activating his rank D corruption skill, and starts literally rotting them from the inside out. "What's the matter?" he taunts them. "Is my demonic energy leaving a bad taste in your mouth?" One of the boars starts dropping, but still manages to launch a desperate full-speed tackle at Kimmin, only for the corrupted beast to end up slaughtering its own packmate instead. Kimmin grins at the chaos, easily siphoning back all the demonic energy pulsing through their corpses. Seeing the demonic energy fully drained from their bodies, Kimmin wonders if his knife will finally do the trick. And just like that, he butchers them without breaking a sweat. The system chimes in, announcing he's absorbed enough demonic energy to bump his stat up by 1. That happens 3 more times, leveling up both his Nightwalker skill and his basic swordsmanship. Thinking he's in the clear, he starts heading back toward the portal, only to realize that the whole squad is already standing right there. Before he can even step through, he notices that the female soldiers made it back way faster than he expected. One of them rushes over, asking, "You said you're Corporal Kimmin, right? Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Even when he brushes it off and says he's fine, she doesn't buy it. She tells him he should have radioed it in the second the portal opened, demanding to know why he stayed behind. He explains that he had no idea what kind of monsters were about to spill out, so he was just trying to buy enough time for his comrades to evacuate safely. Instantly, all the girls start blushing hard, totally swooning over how manly he sounded. But inside, he's just begging them to shut up, annoyed that they completely ruined his plans. Then the lieutenant steps up, demanding to know what he's even doing there and asking for his unit. He stands tall and replies, "Corporal Kimmin, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, ma'am." The lieutenant realizes he's currently on leave. She looks at him, totally puzzled, asking why on earth he'd spend his vacation time out here, and wonders if he lives close by. He calmly explains that he had some personal business to take care of in Hongchon, but when he heard a portal had opened up, he came over to see if he could lend a hand. She completely buys his story and nods. She announces that since there are 0 casualties and all the monsters have been wiped out, they're packing up and moving out. She adds that the investigation squad will be arriving shortly to sort out the rest of the mess with the strike team. By now, all the girls realize he took down 5 red boars totally solo. They're practically drooling over him, gasping and asking if he seriously did all that with just a combat knife. They keep gushing about how insane his strength is, while the 2 officers just stand there watching his new fan club fawn all over him. He honestly couldn't care less about the attention. He just sighs, wishing they'd leave him the hell alone. Later that evening, the commander catches wind that Kimmin got himself into some trouble. He's on the phone, confirming to whoever's on the line, "Yeah, he's one of my guys. He's supposed to be on leave right now." But then he finds out the kid wandered right into the outskirts of Hongchon, in Gangwon Province, the exact hotspot where the break happened. Not only did he slaughter a pack of red boars, but now he's out there volunteering for the public cleanup crew. The lieutenant confirms it on her end, reporting that the portal is completely locked down for the time being. "We're currently disinfecting the affected residential blocks," she says. But Corporal Kimmin actually volunteered to help with the grunt work. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it. One of the squad girls is gossiping, amazed that this hunter is spending his precious vacation time doing manual labor. The pink-haired girl is totally crushing on him now. She keeps wondering out loud how he managed to fight off those massive boars with nothing but a dinky little knife. I mean, getting hit by one of their charges is literally like getting slammed by a Mack truck. Meanwhile, he just keeps scrubbing away, his mind still on the boars. He mutters to himself about how annoying this grunt work is, but figures playing the good guy will do wonders for his reputation before he dips out. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl sneaks up on him. He jumps out of his skin, yelling that he almost sprayed disinfectant right in her face. She looks super offended, but he just tells her to get out of his way. Staring at him in pure disbelief, she asks if they can just talk for a second. Sighing, he pulls her aside, asking, "What do you want?" She looks at him dead in the eye and asks, "The other day, when you were leaving, did you curse me out from the window of your bus?" He stares blankly, asking what the hell she's talking about, since he doesn't even remember her. But then it clicks. He remembers glaring down at her from the bus window, and he flat out denies cussing at her. "I didn't curse at you," he says coldly. "I just said that if you ever mess with me again, you're dead." She just stares at him, asking if that isn't basically the exact same thing as a threat. So, she finally admits that she was the one who messed with him first that day. She knows it might be a little late, but she apologizes anyway, and he just looks at her, thinking her life must be pretty damn boring. Then, she asks if he accepts her apology. His response? He tells her there's nothing to apologize for in the first place. He just tells her to let it go, adding that if they're done here, he's heading out. But right then, she brings up something else. She asks him, did he know there's only ever been one case of a private first class getting a perfect score on the promotion test? He naturally assumes she's talking about him. But she shoots that down. No. There was someone else in the past who actually pulled it off. Curious, he asks who it was. She slips up and says, "My old man," before quickly correcting herself. "My father." He realizes she's talking about the division commander. She nods, explaining that her dad is the only person to ever earn a general's star after starting at the very bottom as an enlisted soldier. She wanted to follow in his footsteps, which is exactly why she enlisted too. He points out that her dad reached his goal first, finding the whole thing pretty intriguing. But something doesn't quite add up for him. The Hunter Association was formed right when the gates first started appearing, and he was only 7 at the time. He asks if the division commander actually re-enlisted as a recruit after he awakened. She shakes her head. Honestly, her dad actually had a really frail body when he was younger. Between bad eyesight and a bunch of other health issues, he was completely exempt from the draft. Putting the pieces together, Kim Min realizes, once her dad awakened and his body healed, he actually chose to enlist all on his own. She confirms it, saying her dad always told her it was a massive relief that he awakened. Why? Because it meant he could finally protect both her and her mom. Seeing the raw pride on her face, he admits it actually makes him want to meet the guy. She smiles and says that if they ever cross paths, she's absolutely certain her dad would be thrilled to meet him. Oh, sure he would. As if the guy isn't itching to murder this kid for carrying his precious daughter on his back. She genuinely thinks he'd be happy because her dad has a huge soft spot for strong soldiers. Meanwhile, cut to the 2 lunatics in question, finally coming face to face and immediately looking for a fight. Taeho smirks and says he expected him to show up right off the bat. Why did it take him so long? Was he really that scared? Caught in the crossfire of these 2 heavyweights, the Colonel and Colonel Yu are practically sweating bullets. The Major fires back, saying his division isn't nearly as lazy as Taeho's. He scoffs, asking if fear is something you can eat. Not letting up, Taeho asks why such a ridiculously busy guy would drag himself all the way out here, just to tell him that kid's name is Kim Min. Seo Young narrows his eyes. How the hell does he know the kid's name? Taeho just laughs. Did he really think he wouldn't find out unless Seo Young spoon-fed it to him? The 2 keep going at each other's throats. Seo Young demands to know what he's planning to do about it. Taeho just taunts him. Why is he so worried? If he's that stressed, maybe he should just do a better job. They're practically ready to tear the room apart. The colonel standing nearby realizes this is no joke. If this keeps escalating, literally no one is going to be able to stop these 2. That's when Colonel Yu finally steps right between them. She snaps that it's been 5 minutes, and that is enough. Miraculously, they actually back down. Taeho turns and asks if the bearded guy is still breathing. He says yeah, asking if Taeho feels better now, getting that out of his system. Taeho replies coldly, if he was satisfied with just that, he never would have started in the first place. The bearded guy realizes Taeho is clearly still holding a massive grudge. After their little brawl, the 2 commanders finally take a seat. The colonel chimes in, reporting that the 3rd Battalion commander just confirmed the Red Boar Gate has been fully cleared. Seo Young nods, saying the battalion commander did a solid job, and adds that she did great too. The second she leaves the room, the 2 immediately start bickering again. Taeho cuts to the chase. What's the real reason he showed up here? What is he trying to say? Seo Young drops the bomb. He's giving that kid, Kim Min, a special promotion straight to sergeant. Taeho scoffs, asking if he really drove all the way out here just to brag about the punk who's been messing around with his daughter. But Seo Young snaps back. Nobody is messing with his daughter. If anything, he should be damn grateful the kid helped her out. Taeho isn't buying it. Didn't this guy just make corporal? And right before that, he got a special promotion to private first class? He asks Seo Young what the hell he's actually thinking. Seo Young reveals his ultimate plan. He's going to make him a commissioned officer. Taeho warns him that a move like that is going to draw way too much heat. Does he really think Hakol is just going to sit back and watch? If Seo Young acknowledges this kid's talent, Hakol is absolutely going to want him for himself. Seo Young looks him dead in the eye. That's exactly why he's telling him all this now. He needs Taeho to back him up when the time comes. But Taeho crosses his arms. There's no way he can just blindly agree to that based on Seo Young's word alone. He tells him he'll make his decision after he meets the kid himself. Plus, he can't help but wonder if Seo Young has an entirely different motive for all of this. Meanwhile, right at that exact moment on the outskirts of Sion Street, our guy notices something totally off. There's a man collapsed in his path. The guy slowly stands up, striking white hair, and stares right at him, whispering that he's finally found Kim Min. Cut to the bus ride back. The girls are chatting with Kim Min, thanking him for all his hard work out there. One of them actually tries to slip him her number, but her friend quickly slaps a hand over her mouth. Laughing it off, she thanks him again, adding that they really don't need to be so formal with each other out in public. Kim Min just silently watches Yeonsei, and she shoots him this subtle little smile right before the bus pulls away. With the chaos finally over, he breathes a sigh of relief. But the second he glances down, he stares in absolute disbelief. His shadow is right there, and it's literally reaching a hand out, blatantly begging him for just a little more energy. He asks if it's seriously doing this right now. It's got a lot of nerve begging for energy after completely screwing everything up earlier. The shadow instantly gets super agitated and starts shaking back and forth, making him wonder what the hell just happened. Seeing the shadow freak out like this, the pieces finally click. A being of pure demonic energy is crossing over into this dimension, but not through a dungeon gate. It's somehow forcing its way through entirely on its own. He genuinely wonders if the shadow's detection range got this insanely powerful just because his Nightwalker ability leveled up to rank C. He actually looks down at his shadow with a hint of pride. So, assassination wasn't its true specialty after all. Narrowing his eyes, he looks right at the shadow and demands to know, where exactly is this happening? He doesn't waste a second. He sprints straight for the location, sliding to a halt the moment he reaches the exact spot the shadow marked. He feeds the shadow a little bit of energy, but his eyes are completely locked onto what's right in front of him. A gate is ripping open. It looks completely unnatural, and it's expanding fast. Staring into the rift, he tries to make out who the hell is stepping through. Slowly, a figure with pure white hair begins to stand up. And then, the guy says he finally found him. But honestly, Kimmin is totally grossed out by what he's seeing. The dude is practically blowing snot bubbles out of his nose, bawling and calling him Master Minolde. So Kimmin just snaps and yells at him, calling the guy a crazy bastard, and the dude ends up falling flat on his face. Kimmin walks over to check if he's alive, reminding the guy that he literally told him to forget about him and just live his own life. He demands to know why the hell he'd follow him to this world. But the kid just goes back to whining, Master Minolde, leaving Kimmin standing there completely at a loss for what to do. Then it hits him. He remembers finding this kid half dead, getting mauled by some beast. The kid was super weak, just waiting to die, but Kimmin ended up saving his life by blasting his magic right into the face of that winged lion. Back then, he asked why the hell there was a human out there, demanding to know who the kid was, and the boy just started shivering like a leaf. Kimmin almost assumes the kid is dead, but then he takes a good look at his face and wonders why he's so damn good looking, asking him why he isn't saying anything. And that's when the kid asks if, by any chance, Kimmin is Master Minolde. Kimmin is shocked the kid can even speak, but immediately questions how the hell he knows his name. The kid just bursts into tears, sobbing that Kimmin is the ultimate hope for all dark mages, begging to know if he's really Master Minolde. So it finally clicks for Kimmin. This kid is a dark mage too, but he asks why he's so unbelievably weak, wondering if that's somehow considered normal around here. He also thinks about that whole hope nonsense, telling the kid to knock it off and stop spouting crap like that. If he's really that pathetic, he has no business stepping foot inside a dungeon. But then he remembers to ask the kid's name, and the boy actually says he doesn't have one. Kimmin is totally mind-blown, pointing out that he's not just weak. He's literally nameless, too. So Kimmin decides to just give him one, declaring that from now on, his name is Lee Bungo. Snapping back to the present, Kimmin asks the kid if he's lost his damn mind, demanding to know why on earth he'd try to cross over into another dimension. Bungo shoots back that Kimmin was the one who abandoned them, leaving nothing but a crappy little note behind, and warns him that the cult is right on the verge of totally collapsing. Bungo cries out, asking how he could just leave them all behind without even saying a proper goodbye. But Kimmin fires back that they were the ones making a huge fuss about following him in the first place, asking if they seriously thought he'd give them a heads up before taking off. Bungo says he followed him anyway, throwing a massive tantrum and whining that Kimmin should have at least brought his right-hand man along. Kimmin totally rejects the idea that this kid is his right-hand man, but then he notices Bungo looking super sick. He asks why the kid is wobbling so much, using his energy to lift him right up. Bungo immediately starts thanking him again, saying he saved his life once more and vowing to repay his kindness with his own life. Kimin just tells him to cut the crap. He orders Bungo to explain exactly how he got there, from start to finish, without hiding a single damn thing. The kid claims it was all a miracle born from his absolute faith in him, saying he pulled it off just because he wanted to help so badly. But Kimin shuts that down immediately, telling him to stop with the ridiculous nonsense. The kid swears it's the truth, but Kimin isn't buying it. He asks how someone with his pathetic skills could possibly travel to another dimension, directly interrogating the boy on whether the saint was the one who sent him here. Bungo insists that as devout followers, they don't take orders from anyone except Master Minolde. But Kimin loses his patience, telling him to stop stalling and asking if he's going to spit out the truth or if he just wants to die. Terrified, the kid finally caves. He admits that he was actually spying on the saint after Kimin left, all because of some weird rumor going around. Kimin presses him on what kind of rumor, and Bungo says that ever since that day, something sketchy has been going on. He explains how he shapeshifted into a bird, snuck into the goddess's castle, and heard bizarre noises coming from the temple every single night. When he got closer, he spotted that gladiator hauling something suspicious, and he could clearly see monsters hidden right under that tarp. He mentions the rumors were saying they were gathering a massive number of monsters, but there was zero trace of them ever leaving the temple. Then he saw the goddess doing something to the monsters, straight up warping them away. He noticed there wasn't a single bone, patch of fur, or piece of flesh left behind. So he started wondering, how in the world could they dispose of that many monsters without leaving a single trace? Just like Bungo suspected, those people were secretly sending the monsters over there to him. Hearing this, Kimin asks if every single word he just said is actually the truth. The kid swears he'd never lie to his master. Kimin realizes that the goddess is an absolute snake, thinking to himself, oh, so that's how she wants to play it? He asks Bungo if he happens to know what this thing is. The kid looks at it and says that, judging by the shape, it looks exactly like a fragment of a sword used by the temple guards. He asks if Kimin remembers it belonged to the captain of the guard's weapon. And just like that, it finally clicks for the kid, remembering the exact weapons those guys used. Kimin then points out how reckless Bungo was to just dive in there. He asks what the hell he would have done if that portal had spat him out somewhere else. Plus, he literally could have gotten himself killed if he was even a step too slow and ended up stuck in the dimensional rift. The kid just smiles like a total idiot and admits he had no idea. Kimin lets out a sigh, suddenly remembering that, yeah, these cult guys were never exactly normal to begin with. He stares down at the fragment, seriously questioning what the hell their actual endgame is. And so, 1,224 days before Kimin returned to Earth, based on the Asgardian calendar, the goddess was gazing out at the horizon. He asks her what's going on, demanding to know why she dragged him all the way out here. She just smiles, saying it's nice to get out and feel the breeze once in a while, asking if he agrees. He gets absolutely pissed at her, snapping that he's been sleeping rough outdoors for days, and asks her what exactly is supposed to be so nice about that. She apologizes, admitting she didn't really think the whole situation through, explaining that, after all, she's not allowed to leave the temple grounds. But he just brushes it off, asking her again why she called for him. She mentions she heard that a bunch of his friends got badly hurt in the Fates' dungeon. She's talking about his friends from the cult. Luminosa might be her favorite character, but Kimin immediately shuts that down, bluntly stating that those guys are definitely not his friends. And that cult doesn't even exist. He explains that they just got it stuck in their heads that they were going to follow him, and yeah, they got chewed up by the Shadow Hounds or the Fates, but they've already been treated, and they're not going to die. The goddess notices that he prefers to call them Shadow Hounds, asking if that's what they're called in his world. But Kimin clarifies that those things don't even exist on Earth. He tells her that what her people call the Fates are basically just the hunting dogs of his world. So he just decided to call the Fates Shadow Hounds. He sighs, pointing out that, either way, he's only asking because he genuinely can't wrap his head around this whole mess. No matter how hard he thinks about it, he keeps questioning if there's really zero connection between Isgard and the monsters popping up on Earth. But she flat out tells him no. Like she said before, the portals and monsters started showing up in Isgard hundreds of years ago. If there's any connection at all between Isgard and his world, it's just that they're both dealing with the exact same messed up phenomenon. Then she admits his suspicions make total sense. After all, the monsters he saw back home are right there too, and more importantly, he literally came to Isgard through a portal. But here's the catch. Dimensional travel is no joke. Even just summoning him took a massive amount of prep time. So, she argues that teleporting a massive horde of monsters and creating dungeons out of nowhere would be downright impossible. He just stares her down and tells her he gets the picture. He warns her that when this is all over and it's time to send him back home, she better not go back on her word. And to that, she just flashes this incredibly sinister little smirk. Cut to the present day, out in the mountains of Huayan City. He looks back and remembers exactly why he never trusted that saintess. Doing some digging of his own, he secretly found out that Isgard had indeed been dealing with portals for a long time. But he also confirms something huge. Transporting something the size of a dungeon to another dimension isn't actually impossible. Sure, it wouldn't be a walk in the park, not even for the Saintus, but it could be done. Then the frustration sets in. He agonizes over all the hell he went through slaughtering those monsters, questioning why she's burning through so much holy power right now just to keep sending more. He wonders if maybe she's using sacred relics, or if she's orchestrating this whole nightmare just to get back at him. Suddenly, he notices Bongo kneeling right in front of him, swearing to follow him until the day he dies. The kid begs Kim Min to accept his loyalty, and Kim Min is just absolutely pissed, mostly because there's no way to send the kid back. So he just sighs and says, whatever, it's fine. But for starters, he needs to fix what the kid calls him. He tells him his name isn't my lord, it's Kim Min Jun. Bongo thanks him, completely butchering it as Kim Min Jong, and promises to repay his kindness until his dying breath and even after that. Kim Min corrects him again, it's Kim Min Jun, not Kim Min Jong, and then asks if Bongo knows how to use the mimicry skill. The kid beams and says, yeah, of course. He brags that thanks to his demonic energy, he's just overflowing with power. But Kim Min immediately calls his bluff, telling him to quit the BS because he only gave him a tiny drop of it. Bongo quickly apologizes, admitting that the best he can do right now is turn into a small animal. Kim Min figures that's good enough and tells him to try turning into a crow, like the one sitting right over there. And just like that, the kid transforms flawlessly. Kim Min tells him he needs to tag along with the Nightwalker for now. But the second the walker steps out of the shadows and spots Bongo, the vibe instantly sours, and they just start glaring at each other. Kim Min tells them to knock it off, but Bongo starts squawking and complaining like a total bird. Kim Min reminds him he can still speak like a human, so Bongo chimes in, insisting that as Kim Min's right-hand man, he needs to establish the pecking order first. But Kim Min shuts that down fast, telling him there's no hierarchy here. He orders them to shake hands and play nice. So the two of them reluctantly do what they're told. He turns to Bongo and tells him to just ask the Nightwalker if he doesn't know what to do. He also gives the Nightwalker a heads up. If Bongo tries pulling any crazy stunts or gets too flashy, he has full permission to stop him. Safety has to be priority number one. They both nod in agreement, and with that sorted, he dismisses the two of them. So Bongo takes off into the night sky, while the walker melts back into the shadows. Completely drained from babysitting these two, Kim Min decides to grab some grub and crash. Fast forward a few days, back at the barracks, Gwansik walks out looking ridiculously happy. The rest of the guys stare at him like he's lost his mind, asking if he finally snapped. They point out that he was acting like an absolute goofball a few days ago, joking that his brain must have completely melted. But Gwansik just grins and announces that the platoon's quarterly performance results are finally out, posted right in front of the admin office. Naturally, everyone is hyped and rushes over to check them out. One of the guys grumbles, asking if that bastard took first place again, considering they had a ton of training and raids this semester. Rival jumps in and says no way, claiming he was an absolute machine this month. That's when Gwansik drops the numbers. Long scored 75 points this quarter. Rival immediately gets salty, assuming Long is bagging first place again. Another guy chimes in, saying he'd be thrilled with just 50 points, because getting slapped with a penalty and confined to base at their age is basically a death sentence. Then Gwansik drops the bomb. Long is actually in second place. Hearing that, the whole crew gets hyped. But that leaves them wondering, who the hell scored over 75 points? Right on cue, Kim Min strolls up, casually mentioning he's back from his leave. Gwansik points at him and reveals that Kim Min crushed it, taking first place with 99 points. The whole group is completely floored. The commander walks over and asks Kim Min how his time off was. He casually replies that it was pretty damn good. Then the commander raises a hand and asks if he's seeing this right. When everyone follows his gaze, they're stunned. Kim Min is getting another special promotion, his second one in less than a month. The commander explains that the official paperwork just came down from division headquarters today. Not only was he named the division's top soldier during field training, but he also earned a commendation for volunteering to help out at the ration dungeon while he was on leave. It was another special order straight from the division commander, congratulating the kid. Kim Min thinks of Se-Kong and gets a huge grin on his face. Right then, his rank insignia is swapped out, officially giving him the promotion. Meanwhile, one of the guys suddenly remembers the bet they made, where Gwansik called it, saying Kim Min would get promoted within a month. Gwansik gloats, saying he's going to put that cash to real good use. But then Kim Min steps in, snatches the betting slip right out of his hand, and asks Gwansik if he realizes he's dealing with a sergeant now. Gwansik still slips up and calls him corporal, but admits he knows. Kim Min notices they had a pretty good time while he was gone, asking if he won the bet. Gwansik nods and says, yeah. Looking at that massive stack of cash, Kim Min remarks that he must have hit the jackpot. Gwansik immediately senses danger, but Kim Min just says, that's a really great thing, flashing an absolutely evil smile at the guy's money. And with that, Kim Min, fully abusing his new rank, kicks off a brutal torture session. The two of them just freeze up completely, terrified to even breathe wrong and draw attention to themselves. Desperate, Gwansik tries to negotiate, offering Kim Min a 30% cut and asking if they have a deal. Kim Min plays dumb, asking what the hell he's talking about. He says people might think he's only doing this for the cash, but that's totally not his intention. He claims he's just doing this for Gwansik's own good and orders him to keep doing bench presses. Sweating, Gwansik ups the offer. How about 40%? Kim Min repeats that it's seriously not about the money, casually adding that them placing bets on his life doesn't bother him in the slightest. So, he asks them point blank if they think he's lying, and Gweek nervously says no. But man, when Kim Min loads even more weight onto that bench press, Gweek starts panicking, literally shaking, until he straight up passes out. And Kim Min, he just catches the bar with one single hand, lifting it like it's absolutely nothing, while Gweek is basically half dead on the bench. Meanwhile, the other two guys who were in on the bet are just standing there, completely blown away by what's going down and the fact that he just palmed that massive weight with one hand. Kim Min just casually tells them he wanted to get a workout in, so that's exactly what he's doing, and tells Gweek, hey, no hard feelings, right? Then he calls up the next guy. But surprise, surprise, neither of them wants to step up. They start stammering that they're all good, since they already worked out. Kim Min sighs, saying, that's a real pity, and the two of them try to bolt. But Kim Min's voice drops. It really is a shame, a massive shame, that you actually think you can say no to me. And suddenly, those two are shaking in their boots. So he forces all three of them to keep training, and after practically torturing his squad mates, he casually drops that, hey, maybe it's not the best time, but he needs a little favor from them. Desperate, they ask him what kind of favor, practically begging, anything, literally anything, as long as it's not more physical training. Kim Min brings up the rule that anyone ranking below a private first class isn't allowed to use the post exchange. They're just staring at him, completely clueless about where he's going with this. Kim Min keeps listing the restrictions, how they can't go to the gym and can't use the computer room. And on top of that, anyone below the rank of sergeant can't use their smartphones. It's just, nope, nope, and nope. He stands up, getting fired up, and says, this is flat out unfair and completely kills morale. He calls it absolute garbage that this kind of discrimination is still a thing in the 21st century. The guys agree that they definitely need to do something about these rules, but Kim Min tells them to dial it back a bit. He says he'll work on convincing the sergeants, but the rest of the dirty work, that falls on them. So they quickly tell Kim Min, don't worry, man, you can count on us. Kim Min dismisses the two guys, and they bolt out of there like lightning. Gweek tries to quietly sneak away, but Kim Min calls his name, and Gweek squeaks out a response, sounding like he's on his deathbed. Gweek mentions that he overheard the platoon commander saying he's getting transferred to the second squad after the next personnel rotation. Hearing this, Kim Min gives a wicked smile and tells him that, from that day forward, the two of them are going to be permanent workout buddies. Bro, honestly, I would have begged for a discharge, man. I'd take solitary confinement, just do literally anything else. How are you supposed to train with a monster like that? No way, you'd have to be crazy. Anyway, the story shifts, and they start talking about the dig snake, this freaky, serpent-like monster that burrows deep underground. But here's the kicker. Unlike regular snakes, these things aren't venomous, but they literally explode the second they die. That's why, right before you go in for the kill, you absolutely have to slice off their tails. The tails act like little detonators, and if you don't, boom, you trigger a massive chain reaction of explosions. As they keep slaughtering these things left and right, they explain that this is exactly why the safest way to clear a dig snake dungeon is with a really tight-knit, super experienced squad of hunters. But get this, there was this one guy who managed to capture hundreds of them over in Isgard. Cut to Kim Min, who's out here just crushing these snakes barehanded, casually proving that he can handle the entire swarm completely solo. Naturally, the rest of the squad breathes a massive sigh of relief, having a beast like him on the team, and the commander calls for a quick 10-minute breather. While the others are finally chilling out, Kim Min checks his status and notices the system just dropped a new skill on him, Agility Enhancement. It's an E-rank passive that bumps his agility stat up by 5 points. He mutters to himself that a class-specific skill would have been sweeter, but hey, he'll take the boost. He admits this dungeon is actually turning out to be quite a gold mine. Out of nowhere, Bongo reaches out to Kim Min, urgent he's picking up on demonic energy, and a massive spike of it too. Kim Min glances over, praising him. Good work, buddy. Where are you picking this up from? So, perched way up on a telephone pole, Bongo tells him he's out in Incheon. Kim Min is completely caught off guard. Fast forward a week to the weekend. Kim Min rolls up to the Incheon metropolitan area to check things out for himself. What's the status? He asks. Bongo replies that he followed orders to the letter, no rash moves, just pure surveillance. And since he hasn't sensed a single monster roaming around, he's convinced this energy leak must be tied to a hidden dungeon. Kim Min asks for a head count. Bongo tells him the place was completely deserted up until yesterday, but right now, there's definitely someone inside the house. He grumbles. If you had just shown up yesterday, we wouldn't be dealing with this headache. Kimmin snaps back. You think playing soldier is easy? I barely managed to secure an overnight pass to get here. Bongo just stares at him. Kimmin quickly justifies the situation, muttering, look, from the outside, yeah, it totally looks like a home invasion. But technically, we're just confiscating some highly dangerous objects from this house, all right? Still, he warns Bongo to stay out of sight, and they make their move. Kimmin slips right up to a window and stealthily breaches the house. Scanning the room, his eyes lock onto a decorative piece, a demonic energy stone. He whispers to himself, wow, you can practically taste the dark energy radiating off this thing. But weirdly enough, it doesn't feel toxic to humans. It almost feels refined. Suddenly, a voice slices through the silence. Don't touch that. Kimmin nearly jumps out of his skin, totally spooked by whoever just called him out, but he instantly snaps into a defensive stance. Now, let's rewind a few minutes. The homeowner was just chilling in her bedroom, lying on her bed, casually scrolling through her phone and chatting with her mom. Right in the middle of a nice conversation, she feels this weird shift in the air. A little creeped out, she steps out of her room and creeps silently down the stairs. That's when she spots the intruder and barks at him to freeze. Back to the present, where Kimmin is caught red-handed. She glares at him, completely disgusted. I can't believe scumbags still break into houses like this, she spits. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing here at this hour? Kimmin's heart drops when he recognizes her face. It's Yoon Soa. He realizes with a groan that this girl keeps popping up way too much lately. With her standing right behind him, his mind is racing. Of all the random houses he could have raided to track down demonic energy, it just had to be Yoon Seoa's place. The irritation boils up inside him, and he shoots a lethal glare over at the Raven. But Bongo just shrugs it off defensively, squawking that he had zero clue who lived here. It was that little scumbag over there who picked up the signal. Kimmin sighs. Honestly, considering she's a division commander in the Hunter Corps, it actually makes perfect sense that she'd have something like that in her house. But seriously, what are the astronomical odds of him bumping into her on his one rare night off? It was the exact same story back out on the street. He is convinced the universe is playing some sick joke on him, and he is just seething. Meanwhile, Soa orders him, hands behind your head, do not move. I'm not gonna tell you again. His mind races. Since they're already neck deep in this mess, he definitely isn't leaving empty-handed. He slowly reaches inside his jacket. Seeing this, she snaps, I told you not to move, and throws a lethal kick right at him. But Kimmin, he just ducks it effortlessly, pulling a pen and a piece of paper straight out of his pocket. He goes full-on offensive, throwing strike after strike, while this guy is literally taking notes mid-fight. She gets absolutely infuriated that he isn't taking her seriously. Still, as he dodges, Kimmin makes a mental note. Wow, she's actually crazy agile. She'll make Sergeant in no time, he thinks. But just as she aims a vicious strike right for his jugular, he intercepts her arm in a flash, stopping her dead in her tracks. He smirks, you're gonna need to eat your Wheaties before you can land a hit on me. And just like that, he grabs her hand, shoves it down, and gives it a quick squeeze, slipping the note right into her palm. She's standing there thinking, this bastard is definitely not normal. That kind of movement, that's totally an awakened. She takes another wild swing at him, but Kimmin just dodges it like it's nothing. Then, his eyes lock onto the demonic stone, and he lunges right at the girl. She freezes up, terrified, thinking, I can't dodge this. But he doesn't even lay a finger on her. He just snatches the stone and takes off into the sky. She screams at him to stop, but yeah, like that's gonna work. Watching him vanish, it hits her. She didn't land a single damn hit on him. And when she finally looks at the note, he just wrote, you lose. She completely loses it, calling Kimmin every dirty name in the book. Miles away by now, he examines the stone. Man, this thing has more demonic energy than most monsters, he mutters. Plus, if a 2-star hunter was keeping it in their house, it probably isn't toxic to humans. Right on cue, Bongo chimes in. If you ask me, that's definitely a monster crystal. Kimmin snaps back. Who the hell gave you permission to speak? Bongo immediately starts groveling again. Kimmin sighs. I know it's a monster crystal. I'm just trying to figure out why it's reeking of demonic energy. He admits he's never seen anything like it, not even back in Isgard. Thinking over how monster crystals work, he notes that these minerals only pop up inside monsters every now and then. The quality of the crystal totally depends on the monster's age and threat level. But bottom line, they all hold mana that scales right along with their size. Out of all the loot you can farm from hunting monsters, this is easily top tier. As he cracks open the protective casing, he mutters that he's never even heard of a crystal holding demonic energy before. He shatters the crystal, and boom, a massive wave of energy just floods out. I have no freaking clue why something like this is on Earth, he says. But as he absorbs it, his demonic energy stat ticks up by 1 point, and then it happens 3 more times. He tells himself that if he wants to avoid playing into the Saints' stupid little games, he can't afford to sweat the small stuff. Just like that, he unlocks 2 new skills, Demonic Energy Singularity and Demonic Energy Grab. The kid is absolutely stoked. 2 skills in 1 shot? Hell yeah. His stats are just getting more and more busted. Now we're talking, he thinks, instantly checking out the singularity skill. It makes his demonic energy completely invisible and odorless. Total stealth mode, it doesn't affect his surroundings at all. He can toggle the skill on and off whenever he wants. He knows that as the demonic energy builds up inside him, keeping a lid on it is only going to get harder. Honestly, he'd been getting paranoid about his energy leaking out and messing with the people around him, no matter how careful he was. So this skill dropped at the exact perfect time. And on top of that, he smirks, I've got the demonic grab. He tests it right on Bongo, yanking the bird straight into his hand. He instantly realizes the weight limit on the skill is pretty low. But hey, he's never gonna have to get off the couch to grab a Coke ever again. He tosses the bird away and announces he's got a new mission for his familiars. He orders them to dig up any intel they can on dungeons and items that might be leaking demonic energy. The 2 of them get the message, get their food, and immediately start throwing hands. But the second he looks away, they make up like total bros. Then, he turns to Bongo. Hey, you ever had Korean food? He ends up dragging the guy out to eat some real food, completely ignoring the totally bizarre outfit he's wearing. Both Kimmin and the restaurant owner just stare in shock as the guy bursts into tears. It's so good. It's just so delicious, he wails. Kimmin just rolls his eyes. Dude, either eat or cry, pick one. He instantly goes back to shoveling food into his mouth. Kimmin watches him, thinking the guy must have survived purely on those garbage rations back in Isgard. Yeah, guess that explains why he's losing his mind over a decent meal. Suddenly, his phone starts blowing up. He immediately regrets fixing that military rule that kept lower-ranking soldiers from using their smartphones. Because now that they've got this group chat, these guys literally will not shut up. Cut to the military exercises. Look, for awakened soldiers who've pushed way past standard human limits, basic guerrilla training is just a walk in the park. Kimmin is practically grinning the whole time. By the 3rd test, the 3-rope bridge, he's just smirking, casually strolling across it like it's a tightrope, and scaling the obstacles without breaking a sweat. Even standing right in the middle of a thick cloud of tear gas, he's totally fine, while the commander has to hide behind a gas mask. The commander barks that everyone belted out the national anthem all the way to the 4th verse and memorized the hunter troops' oath of loyalty. And with that, they're finally dismissed. Kimmin notes that this exercise is a whole different beast compared to regular army drills. Still, hunter guerrilla training is notoriously brutal in the community. Not because of the physical stuff, but the conditions you're forced to eat dirt and sleep in crappy, freezing tents out in the middle of nowhere. Someone turns to him and asks, hey, you're not gonna eat? But another guy cuts in, look man, if we eat any more, we're gonna have to use the latrine. And trust me, it's basically like a scorching hot porta potty at a music festival. You do not want to step foot in there. Meanwhile, the commander of the 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion, 144th Division Seojogong, steps up to address them. One of the guys points out the commanding officer. The commander orders everyone to listen up, praising them for grinding through the day's training. He announces that the instructors are taking over night watch and patrol duty, meaning the recruits can actually get some sleep. He tells them to bring their A game tomorrow, adding that, honestly, the whole point of hunter-guerrilla training really boils down to one thing, trench combat. And the rules? Dead simple. There's a square arena acting as the trench. A soldier wins if they either toss their opponent out of the ring or beat them into submission. Instantly, it turns into an absolute brawl. Guys are wrestling, throwing each other out of bounds, and bodies are just dropping everywhere. Time's up. By round 16, 3rd match, the 1st squad of the 1st Platoon, 2nd Company, totally wrecks the 1st Battalion. Just for the record, weapons are completely banned, and striking is strictly off-limits. So on paper, it just looks like a basic test of raw strength. But in reality, trench combat during hunter training carries massive weight for the 4 battalions of the 4th Division. The colonel is watching the whole spectacle closely. He locks eyes on Kimmin. Now that is an exceptional soldier, he mutters. He turns and asks, did his squad take the win last year too? Colonel Jung nods. Yes, sir, they did. But last year he was just a corporal. Now, he's a sergeant. Honestly, even in the previous round when 10 squads were fighting all at once, he pushed every single one of them out by himself, Jung says. The colonel narrows his eyes. What exactly are his stats? So, Lieutenant Colonel Ko brings up that Sergeant Choi Seong recently passed his promotion test, and it looks like the 1st Battalion commander actually held off on promoting him. Lee is totally caught off guard and asks if that's really true. I mean, he did it because he knew this training was coming up, and if Choi got promoted, he wouldn't be allowed to join the trench combat. But Jones shoots that down, asking how he could have possibly known when the training was going to happen. And to top it off, he points out who would have even guessed the training would take place in weather like that. So, they call it an inter-battalion competition. But let's be real, it basically just turned into a massive ego trip for the battalion commanders. And you can see Colonel Yoko getting more and more ticked off. She points out that out of all the 4th Battalion squads that entered this time, only one made it this far. And wow, this blonde chick is absolutely jacked, huh? Oh, you gotta love it. And apparently, the training for the battalions that bomb the competition turns into an absolute nightmare. Then, the squad with that huge dude who's just tossing everyone out of the ring starts smirking. He looks over at Kim Min and asks if he's the hunter from the 2nd Battalion. And Kim Min's like, yeah, that's me. The guy jokes that they've got a literal celebrity in the house, saying he heard Kim Min was the fastest guy to ever make sergeant. Honestly, Kim Min doesn't even know how to respond to that. He just kind of awkwardly thanks him for the compliment, but then the dude flashes this totally wicked smirk. He tells him the rumors got his hopes up, but to his face, Kim Min just looks like a total wimp. Instantly, everyone loses their minds, asking what the hell he's talking about, and seriously questioning if the guy has a death wish. But the giant just grabs the 2 guys who were running their mouths, forces them to sit down, and is like, my bad. I was just thinking out loud. Then he starts pressing down on both of their shoulders with insane pressure. The guy with the goatee is freaking out, wondering what kind of monster strength this is, because he literally can't even stand up. Then the sumo wrestler just laughs it off, saying it slipped out, and walks away with his buddies, totally gloating. The other 2 are left behind, absolutely fuming. Gwon-sik looks at Kim Min and asks, are you seriously gonna let that slide? The kid tries to play it cool, saying he's fine, but Gwon-sik isn't having it. He says, no way, I'm going over there to show those meatheads exactly what we're made of. But when he actually looks at Kim Min, the guy does not look fine at all. The veins in his forehead are literally bulging. Kim Min just mutters that the guy is going to get exactly what's coming to him. Meanwhile, we cut to the 4th squad of the 4th platoon, 4th company, 4th battalion, and they are standing at the ready. Chamari starts complaining, asking what the point of all this even is. Not only is it exhausting, but they have to touch all these sweaty guys, and it's just gross. Another girl totally agrees, pointing out that the higher-ups just want to flex their battalion's strength, but the squads are the ones who end up paying the price. Hee-ju chimes in, wondering if they seriously have to go through all this trouble just to pick a winner. But Chamari reminds them that their squad is the only one from their entire battalion that made it this far, so their commander has to be absolutely livid right now. And when Chamari looks over at her, she notes that the commander literally looks ready to murder someone. Just then, Sayat Buell rolls up, asking what everyone is so stressed about. She's like, relax, we just take home the trophy and we're golden. Once the match kicks off, the girls are actually struggling quite a bit, and Chamari finds herself desperately running away from this one guy who will not stop chasing her. At the same time, 2 of the female soldiers are trying to push out the only guy who's actually holding his ground against them, but then Sayat Buell steps in. She completely launches the guy, just grabbing him and tossing him straight off the mat. Then she glances back and spots Chamari still running for her life from that other dude. But right when he thinks he's finally caught her, she grabs his arm and shows off everything she learned from the Grace family, flipping him over her shoulder in this massive throw. She snaps at him, saying she already told him to back off. Then she looks over at the other girl, who's locked in a total tug of war with that one guy. Just as she's about to get double-teamed, Eunji jumps into the fray, grabbing the second dude and hurling him out of the way. She yells out a quick thanks, using that momentum to give one massive shove, sending her guy flying off the mat. Watching this, the opposing squad made up of these dudes who honestly look like they're in their 60s are in total disbelief. I mean, a whole group of grown men couldn't even take down a single one of the girls. One of the older guys sighs, saying his expectations were already rock bottom, but he's still somehow disappointed. He complains that they always have to do the dirty work, telling the younger guys to sit back and watch how it's really done. So they get into their stance, grumbling that everyone only ever talks about Choi, but this year, the victory is theirs. But the second they charge in, Sayat Buell steps right in front of them, stopping them dead in their tracks by grabbing their midsections. They mock her, asking if she seriously thinks she can take both of them on by herself. And honestly, it looks like she actually has the raw strength to do it, but she just smirks and asks, "Whoever said I was alone?" Right on cue, all 6 girls team up and completely launch them out of the ring. And with that, the round ends in a flawless victory for the 4th Squad, 4th Platoon, 4th Company of the 4th Battalion. The girls are absolutely celebrating. Meanwhile, Kim Min is analyzing the match, thinking to himself that their teamwork is flawless, and every single one of them is incredibly skilled. The guy with the goatee chimes in, admitting that their squad is actually legit. Gwon-sik points out that they'll be facing Choi in the quarterfinals, and this time, he's definitely going down. But Goatee quickly argues that Choi needs to make it to the finals so they can be the ones to face him, because they have a personal vendetta to wipe the floor with him. Gwon-sik agrees, but then starts doubting if they'll even make it to the finals themselves. Goatee just brushes it off, reminding him that they've got Sergeant Lee and Kim Min on their squad. They literally couldn't lose even if they tried. As Chamari's squad is walking out of the ring, she spots Kim Min sitting in the stands. She immediately lights up, calling out to him and waving him down. The guys are totally taken aback, with Gwon-sik excitedly asking if she just said hi to them. But nope, she's locking eyes strictly with Kim Min. Meanwhile, Goatee gets all teary-eyed and dramatic, realizing that, on second thought, He's not a janitor, so he has no business wiping the floor with anybody. At that, Gwansik completely pivots, saying, yeah, Choi was arrogant, but hey, it happens, and forgiveness is a true art form. They quickly agree, deciding it's a real shame, but they'll just have to postpone their revenge so they can cheer for the 4th Battalion instead. Kim Min just shakes his head, telling them they're massive simps. Up in the stands, the commanders are already roasting each other, relentlessly mocking the guy who just lost to the all-girl 4th Battalion. Right then, they announce the 5th round, which Kim Min is competing in. Commander Yu spots him down there and immediately flashbacks to everything the kid pulled off alongside Seo Kang. While they're getting ready, Goatee leans over and asks Kim Min if he heard the rumor that the squad who wins the whole tournament gets a squad-wide paid day off. But Kim Min shuts it down, saying he wants to be as far away from them as physically possible on his days off. Goatee jokes that they should just intentionally lose so they don't get first place. Instantly, Kim Min's whole vibe shifts, and he deadpans that they are absolutely not doing something that idiotic. And with that, the two teams finally step up, coming face to face. The whistle blows, the match starts, and they immediately blitz right at the opposing squad. But get this, Kim Min's squad just starts tossing everybody backwards. I mean, they're manhandling them so easily, they're literally picking them up off the ground. And Gwansik? He just smirks and says they're way too light. Right then, this absolute unit, the biggest guy on their team, locks eyes on this one kid who's somehow holding off two guys at once. So Kim Min steps right in front of him. He mutters that the big guy looks pretty useful, wondering out loud if he should, test times it times out on him. The meathead charges straight at the kid, and Kim Min just casually mentions that his control is still a little off. But then boom, he busts out that demonic energy grip, snags the big guy right by the foot, and just slams him into the dirt. He grabs him by the head, explaining how easy it is to completely wreck an opponent's balance. The massive dude hits the deck, totally clueless about what just hit him. And then, he gets completely enraged and lunges at Kim Min all over again. And the kid? He just uses that demonic energy grip one more time, catching the guy's fist dead in its tracks, throwing the guy completely off balance, making him... Kim Min's running the math in his head. He knows he can't let the guy figure out what's really going on, so he taunts him to come back in. The second the big guy gets back on his feet, the kid decides playtime is officially over and charges right at him. When the brute tries to grab him, the kid just slips right past his side, grabs him from behind, and literally launches him into the air. Fast forward a bit, and yeah, exactly as expected, they coasted straight to the finals. But here's the catch. They didn't end up facing the 4th squad of the 4th Battalion. And let me tell you, that completely pissed off Gwansik and Hanyang. So the final round kicks off, and there's Choi, just looking down his nose at Kim Min's entire squad. Hanyang asks if that bastard used to wrestle. Gwansik chimes in, saying the guy actually trained all the way up through high school, but had to quit the second his powers awakened. Hanyang points out that, judging by his track record in this tournament, he must have been damn good. And Gwansik confirms it. The guy literally used to sweep the championships. That totally blows Hanyang's mind. Like, the guy is genuinely skilled, but he still plays dirty? It makes both of them absolutely furious. But Kim Min steps in, pointing out that the real reason they're so fired up goes back to the quarterfinals. See, it wasn't just that Choi's squad won. It was how times they won. Our favorite blonde girl was completely battered by the end of the match. She even tried to throw herself at Choi with every last ounce of strength she had left. But they crushed it, 6-0. And the craziest part, not a single person got thrown out of the ring during that whole match. Kim Min breaks it down, saying it wasn't even a sports competition anymore. It looked way more like actual combat training, and honestly, it wasn't even Choi's fault. They dragged the match out by just barely skirting the no-hitting rule. In his eyes, the losers only had themselves to blame for being too weak. Meanwhile, Sei-hee is sitting over there with the other girls, still visibly fuming over the results. So Gwansik straight up declares they're gonna teach those guys some goddamn manners. But Kim Min cuts in, telling them they've still got a lot to learn. If they're really that pissed at Choi, their best move is to lock in and crush him in this match. Like, why get all worked up when the fight hasn't even started yet? All the while, Choi is just glaring at them with this incredibly arrogant smirk. Hanyang calls him out, asking if he's seriously planning to take all of them on by himself too. But Choi replies that, against the famous Sergeant Lee Seong, he couldn't possibly pull that off. Then he shoots back, asking if they actually think they'd stand a chance if he did times fight them all solo. Then he shifts his gaze to Kim Min, who's just standing there looking completely clueless, and sneers. He says he totally expected Kim Min to lose his mind if he roughed up his little girlfriend a bit. But Kim Min didn't even flinch. He genuinely has no idea what the guy is talking about. Gwansik is just as lost, asking what the hell he means and who this supposed girlfriend is. Choi raises an eyebrow, asking if that pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion isn't his girl. I mean, she was all giddy, watching him and cheering her heart out. Gwansik totally loses it, asking if Choi has lost his damn mind, because she definitely wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Min. But then he realizes how embarrassing this is getting, clears his throat, and mutters that it's beside the point. But absolutely not. And Han-young just casually drops that Kimin couldn't care less about real women. All he cares about is Lumi from his stupid little game. Choi bursts out laughing. He asks if it's the Lumi from that old school game, the starter NPC from that trashy game. He straight up asks if that's his waifu and just relentlessly mocks Kimin, saying the dude was born to be a total simp. Suddenly, everyone turns to look at Kimin's face, and they look absolutely terrified. Choi keeps running his mouth, saying he thought turbo virgins like that were just an urban legend, but this guy really went and fell for a 2D character. He calls it a whole new level of pathetic. Then, the official orders them to get ready, saying the match kicks off on his whistle. And Choi, he sneers and says he'll take it easy on him, just so he can go back to his precious little Lumi in one piece. But watch this. The second the whistle blows, Kimin doesn't even flinch. Choi charges right at him, taunting him, asking if he's still daydreaming about his waifu. But the moment he gets close enough, Kimin instantly triggers his demonic energy. Everyone is just staring in absolute shock at what's unfolding, and the referee almost blows his whistle right then and there. Then Kimin just plays it off. He claims he got super startled because Choi lunged at him out of nowhere, head first. Nobody has a clue what's actually happening. Meanwhile, Choi stammers that he just stepped wrong, asking if they can just let it slide this time. So Kimin looks over at the ref, and Choi does too. The ref glances up at the commanders, and they just give the signal to keep the match going. They get a warning to watch it and avoid any unnecessary rough stuff. The ref repeats it loud and clear. Attacking the other soldiers is strictly prohibited. Choi is absolutely fuming now. He snaps that Kimin got lucky, growling that he's done holding back and that Kimin is basically dead meat. But Kimin is just as pissed, glaring back and saying he wasn't even finished with the joke yet. Choi yells out, asking if he's just going to keep running away, but instead, the kid turns around, charges straight at Han-young, and yeets his own teammate right out of the arena. Choi is completely baffled. He's yelling, asking what the hell is going on and why he's attacking his own teammates. And before anyone can react, Kimin clears every single one of his guys off the mat. One of his squad mates actually tries to stand his ground and resist the attack. But nope, Kimin still manages to launch him completely out of bounds. Choi is freaking out, asking what the hell he's doing. After clearing out the entire mat, Kimin locks eyes with him, and there is pure murder in his stare. Choi is sweating, wondering what on earth got into this guy. Even Choi's battalion commander starts shouting, demanding to know what kind of match this is and ordering them to stop him. But another commander shoots him down, asking what he's talking about technically. The kid hasn't broken a single rule. Like, what possible reason would they have to halt the match? Still, another commander just isn't buying it, questioning why the hell he'd be eliminating his own team. Kimin's own commander is sitting there, completely lost, muttering that there's no way he can cover this mess up. Then Choi's commander barks at him, asking if he's going to take responsibility if somebody gets seriously hurt. But Commander Yoon steps in, staying icy calm. She says the referee will handle it on his own, just like he did in all the previous matches. And just like that, Commander Choi gets a little rattled, so Kimin just charges right at Choi and grabs him, like it's a damn sumo match. And that big meathead Choi didn't even understand what got into him. I mean, first he goes in throwing fists, and now he's trying to wrestle, so Choi thinks the kid made a huge mistake, and he actually tells him, "All right, I'll admit you're strong, but pure strength isn't everything when it comes to wrestling, right?" He tells him the real secret to wrestling is technique, so he tries to lift Kimin up, but he starts realizing he just can't do it, no matter what he tries. But then, out of nowhere, the kid easily hoists him right up by the arms, and he brutally slams Choi's back onto the ground. And the guy has to weigh at least 260 pounds. Then Kimin just tells him to get up, and Choi starts realizing his technique was totally useless. It hits him. This guy is dangerously strong. Right then, Choi begs him to wait, saying, "I give up." But Kimin doesn't even let him finish the sentence. He just grabs him again, slamming his back into the dirt one more time. And not even satisfied with that, he scoops him up again, asking, "Who the hell said you could surrender?" So Kimin lifts him up yet again. Choi gets absolutely desperate, screaming that he quits, that he yields. But Kimin just tells him to listen really closely. He tells him, Lumina isn't just some 2D character. Then he flips the big guy in the air again and smashes him right back into the ground, leaving absolutely everyone in awe of what he just pulled off. And he declares that she is the queen of all queens. Meanwhile, Choi is just lying there, foaming at the mouth, wondering how you even respond to something like that. So the match finally ends, and the second squad is declared the winner. But as Kimin walks over to his teammates, everyone's giving him the cold shoulder, and he starts trying to apologize. But suddenly, they all just start cheering for him, telling him he killed it, saying it was the most insane fight that they had ever seen. The infamous Choi got completely wrecked in hand-to-hand combat, and watching him get beat down was just so satisfying. Then Hanong asks if he took everyone out of the game just to make it more dramatic, joking that if he had known the plan, he would have just jumped right out of the arena himself. So Kimin thinks they're being way too chill about it, but hey, at least it's a good thing. However, Seong chimes in, saying that no matter the reason, nothing justifies betraying the team. He tells him, I'm really disappointed in you, so he starts thinking he might have gone a bit too far. But then, as he walks away, Seong-rok remembers the brutal beatdown he got from Kimin, realizing that if he lets his guard down, he's going to end up as his prey too. He promises himself he's going to win the next one, and with that, the games come to an end, and they all get their medals. When they get back to their regular activities, Gwansik decides to sneak off on his own. So someone asks where he's heading, and he just says he's going to the restroom. He starts questioning why they even have to do guerrilla training at a time like this, especially since they're in the hunter troop. But right then, Unse shows up, and he immediately starts simping hard. The very next day, after the short but super intense guerrilla training for the 14th Division, this group of crazy guys starts plotting something, right before the exhaustion from training even wore off, and apparently, they already know they're going to get in trouble. And Gwansik tells them he knows they're running out of time. They have to be as efficient as humanly possible, so Haenong points out that picking the right meetup spot is key, asking, where's the best place? Dongjin mentions that the east side of Goyang is the border, and going anywhere else would take way too long. Hearing that, Gwansik praises him, telling him he's onto something and to keep the ideas coming. Right in the middle of this, Gwansik gets another message from Unsa, and in the text, she's trying to set up a group date between the two squads. But after getting Gwansik totally thirsty and simping out of his mind, she actually asks for Kimin's number. Hanong starts worrying that this might be exactly how they get caught. So Gwansik asks, should I just tell her I don't know it? But Hanong calls him out. Who the hell is going to believe that? I mean, they're literally in the exact same squad and live together. It'd be super weird not to have his number. Gwansik starts panicking, and Hanong tells him he's clueless because the damage is already done, and he doesn't think dodging the question will work. He reminds him, hey, you're the one who started this mess. Claiming they don't know anything about it, he tells the others to bail before things go south. But Gwansik stays behind and throws out the idea. What if Kimin actually wants to hang out with them, too? So they end up just leaving. Meanwhile, back inside, Kimin is checking his system stats. He notices that these are his rewards from the guerrilla training. His strength went up by 5 points, and his agility by 1. Not to mention, his overall power jumped from E to D. And he actually thanks Choi for that, because honestly, it's been insanely hard to level up his stats ever since they hit 60. He notes that this time around, his agility went up by 1 point and his strength by 5. He thinks this is a huge win, but suddenly, Bongo starts calling out to him, so he asks what's up, and Bongo just asks if he can spare a little bit of soup. Kimin asks why the hell he's asking for soup when he literally just gave him money to buy his own food, but Bongo just gets all happy about it, which completely pisses Kimin off. Then Bongo suddenly remembers what he actually came to say, telling him he detected a mysterious aura. Kimin gets even more pissed, yelling, couldn't you have led with that? He demands to know what kind of mysterious aura it is. Like, is it demonic energy or something? So Bongo tells him it's definitely not demonic energy, but it's undeniably weird. He says he's never felt an aura quite like it, not even back in Isgard. But right in the middle of explaining, he just stops talking. Kimin snaps, asking what happened. And Bongo has the absolute nerve to say his soup just arrived, asking if they can talk after he eats. Kimin just starts cursing him out. But he doesn't even have time to dwell on it, because his phone buzzes with a message from Unsa. He's totally in disbelief, wondering what is even going on today. Like, why does everyone suddenly want to talk to him out of nowhere? And more importantly, how the hell did she get his number? But he just sighs, muttering that he's gonna block her anyway. Right at that exact moment, Gwansik barges in, begging him not to do it. Kimin is like, what are you even talking about? The guy explains that he must have just gotten a text from the hunter Yunsa. He pleads with him, saying this kind of chance is super rare, begging him to think about his squad mates, insisting that this could definitely land him a better rank, claiming it's his duty to take care of his subordinates' mental health. Kimin is just standing there, asking again, what the hell is this lunatic going on about? But then, it finally clicks. He realizes Gwansik was the one who leaked his number to her. Gwansik admits it. Yeah, it was him. And he adds that he'd be really grateful if Kimin could just be a little more understanding about it. He argues that they're giving it their all in the army, asking what else is supposed to keep them motivated. This just pisses Kimin off even more. He demands to know if Gwansik planned something behind his back. Gwansik looks confused and asks, wait, didn't Unsa tell you? But apparently, Kimin is completely out of the loop. He glares at him, reminding him they're in the training room right now, so Gwansik better start explaining himself, loud and clear. So, a week later, on Sunday, they all head out together for that hangout, and Hanyoung starts thanking Kim, because he honestly never thought he'd actually tag along. And right then, Gwansik gets totally pissed, saying a traitor like him has no right to be thanking anyone, asking if he has any idea what it took to get them there. But Kim Min just looks at him and asks if he seriously thinks they're there because of him. He mentions that Chul said he was coming, and tells him to thank him, since the kid is acting all head over heels. Han chimes in, saying that either way, he really didn't expect Sergeant Leon to give them permission that easily, adding that he knew he was a real man after all. But he admits he just thought it'd be way better than being stuck alone with those guys all day long. Then, Han asks where the girls from the 4th Battalion are. That is, until he glances over, sees them all gathered up, and points out that they're right there. But there's a really huge guy standing right behind them. They're completely taken aback, locking eyes with Unseo's dad. Seeing this seriously tough-looking guy, they start wondering if he's in some kind of gang. Gwansik immediately starts asking what a mobster is doing there, but Seung-ho tells everyone to hold up and pay attention, snapping into a strict salute toward the commander. Dong-jin finally remembers, pointing out that he's the commander of the 57th Division and that he's actually seen him on TV before. At this point, Unseo tells her dad to knock it off, reminding him that he said he was just going to drop her off at the entrance and begs him to please just leave. He just brushes it off, saying he only wants to say hi to the hunters who work with her and promises he'll head out right after. She even tries to argue back, but her dad just locks eyes on Kim Min. He walks right up to him, gets dead in his face, and demands to know if he's this Kim Min-jun guy. Cut to the amusement park, and Choi Mari is already super hyped up, dragging Kim Min along to hurry up. And all the simps get totally hyped, calling out for them to hurry, bragging that they made an optimized itinerary and telling the girls to leave it all to them. The girls get caught up in the excitement too, leaving only the 2 huge meatheads behind. Sergeant B mentions he isn't really into places like this. Seung-gu asks if he's serious, and B admits he'd much rather spend his weekend lifting alone. Just like that, Seung-gu instantly respects him as a fellow man of culture, asking how much he can bicep curl. Man, this blonde is hands down the best girl in the series. Aside from her crazy physique, she's a total badass. So, they all hit a roller coaster as a group, take the girls to try on cute little animal ears, and then jump right back onto another roller coaster in pairs. As for the meathead couple, they even go head-to-head in an arm wrestling match. After that, someone announces 10,000 won for 10 shots at the shooting range. Gwansik steps up to try it out, but only ends up winning a measly consolation prize. Han totally roasts him, saying, "Is that really all you've got? And you call yourself a soldier?" before telling him to watch and learn from the master. The girls get all hyped up, whispering that he must be pretty good since his stance looks so solid. But, surprise, surprise, he also only manages to snag a consolation prize. Gwansik smirks and asks if he remembers their little bet that the worst shooter has to foot the bill. Han immediately makes excuses, claiming the gun must be defective. Meanwhile, Kim Min is scanning the prizes and spots a Lume keychain, pointing out that it's an ultra-rare, first anniversary limited edition item from the game. A legendary piece of loot just sitting there for the taking. So, he steps up to shoot and completely crushes it with an insanely high score. The booth guy tells him he still has 1 shot left, but the kid just waves it off, saying he doesn't need it. The girls are completely blown away, realizing he literally hit every single target. They agree, but ask why he didn't even bother taking that last shot. All of this is happening while Choi is looking absolutely smitten, and the booth guy hands over the 2nd place prize. The kid is absolutely thrilled with his little keychain. They ask what the big deal is about it, and Kim Min just looks at everyone with this massive grin, saying that coming here was the best decision ever. And only the guys from his own battalion know just how incredibly pathetic that really was. While they're heading to the next ride, Unseo pulls Kim Min aside, asking what he and her dad were talking about earlier. He flashes back to what actually went down when her dad dragged him off to a secluded spot, apologizing for taking up his time on his precious day off. The kid tells him it's no problem at all, and asks what he wanted to talk about. Out of nowhere, the colonel clamps his heavy hand right onto the kid's shoulder, gripping it tight. Kim Min immediately catches on to what's happening and starts getting a little pissed off. But then, Unseo's dad actually admits that he's been very well trained. He says that since the kid did a huge favor for his daughter, he wants to give him something in return. Kim Min asks what the item is. The colonel explains that it's loot from a dungeon, something that's supposed to be strictly reserved for people with the rank of general. But he's handing it over to him, mentioning that the military's appraisal skills still aren't 100% accurate. Still, it should boost his stats by some random multiplier. Taking a closer look, Kim Min realizes it's a bracelet. He gets insanely happy and quickly thanks the general. The general tells him he's handing it over with the expectation that he'll keep up his training and use the item wisely. He strictly orders him not to tell a soul who gave it to him, adding that if he's ever down in Daegu, he needs to give him a call so they can grab lunch. Oh, and one last thing. He looks Kim Min dead in the eye and tells him that if he tries anything funny with his daughter, he'll kill him. Well, maybe the future father-in-law isn't exactly the chillest guy around, and it's probably best to steer clear of his daughter. But hey, at least Kim Min survived the encounter and walked away with a seriously badass artifact, internally telling the old man to keep dreaming. Snapping back to the present, he tells Unseo that they didn't really talk about anything major. She looks skeptical, asking if he's serious and wondering if her dad was rude or out of line. He brushes it off, saying no, and mentions that her dad just said he'd treat him to lunch if he ever visits Daegu. Unseo looks totally confused, asking why her dad would even do that. Kim Min shrugs, saying he figures her dad was just uncomfortable with the fact that she owed him a favor. That makes her remember the time he had to carry her on his back. She apologizes that he had to deal with her intense dad. But Kim Min just flashes the general's business card, grinning and saying it's basically a free pass for a really expensive lunch, so that's more than enough. While they're caught up in this little chat, Gwansik slides over to Choi Mari, smoothly asking if she'd like to walk around with him today. She just gives this little smirk, asking if he remembers how his squad got absolutely stomped by Choi during that trench battle, and how Hunter Kim Min stepped up to avenge them. She explains that she felt they needed to return the favor. Sergeant B nods along, pointing out that the girls are treating them to lunch, so they should eat up as much as they want. But the guys were clearly expecting this hangout to mean something else entirely. Gwansik just deflates, mumbling that they didn't even do anything during that fight. It finally clicks for Hanyang they only invited the whole group just as an excuse to see Hunter Kim. And Gwansik gets even more depressed, realizing that Kim Min only stepped up in that fight to defend his beloved game, Loom, not the girls themselves. Meanwhile, somewhere out in the field, Bonggu approaches a massive portal that just opened up. Right then, one of the female soldiers reports the intel, estimating that there's easily 100 kilos of mana stones waiting inside that dungeon. So, they look over there, and Colonel Sanjin starts getting pretty damn motivated by the whole thing. Meanwhile, still at the park, the two platoons say their goodbyes. The girls tell them it was a blast, and beg them to get back safely. Guik tells them they had a great time too, and Ranhon chimes in saying the next round of food is on them. With that, Unseo waves goodbye to Kimin as he heads on home. Bonggu hits him up, saying they've got a problem. Kimin sighs, asks what it is this time, and warns him, if this is about buying food again, I'm gonna kill you. But Bonggu tells him the dungeon he's been keeping an eye on is acting pretty sketchy. Kimin's confused. What the hell are you talking about? After all, he just said it was under investigation, and he'd already taken time off so they could head to Daejeon and chill out tomorrow. Bonggu agrees, saying that up until now, there were just a few keep out signs and a couple of guards. But suddenly, the place is swarming with people. Kimin gets pissed off at the hassle and orders Bonggu to keep giving him updates until he gets there. And so, the very next day at noon in Daejeon, he arrives. He takes one look at the portal and groans about what a massive mess it is, watching them haul a bunch of mana crystals out of there. He pulls a card from his pocket, muttering to himself that if he just flashes it and asks for a tour of the dungeon, it's never gonna fly. But then, he glances to the side and spots Bonggu, noticing the guy is transformed into an incredibly fat pigeon. Kimin asks why the hell he looks like that. Bonggu replies that he was just doing his surveillance duty right up until Kimin showed up. Kimin just brushes it off, not even wanting to know, and asks, "Did you say 100 kilos of mana stones?" Bonggu nods, saying that's exactly what he overheard. He admits he has no clue how much that actually is, but apparently, it's a massive amount. So, Kimin breaks it down for him. That's roughly 100 times more than you'd ever find in a rank E dungeon, even if you get incredibly lucky. Bonggu is stunned. Kimin tells him it's an absolutely insane amount of energy, and right now, Earth is actively trying to weaponize it. Suddenly, the portal starts cracking. Kimin squints at it. "Is this the supernatural energy you were talking about?" Bonggu confirms it. "Yeah, that's it." He adds that he just can't pinpoint what that aura actually is. He doesn't sense a single monster inside, but he still feels this deeply sinister energy pouring out of it. Kimin tells him it makes sense. He can't figure it out, because Kimin himself has only felt it once in his entire life. Hearing this, Bonggu asks, "Wait, do you know what it is?" The kid says, "Yeah," and immediately sprints straight toward the portal. Suddenly, a massive swarm of tentacles explodes from inside, and the soldiers start panicking out of their minds. One of the officers screams at him, "Drop the mana stones and run!" But one of the soldiers yells back, "There are still guys from my platoon inside." The officer just orders him to fall back instead of getting closer, screaming at him to follow orders. Watching this, Kimin mutters, "That energy. This is a fake dungeon." Right then, the officer on the front line snaps at the kid, demanding to know who the hell he is. He barks that the situation has gone sideways and orders him to back off. He introduces himself. "I'm Kimin, from the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 144th Division. I'm gonna pry this dungeon open from the inside again." He then orders the officer, "Inform the 144th. The soldier is completely shocked by the kid's insane idea, begging him not to go in. Seeing him charge, one of the officers yells, "What the hell is that kid doing?" But Kimin just dives headfirst into the portal and vanishes. The portal slams shut right behind him, with those tentacles totally sealing off the entrance. The guys outside realize they're completely screwed, while Kimin officially enters the dungeon. Inside, it's a completely different world. He quickly spots 5 more soldiers who got trapped. The kid looks at them and asks, "Is there anyone else down here?" Seyoung shakes his head. No, he stammers, looking at him. But who are you? The kid just smirks, introducing himself by saying he was just passing through. He tells them straight up that the situation is bad, promising to explain the details later. He asks if anyone's hurt, ordering them to check their bodies and their gear. At that, the soldiers lower their weapons and give themselves a quick look over. Kimin raises an eyebrow. Is this really all the gear you guys brought into a dungeon? Seongguk replies defensively, we're just the transport team. This is all they gave us, he adds, and the inspection team already left. Kimin mutters to himself, wondering who in their right mind would send a transport team in completely unescorted. Something is very wrong here, he says. He orders them to grab whatever gear they have. I don't know if anyone told you guys, he says, but right now, we are sitting inside a fake dungeon. They look at him in disbelief. What the hell is that? They ask. The kid sighs. It's not something that happens a lot. To put it simply, you should treat the entrance of this dungeon as the mouth of a giant monster. The soldiers freeze, completely stunned. Kimin explains that it lures people in to swallow them whole, and this time, the bait was those mana stones. But he quickly tells them not to panic, because I'm taking full responsibility for dragging you out of this shithole, he declares. They look at him, baffled, asking how a kid like him even knows how to escape. He tells them all they need to do is follow his orders. From here on out, we kill monsters, and we push straight toward the center of the dungeon. Seong is still skeptical. Wait, don't we just have to kill one boss monster in a dungeon? The kid smirks. Yep, and we've already started. Right on cue, a swarm of slimy monsters slithers up right behind him. The soldiers panic, yelling, "What the hell are those?" But Kimin just charges forward, absolutely obliterating one of them. Stay back, he yells at the squad. Watching him move, it hits the soldiers. If this kid is Kimin, then he's the most famous name in the entire hunter community. He's the guy who made Sergeant faster than anyone else in history. He keeps ruthlessly slaughtering every monster in sight, while the soldiers watch in awe, calling him the invincible monster of the hunter corps. Meanwhile, back on the outside, the general arrives, screaming for Sanjin. He storms up, absolutely furious, grabs the colonel by the collar, and demands to know what the hell he thinks he's been doing. Sanjin stammers that he was just trying to extract the mana stones they found inside. The general glares at him. Did anyone ask you to do that? He roars that Sanjin's only job was to investigate the damn dungeon, exactly as he was ordered. How dare you deploy soldiers without an assault team? The general screams. And into a fake dungeon, no less. Sanjin tries to defend himself, pleading that after 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed that the dungeon was totally empty. He claims he only made the call to secure those mana stones. But that just makes the general lose his mind. 2 miserable weeks of investigation, and you deployed troops into a dungeon without my permission? Are you going to take responsibility for this massive fuck-up? He screams in his face. He demands to know if Sanjin really thought he could just put people's lives on the line, just to pad his own shitty service record. The general scowls, spitting out his final warning. Regardless of how this ends, you better get ready to hand over that uniform. And get this, he tells him that if there is even one single casualty, he will hold him personally responsible and throw him straight in jail. So, he had better pray for everyone's safety. Once they are inside, he takes down all the monsters. But surprisingly, he gets totally pissed off. He snaps that he said he would handle them, and demands to know why they keep getting in his way. So one of the soldiers speaks up, saying they just wanted to help him. But Kim fires back, asking didn't he already tell them they need to push past the parasites and get straight to the center? He asks if they even remember that. Then he explains that these mobs are just spawned by the fake dungeon so it can absorb any prey that wanders inside. And more importantly, once they get close to the heart of the fake dungeon, which is dead in the center, these things are going to start spawning non-stop. So they need to save their energy until they reach it, because if anyone gets hurt out there, they are going to be in deep trouble. Hearing this, they are all just blown away by his heroic attitude. But honestly, Kim's reasoning sounds pretty solid, but he is definitely not saying it because he actually cares about them. He thinks to himself that he doesn't give a damn about them. This place drops a ton of experience points, and he is planning to hog every last bit of it for himself. The crazy bastard is literally just kill-stealing right to their faces. Then he yells at them to keep pushing forward, and they all march ahead totally hyped up, completely clueless that this guy is just scheming away. Suddenly, the monsters respawn, and right behind them is this massive, gross, witch-spit bubblegum thing sitting on a pedestal. The soldiers start freaking out. Kim just looks at them and thinks, man, if your stats are low, you drain stamina just by existing inside a dungeon. If he had actually made them fight, half of them wouldn't have even made it this far. So he calls out that they are almost there. They just need to smash that thing and get the hell out. Exactly. He tells the soldiers that it is their turn to hang back, strictly ordering them not to get hurt or killed, no matter what happens. All for the sake of his own track record. Of course, though he quickly corrects himself, claiming it is for their safety. He tells them to stay in the back and focus entirely on defense, promising he will wipe this out in no time. Seeing that they are actually following his orders, he immediately dashes straight at the monsters. He mumbles that since he has an audience, he had better not use his special skills. So he just starts dodging every single attack until he leaps into the air. He comes crashing down right on top of the mob, wiping out a whole bunch of them in one single blow, and he just keeps doing this effortlessly, like it is a walk in the park, actually making the monsters start to back away in fear. Then, going full psycho, he taunts them, screaming at them to hand over their experience points. Right then, that weird orb in the middle starts glowing. Kim Min instantly realizes it is poison gas and screams at the soldiers to fall back. But the orb just flares up, blasting out these intense purple rays. He figures he is going to be totally fine thanks to his poison immunity. But the others, depending on what kind of poison this is, they might not make it out alive. So, he starts channeling his dark magic, thinking to himself, man, I really don't have time for this crap. He decides they will just have to deal with it after he clears the dungeon. But right as he fires up his demonic energy, that item Yunseo's dad gave him starts reacting. Suddenly, its hidden powers are completely unlocked. He remembers her dad's exact words and mutters that he really wanted to save this for later, for when his stats got too hard to level up naturally. But the system is flashing something about secret powers. A notification pops up, revealing that this is the imitation bracelet, and whoever wears it can instantly cast absolutely any skill they know about. Even skills he doesn't actually own. But there is a catch. Once the skill is used, the item completely loses its magic and vanishes into thin air. Realizing that this item triggered at the exact perfect moment, he can't help but smirk at his insane luck. And instantly, the absolute perfect skill for this mess pops into his head. The next second, he summons this massive, badass greatsword made purely out of dark energy. He mentions that the Black Knight's unique skill belonged to a monster he is never going to forget, simply because beating that guy was an absolute nightmare. So he hoists that blade high and activates Banishment, a skill that summons a demonic sword to literally rip through space and hurl enemies into a dimensional rift. He looks at the dungeon and tells it to eat this. Then, he unleashes a single devastating slash that just obliterates everything in its path, shattering the orb and completely destroying the fake dungeon. And with that, our guy is pretty damn thrilled he finally wrapped this up. But Bongu suddenly chimes in, warning him that they have a massive problem. He says the soldiers outside are planting something at the dungeon's entrance right this very second. Cut to the outside, where one of the soldiers announces that the mana bomb is fully armed. He starts shouting that only essential personnel can stay, and everyone else needs to evacuate immediately. Bongu frantically tells Kim Min that they are setting up a mana bomb, yelling, "Are you even listening to me?" But Kim just tells him to chill out, and literally crushes the communication orb. He casually says that they are leaving right now anyway. Meanwhile, back outside, they hand the detonator over to the division commander. The commander mutters that it would be great if they could force the portal open with this, but there is a huge risk it might trigger some unexpected chain reaction inside the dungeon. But then he suddenly remembers a report from one of his soldiers. They had specifically confirmed that Kim Min was currently trapped inside that very dungeon, along with his squad. The division commander demands to know why the hell he is even in there. He is furious, questioning what Kim is doing inside a dungeon that is completely out of his jurisdiction. One of the officers nervously replies that, according to the eyewitnesses, Kim just stated his rank and then bolted straight inside. Hearing this, Commander Sun asks if they have already contacted the 14th Division. The officer nods and says yes, confirming that the commander of the 2nd Battalion Kim Min's unit is currently en route. This gives Commander Sun just a sliver of hope, but even so, he holds up that detonator, completely ready to blow the bomb anyway. Then one of the officers reports that all the troops have successfully evacuated to a safe distance. He solemnly adds that they have been trapped inside that dungeon for 4 straight hours, without any proper gear. Commander Sun really wants to believe in Kim Min, but they literally do not have the time to delay this explosion any longer. But suddenly, the entire dungeon begins to rumble and crack apart. They watch in shock as the portal literally starts dissolving right in front of them. Commander Sun instantly starts barking orders, demanding that the medical team get beds ready for the survivors immediately, and yelling for his officers to arm up. Then he sprints straight toward the dungeon, looking like he is ready to rip the very fabric of the portal wide open himself. A medic rushes up to the scene, and he orders her to stay on standby. But just then, people actually start walking out of the dungeon. The commander's eyes go wide as he realizes they are all perfectly fine, and he frantically asks if anyone's been hurt. They assure him that they are all completely fine. As for the dungeon, the raid was a total success, and right on cue, Kim strolls out, carrying the last guy. Commander Sun just stares at him. The kid immediately snaps to attention, expecting the worst, but totally surprisingly, Commander Sun actually approves of what he did. Later that exact same afternoon, right in the middle of the 17th Division's headquarters, he is standing shoulder to shoulder with his commander, just making up some lame excuse that he was technically on vacation. So, he asks why he was in Nyon, and the kid says he came to see him because he promised to buy him a meal. And at that, Commander Sun is completely surprised he'd use his vacation time for this, and he's even more shocked that right after he arrived, He just happened to walk past the portal exactly when the accident went down and decided to just jump right in. Even Kimin realizes that sounds a bit like a stretch, even for him, but he has no choice now. So he just says, yep, that's exactly what happened. He claims that when he saw the anomaly in the portal, his body just moved on its own before he even realized it. Surprisingly, Commander Sun actually buys it. He tells him that the more he looks at him, the weirder the kid gets. He finally gets why Seo Kong hypes him up so much. Honestly, the kid is just shocked the excuse actually worked. The commander tells him that clearing a fake dungeon with 0 casualties is a massive achievement and sincerely thanks him for it. This makes Kimin pretty proud, but then the commander warns him. He's standing out way too much, and he's climbing the ranks at an insane speed. And after today's stunt, the Hunter headquarters has definitely started keeping a close eye on the kid. Kimin wonders if that might actually be a good thing, but the commander tells him that if it ever causes him trouble, he shouldn't hesitate to reach out. He promises that no matter what happens, both he and the commander of the 144th Division will have his back. Kimin thanks them both, saying that if anything comes up, he'll definitely let them know. Commander Sun then mentions he won't be able to buy him that meal right now because he's swamped with work, but if there's anything else he wants, now is the time to ask. He says he'll grant any request if it's in his power, telling the kid to consider it his way of saying thanks for saving his men. So, naturally, Kimin asks for a promotion, but Commander Sun shoots him right down. No. He explains that promotions aren't up to him. But right then, the kid glances over and spots another one of those demonic energy stones. He realizes the energy is incredibly faint, yet highly refined, and he's shocked he didn't sense it earlier. Commander Sun catches him staring at it and asks, "You want that? Do you even know what it is?" Kimin plays dumb, saying it's the very first time in his life he's seen a stone like that. He claims he doesn't know exactly what it is, but he'd love to add it to his collection. Commander Sun just mutters that he has a bizarrely obsessive hobby. He thinks it over for a second, then tells the kid it's actually a byproduct from a dungeon. Technically, it's not supposed to be taken out. He mentions his house was robbed recently, so that piece is the only one he has left. And he swears that if he ever finds the bastard who robbed him, he'll slit his throat right in front of him. He then grabs the stone and hands it over, saying the kid can have it. He notes that it hasn't been officially identified yet, but it's completely harmless to humans. Kimin is incredibly grateful. Commander Sun thinks to himself that, just like Seo Kong, he keeps getting tangled up with this kid, but for whatever reason, he really doesn't mind it. But then something clicks in his head, and he outright asks Kimin what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. Kimin brushes it off, saying they're just fellow hunters. Nothing more, nothing less. The commander is pretty satisfied with that answer. He tells him he's on vacation and needs to enjoy his time off, letting the kid go. Right before he leaves, he asks if Kimin could send the battalion commander in on his way out. The kid says sure. Later that night, Kimin meets up with Bongu, who starts tearing into the food he brought, acting like it's the most amazing thing he's ever tasted. Kimin immediately snaps at him. "Are you trying to wake up the entire neighborhood with all that noise?" And right through all that chaos, he starts absorbing the stone. His demonic energy levels instantly spike back up. He wonders if he's hitting some sort of cap. Maybe the stones are becoming less and less effective now that his base demonic energy is so massive. But then, the system chimes in. Since his demonic energy has hit its absolute limit, he's just unlocked a brand new skill. Demonic Energy Whip. He's super hyped about it. Meanwhile, somewhere over in Gyeonggi Province, at the Hunter Force headquarters, someone is absolutely tearing into Sun. They're screaming at him, demanding to know how the hell he's doing his job if he let an accident like that happen on his watch. Sun quickly apologizes to the Lieutenant General. The General snaps back that the 17th Division is going to be audited very soon, ordering him to brace himself, and tells him he should consider himself damn lucky it's only an audit. He threatens that he could have stripped him of his uniform right then and there, and then he orders him to send that bastard Lee Sang in straight to headquarters first thing tomorrow. Sun quickly agrees, but right then, someone else steps into the room. The Lieutenant General instantly throws up a crisp salute. The newcomer casually tells the Lieutenant General to dial it back, pointing out that everyone outside can hear him screaming. The Lieutenant General immediately snaps to attention, saying, "I'll correct that right away, sir." The man casually takes a seat, mentioning he's already seen the report. As Seo Kong reflects on everything that just went down, the commander of the Hunter Force, General Haksu, flat out asks if it was Kimin again this time. The scene cuts back to the squad commander returning to his unit, demanding to know what the hell is going on and asking where Kimin is. Seo asks if this is what he thinks it is, if Kimin is their target. His subordinate nods. "Yes, sir, that's exactly it. Those bastards deliberately waited for the exact moment Seo wouldn't be around to pull this. You see, about an hour ago, First Sergeant Taewon and Sergeant First Class Min Soo showed up at the 14th Division. An officer there tries to handle them, saying he gets what they want, but since Kimin just arrived that morning, demanding to see a soldier who literally just got back from vacation feels like a bit much. But Taewon just looks at him and asks if he has any idea whose orders they're operating under, telling him to just do them a solid this time. The officer pushes back, arguing that both their battalion and company commanders are MIA at the moment, so pulling a stunt like this isn't exactly protocol. Taewon fires back, asking if he seriously needs an official warrant, because they can get one drafted up instantly. He reassures the officer that they'll get out of his hair right after a quick, quiet chat. He demands they bring Kimin out right now. A little while later, Kimin finally shows up, formally introduces himself, and mentions he was told someone was looking for him. The second he locks eyes on those two, he spots their squad insignia. He immediately wonders, wait, doesn't that belong to a Black Ops unit directly under the Hunter Corps headquarters? The officer waves him inside, trying to do the introductions, but Taewon completely cuts him off. He steps right up and declares they're from the Special Hunter Task Force. He brings up the fact that Kimin recently saved a bunch of hunters by jumping straight into the portal of that fake dungeon. Taewon calls the whole thing incredibly impressive. Kimin politely says thanks, but then Taewon cuts to the chase. The Hunter Task Force desperately needs highly competent people exactly like him. Kimin narrows his eyes and asks, "Is that a job offer?" Taewon just smirks, explaining that, unlike your everyday hunters, their unit is only ever deployed for extremely classified high-stakes situations. So, we're talking about high-risk dungeons, VIP protection, overseas missions, you name it. But to Kimin, none of that matters. Although, if they promised him a huge promotion, he'd definitely jump on board. And Taewon tells him, look, since they deal with crimes by civilian hunters outside the military, having top-tier combat skills is crucial, and the guys at headquarters, they've definitely noticed his stellar performance over time. So get this, he says he wants to offer him something he actually deserves, along with a special promotion. This totally catches him off guard, and Taewon looks right at Kimin, making it clear their unit doesn't just let in average grunts. Basically, if he volunteers for the Hunter Special Task Force, HQ will bump him up to Staff Sergeant on the spot. And on top of that, the Special Task Force has way more room for advancement than the rest of the Hunter Corps. Since they're usually called in for missions where you can really rack up achievements, Taewon says he doesn't see any reason for him to turn it down. But right then, Taewon gets a call and drops his phone on the table. Kimin asks about it, and Jang explains that it's standard issue gear for the task force. It's not a smartphone, it's strictly built for heavy security. After all, most of what they do is highly classified. Hearing this, Kimin immediately asks if he'll still be able to use the internet and computers whenever he wants. Taewon shuts that down, saying security is everything in the STF. So, the internet and personal electronics? Strictly banned at the base, and they even push you to avoid using them on your days off. He plays it off as just a minor inconvenience compared to their duty. It's an amazing chance to serve the country, and he'll be treated like royalty. So, he tells the kid not to sweat it. Right there, Kimin totally loses interest. The officer next to him mutters that those guys are clueless, and tells Kimin they don't just hand this offer to anybody, so he really needs to think about it. But Kimin just straight up says he's staying put, completely shocking both officers. Taewon demands to know his reason, and the kid drops the bomb, making Jang absolutely furious because he brings up Dungeon Power Fighter. He is literally throwing away a golden ticket over some damn video game. He snaps at him, saying the top brass held a whole meeting just for him, and he's rejecting it over a little game. He asks if he's freaking kidding him. Kimin deadpans that he's completely serious. He says that game is his vital life source, and there's absolutely no way to replace it. Taewon clearly hates what the kid is saying, but he forces out that he understands, and that Kimin's own choice is what matters most here. So they start leaving, and the officer, looking all relieved, asks if they're heading out early and points them to the exit. But right as they step out the door, Jang runs his mouth, saying he's certain the kid's achievements are wildly exaggerated compared to his actual skills. He claims he's just making up lame excuses because he knows he wouldn't last a day if he joined. He even goes so far as to say that without free passes like this, people like him could never pass the entrance exam. Well, Kimin takes the bait. He asks him how he can be so damn sure. The officer nervously asks what Kimin's problem is. Then, Jang dares him to repeat himself. And Kimin says he doesn't know what their entrance exam looks like, but asks again, how is he so sure he'd fail? Jang gets right in the kid's face, asking if he wants him to prove it. Officer Kim jumps in, telling him to knock it off, and demands to know what the hell the Sergeant First Class is trying to pull. But Taewon holds him back and casually asks if they can borrow the training center for a bit, so the two head over, stripping off their jackets and squaring up face to face. Taewon and Kim stand back to watch. Jang smirks, explaining that the entrance exam is a no-holds-barred duel against a veteran Special Forces member, and he tells Kimin that if he thinks he can't handle it, he'd better speak up right now. But the kid just replies that he wasn't planning on joining the task force anyway. So, if he passes this test, Jang will have to apologize for acting like a jerk. This makes Jang even more pissed off. He growls, asking how he dares show up with a pathetic little weapon and talk to him like that, swearing he's gonna fix his attitude. Then they announce a 3-minute round, making sure they're ready. They lock eyes, and Jang instantly lunges at the kid with a blindingly fast attack. Kimin ducks, dodging by a hair, but Jang pivots, thrusting his weapon and launching the kid across the room. Kimin smashes into the wall and drops to the floor, but he's smiling, seeing Kimin down on the ground, grinning like that. The officer flashes back to when they talked earlier. He had asked the kid what his plan was, and Kimin simply said, "I'm gonna win." Sure, the officer figured that in his shoes, he'd also think he could win. But honestly, he's way more worried about the kid actually pulling it off. Back then, Kimin had asked, "Will something bad happen if I beat him?" And the officer warned him that these guys are from a squad notorious for their massive egos. If their pride gets hurt, there's no telling what they might do. So Kimin figures, all right, I'll let him land one hit. Cut back to the present. Jung turns around, all smug about nailing the kid, and Taewon calls the match, telling him to haul the boy to the medic. He scoffs, telling the kid he should take comfort in the fact that he at least dodged the first ultimate strike. But from the perspective of an elite hunter, he's still weak. Just then, the kid stands back up, saying it's not over yet. Jang is completely stunned, stammering that it's impossible. That attack definitely landed a clean hit, so he's mentally freaking out, wondering how on earth he's still standing. Taewon asks if he really wants to keep going. He reminds him this is just a sparring match, and if he gets seriously injured pushing himself, it's gonna look bad for them too. But Kimin brushes it off, saying he's perfectly fine, and taunts him to go again. Jang snarls that he's being incredibly arrogant, and that this isn't determination, it's just stupidity. He swears he's gonna make him regret ever getting back up. Kimin just chuckles, "Oh, really?" as he starts imbuing his rope with crackling demonic energy. Jang yells that he's too cocky and charges right at the kid, throwing another strike. But Kimin casually blocks every single hit. Jang starts panicking, thrusting wildly at the boy in desperation. But here's the crazy part. Kimin wraps his whip straight around that sword, rips it right out of Jang's grip, and tosses it into the air, completely disarming him. Then, he just starts raining vicious whip strikes down on Jang. Jang grunts that the kid might have some skills with that whip, but those weak little attacks aren't even gonna tickle. But suddenly, the hits really start to sting, and he starts screaming in agony. Taewon watches in shock, wondering what the hell is happening. Sergeant First Class Jang is literally dropping to his knees from a basic attack. Jang starts violently shaking from the pain. Kimin cracks his whip again, landing another brutal lash right across Jang's chest, even as he begs him to wait. Kimin just swings the whip again, casually remarking, "Man, that last one packed a punch." He knows those FTE hunters are top tier, but man, getting cracked by a demonic whip for the first time, he was practically tearing up, asking what the hell that felt like. He pointed out that even thick-skinned orc warriors would drop to their knees from just a single crack of that whip. So he tells Jang to drop the ego trip, just because he's halfway decent in a fight. That's when Taewon steps in, telling him to knock it off and saying they'd had enough. And right then, he almost whips Jang right between the legs, straight for his balls. The dude literally passes out from sheer terror. But get this, the kid missed on purpose. Taewon rushes over to help his buddy. He's thinking to himself, this guy wouldn't even flinch when jumped by a pack of orcs, but he just passed out from the pain. He couldn't wrap his head around how a basic training whip could pack that much punch. He knew right then and there. He couldn't just let Kimin walk away. Taewon steps up, saying a subordinate screw-up falls on the superior, and asks if he could apologize on his behalf. Kimin mulls it over, wondering if he used way too much demonic energy, and admits he actually feels a little bad about it. Taewon waves it off, admitting they were the ones who acted recklessly, and apologizes to Kimin. He hands him a card, telling him to reach out if he ever changes his mind. The officer asks if they're heading out already, wondering if they want to get checked by a medic first, but Taewon turns it down. He says they need to get going. Meanwhile, Kimin, holding that piece of paper, wonders if that wasn't the best way to handle things. Cut to the present, and the commander just starts cracking up, saying that is absolute music to his ears. Then he asks where Kimin is now. He gets told that Kimin went back and is currently training by himself. His superior mentions he's going to report this straight to the division commander, meaning himself. Hearing that Kimin actually turned down the Hunter FTE's offer, he's absolutely thrilled. He points out that Kimin might have rejected them today, but he's dead sure they're going to want him even more now. There is zero chance they just give up. The officer asks if they should make a move, do something to make sure Kimin stays with them. He mentions that the division commander saw this coming from a mile away and tells the officer not to sweat it. They just have to wait and see what kind of sweet deal the commander has cooked up for Sergeant Kimin. Seong absolutely loves hearing what Kimin pulled off. He bets those arrogant bastards over at the Hunter FTE are fuming right now. He admits that no matter what kind of perks he offers, if Kimin seriously decides to join the FTE, there's no way to stop him. That's exactly why he's been playing it so carefully. But this whole situation, it just completely solved the problem. So, he says it's time to make their move. Seo Keon agrees, saying they need to show their gratitude properly. He picks up the phone, asking if that thing they talked about is ready. Smiling, he orders them to bring the relevant files up immediately. Meanwhile, back in the barracks, everyone immediately notices what Kimin is wearing and starts asking what the hell is going on. Sok-woo steps up and announces that, from now on, the commander of the 2nd Squad, 2nd Battalion, is Kimin. He tells them they better fall in line. Renan chimes in, asking if Sok Woo is getting promoted. Seok Woo says no, but admits he's gunning for staff sergeant, mentioning he's already racked up enough points for the promotion. Because of that, he's handing his current spot over to Kimin. He assumes nobody's got a problem with that, and Renan immediately says, of course not. Ganek jumps in, asking who else but Kimin could even fill those shoes anyway. Then Dongjin nervously asks if he can ask Kimin a question. Kimin tells him to shoot. Dongjin says there's a rumor going around that someone from the 14th Division solo cleared a fake dungeon a little while back. He asks if it was Kimin, since he just happened to be on leave right when it all went down. Kimin doesn't even blink. He admits it's true, casually mentioning that the whole hunter community is completely losing its mind over it. He explains that, yeah, it was him. He just coincidentally happened to be near the dungeon and ended up going in. Dongjin is hyped, asking if he's for real and calling it totally badass. He asks if Kimin got hurt at all, but Kimin brushes it off, saying he's fine. Then Gig pipes up, asking if that crazy stunt has anything to do with him being named squad commander. He asks if there were any other rewards. Kimin smirks and says, yeah, there were. The whole squad instantly goes crazy, demanding to know what he got. Flash forward a few days. They're deep in the Goblin Colony dungeon, just slaughtering monsters left and right. Gan is still mind-blown that Kimin got an offer from the FTE that fast. And Hanyang? He's even more tripped out that Kimin actually turned them down. I mean, the guy literally beat the crap out of a first-class sergeant during the spar. Guanxi shakes his head, saying those stories sound like absolute bullshit and there's no way anyone in the civilian world is ever going to believe them. But whatever. He mentions how the division commander made Kimin their squad commander and even guaranteed him a promotion to staff sergeant in just 1 year if he hits his point quota. Renan nods, saying that Sok Woo was totally on board when he heard the news. I mean, everybody knows how Sok Woo feels about those FTE hunters. Right in the middle of their chat, this massive orc spawns nearby and lets out a deafening roar. But the guys, they don't even flinch. Because in a flash, Kimin's whip snaps out and just absolutely wrecks the orc. He beats the living hell out of it until the massive beast literally drops to its knees, bawling like a baby. Gig brings up the custom gear the division commander gifted Kimin, talking about how insanely high tier it is. Renan agrees, pointing out that not even the platoon commander has personalized gear yet. Getting something like that is a massive flex. Meanwhile, Kimin just keeps wailing on the orc, though he's muttering to himself, wondering why it had to be a whip of all things. Someone mentions that the commander apparently offered him literally any weapon he wanted, and the whip was exactly what Kimin picked. Looking at a payout like that, he totally gets why Kimin told the hunters to shove it. It's crazy rare for a mere sergeant to get custom-issued gear. Word is, the division commander had to sign off on like 10 different classified documents just to push it through. Kimin has to admit, it feels way better than he expected. The weight distribution and the grip are just flawless. It's on a completely different level compared to standard issue garbage. Plus, thanks to the embedded mana stone, he doesn't even need to burn his own demonic energy to amp up its power. So he just starts racking up kill after kill, already thinking about that guaranteed promotion next year. He figures if he keeps grinding with this weapon, he'll rank up in no time. Fast forward to Saturday in Chuncheon, they head out to grab some food. But Kimin looks super awkward. He flat out asks Yunseo why she's even having dinner with him. Right then, the restaurant owner walks up, dropping off more plates and telling them to dig in. Yunseo is practically glowing with excitement, but Kimin, he's still sitting there, completely baffled by the whole situation. She just looks at him and asks if he's going to eat, offering to pay and telling him to eat as much as he wants. But he turns her down, saying that's really not the issue here. He wants to know how exactly she knew he was off today and heading to Chuncheon, let alone showing up at this exact restaurant. Then it hits him, and he asks if that bastard Kwangsik told her, but she says no, claiming it was all just a crazy coincidence. He gets totally pissed off, so she apologizes, admitting that she was the one who asked him. She tells him not to be mad at Kwangsik, but he straight up tells her that he'll be the judge of that. Anyway, he asks if the whole thing isn't just weird. She asks what he means, and he just puts it all out there, asking point blank if she has a crush on him. She asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about, turning bright red because he's suddenly dropping the formalities and speaking so casually to her. But he tells her she can drop the formalities too, since they're about the same age anyway. She admits that's true, but quickly adds that it's not like she's into him, telling him not to get the wrong idea. At this point, the little old ladies in the restaurant start noticing that she's acting totally tsundere, whispering about how youth is. So he asks her why she's really eating with him, betting she took the day off after hearing from Guanxi that he was off duty today, and she admits it's true. But there's another reason. He asks her what the hell that reason is, and she brings up the annex dungeon at the training center, the red boar gate at the Ration Public Welfare Support, and that fake dungeon from a while back. He asks what she's getting at, and she points out that no matter where he goes, something always seems to go down. It's just out of sheer curiosity. She just wanted to see if something crazy was going to happen this time too. Right then, she thinks to herself that she sounds completely ridiculous, no matter how she spins it. She's so embarrassed that she accidentally says it out loud. He can't even believe it and lets out a nervous laugh, saying it's like he's some kind of walking natural disaster, getting totally on edge. She notices he's acting weird, so he starts wondering to himself if she's finally figured it out. To deflect, he quickly changes the subject, asking if she's a corporal now. She tells him she passed her promotion exam last week, and he says she moved up really fast, adding that he'd expect nothing less from her. She immediately questions if he's just messing with her, considering he's already a sergeant. But then she realizes he's still speaking so casually to her, and he reminds her that he already told her to do the same. So she decides she's going to do it, pouting a bit as she glares at him. Meanwhile, he starts channeling his demonic energy to scan the surroundings, wondering why this had to happen right now, since she's way too sharp. He had taken time off again because a portal was about to appear, and he was just following his shadow, which was leading the way. Left with no other choice, he tells her he really needs to use the restroom. She says it's fine, so he ducks away, slips out of the place, and figures it has to be somewhere nearby. Then his shadow shows up, and he praises it as his best employee, saying he can already feel a sinister demonic energy. He asks where that bastard Bongo is, mentioning he hasn't heard from him in a while. Suddenly, he feels the portal tearing open right next to him, and he mutters that it's a good thing no one's walking around out here since it's winter. The portal fully rips open right in front of the guy, and he asks himself why the hell it had to be in a residential area like this. With so many people living around there, he wonders if these things have zero morals, realizing he has no choice but to wrap this up fast for the sake of the civilians and his own promotion. He gets closer to the portal and spots something crawling out of it. He braces himself for a fight, but right then, his phone buzzes with an emergency alert notification. He admits he has no idea what's going to pop out of there, but if it's something way out of his league, he might just have to keep it distracted. The military is already on it, so he needs to come up with a plan to buy some time. With that, he gathers even more demonic energy. The monster that emerges from the portal doesn't have any eyes, and it's got a massive blade where its hand should be. It lets out a deafening roar right at Kimon. He immediately recognizes it's a ranker-level threat, and the monster lunges straight at him, but he easily ducks out of the way. He wonders if it's just this one for now, questioning just how much demonic energy the thing has devoured, because those blade arms look seriously lethal. He quickly backs away from the monster, noting that those blades look razor-sharp, but they're completely useless as long as they don't actually hit him. He triggers his black arrow skill, but the monster doesn't just wait around to get hit. It fires its blade straight at the guy, trailing a set of heavy chains. The attack misses him by a hair, but he just barely manages to dodge it. He wonders what kind of cheap trick this is, but the monster yanks the guy in just by swinging its arm, pulling him right back to launch a follow-up attack. He desperately needs to break free before getting sliced, so he punches the monster with a burst of demonic energy. Glancing back, he realizes it wasn't enough, even though the creature's jaw is practically hanging off. He figures he's going to have to hit it again. Suddenly, the girl shows up, and he asks himself what the hell she's doing here. She's charging straight at the monster, wielding a literal traffic sign, and as he watches her rush in, he spots the monster trying to strike her. He instantly grabs the chain, stopping the attack from hitting the girl. He yells, asking what she thinks she's doing out here. The monster starts panicking. She shoots back, asking what he is doing out here without even a weapon, pointing out that he just bailed right in the middle of dinner. He demands to know how she even found him. She just heaves that traffic sign and hurls it straight at the monster, explaining that she saw the emergency alert. Seeing the sign flying at the creature, he dashes toward it, leaps up, and snatches it right out of the air. He asks if she at least paid the check, as he infuses the sign with his demonic energy and comes crashing down on the blind monster, smashing it into the ground. A massive cloud of dust kicks up, and he starts absorbing the creature's demonic energy. Once the dust settles, she admits she had her doubts, but he really is a ranker, and he just took down that hyper-dangerous monster all by himself. But he sarcastically points out that a certain someone gave him a little help. He adds that if it hadn't been for her, the fight would have been a hell of a lot easier. She ignores the jab, insisting that it wasn't just some common monster, it was a blade-armed ranker with chains. Then she tells him that the two of them really need to have a serious talk, right now. But just then, more of those monsters start pouring out. She notices there are 5 of them, and immediately warns Kimon that they need to get the hell out of there. Quickly, they're gonna have to link up with the backup once they arrive. Kimon agrees it's a solid plan, taking off to regroup with the others as soon as they get there. But then she looks right at him, asking, "Wait, what about you? Are you really gonna fight those things all by yourself? Have you completely lost your damn mind?" The monsters start roaring, but he completely ignores what the girl is saying, just slipping straight into his attack stance. He channels this dark, demonic energy and just charges right at them, totally hyped to score that promotion. Meanwhile, over in the other world, a hooded woman wanders through these strange places, chanting under her breath, right up until she reaches this specific temple. And once she's inside, she walks dead center into this bizarre symbol carved on the floor, clasping her hands together and starting to pray. Then, she pulls back her hood, revealing this striking redhead. She whispers for her Lord Minold to wait for her. And just like that, the scene shifts. A helicopter is flying out over the ocean near Nagasaki, heading straight for a deserted island. Two commanding officers are already down there, waiting. The chopper slowly descends over the island, coming to a halt and touching down right in front of them. Two real military bigwigs step out. One of the guys immediately thanks the general for coming, introducing himself as Masaru from the Japanese Hunter Association. The general introduces himself too. He's Sokyung, the top commander of the South Korean Hunter Forces. He compliments Masaru, telling him his Korean is seriously impressive, and thanks him as they start chatting. But soon enough, Masaru suggests they get moving, pointing them straight toward this massive portal. So, Seokyung takes a good look around at everything they've set up. He admits that, honestly, he doesn't see any flaws in the plan. Everything looks rock solid and surprisingly thorough, especially given how little time they had to prepare. Masaru just smiles and says that's only because he provided them with such top-tier soldiers, thanking him once again. Seokyung mentions he's certain the Japanese Hunter Association must be on edge about all these dungeon anomalies. I mean, this specific dungeon popped up on a completely deserted island, which made it way harder to track down. And, yeah, it's obviously going to be a tough operation, especially when you factor in that this is an abnormal dungeon. But then he cuts to the chase. He tells Masaru, "Look, I seriously doubt you'd suggest a joint operation just because you're short on manpower." And then he asks him point blank, "So, what's your real angle here, Masaru?" Masaru pauses for a second, then says that, as Sokyung already knows, Japan is handling these dungeons through their government-run Hunter Association, and also through a civilian-run Hunter Guild system. Honestly, they really aren't facing any shortage of combat personnel yet, but with the sudden spike in abnormal dungeons over the past few years, he strongly feels the need for a much more organized hunter training system. Seokyung takes a moment to process that. Then Masaru just lays it all out, saying he'll be completely upfront he is highly interested in Korea's hunter training system. He was really hoping to build a strong connection through this joint operation. Hearing this, Seokyung instantly lights up, realizing that must be exactly why General Go sent him here, and why he even threw that bastard onto the expedition roster. He wants him to make a solid impression. That's gotta be it. He thinks back to that other shady general who pulled the strings, while Masaru goes on to mention how incredibly remarkable that one specific hunter is. Getting that kind of high praise, especially since he just joined up, it's honestly pretty damn impressive. Sokyung instantly knows exactly who he's talking about. Masaru admits that the sheer speed of this guy's promotions and how much he's blowing up in the Korean hunter community really caught his eye. He mentions that, based on the report he sent over, it looks like all the wild rumors are actually true. He genuinely wonders how the kid managed to get so strong, so fast, calling the whole thing absolutely mind-blowing. Seokyung definitely feels put on the spot trying to explain it, but he just brushes it off, saying he's really pumped to see how the kid handles himself in this raid. And yeah, speaking of the devil, the guy is right in the thick of the raid, staring down a monster. One of the soldiers screams for the protagonist to watch out, since this massive ogre is inches away from smashing him. But out of nowhere, another guy lunges at the ogre, parrying its attack and making it miss the protagonist by a literal hair. And the crazy part, the kid doesn't even flinch. Trying to save his life, this other blonde dude charges in too, and just shamelessly steals the other guy's kill right out from under him. Honestly, it looks like they're just getting in each other's way out there. The ogre gets blasted back, but it's still in one piece, and absolutely furious. Then, this crazy dude wearing a mask mutters, "Damn, this guy's way tougher than I thought." The blonde guy completely agrees. Just then, a girl steps up from the back, yelling at them to leave it to her. She prepares for a quick draw strike just as the ogre comes charging in full throttle, raising its massive club high, ready to smash her right into the dirt. But she just watches it come, and then slices it to absolute ribbons. She dices its entire body into pieces with just a single, lightning-fast dash of her sword. The monster's blood starts spraying everywhere as she sheathes her blade, totally showing off in this epic hero pose. And that badass right there, that's Suzuki Mu from the Japanese Hunter Association. Everyone instantly starts praising her gorgeous sword play. She actually gets a little flustered and giggly over it. But then someone calls out, asking if anyone got hurt. Thankfully, everyone's perfectly fine. Turns out the blonde guy is from Japan too, representing the Dang Guild. And the masked guy, same guild. So, they all just stand there, staring at the shredded remains of that monster. The blonde guy shakes his head, saying Suzuki is an absolute monster. His buddy even asks if she'd be down to join their guild, hyping her up as a total star player. But she just walks right past them, heading straight for the protagonist to ask if he's okay. And the poor guy has no clue what she's saying. She tells him that he seemed totally out of it during the fight. She makes it clear that they can't afford to let anyone get hurt or killed, especially since they're the ones who suggested this joint operation. She adds that if he's scared, he should really just stick to the backline and play support. And more importantly, he absolutely shouldn't be engaging in close combat. But our protagonist just looks at her, casually waving her off with an "I got this," and drops a compliment about how good her Korean is. Annoyed, the girl just spins around and storms off. Meanwhile, the medic for the 54th Squad, Major Gon Rondo, is closely inspecting the monster's corpse, noting that it's way bigger than that Cerberus they dealt with back in Korea. He mutters that it looks like Japan is really struggling with these dungeons too. He turns to ask the other officer what he thinks about it, but when he looks over his shoulder, the guy isn't even there anymore. Instead, that same officer is already in the protagonist's face, picking a fight. He's acting all tough, aggressively demanding to know what the hell the kid thinks he's doing, and asking if he's trying to embarrass their whole squad. He even goes as far as asking if the kid is actively trying to make their country look like a total joke out here. And that charmer is Captain Kitake. The protagonist just shrugs it off, giving a cheeky, "Oops, my bad, totally an accident." The captain scoffs, saying he knew this exact crap would happen the second they deployed him here, grumbling that he has no clue why the division commander even likes the kid so much. But right then, the medic steps in between them, telling Sangdok to take a breath and calm down. He tells the captain not to be so harsh, pointing out that the kid just doesn't have a lot of field experience yet. But the captain snaps back at the major, arguing that experience is no excuse. He glares and asks, "Did you seriously not hear what that Japanese huntress just said?" And our guy says he was just hanging back, watching, because he wanted to see what kind of skills these people actually had. But, he figures he just ended up causing a whole misunderstanding. He thinks back to what the blonde guy, the girl, and even that masked dude could do. He's sitting there thinking, man, these Japanese hunters are way better than I expected. And when he glances over, he realizes Times in particular, is seriously top tier. Then the sergeant barks at him to stick close, making it clear he's going to be keeping a real close eye on our boy. He gets super annoyed when the guy grabs his shoulder, but he just nods, thinking to himself, what the hell is this dude even trying to pull? I mean, the guy hasn't been a single ounce of help so far. While everyone's busy running their mouths, the girl notices something off. Suzuki snaps her head to the side, looking totally spooked, grips her sword, and yells that something's coming. But man, right as the words leave her mouth, this thing closes in way times too fast, nearly taking her head off. Just picture this. She actually manages to block that massive axe strike barehanded, deflecting it straight up. The axe comes crashing down, burying itself into the dirt, and she's completely rattled, scanning the shadows to see where the hell it came from. Deep from inside that pitch-black cave, they can feel more of them closing in. And then, this Times steps out of the shadows, revealing itself as this creepy blue demon, just grinning maniacally right at them. They instantly realize it's the dungeon boss. She screams out a warning, putting everyone on high alert. Our guy readies up too, but he plays it cool, barely showing a thing. Suzuki shoots a look at the masked guy, who's already gearing up for a fight, and tells him she's already beamed their coordinates to the other squads. The plan is to hold a defensive line until backup gets there, and she's ready to fall back if things get too hot. But out of nowhere, the monster lunges straight at her, completely out for blood. She doesn't even see it coming. It's almost too late, but right at the last second, the other two guys swoop in, hammering the monster to completely derail its charge. But get this, the freak catches both of them by the foot, totally effortlessly, like they're moving in slow motion. They just freeze in pure panic right before the beast tosses them aside like rag dolls. That split second gives Suzuki the perfect opening to slice right into its gut. But the crazy part? The monster doesn't even flinch. It literally lets her land the hit, and her blade doesn't even scratch it. Instead, it just flashes this deeply disturbing, mocking smile right in her face. One of the officers starts explaining her mana blade, saying it's this hardcore anti-monster gear designed to max out destructive power by literally draining the user's own mana. He says that glowing aura around the blade, that's the raw proof of its lethal power. It's a whole different breed of weapon compared to the standard trash the grunts carry around. Meanwhile, our guy is just standing there looking all thrilled, like, hey, we're actually learning something new today. Then, that officer charges in with his own mana blade, bragging at the top of his lungs about being the head sword instructor for the elite hunter squad of the 54th Division. But the monster doesn't give a damn. It winds up to just absolutely stomp the guy's face in, violently punting him across the cave. Out of nowhere, Suzuki steps into the line of fire, damn near slicing the monster's leg clean off to cover him. She screams at the captain to fall back, shouting that she's gonna buy them some time. She yells at him to grab the rest of the squad and get the hell out of there right now. By that point, our guy is already dragging everyone out of the danger zone, dumping them somewhere safe. She's completely mind-blown, glancing over like, wait, since when could he move like that? She tells him that since he's done his part, he needs to stay back and keep himself safe. But he just looks at her, totally confused, and asks, why don't we just kill the boss right now? She immediately shoots the idea down, telling him it's way too suicidal and they need to regroup with the others before trying anything crazy. He just smirks, muttering, "Is that really how you guys do things?" And then just completely unleashes this god-level, terrifying amount of mana straight into his blade. We're talking an aura way heavier than anything the other two pulled off. Suzuki's eyes just blow wide open, totally stunned by what this kid is actually capable of. Even the boss starts panicking, that sick little smirk completely wiped off its face as the kid just keeps pumping out more and more power. The raw pressure of his mana gets so oppressive that the boss actually scrambles to grab a weapon, desperate to fight back. But our guy, he sees exactly what the beast is doing and just stands dead still as it charges, letting the massive axe swing right for his face. At the last millisecond, the monster realizes something is rocketing right back at it. Bam! It gets absolutely launched across the room by the kid's sword swing, getting pinned straight into the cave ceiling like some kind of Looney Tunes cartoon. He's actually a bit surprised by his own strength, while the boss is just absolutely furious over getting clapped that hard. But the kid doesn't let up, violently churning out mana from his blade like a literal hurricane. The girl is just standing there watching this happen. His aura is blindly flashing all over the place, shooting out these massive bolts of lightning in every single direction. The energy he's pouring out starts shifting colors, turning into his true signature aura. But the weapon just can't handle that kind of pressure, and the blade violently shatters to pieces. Meanwhile, the monster is screaming, agonizing in pure pain from the sheer force of the shockwaves. Suzuki is totally floored that standard issue gear snapped under his aura, cause honestly, that is times never times supposed to happen. Our guy awkwardly realizes he probably shouldn't have gone all out, thinking, "Man, what a waste of a good sword." But then he glances down at the boss, who's literally curled up on the ground, shaking in absolute terror just from looking into his eyes. So he turns to the monster, holding his busted little hilt, and basically says he's gonna make up for the broken sword by whipping the boss to death. Cut to a little while later, back with the rest of our guy's squad. They're totally chilling, kicking back and happily wondering aloud when they ever had a break this good while on the clock. The redhead speaks up, saying it's all thanks to Kim Min-jun, all because the guy laid down the law, claiming nobody gets out of working, no matter how high their rank is. He complains they've been worked like absolute dogs these past few years, so they better enjoy the downtime while they can. But one of the guys quickly shushes him, telling him to watch his damn mouth. He warns him that they've got a rat sitting right there with them. But the accused guy throws his hands up, swearing he's innocent, pointing out that ever since he got drafted into the sergeant's unit, he's been roughing it out with them instead of cozying up at HQ. What was I supposed to do? He argues, reminding them that the guy is an absolute monster who made sergeant barely a month after getting appointed. He complains that he's forced to follow the guy's orders no matter what, getting visibly more pissed off just talking about it. Another guy chimes in, admitting he's right, but points out that thanks to him, the whole vibe of the platoon has gotten way better. And let's be real, everyone's gotten a hell of a lot stronger. The redhead just scoffs. Whatever, man. He says he just hopes the guy gets stuck out in Japan for a really long time, adding, it'd be even better if he only came back times after times his own deployment is up. Right then, he spots Lee Dong-in walking by. He jogs over, throws a salute, and introduces himself, but immediately asks why a corporal like him is busting his ass so hard. The kid just stands there, totally speechless, not knowing what to even say. The redhead then presses him, asking if there's any fresh news on Sergeant Kim, completely sucking up and calling himself his #1 fanboy. The kid hesitates, but admits he did hear something. Rumor is they cleared the raid yesterday because the sergeant literally whipped the dungeon boss to death, right in front of that girl who was just standing there in absolute shock. He shrugs, saying he has no clue what actually went down, but the guy soloed the boss entirely on his own. Everyone's jaw just drops. They're completely blown away that the team actually wiped the dungeon that fast, immediately asking if the guy is heading back today. The kid shakes his head and explains that since they cleared the zone way ahead of schedule, Command actually gave them some time off. So he's just gonna chill in Japan for an extra day and fly back tomorrow. And so they're all freaking out that he's taking a vacation in Japan. And after just one day, they told him to just take a whole year off so he wouldn't have to come back. But a few others actually think this is a good thing, though the bald guy says he'd really like to know what he's up to over there. So none of them have any clue about the crazy stuff going on, and they even joke that maybe he's out there clearing out dungeons. Everyone cracks up, until they realize he'd totally do exactly that. Meanwhile, back in Japan, he's actually walking down some seriously sketchy streets, and a crow comes flying right over to him. He asks who goes there, and it turns out to be his own crow. It tells him it found the closest spot with demonic energy, just like he ordered. And the MC is planning to head over there to clear it out and absorb all that energy. He tells the crow it did a great job, saying he can't waste any time now that he's made it all the way here. But honestly, the MC had just told the crow that he couldn't get anything done because of some so-called lag, and the crow is out here asking who that even is, talking about how it's going to teach him a lesson. But the MC just says it's fine, because it's something not even he can handle, and the crow gets totally pissed off, asking what the hell he's talking about. Because not even the great Kim Jong can do a damn thing about it. It actually makes him start feeling scared. Yeah, guys, I'm suffering too, man. I'm completely out of internet. I've had zero internet since I moved. I've been begging for a connection for 5 days now. It's rough. It is way too rough being stuck with such awful internet. I feel you, MC. I really feel you, man. But right then, he tells the crow to shut up for a second because he sees someone coming. And this someone is rolling up on a ninja motorcycle, pulling up right in front of the MC and acting all tough. Actually, I don't think that's a ninja. If it's a Suzuki, it's gotta be a Hayabusa. Then she takes off her helmet, revealing herself to the MC and asking what he's doing out here. Gotta admit, the main girl of this manhwa is gonna have a rough time if this chick starts falling for the MC, you know? Because she has one hell of a badass design. It's gonna be real hard for the guy to turn her down. And the MC, seeing her out here, starts wondering if she's stalking him or something. And she tells him she's sorry, but he's totally getting the wrong idea. This whole area hasn't been inhabited since a dungeon break back in the day, and entry is heavily restricted. But even so, this place is being monitored by the Association 25/7. Wait, 25? What do you mean 25? Are there 25 hours in a day now? Then she points for him to look, and he glances back, completely clueless. And yeah, there's a massive camera right there. He hadn't even noticed it. Seeing the camera, the crow gets totally spooked, flying over and finally realizing what's going on. And when it looks down, it sees that the MC is absolutely furious, pretty much ready to curse it out. It tries to explain that there was no way it could have seen it, since it was only sensing for demonic energy in the area when it sent the message to the MC. He mutters that they're gonna have a little chat later, while the girl speaks up again, demanding to know exactly what he's doing out here. So he just tells her he got lost trying to take a walk. He lied straight through his teeth, and obviously, the girl isn't buying it. He keeps wondering where he even is, while she's stuck on the fact that he's somehow different from the other awakened. There's just something strange about him, but she can't quite put her finger on it, which is exactly why she came out here, even though she didn't really need to. But right at that moment, something suddenly explodes behind her, making her jump out of her skin. And when she looks back, there's this massive, half-bull monster charging straight at her, absolutely destroying everything in its path. The girl instantly drops into a battle stance. Then the MC realizes that this whole thing probably has something to do with Labangu, who had just told him to trust him. That bull is totally after him because of that. The girl yells at him to get the hell out of there, but warns him to stay away from the underground area, because a section of it is completely corrupted, and he could literally lose his mind. But the MC is thinking that's exactly where he needs to go, even as she tells him that staying down there too long could kill him, so he really needs to avoid that underground section. But he just takes off running anyway. She's obviously totally confused, and starts questioning why a monster even showed up in the first place. Because if a portal had opened up, there's no way their detection system would have missed it. She starts wondering if it had been hiding this whole time and is only just now coming out. And right then, even still, a monster summoned by the MC lets out this massive roar. She figures she has to take it down before anything else, charging straight at the beast to try and slice it open. But as she launches that slash right at Labangu's eyes, he gets absolutely terrified, straight up retreating and booking it out of there without a second thought. And obviously, the girl thinks it's super weird that the monster is just running away like that, but the craziest part is, the monster is literally wearing little undies. She's seriously questioning what she's even looking at, but she chases after him to buy some time. Meanwhile, all those cameras just got smashed by the MC because he's heading straight into the underground and made sure to cover his tracks. So he uses his dark arrow skill to take them all out, noticing that the place is absolutely covered in warning signs, telling people to keep out of the underground area. That really catches his attention. And he just kicks all those warning signs down, busting the place wide open. The second he heads down a little bit, he instantly starts feeling the demonic energy, thinking to himself that this is way better than he even expected. Then his demonic energy stat just starts skyrocketing, and he casually strolls down there looking happy as hell, like he's the final boss or something. He mutters about how the whole place is just overflowing with demonic energy. Then the system chimes in, saying that because he hit his demonic energy limit, he just unlocked the infernal demonic explosion skill, and his corruption skill got an upgrade too. And it turns out there is a crazy amount of demonic energy down there. He even unlocks Reign of Corruption, not to mention his demonic comprehension skill levels up as well. Oh, and his demonic energy whip skill gets a boost too. He's just thinking about how absolutely perfect this is. Looking at his status window, his demonic energy hits 30, along with a whole set of other skills. And he admits he really can't be mad at Labangu anymore after getting all these sick buffs. Either way, he's just hoping the guy manages to get away, because if he gets caught, he is super dead. Meanwhile, the girl is still chasing Labangu all over the place, until she suddenly notices something. She spots him hiding behind this huge pillar, driving her sword right into it. And man, she barely misses him. He's standing there shivering, pretty much on the verge of tears. The girl figures there's something weird going on, pulling her sword back and momentarily ignoring him while he's basically shitting his pants in fear. But right then, he slowly tries to peek into that hole. But he definitely shouldn't have done that, because the girl just completely shreds the stone pillar, exposing him hiding back there, and she is absolutely out for blood. And right there on the other side, Labangu has already busted out his secret technique, turning into a little kitten with big, pleading eyes just to melt the girl's heart. And she gets all soft inside seeing that little kitten trying to climb up to her. But then he just fakes a scratch at her and completely bolts. She's left there feeling all sad that the cat didn't want her attention, before calmly standing up and answering her ringing phone. "This is Suzuki," she says, reporting that she's still looking. She's focusing on the blind spots with no cameras, and she's totally caught off guard to find out that even the monitoring team lost contact. She tells them it's fine, and that she'll just link up with the backup once they get there. But then, they tell her something that leaves her completely stunned. They mention that the corruption levels down in the underground sector have dropped massively, and they tell her the crystal's color actually changed. They ask if she knows how the color usually gets darker when it reacts to corrupted materials, right? Well, it actually went back to being closer to its original color. They admit they're just as confused as she is. And honestly, unless her equipment is glitching, there's a real chance the corrupted material might have leaked. They ask if she's noticing anything unusual, but she tells them no. She says she isn't seeing a single thing out of the ordinary. So he tells her that, in that case, he'll just report it as an equipment malfunction and send a crew down to handle it. I mean, there's just no way all that corrupted material vanished out of thin air. Suzuki pauses for a second. She glances over her shoulder, a thought crossing her mind. Could it have been Kim Ji-hoon? Fast forward a bit, and all the officers are grouped up. And that same guy who was pissed off at our MC, yeah, he's still furious with the kid. So the Japanese leader starts talking to the Korean leader, while those two are just constantly going at each other's throats. But the MC catches on to something. He glances over and spots Suzuki lurking around. He asks what the hell she's doing there, and, why she's even there in the first place. He basically tells her to get lost, because she just will not stop staring at him. Out of nowhere, she asks if he enjoyed his little walk yesterday. He tries to play dumb, acting like he has no idea what she's talking about, and just says, "Yeah, sure did, thanks to you." So she fires back, saying that in that case, she wonders if he might just happen to know something about the fact that someone broke into one of the underground entrances, and she gives him this absolutely chilling look, like she already knows exactly what he did. She goes on to mention that all the surveillance gear in the area was completely trashed too, and because of that, they're completely in the dark about what went down. She casually asks if he noticed anything suspicious. He can feel the heavy accusations just radiating off of her, but he brushes it off. He tells her he doesn't know a thing, since he was just so focused on his walk. She totally sees right through his lie, but she drops it anyway, telling him it's all good. She adds that she's just glad he had a safe walk, and says she'll catch him later. Then the other officer asks, "What the hell was that about?" as the girl starts walking away. But right before she leaves, she turns to Kim Ji-hoon and says she'll see him around, hinting that she's really looking forward to their next run-in. Cut to later that night, in a completely different spot. Both Crow and Lee Bong-gu are just absolutely wrecked, and the MC walks up to them, carrying someone in his arms. Now, a few days prior at the training center, the MC is just beating the absolute crap out of his entire squad. They're all groaning, completely floored. He looks down at them and says they completely lost their edge while he was gone. He snaps at them, asking if they've all lost their damn minds. He demands to know, "Didn't I tell you guys to keep training on your own while I was away?" He calls them out, saying that even all together, they couldn't even last 30 seconds against him. He's genuinely asking why they aren't getting any better and how they expect to actually do their jobs looking like that. But they argue back, cursing at him and complaining that it hasn't even been a week. They're begging him to give them a damn break. The MC just sighs. He tells them he had high expectations, but pointing at one of them, he says, "Man, even you let me down." His former superior is looking rough, completely beaten to a pulp. Then the MC asks if they seriously think he's going to go easy on them just because they're making sad puppy dog faces. He barks at them to get their asses up, right now. At this point, he's getting more and more visibly pissed, threatening to beat them all into shape. But suddenly, he notices something. He mutters something about this weird feeling he's getting, leaving everyone else totally confused. Then, he just abruptly walks out, telling them to train however the hell they want. That day, the team is just left wondering if they're finally safe, while the MC steps outside. While he's sprinting, he's mentally shouting at Lee Bong-gu, demanding to know where he is. He's asking, "Was that you? Did you cause that massive burst of demonic energy?" He's desperately trying to figure out what's going on, practically begging for an answer. Lee Bong-gu finally chimes in, but he sounds confused, asking what's up, if something's wrong, and what the big deal is. He explains that it was just a shockwave from crossing dimensions, and then his voice just cuts out. The MC keeps demanding answers until he reaches the middle of the woods, but there's no one there. He mutters that Lee Bong-gu's demonic energy is fading fast, and scrambles to track down his exact location. And when he finally locks onto it, he takes off sprinting toward the spot, his mind racing over that whole shock of crossing dimensions thing. His expression turns dead serious as he thinks about Asgard, the very place he escaped from. Cut to a scene where a bunch of massive, muscular guys wearing skirts are hauling ass, chasing after what looks like a young girl. One of them is this close to striking her, but she suddenly whips around, vaults right over him, and lands squarely on the guy's head. It instantly knocks him out cold, but then another one lunges in, trying to take her down. But she somehow manages to cleanly dodge his strike, immediately countering and hitting him right back. And with that, she keeps running from the second attacker, too. She's completely styling on them, shaking them off and throwing them to the ground. She keeps escaping until another guy blocks her path. And man, this one looks way tougher than the rest. Their fight ends up smashing straight through a heavy door, and the massive brute hurls the girl violently into the room. As she hits the floor, he relentlessly stalks in right behind her. She realizes pretty quick that she's in serious trouble here. A voice echoes out, declaring that robbing the goddess's temple is a massive crime. Someone steps out of the shadows. It's that same blonde woman from earlier. She tells the girl that if she just surrenders right now, she won't kill her. The girl looks a little taken aback that it's come to this, but then she glances to the side and realizes exactly who she's dealing with. She smirks, thinking to herself that there's no way in hell she's surrendering. She channels her magic into the magic circle, getting ready to make her dimensional jump. The blonde then asks if she's really choosing to do this the hard way. The blonde shakes her head, saying she doesn't know. Seeing right through her, she assumes the girl is trying to use the divine relic to make her grand escape, simply because she doesn't have nearly enough raw power to jump dimensions on her own. But even so, it should be totally impossible for her to know the right coordinates. But the redhead just bursts out laughing. She brags that she absolutely did activate the dimensional teleportation circle with the exact coordinates. And on top of that, just past this dimension, she's already found herself a pretty solid parasite to hitch a ride on. The blonde's face drops, and she immediately screams at her gladiator to stop her. He charges in full force, but the redhead triggers the sacred relic just in time. The portal bursts open, totally blasting the big brute away. And as she's actively slipping between dimensions, she looks right back at the blonde and just flips her the bird. But the second she looks back, she gets hit with a jump scare, realizing things didn't go exactly according to plan. Still, honestly, she just ends up laughing her ass off at the whole crazy situation. Then, snapping back to the real world, Lee Bong-gu is happily chatting away with the MC's little ghost sidekick. He brought that energy. Is the demonic energy good? He tells the little guy that this stuff came from way out there, telling him he'd better be grateful he's even sharing it. He's literally demanding some gratitude and telling him to listen up. But the monster couldn't care less about what he's saying and just keeps on eating. He mentions he got it from Master Kim Min-jun for a job well done, but he's still splitting it with him. The shadow, though? It just starts laughing and he doesn't like that one bit. He orders the shadow to give it back and stop eating, but it just takes off running. So, he tries to catch it, yelling at it to come back here. But suddenly, this portal starts forming right behind the two of them, and it completely freaks them out. The energy just keeps getting stronger and stronger. The portal blows wide open, bringing through this girl from the other world. Right then, our protagonist asks what happened, asking if something's wrong. And so, Lee Bong-gu talks about the sheer shock of crossing dimensions. As the girl shows up, he starts losing consciousness, completely unable to answer the protagonist. The redhead looks over, telling him it's been a while, calling him a parasite again. He's totally shocked she's even there, but he ends up passing out right alongside the shadow. Then, she realizes that Master Minold is standing right there, and she just falls flat on her back. But the protagonist steps in right on time to catch her. She's so surprised to see him, calling out for her master, but then she loses consciousness, passing out right in his arms. But instead of being happy to see her, he gets totally furious, asking if they're completely out of their minds. Because first it was that guy, and now this crazy chick, both of them just showing up out of nowhere. He says he absolutely cannot deal with them right now, furiously using his demonic hand skill to grab all three of them. And he swears he's going to make sure she stays alive, just so he can be the one to beat the crap out of her himself, keeping a tight grip on her. But as she wakes up and sees what's going on, she's still just so incredibly happy to see Minold. She says it wasn't a dream, telling him she really, really missed him. But seeing the way he's holding her, she gets all flushed and worked up. She announces that she, his loyal disciple, greets him, basically throwing herself into his lap. She apologizes that he had to waste his precious demonic energy on her, swearing she'll repay him with her life. But he just tells her it's all good, mentioning how she's always talking about paying him back with her life, or whatever else, asking why she doesn't just stay alive as long as possible and pay off her debts while she's at it, which just makes her apologize all over again. The protagonist realizes there's really not much he can do with this crazy girl, so he just lets it go. Then he changes the subject, asking her what exactly happened. Because, unlike Lee Bong-gu, she was supposed to be the brains and the pride of the cult. He even went out of his way to give her a unique name, which took him 10 whole minutes to pick out. So he questions what the hell she's doing here, and why. And she says that, unlike that parasite, or rather, Lee Bong-gu, she's actually here for a real reason. This totally pisses him off because he didn't even have a reason himself. But he brushes it off, asking if she saw something. And the girl says yeah, because she saw something with that glowing eye of hers. And get this, that eye is a fickle demonic eye. Apparently, it's a super rare item he gave her after she lost her own eye in combat. The ability it gives is an imperfect prophecy. It's basically a cat's eye mixed with a Sharingan, a Rinnegan, and every other Gan from Naruto. So he asks her what exactly she saw, and she tells him she saw the fall of Earth. She basically saw the apocalypse on Earth, with the protagonist standing right there alongside the crow. He's pretty shocked hearing this girl claim the Earth is going to fall. He doesn't really get what she's saying, thinking she's just talking crazy. And she insists she's right, saying the demonic eye just didn't show her exactly when. But she clearly saw him standing in the ruins of Earth, with that parasite Lee Bong-gu right by his side. So he asks if she really came all this way just to tell him that, using the tracking spell she put on Lee Bong-gu for supervision reasons, all just because they popped up in some prophecy. He gets pretty annoyed with her, even sarcastically calling her Sherlock Holmes. But he asks how she even managed to get here, since she doesn't even have enough power to cross dimensions, asking if she stole a divine relic from the temple or something. Then he notices she's actually wearing a divine relic on her wrist, which calms him down a bit. But then he asks what caused the end of the world, and she says she thinks it's a war, because she felt this massive collision of hatred with Midgard recently. He's a little caught off guard, asking what the hell she's talking about. He says he already fixed that damn war, and now they're in another one? He asks who they're up against this time, and the girl drops the bomb that the Nova Empire is back. So, get this. Exactly one day before Kim Min-jae returned to Earth, the northern region's Nova Empire was looking really bad. There were dead monsters scattered all over the path, and he was walking right through the middle of it all, eventually reaching this massive boss that was completely sliced in half and patched back together. He ends up face to face with that giant, and the giant's master looks at our protagonist and then at the monster from the massacre he just caused, telling him not to get a big head just because he took out some trash. And that monster right in front of him, just oozing demonic energy, that's the master of the other guy. He says those were just little tests for the kid. The protagonist asks if the guy even knows him, and he smugly replies that he's the Duke of the Nova Empire, so obviously he has his intel. So the protagonist just stares at him, and the Duke adds that, either way, it's a huge waste for someone like him to be used as an attack dog. He asks what the protagonist thinks about joining them, saying he could be doing way more important things, but our guy shuts that down, telling him they aren't exactly buddies. He asks what kind of nonsense he's spouting, challenging him to just get it over with already. The Duke insists that with the knowledge they have, they could really help him shine. But the protagonist says he doesn't have time for this, and if he's got something to say, he can take it up with the full-time employees of Isgar outside. That totally pisses the Duke off, saying it's a massive waste, and he unleashes his monster on our guy. So he just stands there waiting, saying, "All right then," and activates a ton of skills. Corruption, demonic hand, demonic energy whip, demonic energy claw, and predator tail, all in the exact same hand. And he gets ready to just punch the living daylights out of that thing, thinking to himself that it's such a huge waste. After the fight, he comes back carrying just a little bag over his shoulder, and ends up running into this old guy dressed all in white who looks exactly like Dumbledore right in his path. He asks if the old man got impatient, and actually came all the way out here personally, acting pretty surprised that he was in such a rush. He also asks if the Archmage Isaac has some kind of business with him. And at that, the Archmage just looks at him, mentioning that the soldiers are busy taking over the castle, and asks if he's hurt anywhere. And our guy tells him that, as he can clearly see, he's perfectly fine. But then he questions if the Duke is even still alive. So he tells her, of course, since the guy is snoring away, saying he can go check on him. And right then, Isaac asks what the artificial monster made by the Nova Empire was like, and the MC just tells him, it was flawed. Isaac thinks that's weird. So he explains, this is the Empire's top secret lab. It's full of otherworldly knowledge that should never be uncovered, including the fact that they experimented on monsters. All of this needs to be buried right along with our victory in the war. The MC just brushes it off, telling him, it's fine, don't sweat it, I'm not planning on telling a soul, and I'm out of here anyway. But then Isaac calls out to Minold, telling him to hold up. He asks, how much do you actually trust the saint? And Minold just chuckles, saying he doesn't trust her at all, not even a little bit. Snapping back to reality, he's getting pretty impatient. He figures the Emperor was already killed by the hero, and he really thought those artificial monsters had taken care of them by now. But nope, they're back. They came back once again, and the three of them end up face to face. He starts going off on them, getting seriously pissed. He demands to know about his people, asking if his followers are safe. The redhead is so stunned she can't even answer what he's asking, but the MC steps in and says, "It's all good." I mean, it's not like there's anything he can't handle. Still, Lee Bong-gu tells him not to worry, saying, "These are followers I trained myself. They aren't weak." But the girl absolutely despises Bong-gu. While he's basically glowing with pride, she speaks up, admitting he's right. But you can tell that hearing it from him really gets under her skin. Still, she says he doesn't need to worry about them. The MC agrees, saying, "All right, I won't sweat it then." Then a few more notifications pop up. It says Lee Bong-gu and Kim Soryan cross dimensions with only him on their minds. Their loyalty has deepened, making them hardcore, passionate followers of the cult. The Dominator is actually his favorite character, and whenever he uses demonic energy on a fanatic follower, he gets a chunk of it right back. So he's looking at this, wondering, what even is this? Figuring it's some useless party buff. But then he looks at the two of them and sighs. All right, fine. I mean, who else is going to look out for them anyway? He says the prophecy isn't going to change a damn thing. The world is going to end because of the war. Plain and simple. So, his plan? Just get his old powers back, become even stronger, and fix everything himself. Hearing this, Lee Bong-gu calls him an absolute genius, and the other two completely agree. Now, the MC has to figure out his next move. It's settled. Flash forward a few days, and he's standing in front of a massive stack of cash, handing it straight over to Kim. She's practically on her knees in front of the pile, right next to Lee Bong-gu, and the poor guy is literally drooling over all that money. Kim smacks him, tearing up a bit as she says, "It's amazing that you set up this awesome place for us, but you didn't have to go this far." But the MC just shakes his head. "No, I need you guys to have this so you can actually help me out. Unlike Bong-gu, you don't have a transformation skill, so you need to do exactly what I tell you." But she keeps saying it's just too much cash. He looks at her and asks, "Do you honestly think I'm broke?" Reassuring her that he'll make it all back in no time. He tells them, "Look, I couldn't help that we were flat broke back in Guardia, but here in my hometown, it's a whole different story." They're absolutely starstruck. They thank the MC endlessly, promising, "We'll definitely get our hands on those fake IDs you talked about." The MC nods, reminding them, "Yeah, just keep in mind, this isn't exactly legal." Since his hands are tied, he warns Bong-gu, "Don't get mugged, and make sure to check in regularly." Bong-gu agrees, but the girl gets super jealous that Bong-gu is getting all of his attention. The MC watches the two of them bickering and genuinely wonders who the hell would even survive trying to rob them. He notices that Kim Soryan is always giving Lee Bong-gu a hard time. To be fair, the guy is pretty skilled too. Right then, she calls out to the MC, telling him, "Hey, after we sort out this ID stuff, I want to join the Hunters Corporation too." Riding the bus back to the corporation alone, the MC is deep in thought. He just can't stop thinking about Kim asking to become a hunter. He figures, if we buy a foreign citizenship off the black market and then get her naturalized, she could easily get into the Hunters Corporation with her skill level. But he's wondering why she'd even want to. I mean, she lived her entire life as a Dark Mage in Izad. If a girl like that causes trouble inside the Hunters Corporation, it's going to be a massive headache. And honestly, he knows it's totally possible for her. When that psycho goes off the rails, there's no stopping her. He mutters, "Man, she's even worse than Lee Bong-gu in some ways." He has no idea how he's supposed to keep her in check, especially since getting her naturalized is going to be a nightmare in itself. He starts stressing out, wondering if he should just leave her be for now. But then he realizes, no, he heard that if you join the Hunters Corporation, they actually handle the entire naturalization process for you. Ah, whatever, he thinks, shaking his head at those two absolute troublemakers. It'll work itself out somehow. A little while later, as he's pulling up to the campsite, he's just looking around when he spots something moving in the tall grass. A shadow drops down right nearby. He realizes they're super close. "All right then," he whispers, actually kind of hyped to see what kind of weirdos he's dealing with this time. As he sneaks through the area, searching the grounds, he nearly bumps right into something, and the shadow ducks out of sight. That's when he spots another group of hunters. He's totally caught off guard that people are already here, and he quickly notices they don't look like they're from the Hunters Corporation. And just like that, one of them spots the MC too. The whole group turns to stare at him, and one of them starts walking over. This massive brute steps right up into the MC's personal space, just glaring at him. The MC is totally confused. After a painfully long stare down, the brute finally asks, "What the hell brings you out here?" The MC replies, "I heard there might be some abnormal dungeon activity in the area, so I came to check it out." The guy raises an eyebrow, saying he thought the investigation was already wrapped up. He puffs up his chest. "We're from Hyde, a civilian hunter company, and we've got official clearance to be here." He boasts that the Hunters Corporation handed them the intel directly, and even asks if the MC wants to see their paperwork. But the MC just waves it off. "Nah, no need. We're cool." So the brute presses him again, asking what a kid is doing all the way out here. Are you seriously telling me you're out here doing a solo investigation on a weekend? The MC thinks to himself, the Hunters Corporation controls every single dungeon in Korea. Normally, their own strike teams handle them. Handing over raid rights to a civilian guild? That's incredibly rare. While the MC is lost in thought, the brute just keeps running his mouth. The guy says he's just worried someone might try to snatch away this rare opportunity. Honestly, the MC gets where he's coming from. In this world, dungeons mean big money. But the thing is, the MC needs to get into this dungeon. So, he switches up his strategy. Look, I'm not gonna step on your raid rights, he tells him, but I still need to run a secondary investigation. Tell you what, just let me go in 5 minutes after you guys. Honestly, the guys find it pretty weird, but our guy tells them he's really got something he needs to look into, and promises he won't mess with their dungeon loot. So the team leader says he'll talk it over with his crew, turning his back and leaving the MC waiting there. They huddle up to talk while our guy waits, and the leader admits he has no idea what the MC is trying to pull. But then they figure, hey, they don't have to split the loot with him, so there's nothing to lose. It's just a corporate executive tagging along for free. But Lin points out that he's out there without a single piece of gear, and Jong gets a bit anxious. He asks if they shouldn't double-check with the Hunter Association first. Park thinks it over and shoots that down, asking if he forgot that one of the requirements to enter was having a specific head count for the team. Things could get really messy, because if 10 people run the dungeon, there won't be any loot left to go around. Then one of them chimes in, saying that's beside the point, since they're the ones at a disadvantage here. But then, a girl on their squad asks why they don't just roll with his plan, since it really isn't an issue. And get this, that's Sun from the strategy team. Basically, the resident prodigy. They ask her if they should really go through with it. And just like that, everyone nods along just because she said so, while she just keeps her eyes on the MC who's practically falling asleep waiting for them to make up their minds. It looks like she's actually into him. Park walks over, escorting our guy right up to the portal, while she watches him closely, murmuring something to Kim Min-young. He glances back, clearly weirded out by her, but the girl just blurts out that she's a huge fan. He gives her a look and mutters, "Yeah, I can tell. That's a first." As he steps into the portal, a strict 5-minute countdown kicks off, with the team saying they'll head in after exactly 5 minutes, just like he asked. The MC tells them that works, but drops one last warning on Park, letting him know he'll slaughter absolutely anything that gets in his way during his investigation. Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Association headquarters, the commander of the Special Task Force, Major General Song Byung, is standing face-to-face with the association's big boss, General Haku. Gu asks if there's really nothing he can do about the situation, and Song looks pretty tense, promising he'll try to reach out again. But Gu just slams his clipboard down on the desk, demanding to know what the hell the problem is. Major General Song admits that, yeah, the kid has made it extremely clear that he completely hates this plan. Not only that, but the target himself is dead set against it too. Gu sighs, saying there's nothing to be done, and tells Song to just drop it and accept it. But Song refuses to back down, insisting he'll try one more time and take the fight straight to Colonel Jongbyom himself. But Gu cuts him off, bluntly ordering General Song to just get out of his office. Song walks out of the room, looking completely stressed out, right up until he gets a call from his little girl. He instantly turns into a total softie talking to her, until she drops a bombshell that seriously freaks him out. He nervously asks her what's going on, begging her to explain. Turns out, she's that same blonde girl who watched the MC walk into the dungeon. She's standing right outside the gate, casually mentioning she just ran into Kim Min-young. I gotta be honest with you guys. I wouldn't believe she's that crazy old guy's daughter in a million years. Not a chance. Anyway, stepping inside the dungeon, it's this super damp underground area, honestly. It looks exactly like a sewer. The whole place just has this creepy vibe, and suddenly, a monster starts prowling through the shadows. It looks like this massive, elongated reptile. The creature stops, sensing something. It snaps its head back, hearing a strange noise coming from the shadows, clearly thrown off by it. It turns around, getting ready to strike, but the MC just blurs right past it, effortlessly tossing the beast into the air. He charges straight through the pack of monsters, casually joking that his stealth game is clearly on point as he weaves right through their attacks. He mutters that the demonic energy in the air is actually pretty weak, figuring that's exactly why civilian hunters were cleared to enter. Man, things would have gone sideways fast if I wasn't here, he thinks to himself. As he keeps pushing forward, the monsters are swarming right on his heels, but he just leaps over them, dodging every single strike without breaking a sweat. He sighs, saying he really doesn't have the time to sit around playing with these things. The monsters are totally bewildered, they're eating his dust, and can't even land a single scratch on the guy. Suddenly, mid-sprint, the MC spots something. He slams on the brakes and realizes, this is the spot, but he looks at the wall, annoyed that there isn't an actual entrance, and frankly, he's way too lazy to go looking for one. so he just lifts his leg and winds up for one hell of a kick, completely smashing the wall to pieces and forcing his way right into the secret boss room. The second he steps inside, he spots the exact monster leaking all that demonic energy, and man, it is an absolutely massive lizard. The granddaddy of the whole pack. It slowly opens its eyes, locking onto the MC, and towers over him looking like some kind of terrifying, draconic alligator. Our boy just starts laughing at it. "Well, looks like you're standing in my way," he smirks. He starts casually sidestepping, effortlessly dodging while the beast goes completely feral, trying everything it can to rip him apart. He calmly evades every single strike, right up until the monster whips its massive tail straight at his head. But the MC, he just catches the tail with a single bare hand and gives this wicked little smirk. He tells the beast he just picked up a totally broken skill. Raising just one finger, he pulls a massive cluster of demonic energy right against the ceiling, making the monster freeze and glance up in panic. "This right here is the D-rank corruption rain," he declares, "and I've been dying to test it out." Now, corruption rain basically dumps raw demonic energy over a specific area, and that energy infects and rots any open wound. With a flick of his wrist, he brings the toxic rain pouring right down on the monster. The beast, instantly sensing the danger, lunges out of the way. It obviously scrambles to the side, desperately putting distance between itself, the MC, and the deadly downpour. But the rain tracks its movement, catching a good chunk of its tail. The second the drops hit, they burn right through the scales like pure acid. The monster starts shrieking in absolute agony as its tail literally melts away. The MC clicks his tongue, thinking the attack wasn't nearly as strong as he'd hoped, guessing it's because the skill is still stuck at D rank. But then something catches his eye. The monster is actually detaching its own tail, snapping it off and leaving it behind, just like a cornered gecko. The sizzling tail drops to the floor, leaving the beast totally free to keep up the fight. Without missing a beat, it launches itself onto the ceiling, ricocheting straight down at the MC in a lethal dive. But the kid easily slips out of the way, dodging the strike at the last possible second. That's when he realizes the monster is moving way lighter, without the dead weight of its tail. Its speed has basically doubled, and this time, the MC actually comes dangerously close to getting hit. Out of nowhere, a sharp, deadly new tail rapidly regenerates and shoots straight at him like a spear. But, yet again, he stops the lethal strike dead in its tracks, using nothing but his bare hands. But then the monster whips around and blasts him with an acid attack of its own, hurling back the same acidic breath he just unleashed. It hits the protagonist dead center in the chest, landing a direct hit. The beast actually thinks it has the upper hand, and our guy just stands there, totally paralyzed by the massive amount of slime covering him. The monster lunges in to take a massive bite out of him, but right as it gets close, he reaches out and catches its tongue in a crushing grip. He holds on tight, leaving the beast completely stunned that it just got trapped. Our guy then gathers even more demonic energy. He scoffs at all that poison, saying that kind of toxic trash means absolutely nothing to a Dark Mage. He triggers his demonic energy hand skill, and just like that, the spectral hand grabs both sides of the monster's jaw. He tells the beast that, either way, he kind of wants to see just how tough its stomach is on the inside. With that, he charges up a massive rain of corruption attack, aiming it straight down the creature's throat. The monster panics as it takes the full brunt of the blast right to the face, dying instantly. The protagonist then absorbs every last drop of its demonic energy. And damn, our guy is absolutely jacked now. Just look at him. Just like that, his vitality stat goes up by 1 point, and his demonic energy gets a boost too. The system then announces that since his demonic energy has hit its cap, he just unlocked a brand new skill called Vicious Charge. This actually catches him off guard. The catch with Vicious Charge is that it drops his defense and stamina while it's active, but in exchange, his speed skyrockets, allowing him to deal heavy collision damage whenever he slams into an enemy. He points out that most Dark Mages are physically weak, which makes the skill completely useless for them. But for him, yeah, he's a totally different breed. So he grabs the dead monster and says it's time to clean house. He absorbs its remaining energy, pushing his corruption skill straight up to a level C. He notes that this is the absolute best method for wiping them out, even though it's pretty tough to hit moving targets. With the area clear, he figures he should check if the 5 minutes are up and if the rest of the team is about to come inside. Meanwhile, right outside the dungeon, they're counting the minutes. The masked guy asks if 5 minutes have passed already. Park confirms it has, so the guy asks why they aren't going in yet. But Park hesitates, asking if something feels off to them. The masked guy doesn't quite get what he means. Park explains that he kept his mouth shut earlier because the guy is officially from the Hunters Guild. But seriously, what kind of solo investigation only takes 5 minutes? One of the team members chimes in, agreeing that it makes no sense. Park says they have to operate under the assumption that the guy was telling the truth. If that's the case, this dungeon could be highly dangerous, meaning he might already be dead in there. One of the guys completely agrees with Park's logic. Tension rises as they start wondering if they are totally screwed. But Park lays out a plan. They're just going to say they came here to set up base camp for the rest of the squad. If things go south, they simply cannot afford to get involved. One of them looks confused, asking what the hell he's talking about. Park casually replies that if the guy ends up dying right off the bat, that's just the way it goes. But right then, the blonde girl steps up, confidently stating that something like that is never going to happen. They all turn around to see her standing there alongside another girl. Confused, he asks if she actually knows the guy, pointing out that she just claimed to be his fan. She stares back in disbelief, asking how he doesn't know who that is. She reveals that he's the exact same guy who single-handedly cleared out the fake dungeon in this region a few months back. Park is absolutely stunned. He thought a regular sergeant from the 14th Division handled that, not a sergeant first class. They confirm that she's right. The news reports explicitly stated that an executive wasn't the one who cleared it, which leads them to wonder if he secretly got promoted. Park narrows his eyes, asking how she even knows all this. The guild supposedly keeps the names and faces of those hunters strictly confidential. She just smirks, saying she has her own sources, and tells them to stop wasting time, grab their gear, and move out. But Park is still paranoid. He asks what they should do if something goes horribly wrong inside the dungeon. He's genuinely worried, deeply convinced that someone like Kim Jun couldn't possibly take down a major threat alone. The blonde girl looks at the team leader in complete disbelief. She asks him if he honestly bought into the excuse Kim Jun gave them earlier. She scoffs, saying she doesn't believe a single word of his story. Since their mandatory 5 minutes are finally up, she declares that she's going in to see exactly what he's hiding with her own 2 eyes. After all, if she's lucky, she might just find some dirt she can use against him. Just then, the gray-haired girl gasps, pointing nervously toward the entrance. The whole group turns to look, and out walks the protagonist. He's completely shirtless, absolutely shredded, and instantly leaves the girls completely speechless and blushing. Park quickly snaps out of it and asks the sergeant what just happened in there. Kim Jun shrugs it off, saying the coast is completely clear and they're good to go inside. But before they do, he pauses and asks if anyone happens to have a spare shirt he can borrow. While all of this craziness is going down, Kim Rian is chilling back in her room, quietly brushing up on her Korean. But honestly, she looks pretty miserable doing it. Her study session gets interrupted when Bonggu finally comes back, shifting out of his transformed state right next to her while carrying a bag of food. She glares at him, demanding to know where the hell he wandered off to without telling her. He casually replies that he just hit up the convenience store across the street because they were completely out of instant ramen. With zero hesitation, he grabs a pot to start cooking his noodles. Annoyed, she stands up and quietly steps right up behind him. He turns around, casually asking if she wants some, but before the words even leave his mouth, she brutally punches him right in the face. Standing over him, she angrily warns him that for quick trips nearby, he needs to walk like a normal person instead of transforming. Holding his face, he complains, asking what her problem is. He begs her to just use her words to communicate, asking why she always resorts to throwing hands first. She instantly bites back, cussing him out. She yells at him, asking why the hell he's flying around outside when he literally does nothing but sit around and eat all day long. She asks if he seriously thinks their master is feeding him precious demonic energy just so he can go on joyrides. He looks incredibly awkward and mutters that, to be fair, he's actually located a bunch of dungeons already, but that excuse just makes her even angrier. She fumes, saying that if she had known the master had to suffer a massive penalty just to cross dimensions, she would have never accepted a single drop of his demonic energy. Trying to smooth things over, Lee Bong-gu tells her to relax. He swears he's going to max out his demonic energy stats faster than anyone else, promising that he's going to be the master's greatest asset. But the girl is not having it. She violently grabs him by the collar, asking how a dark mage dares to be so profoundly arrogant. She snaps that boosting his stat only expands his energy storage capacity, meaning it's still going to drain completely the more he uses it. On top of that, she reminds him that gathering demonic energy in this world is incredibly difficult. Yet, he still talks a big game while doing absolutely nothing useful. She glares at him, saying his lazy attitude really makes her doubt if he's actually a true believer of their master. He forces an awkward laugh, trying to play it off by saying the master clearly knows what he's doing and has a master plan. He claims that spoon-feeding them demonic energy is all just part of that grand design. But the girl winds up to punch him again, furiously calling him nothing but a useless freeloader. This time, though, he easily catches her fist in midair, finally putting a stop to her abusive nonsense. The sudden display of reflexes catches the girl completely off guard, but just as quickly, he drops the tough guy act and goes back to acting like a total goofball, agreeing that she's totally right and promising he won't mess around anymore. Spooked by his weird mood swing, she vows that she's definitely going to take matters into her own hands. Before things can escalate, the protagonist suddenly walks in. He sighs, asking if they're seriously fighting again. The moment she sees him, her entire demeanor flips, and she turns into a blushing, totally smitten mess. He chuckles, clearly amused. Stepping further inside, he tosses Bonggu a snack and asks how the current preparations are coming along. Kim quickly reports that in exactly 3 days, the black market dealer is scheduled to meet with that bird or, well, the transformed Lee Bong-gu. Meanwhile, Bong-gu is just sitting there looking ridiculously happy as he stuffs his face. The protagonist firmly warns him not to pick another incredibly stupid fake name like McLovin. He then turns to Kim, ordering her not to let Bong-gu handle this operation all by himself. He stresses that she needs to keep a very close eye on the entire situation. Asking if she got it right, he notices that she's actually been studying. Right then, Byung-gu tells him not to sweat it, saying he's going to handle it all perfectly. But our guy flat out tells him times not times to go in alone, since the chances of things going south are just way too high. So, as he's watching, he hits up Suryeon, asking if she's actually thinking about joining the Hunter Corporation. She tells him she doesn't have a lot of time, but she can already write basic Korean. She's getting everything ready to enlist, saying the Korean alphabet is actually super easy to pick up. And our guy is genuinely surprised to find out there was even a written exam. Meanwhile, a notification pops up on the computer. The girl shoots it a quick glance, then politely excuses herself. Cut back to her, and she is just typing away. Absolutely furious. It turns out the article is about people doubting that our guy actually cleared the dungeon all by himself, and she is obviously taking them all on, firing back in the comments to defend him. Fast forward a bit, and we're looking at the Rapid Response Squad. They operate 24/7. To guarantee they're the first boots on the ground in any emergency, they stay on constant standby. They're usually known as Standby 5, which includes Agent O and Corporal Lee. Word is that inside the Hunter Corporation, this squad runs on a battalion-level rotation. Even within the corporation, when an emergency hits, they have to be ready to roll, and they absolutely need the Hunter Corporation's Standby 5 on the scene. He wants to be ready for absolutely anything. Now, they say real emergencies don't pop up that often, but duty there is still pretty notorious. And the reason for that is simply because, over in NJ, he mentions that a call comes in ordering them to head to the company's military training camp. They're totally caught off guard by getting Times Another Times call, asking if it's just another drill, and he admits he has no idea. He tells them they'll figure it out when they get there, barking at them to shut up and move. Everyone's pissed off, complaining that 9 out of 10 calls are false alarms, and saying the whole thing is just overkill. One of them starts bitching, saying it makes absolutely no sense to deal with this constantly ever since they joined up. But another guy chimes in, saying they'd better get moving, because the vice commander is waiting for them, and he is extremely pissed off. It turns out it's basically a tradition to run endless simulated drills. Even for Standby 5, it's just considered par for the course with their training. So, as they head out, they pile into the pickup truck to gear up. They radio our guy, telling him it's headquarters, and the coordinates are sent over, telling them to step on it. The MC gets a bit worried. One of the guys reports that they're fully loaded, so he announces he's rolling out with everyone, thinking to himself that they are definitely pushing things harder than usual today. Maybe it actually times is times, something real this time. But suddenly, the Jeep slams on the brakes, and someone tells him to look ahead. Our guy asks what's going on, until he spots it. He realizes it times is times the real deal this time, because Jang is standing right there, waiting for them. He gets totally blindsided, remembering the last time he saw Jang, the dude he completely wrecked just by using his whip. It all finally clicks, and he remembers the guy. The second he steps out of the car, Jang starts acting all friendly, saying, "Wow, it's been a minute since I've seen Min Jong." Our guy demands to know what the hell brought him out here, and Jang replies that, as you can see, his car broke down. He puts on this fake apology, saying the MC looks pretty busy. Our guy checks the time, realizing he's on a tight schedule and knowing full well this bastard is up to no good. So, he orders the second squad out of the back, telling them they're gonna hump it all the way to the coordinates on foot, and sure enough, they hop out and start rucking to the location. That asshole is left standing there, wondering what the hell just happened, while our guy's men just calmly take off, running straight through the woods. Our guy shouts that they're almost there, ordering them to pick up the pace. One of the recruits groans, asking if he heard that right. The MC just snaps back. "Do you want to die?" And suddenly, everyone is moving a hell of a lot faster. He thinks to himself, if this is happening on day 1 of Standby 5, things are going to get real interesting. As they keep pushing forward, they run straight into some more brass hanging out by a tent. And our guy is visibly shocked when he spots who's there. It's Special Task Force Commander Song, and he's just standing there, smirking right at him. In the background, Gyu looks stunned, as the commander notes they made it in exactly 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Talk about cutting it incredibly close. Instantly, the MC orders everyone to snap to attention and salute the commander. He goes completely formal, eyes locked on all the insignia on Song's uniform. He realizes this times is how they want to play it, figuring he can still use this situation to his advantage. And so, a few minutes after Standby 5's arrival, the brass are still just standing around, watching everyone roll in. Commander Song tells one of the officers not to feel so on edge, saying it's just part of the job. But Jong Byum waves it off, claiming it's an absolute honor that someone like him would even visit such a humble battalion. That guy is the 2nd Battalion commander. Then he asks some questions, suggesting maybe he ought to look around a bit more, taking it all in. Jong Byum clearly hates every second of this. Meanwhile, the 2nd Company commander, Jung Gyu, just stands there watching. He thinks to himself that, since the Hunter Corporation is made up entirely of awakened individuals, standard ranking and hierarchy systems alone aren't nearly enough to keep people in check, and that's especially true when you're the one in charge of managing and supervising them. He notes that a lot of these officers are incredibly cocky about their abilities. Case in point, Major On, the task force hunter, standing right over there. He mentions that this is exactly why only the Special Task Force is allowed to act as military police. And honestly, he thinks it makes perfect sense. It's an elite unit, he gets that. But coming all the way out here just to babysit Standby 5? That's taking it way too far. Just then, Jong spots movement in the distance. He realizes they've finally arrived. Cut to day 2 for Standby 5. They're waiting around for the next call, but the guys are absolutely dead on their feet. They're all groaning, wishing command would knock it off with these endless simulated drills. They've been at it all night, losing track of how many times they've run the exact same scenario. One of the guys mentions he saw the Special Task Force commander lurking around and thinks he's here for some kind of revenge. Another guy nods, saying the commander's definitely out for Sergeant Kim Min-jong's blood, but Corporal Lee cuts in. Wait, are you talking about that whole mess with the Special Task Force's first-class sergeant? The guy replies, man, it's the only thing that makes sense. They start wondering why a top-brass hotshot would bother coming all the way down here just for that, joking that they didn't realize the Special Task Force had so much free time. That pisses another guy off, and suddenly the whole squad is just cursing up a storm. But Seung-won steps up and says, look, if that's really what's going down, then there is no way we're backing down. Surprisingly, everyone agrees. They vow to take care of Choi. They figure, even if command tries to screw with them, it can't possibly be worse than surviving Sergeant Kim Min-jong's brutal training. But right as they're hyping themselves up, you can see the guy's confidence already starting to tank. Keep in mind, they were fully expected to fail at Readiness 5 during the FTS, but failing would just make their training 10 times worse, so they figured, screw it. We might as well give it our all for now. The sergeant is totally eating this up. The MC steps up, announcing it's go time, and orders everyone to double time it to the military training grounds. And get this, every single one of them jumps to attention with a smirk on their face. A huge difference from how it went down the first time. So, they hit the road once again, sprinting all the way down to the rendezvous camp. Suddenly, the MC's radio crackles. Readiness 5, it says. HQ is demanding a sitrep on 2 suspicious individuals spotted at Outpost, whatever it's called. The MC radios back to HQ, confirming Readiness 5. He reports that they hit the outpost 20 seconds ago. Nothing looks out of the ordinary, and they're going to keep sweeping the area. At this point, another guy turns to Kabuli and asks if this is just another drill, since they've literally never had to deal with actual suspects before. But Kabuli tells him to chill out. He points out that the outpost they're heading to has been completely abandoned for years, so there's nobody even around to report any suspicious activity. Hearing that, the guy figures it's just gotta be another simulation from the CCC. But right then, the MC stares straight ahead and orders everyone to hold up. They actually stop dead in their tracks and creep up cautiously, totally clueless about what's going on. Suddenly, this absolute unit of a guy with his face covered steps out from inside, alongside his buddy, and instantly raises his weapon, ready to throw down. The MC gets back on the radio with HQ. Readiness 5, he says. He confirms they have eyes on the 2 suspects and are moving in to make the arrest, already realizing that this is blatantly a setup, and he is not liking this garbage one bit. HQ barks an order to capture them alive. As the suspects step toward the squad, the MC looks around and asks, "Did you all hear that?" He tells his team to drop their guns, because they're about to beat the living hell out of these guys barehanded. The squad rushes in, trying to land a hit on the first guy, but he easily dodges and grabs the attacker's arm. Someone else comes swinging from the blind side, and he blocks that one too without breaking a sweat. But the team starts swarming them. They gang up on the 2 of them, putting on some heavy pressure as they surround them, and you can actually see them starting to use real squad tactics on the fly. Just as they get ready to make a move, though, the masked guy slips past an attack and starts completely overpowering one of the soldiers. But the MC snatches his guy and yanks him back out of harm's way. The soldier gasps out a thanks as the MC steps up, saying he'll handle this beast himself. He orders the soldier to go back up the others, because at this rate, they're going to get themselves killed. Meanwhile, bodies are literally flying everywhere. The squad members are getting snatched up and tossed around like toddlers. The MC just watches the chaos from a distance, while one of the masked giants zeroes in on him. He charges in, straight up telling suspect number 1 that he's absolutely done holding back. The suspect just motions for him to bring it on. and the two square up. The MC strolls forward casually. The suspect starts throwing wild haymakers, but the MC ducks and weaves through every single punch, looking completely bored out of his mind. The suspect is getting more and more pissed off, just swinging for the fences with everything he's got. But right as he throws a massive punch, the MC slips it, sweeps his leg from underneath, and sends the guy literally spinning in midair. While he's airborne, the MC follows up with a brutal strike right to his chest, burying him into the dirt with insane force. The guy nearly blacks out, his eyes practically bugging out of his skull from the sheer impact of that beatdown. Seeing this, the MC confirms the dude is completely out cold. The rest of the squad just stares at him, absolutely horrified. Then, he just casually tells the squad to go ahead and kick the guy while he's down. And man, they are all about it. They dogpile the guy, just absolutely stomping him out. Meanwhile, the other hulking brute is literally grabbing the rest of the squad by their bare hands, ragdolling them like a dad play wrestling with a bunch of little kids. They are getting totally wrecked. One of the guys manages to land a clean shot right on the brute's chest, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. The brute just casually punts him, sending the guy flying backward with absurd ease, then tosses the two guys he was holding right into the dirt next to him. He's just humiliating the entire squad all by himself. Then the MC, who is barely half this guy's size, looks genuinely surprised. He smirks and tells the guy he must be pretty damn confident in that tank of a body. He proposes a little duel, a one-hit challenge. He even offers to let the big guy take the first swing if he wants to. The brute gets super cocky, calling him an arrogant little bastard, and winds up to deliver a full-power haymaker straight at the MC. But the MC, he just stands there, perfectly still, waiting to take the hit. When the punch lands, it connects dead on, but the MC doesn't even flinch. He just shrugs it off, says, "My turn," and winds up for a really casual punch. Suspect number 2 is feeling way too good about his own durability, leaving his guard completely wide open for the MC to strike. So, the MC throws this super relaxed punch, but man, the impact is so catastrophic, it's gonna make this dude's ancestors regret it for the next 12 generations. Safe to say, that hit just cured any lung problems the guy ever had. After that, the MC just strolls over to the rest of the crew and tells them to start kicking this guy too. And the squad absolutely loves it. They just pile on and go to town on him. Suddenly, the bruised-up brute begs them to hold up, yelling that the drill is over. He's desperately trying to get them to listen, shouting that he's actually from the whatever task force. But they do not give a single damn. The squad just keeps ruthlessly stomping that total scrub into the ground. Man, honestly, the MC just stepping in, effortlessly humiliating these guys, and then letting his squad get their revenge beatdown is seriously one of the best moments in this whole story. Anyway, cut over to the officer's room, where Lee is just screaming his head off, yelling that he refuses to accept this. He demands that Song take back what he just said, adding that in his entire military career, he's never heard such absolute garbage. He warns that this could trigger a massive conflict between the regular infantry and the FTS brass, and threatens to file an official complaint. But Song just looks at him and tells him to chill out, pointing out that he's acting completely unhinged right now. Lee looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel, just seething with pure rage, until there's a knock at the door and another officer steps in. They immediately snap at him, asking what's going on. The officer just throws them a crisp salute and reports to the battalion commander that the Readiness 5 squad has returned. And man, Song's face just lights up with a massive grin. Lee immediately interrogates the guy, asking if the squad is hurt, desperately needing to know if they're okay. The officer is practically stuttering, struggling to get the words out, and just mentions 2 of them. Lee snaps back, "What? What about those 2?" panicking and asking if they're critically injured. But then, the officer clarifies that the 2 suspects are actually the ones beaten unconscious, though they'll live. Meanwhile, the squad members only took some light scratches. Lee is utterly mind-blown, demanding to know how the hell the 2 suspects ended up in that state. He demands to know if the suspects were successfully apprehended, completely in denial, double-checking if his own guys really only suffered minor injuries. And the officer just nods and says, "Yes, sir," explaining that Readiness 5 completely secured the suspects. He adds that Sergeant Long R and the rest of the crew are a little banged up, sure, but they're fine enough to sprint because they literally just bolted straight to the chow hall. After all, today is sausage day. So, he's just sitting there looking totally thrilled, staring down Song, who is absolutely fuming, practically red in the face and huffing with rage. And man, Song is just so pissed off at this Kim Min-jun guy, who's over in the cafeteria eating his meal like he doesn't have a care in the world. Meanwhile, the 2 suspects head back to their squad, and their leader says he can't believe what just went down. He's saying that Major Han, even if he's technically okay, looks completely wrecked. And the other guy, Major Jong? Yeah, he's not doing so hot either. He starts begging him to just open his eyes, and watching all this from up above, Song can't even believe what he's seeing. So, all 3 of the guys responsible for that mess end up face to face with him. Song turns to the battalion commander and the company commander, asking if they could give them a minute. The two of them agree and step out, leaving just our protagonist standing there, face to face with Song. And Song immediately starts acting tough with the kid, giving him this absolute death glare. But our guy? He couldn't care less. Song keeps staring him down, and then just starts laughing. He tells him he's incredible for taking both of those guys down all by himself, at least. That's what he heard happened. He admits he's totally blown away that someone with that kind of talent is only a sergeant first class. He even jokes that, apparently, the commander of the 144th Division doesn't really have an eye for talent. Then, he pats the protagonist on the shoulder and says he's going to promote him to second lieutenant. He tells him to come join the special task force. But our guy just stares right back at him while Song keeps pushing his pitch. He asks if he wants something more than that, claiming he can make it happen, and practically begs him to just name his price. And the protagonist just starts cracking up, asking if he's really sure about what he's saying. Then, a little while later, the two commanders who left earlier start getting worried. Seo turns to Lee and asks about it, since it really looks like Song is trying to recruit Sergeant Kim Min-jun. And honestly, if they leave him alone in there, it might actually happen. But Lee tells him not to sweat it, because Kim Min-jun is way out of their league. He's a much bigger deal than they realize. Seo doesn't totally get it, but then, they hear Song screaming his lungs out. He's yelling, "What did you just say? Say that again." So yeah, things are clearly going south in there. Lee, who had already sized the kid up, just says, "I told you he was built differently." Seo doesn't even know whether to laugh or not. He admits he's a bit on edge because, knowing how Min-jun is, he might actually cross the line with the Special Task Force commander. But Lee jumps in and says there is absolutely no way he'd ever do that. Still, the two of them exchange this look, both secretly thinking, yeah, he totally might. So, they're just standing there, trying to figure out what the hell they should do next. They're debating whether they should barge in, but then, what would they even do once they're inside? Suddenly, someone walks up to them and asks why they're so worried about it in the first place. Meanwhile, back inside, our protagonist is still face to face with Song. Song is furious. He starts questioning him about this dungeon power fighter thing the kid brought up, asking if all he wants is guaranteed time to play video games. He literally asks the kid if he's out of his damn mind, and our guy just calmly replies that, like he said last time, the ban on personal electronics and the strict internet restrictions are deal breakers for him. He straight up says the reason is dungeon power fighter. Song snaps back, "Nobody asked for the name of the damn game!" And Song starts going off about how the military is all about absolute obedience. He reminds him that the man standing right in front of him is the Special Task Force commander, angrily asking if he's blind to the stars on his beret. He points out that he has 2 stars, not just one, demanding to know if the kid still isn't getting the picture. He asks if this whole Condition 5 readiness drill wasn't enough of a lesson. He threatens that, if he wanted to, he could make this entire squad suffer as much as he pleases. Then he leans in and asks, "Are you trying to go a whole month without a single wink of sleep?" And the protagonist just watches him throw all these threats around, staying completely dead silent. So Song asks him why he's acting like this. He demands to know if he seriously doesn't care that his own subordinates are going to suffer because of him. Then, Song drops a bomb, asking why they aren't talking about how a sergeant first class illegally intervened with a civilian hunter guild. The protagonist realizes this guy knows way too much. So, he just looks at him and says, "I think you're the one who needs an investigation." Song asks what the kid thinks he's going to do about it. But right then, someone with a bit more authority steps into the room. Our guy immediately throws up a salute, and the newcomer says, "I was the one who gave that order." He walks right up to Song, looking him dead in the eyes, and instantly, Song tucks his tail between his legs. He nervously stammers out, What brings you here, sir?" Song mentions he thought the commander was back at headquarters, but the commander fires back that it's a pretty weird question to ask, considering he came all the way out here specifically because Song was away. Song tries to backpedal, saying it's not like that at all, but the commander cuts him off, saying he received some very interesting intel. He rushed over as fast as he could the second he heard Song was poking around his division, and then he hands something over to him. Song asks what kind of document it is, and you can see the sheer panic wash over his face. And man, our protagonist absolutely loves watching it happen. It flashes back to when that blonde girl claimed she was his biggest fan. As soon as his back was turned, she started scheming against him. But our guy was already 10 steps ahead. He didn't buy that whole "I'm a huge fan" crap for a single second. So, he had someone eavesdrop on her while she was on a call with her dad. She tells him that their target has changed, and she warns him that they definitely shouldn't make contact with the kid just yet. She confirms it over the phone, saying, "Yeah, I just bumped into Min-jun." Little did she know, his shadow minion was listening to every single word. So, our guy thinks to himself that she's definitely not a real fan, since he already knew she was up to no good. On Kim Min-jun's very first day of Condition 5 readiness, at 11, 8:28 p.m., the whole squad was actually on high alert, technically sleeping, but clutching their weapons tight. The protagonist slips into the barracks, looking around at everyone, seeing that they are absolutely dead to the world. With everyone knocked out, the protagonist creeps in quietly, until Kabuli cracks an eye open, looks at him and asks, "Sergeant, do we need to get up?" Our guy whispers, "No, no, you can go back to sleep." Kabuli sleepily asks if the sergeant shouldn't be resting too, but the protagonist tells him to just relax and stay in bed, promising him that this whole mess will be over by tomorrow. Kabuli doesn't really get what he means, mumbling that this is literally only their first day. Meanwhile, the protagonist strolls down the hallways, muttering to himself that tomorrow, he's going to deal with those bastards once and for all. He gives Bangu the signal to start, and sure enough, Bangu is right outside, totally ready to execute the order alongside the little ghost. So, during the raid, the blonde girl is sitting in her office looking at something when she notices some movement outside that catches her eye. She glances over, stands up to get a better look, and steps out feeling a bit on edge. Right out in the hallway, there's someone mopping the floors. It's Bangu. She demands to know what the hell he's doing there, snapping that the cleaning crew doesn't even come at this hour. Hearing that, Bangu gets into position, shoots her this creepy little smile, and activates his skill. He smooth talks her, saying, "Oh, I think I messed up the schedule since it's my first day, but I'll be out of your hair in just a second." But she is absolutely not buying his bullshit. She orders him to show his face right now, along with his ID card. He goes totally silent for a second, and she immediately goes on the offensive, barking at him. "Don't make me ask you again." She demands he show his ID right away, and he's like, "Just give me a sec," turning around to face her. She immediately snaps, "Don't take another step. Freeze right there." That's when he slowly pulls off his cap, revealing his face. He tells her he gets it, but begs her not to yell, saying in this soft voice that she's gonna hurt his feelings. The girl totally falls for his charm. He casually mentions that, like he said, it's his first day on the job, so he doesn't have an ID card yet. Look at this one detail. If he were ugly, I guarantee she would have kicked him right out. But since the guy is drop-dead gorgeous, she just stood there listening and practically fell under his spell. But then she tells him he's standing in the most secure facility in the entire nation, and he doesn't even have an ID badge on him because it's his first day. So she literally just pulls out her own access card, saying it must have been super inconvenient for him, and tells him to use hers. She even says she'll give the security team a heads up tomorrow, joking that she'll finally put them to work. And just like that, Bongo grabs it and tosses it to the little shadow, who slips away with it. Meanwhile, the girl is acting completely starstruck in front of him, asking if there's anything else he needs. He tells her that since she's offering, he actually does have a favor to ask. He leans in real close, basically looking like Prince Charming to her, and tells her to clean it up for him, and she actually does it, totally happy to help. So, whoever sneaks in there alongside the shadow, slipping into a quiet area, uses the blonde girl's own keycard to bypass the doors, and she suddenly remembers our guy saying that someone got marked by the Nightwalker, telling her to go track that person down. She actually heads over there, and our guy points out that she's definitely tied to the special task force, and she finds out she really was connected. When she gets there, she says she found the evidence. She tells her master not to worry, because she's got everything totally under control. Then she ends up writing down something crucial, thinking she finally found exactly what she needed, and our guy is absolutely thrilled to hear it. So he tells her to gather it all up and send it to an address he's going to provide, and just starts laughing in the present. Song is totally screwed because of those documents. He's literally shaking in front of Commander Do, desperately wondering how the hell the commander managed to find them, because if he admits to it, it's game over for him. So he plays dumb, asking what the files are and why Do is even showing them to him. And Do just stares at him, asking if he's seriously claiming he has no idea what this is, and demands to know if he's willing to take responsibility for it. Song doesn't even say a word. Do mentions they got anonymous reports that classified intel was leaked to some civilian hunter company. And right there in the file, you can see everyone from high-ranking military brass all the way down to officers in the Hunter Corporation. Do points out that there are things completely left off the list. And Song snaps back that of course there are, because those are his personal observation reports. Song demands to know where Do found them and why those specific files. Do fires back, saying he knows Song's daughter is a civilian hunter for a company called Hyde, and that she's actually strong enough to be a team leader. But here's the weird part. Her actual job is hunting down the Awakened. They already figured out that she reached out to a few up-and-coming officers in the Hunter Corporation and recruited them into Hyde. At this point, Song realizes that things are about to blow up in his face. Do presses him again, asking point blank if he really doesn't know anything about this. And just like that, Song slams the files onto the floor and grabs Do by the collar. He starts yelling, asking if Do is seriously trying to blackmail him by dragging his daughter into this mess, and demands to know if he even has a single shred of evidence to back up these accusations. But Do just grabs Song's hand, squeezing it hard. He warns him that there are a lot of people around, and suggests he'd better lower his voice. Then, Song shoots a glare over at our guy, who's just standing there looking completely. And the MC is completely blown away that the guy is going to investigate his own corruption, just wondering, like, how does that even work? Man, if you only knew about a certain country where I live. This stuff happens so much, it's an absolute joke. Right before Song heads out, the Duke chimes in and asks if, by any chance, General Go Haksu is mixed up in all this. But Song snaps back that there are way too many people around, warning him to watch his mouth before saying things that could be taken the wrong way, and he just slams the door shut in pure rage. The MC, though, is just thinking, it's literally only me in here as Song storms out. The Duke busts out laughing, calling the whole scene totally embarrassing. And the MC just looks at the captain and says he conveniently went deaf during that entire little chat. The Duke tells him he didn't even need to go to all that trouble, pointing out that, obviously, his intel was sitting right there in those files. And yeah, his interference in clearing the dungeon got reported too, exactly like Major Song said. The Duke brushes it off, saying he just handled a necessary situation, but yeah, admittedly, it looks a little shady. Anyway, the issue dies right there. They're just gonna say it was his direct order, since that's what he told him. The MC is pretty thrilled about that. Then, the Duke asks if he can run something by him, bringing up the teamwork between Commander Song Byung and the Civilian Hunter Company. He brings up his meddling in the dungeon, the special task force being completely obsessed with him, and all those anonymous reports, asking flat out if there's anything else he needs to know about. The MC thinks it over for a second and tells him that, when the time is right, he'll spill everything. But for now, he should just play dumb and pretend he doesn't see all these crazy coincidences. The Duke smiles and says he'll be eagerly waiting for that day. Meanwhile, over in the 14th Division, 4th Battalion, Colonel Yu Ji-ri is looking over the report. Then, there's a knock at the door. She calls them in, and Song walks in reporting for duty, saying Sergeant Song Yonseo is at her command. The two of them sit down to grab a coffee together. Yu congratulates Yonseo on her promotion, pointing out how crazy fast she moved up the ranks. The girl blushes a little and awkwardly says, "Thank you." But the second she remembers our MC, she admits she's actually a bit embarrassed to hear she leveled up fast. Yu just brushes it off, saying, "Look, that kid is a total exception." And the girl just keeps staring at her commanding officer. Then, Yu gets down to business. She explains why she called her in, saying she heard a rumor that the Special Task Force reached out to her recently and asks if it's true. Yeon nods and says, yeah, they did. Yu tells her she figures they were trying to recruit her and wanted to see her face to ask how she felt about it. She promises that, of course, Yeon's own wishes come first. But Yeon just lets out a little laugh, seeing how stressed her boss is. She tells her she turned them down on the spot, thanking Yu for looking out for her. Yu is pretty taken aback by her answer, but honestly, she says she's relieved to hear it, and thanks her right back. But then Yu admits that whole thing definitely makes her curious, which leaves the girl feeling a little confused. Yu points out that, first, she rejected the division her own dad is in, and now she's even turning down the Special Task Force. She just has to ask, why is she so dead set on staying here? And the girl just smiles and says she's got this totally stubborn colleague, and right now, they're strictly rivals. But one day, she's fully planning to surpass him. He's part of that division, and he already gets exactly what she's talking about, telling her he'll be rooting for her. The girl thanks him once again, but then he asks if she's going on vacation next week, wondering if she's got any plans. She says yeah, mentioning that she and her team are going on a trip. But right when she's with her squad, all packed and ready to head out, she bumps right into the MC and his team. None of them knew they'd be crossing paths this weekend. So, she asks what he's doing here, and the MC, man, he doesn't even know how to answer. But he shoots back that he's the one who should be asking. He demands to know what she's doing there of all days, wondering what the hell is actually going on. But then, he hears a voice. Completely caught off guard by the people showing up, the MC jumps in surprise, and this newcomer asks, what brings such busy people here today of all days? He is so pissed off that he's practically crushing his suitcase out of pure rage. He marches right up to the MC with a nasty scowl, demanding to know what the hell is going on here. After a while, they finally pull up to the beachfront resort where they'll be staying and start unpacking their gear. Guan, he is hyped. He totally didn't expect to run into the 4th Battalion crew here, calling it absolute destiny. Ranyong agrees, saying it makes perfect sense doing just 2 days on duty instead of a full week, and then taking a group vacation on top of it. That's just crazy. Guan points out that, on top of that, they scored resort passes that usually only go to the generals of the Hunter Corporation. Honestly, just being at this resort is a massive win. The rest of the 4th Battalion shows up too, and everyone's buzzing with excitement. But then, one of them glances over at the MC, who looks absolutely miserable. They notice he's finally back and start asking why General Song wanted to see him in the first place. But the MC is so utterly exhausted he just faceplants onto the bed, muttering that he has no clue. Or rather, he says the general was asking how he was supposed to know his daughter would be here. He adds that this obviously couldn't just be some random coincidence. He admits he had a terrible gut feeling about this place right from the start, and he never even wanted to come. One of the guys nods like he understands, though he's clearly the only one who completely missed the point. But the MC sighs, saying the only upside is that the general finally left. Then he wonders out loud, aren't division commanders supposed to be busy? He can't figure out how the guy manages to show up every single time. Meanwhile, the two guys listening in the back get all hyped up, but Dongjin steps in, reminding them they're on vacation, so they might as well enjoy it. He mentions the beach looked pretty nice on the drive over. Hearing that, the other two totally agree, saying they need to make the most of the summer. They're already decked out in their gear, eager to head out, claiming they don't have much time to waste. While they're bugging the MC about how long he's going to stay in bed, he suddenly snaps up and smacks the both of them. He barks at them to take those outfits off right now if they don't want the general to murder them, demanding to know when they even packed that stuff. And Dongjin, seeing the MC drop those two to the floor, he smartly decides to just mind his own business. But then, one of the guys stops the MC, already suited up in his scuba gear, totally ready to hit the water. The MC sees how ridiculously motivated the guy is, and when he glances outside, he actually relaxes a bit, realizing that maybe having some fun wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Down at the beach, with everyone having a blast, the crew finally arrives on the sand. The MC gets himself ready to actually enjoy the day, admitting that the ocean really is beautiful. The girls show up too, and every single one of them is thrilled to be at the beach. They don't waste any time and jump straight into beach volleyball, mixing up the teams to get a game going. The guys actually take an early lead, but the girls quickly flip the script on them. Right in the middle of the match, the MC just decides he's done and walks off, all while the pink-haired girl is trying to rub tanning lotion on him. After that little scene, everyone rushes into the water, and apparently, the tall girl is trying to pick a fight with one of the guys. Amidst all this chaos, the MC gets completely ambushed by those two idiots, who grab him, trying to toss him into the ocean. But their little plan completely backfires. The MC easily breaks loose and just starts launching everybody into the air. Everyone cracks up at the absolute ridiculousness of it all. Even Yoonji ends up having a genuinely good time in the end. By the time afternoon rolls around, they're just chilling, watching the waves, and agreeing that being by the ocean is honestly pretty great. And Dongjin, watching the girls walk over with ice-cold drinks, thinks to himself, yeah, it really is. A little while later, this young kid is playing with a ball. When he finally chases it down, he glances to the side and just freezes in surprise. His mom yells out, reminding him she told him not to wander off too far. But the kid just points and asks his mom, what is that? She stands up, totally shocked to see thick smoke rising near an island way out in the middle of the sea. And out on that island, inside a rocky cave, there's heavy steam billowing out, and some seriously suspicious-looking fish swimming around it. While everyone back on the beach is partying like absolutely nothing is wrong, the girls spot something while checking out the backpacks the guys dumped in the sand. One of them calls Heiju over to take a look, pointing straight at this little pendant attached to the MC's bag. She instantly flashes back to when he played that target shooting game just to win it for her, remembering how he looked at her with pure, absolute adoration. She swoons, saying he's clearly holding on to their precious memories. Heiju isn't really buying it though, totally thinking the girl is just being delusional, until they both spot him walking up, grabbing everyone's attention. And Guan and Ranyong, they are mercilessly teasing the MC, telling him his time has finally come. They start hyping up how there's no game more honorable and fair than rock, paper, scissors, saying a real man settles things with his hands, trying to force him to go buy the ice cream. But the MC, he straight up cheats, using his scissors fingers to painfully crush one of their rock fists. He smugly remarks that it's weird how easily his scissors just sliced right through their rock, while the guy is practically dying from how hard the MC is crushing his hand. The other two just stand there, laughing their heads off at his misery. Taking advantage of the moment, Guan-hyuk grabs the MC's backpack, telling him to just go buy the snacks already and grab his wallet. But the MC snaps that his wallet isn't in there, demanding his bag back. Except, Guan-hyuk grabs it right by the MC's little keychain, and it totally snaps. The moment the MC sees it break, he looks absolutely devastated. Guan-hyuk instantly realizes he messed up bad, staring down at the shattered keychain in his hand. The three of them stare at it, all coming to the exact same realization. Guan-hyuk is a dead man. The MC is literally trembling with pure rage, looking like he's about to tear him apart. Instead, he marches over to the girl, gently places the broken pieces into her hands, and then just bolts after the guys. The MC roars at both of them to come get it. Guan-hyuk and Ranyong take off, sprinting for their lives, screaming that it was just an accident. But then Guan-hyuk is begging him to hold on, crying that he didn't even do anything. But the MC is having absolutely none of it. He charges after them with pure murderous intent, and if he catches them, man, they are going 6 feet under. So they keep running until they just dive straight into the water, because they know they're dead meat if they get caught. And Proda is over here, absolutely furious, wondering how they even had the nerve to pull something like that. Meanwhile, Rosina is standing there, totally love-struck, thinking he actually cares about her memories. But honestly, Ro is starting to think that maybe that wasn't exactly the case at all. A little while later, while they're still swimming, they start getting closer to that island where all that steam is pouring out. At this point, Guanik is thinking things could have gone really south, but Hanyang is like, dude, it's already a disaster. He's freaking out, saying he's gonna get beat up because of him. But Guanik keeps swearing it was just an accident and he never meant to do it. But Hanyang is just stuck on the fact that it had to be Lumi's pendant, of all things. He says they don't have a choice, he's just gonna have to beg for forgiveness, even though he admits he's absolutely terrified. But then, when he glances over, he realizes something is off. He feels something brush up against his feet. Turns out, one of those fish is circling right around them. Guanik steps in and tells him to quit messing around. But right then, one of those fish finally reveals itself, and it is an absolutely massive, monstrous thing with huge teeth, lunging straight at them. They're completely terrified just looking at the thing. Meanwhile, back on the beach, people are still just playing around and swimming near the shore, totally clueless. And the little kid is just super focused on building his sandcastle. That is, until Dongjin walks up and calls out to him, saying he can't find Guanik and Hanyang anywhere, and asks if he's seen them. The kid thinks for a second and asks, didn't they go make an ice cream bet with Kim Min-young? But right as he says that, they hear someone shout that there's an injured person. Panic starts spreading through the crowd, and the two of them notice the commotion, wondering what the hell is going on. And it turns out, the injured ones are actually Guanik and Hanyang. They come stumbling back, bleeding and covered in bite marks. So the two who were looking for them rush over to see what happened. When they spot those nasty bites, they're in shock and immediately tell Dongjin to get them to a doctor, fast. He agrees right on the spot. Then Yunseo frantically asks Guanik what exactly happened and where he's hurt. He stammers that they just got attacked, but when he looks up, he spots Proda standing there with a look on his face that's even scarier than the fish that bit him. Guanik is scared to death, swearing up and down that he didn't do it on purpose. But Proda just demands to know what he's looking at, asking if those are bite marks. Guanik explains that it was monsters, saying he thinks it was a crimson devilfish. Just then, the blonde girl runs up, asking if he's alright. Yunseo is pretty shocked to hear him mention the crimson devilfish, and asks if that's a fish-type monster. She had heard rumors that some were spotted in the dungeon where Samchok showed up. While Proda is closely inspecting the bite, Yunseo points out they must have come from there. She asks how many there were, and if he managed to kill them. Guanik admits they saw two of them, and they barely made it out alive because Hanyang got hurt before they even spotted them. He apologizes, saying they weren't able to take them down. But Yunseo quickly reassures him, telling him he doesn't need to apologize at all. Proda takes charge, ordering Seong to go to the hospital with Guanik. He then tells Saitbiol and Yunseo to report the situation to the resort, trigger the evacuation, and request a raid team from the division. But before they go, Proda asks Yunseo what she knows about these fish, demanding she tell him absolutely everything. She explains that they're fish-type monsters, and they get their name from their deep red coloring. On top of that, they have this glowing lamp on their heads and are insanely aggressive. They can reach super high body temperatures, though the heat shouldn't be too much of an issue as long as they stay underwater. Hearing this, he nods, saying that makes sense, and notes that they're so territorial and aggressive they don't even hunt in packs. Their appetite is so massive, they'll even eat their own kind. They're just totally disgusting creatures. He finds it super weird that they'd be here, dozens of miles away from Samchok. Plus, the fact that they're attacking people together, that is highly suspicious, to say the least. The girl tries to reason with Proda, but he just cuts her off, saying he's gonna go check things out himself. Yunseo protests, telling him it's way too dangerous to go in alone. But Proda argues that they might have way less time than they think, and besides, he operates better solo. Getting hit with that blunt response leaves her completely speechless, but he insists that he's better off handling it on his own. At least for now. He tells them to just do what they can, because they really don't have any time to lose. She realizes he's actually making the right call, and ends up agreeing with his plan. He's glad she understands and immediately charges into the ocean, mentioning that there's only one possible reason why these monsters would group up. As he dashes off with that thought, everyone else starts the evacuation, and the little boy is just standing there, getting more and more shocked by the sheer chaos unfolding. Meanwhile, out by that island, right in the middle of all that steam, a bunch of glowing red dots appear underwater. Turns out, those dots are actually fish eggs, and they are right on the verge of hatching. Proda puts the pieces together. The only reason they're gathering is to breed. They teamed up to do some snoo-snoo, and now they're causing an absolute nightmare. Who would have thought we'd be facing death by snoo-snoo? Back on land, the two girls rush into the resort screaming that it's an emergency, and she demands to be patched through to the security team. The resort clerk is a bit caught off guard, but asks for just a second. He makes a call, frantically reporting an urgent situation at the HF resort in the 111th Division. He states that monsters have shown up which they're pretty sure are crimson devilfish. The two people listening in are completely stunned, and Yunseo adds that they requested the resort's help with the evacuation. However, First Class Sergeant Kim Jun from the 54th Division is already on his way to take care of them, and this guy is swimming at Aquaman speed straight toward that island. Proto realizes that if too many of these Crimson Devils hatch, it's going to be impossible to wipe them all out, and that's already a massive problem. But there's an even bigger issue. Not only is their body temperature insanely high, it's also completely unstable. The shock wave from hundreds of these fish could trigger a massive explosion. He remembers all too well what happened when the eggs of these demonic hellspawn were used as weapons and bait. He mutters that it'd be great if they could avoid an explosion, but the real concern is the blast radius. He's honestly wondering if the explosion could reach all the way back to the resort. Looking down, he spots two of those terrifying fish hovering right near him. He takes a second to think, gathers his breath, and dives straight down into the depths. Down there, he stares at this huge glowing crack filled with eggs, and realizes he can literally feel the intense heat radiating off it. He has no idea when they're gonna hatch, but he definitely doesn't have time to waste. Right on cue, the parent fish show up, and he knows right away they aren't gonna let him off easy. He thinks to himself that demonic energy skills like corruption are completely useless underwater. Even physical attacks lose their punch, and these things are ridiculously fast, so he really has no other choice. And just like that, he triggers demonic charge. It boosts his speed but drains his defense and stamina, letting him bolt the hell away from those monsters. He realizes they're actually guarding their eggs, so he taunts them all to come take a bite, knowing he'll completely wipe them out the second they touch him. But man, these fish come at him with insane speed. He can't even track them. He just feels a rush of air past his face and mutters, "What the hell was that?" Then he sees it wasn't the fish themselves, it was actually some kind of dart shot right out of their mouths. They unleash hundreds of them at our MC, and he scrambles to defend himself, realizing there's absolutely no outrunning this. He can't help but wonder, where the hell did these freaks learn to do that? They gear up to fire wave after wave, while our guy swims frantically along the ocean floor, just trying to dodge the barrage. But then it hits him, he's running out of air. He forces himself up, realizing these damn monsters are just toying with him. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Bongu is just standing there looking like a total idiot, staring at our MC without a clue of what's going on. He's all geared up, ready to dive in. So, our guy snaps at him, "What the hell are you doing here?" But Bongu shoots back, asking how he was supposed to just sit at home when his buddy is in danger. Kim, totally baffled, asks how he even knew he was in trouble. Plus, he never even told anyone he was there. He just can't believe it. Bongu explains that's exactly the thing he saw a prophecy, and suddenly, the redhead shows up too, gripping a harpoon, totally ready to dive right into the water. She makes a run for it and plunges straight into the ocean. With that, Bongu tells our MC to fall back and leave the fish to them. He warns him that this place is way too dangerous, but Kim figures that with Bongu's skills, they can actually pull this off. He agrees, claiming he knows exactly what these things are after, and dives down, spreading his dark magic all through the water. Watching this, our guy gets hit with a wave of nostalgia. This is exactly how they used to hunt together back in Isgard. There's no escaping Lee Bongu. You see, the ultimate delicacy in Isgard is the crimson head squid. These monsters absolutely lose their minds when they spot it, and they instantly swarm Bongu, dead set on devouring him. But he just takes off like a rocket, luring every single one of them away. As for our MC, he loops around and manages to pull himself up onto that tiny island. Watching the monsters get dragged away, he realizes that something massive was about to happen here, something big enough to rewrite the very future of Earth. He seriously questions if he was fated to die right then and there, wondering if that explosion was always meant to happen. And when he peers deep inside the nest, he realizes, man, that is a wildly dangerous amount of eggs. It's just too much. If he doesn't get the hell out of here, he could actually die. I mean, it's been ages since he even stepped foot on a beach. And of course, this is what happens. He thinks to himself, if Seo Rion hadn't shown up, he never would have blackmailed a task force commander, and he definitely wouldn't be standing here right now. He realizes that a single variable shifted the timeline. Bottom line, he can actually change the prophesied future. That thought alone gets him totally hyped up, so he decides to trigger his corruption skill. He mutters that he's about to do something he normally wouldn't, aiming his power straight down at his feet. Meanwhile, those two monstrous fish are still relentlessly chasing Bongu. He keeps desperately swimming away until he finally turns to face them, literally seconds from being devoured. But right before that massive fish can snap its jaws shut, he dodges out of the way, styling on them and making a mad dash for it. He quickly realizes he's drawn them far enough away, so he builds up momentum and launches himself right out of the water. As he breaches the surface, just a split second before getting chomped, the beasts fly up into the air in this beautifully cinematic way, and bursting out right after them is the redhead. She's got her harpoon locked and loaded, and she manages to skewer the first and the second fish in one single, flawless strike. Bangu is absolutely scared shitless, seeing as he almost got impaled along with them. When she crashes back into the water, her adrenaline is still pumping, but then she notices our MC doing something completely reckless behind her. He's unleashing his power where he really shouldn't be. She starts screaming her lungs out, yelling that it's way too dangerous and begging him to get out of there, but he just won't stop. Suddenly, a massive, blinding flash erupts right in her face. Everyone on the beach starts sprinting toward the water, desperately trying to help somehow. Yunseo gets a call from her dad. When she picks up, he tells her he heard about the chaos and urgently asks if she's okay. She tells him that 2 guys from the 2nd Battalion got hurt, but they're going to pull through. Most of the people at the resort are just civilians, she explains. They don't have nearly enough manpower to handle a full evacuation, but luckily, the civilians are still safe for now. She goes on to mention that the team from the 11th Division is handling the situation. But her dad cuts her off. He tells her, "Hold on. I didn't call for a status report. Unseo, listen to me very carefully. You all need to evacuate immediately." Hearing the sheer panic in his voice, the 2 of them are completely stunned. He tells her he just got off the phone with the 11th Division's commander. This time, the Crimson Devilfish is different. They're keeping this strictly off the record from the public. During the 11th Division's raid last month, people actually died. Yunseo is completely floored hearing this. Her dad continues, revealing that a massive clutch of their eggs was discovered inside a dungeon. While the team was trying to wipe them out, this huge explosion went off. If there are eggs out there right now, it is extremely dangerous. But right as she's processing this shock, and just as her dad tries to say something else, a colossal explosion violently erupts right in front of them. The 3 of them just stare in absolute disbelief, especially Unseo, who is now practically paralyzed with panic. After all, our MC had just told them he was going out there to handle everything by himself. She had literally pleaded with him, but he just brushed her off and went ahead anyway. She drops her phone and immediately sprints toward the blast zone. Her dad is screaming her name through the speaker, but she isn't even listening anymore. She charges straight into the water, flashing back to our guy heading out there, telling everyone to just do what they could. Tears start streaming down her face as she frantically thinks, "No, Kim can't be dead!" But Seo Rion suddenly tackles her. She grabs Yunseo and forces her to the ground, yelling that it's way too dangerous to get any closer because there could be secondary explosions. The other guy runs over to them, completely clueless on what to do, while Bangu begs Unseo to just calm down. The second she catches her breath, she starts screaming Kim's name at the top of her lungs. But out of nowhere, our MC casually strolls up, smirking and saying there's definitely a better way to address him. Yunseo is completely speechless, looking at him in pure disbelief, and the other 2 are just as shocked. He's just standing there, clothes totally shredded, but perfectly fine. Everyone is hit with this massive wave of relief and surprise. They rush over to our guy, and Yunseo practically throws herself at him, wrapping him in a huge hug. So, skipping ahead a bit, a few hours later, Seo Rion is just chilling in her room, writing some notes, when suddenly crash. Bangu literally bursts through the window. He goes tumbling into the room, knocking over every single thing in his path, and ends up groaning on the floor, totally battered. She immediately jumps up and storms over to him, furious, but he frantically begs her to hold on a second. He stammers that it was just an accident, swearing that he actually fell asleep while flying, but she is having absolutely none of it. She snaps that he is always causing problems and literally starts stomping on him, yelling about how much he constantly pisses her off. But then, Bangu tells her to hold up, because he got his passport. And she's actually surprised. He tells her she can call him Donald now, but she's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Asking if he already forgot all the damage he caused with the messes he got himself into, she says she'll never call him by that name, so he just goes along with it. But then she asks if those are really their passports, wondering if he even checked to see if they're legit. He says he doesn't know, asking how he's even supposed to check that. And she asks if he really dropped all that cash without verifying it, so first he needs to do that, and then, I don't know, whatever else. But he tells her she doesn't even know what to do herself. So she's like, "Yeah, fair enough, because when Kim Rion gets back, she'll just ask him." But then she has a vision and just completely freezes up, and in that vision, the MC is swimming back from the island. I know I said later, right? Like a little bit later, but no, this was actually before, and the translation messed up too. So he's swimming back from the island, absolutely terrified, until one of those creatures manages to jump on him, grabbing the MC's arm and dragging him down. When he looks back, that massive explosion is going off. Then, on the beach, a bunch of bodies are covered up, and they're bringing in even more. As they get there, people are still being accounted for, and Unso's dad arrives just bawling his eyes out. And when the 2 of them get closer, they see the MC lying out there, dead on the ground. Then Bangu asks Kim Rion if it isn't true. She finally snaps out of Raven's vision, and he asks what happened, if she had a vision, and she's just shaking all over. And she says the future has changed and Kim Rion is in terrible danger. But then she actually notices that he has a bandage on his face too. so she asks where he is right now. And already in the water, just moments before the explosion, she gets a first-person view of that huge flash right in front of her and is completely shocked, because that's the exact future she had foreseen. And right then, the MC shows up behind her, and she gets all frantic, running straight to him, asking if he's okay, and the MC says that was his mistake, but she tells him no, saying the explosion was way smaller than the one in her prophecy, and that he saved countless lives. But more importantly, he actually survived. He tells her it wasn't him though, it was Bongu who saved him. Because when the explosion started, he was still trying to push his powers more and more, trying to throw more of his corrosion onto those eggs, dissolving every single one of them. But the MC, while he was trying, pushing himself even harder and breaking past his limits, started bleeding from his nose. And he's thinking it's not time yet, and with just a little bit more, he's going to be able to finish it all. But the egg started getting unstable and exploded right in the MC's face. And it scared the living crap out of him, because things went totally south. But right before he was completely obliterated by that blast, Bongu turned into an octopus and shot his tentacle out to the MC, yanking him out of there, saving him at the absolute last second and tossing him away. And the MC, seeing what Bongu did for him, seeing him right there in the water as he saved his life, just breathes a massive sigh of relief, because he really came through and saved the MC. So, Seo Ran sees this and is honestly shocked he was so useful, because he did what needed to be done and is just standing right there, all proud of himself. However, they're going on about how there's no more honorable death than a believer dying like this, begging them to please never forget his sacrifice. But the dude is completely chill and very much alive right next to them, and the MC is surprised he's doing okay, realizing that a bad weed truly never dies. But Bongu says he doesn't think he'll be able to use his hands for a while. But hey, at least the MC is safe. The two of them start celebrating, and the girl watching from afar thinks to herself that Bongu actually wasn't half bad. So, after the explosion and the MC finally making it to the beach, the 11th Division arrived, and thanks to him, the head general, Sun Ho, rushed straight back the second he heard the news. He managed to get there and see that his daughter was completely unharmed, just hugging her with so much emotion, and the whole situation was quickly taken care of. And as for the investigation into the survivors of the explosion incident, the pink-haired girl practically tackled the MC, completely thrilled when she saw all that. Knowing the MC saved everyone, she's both surprised and incredibly proud of him, while the MC is probably thinking that most of this is going to get sorted out without him having to lift a finger. And So Kyung also found out about everything that went down out there. And the MC, after that whole incident finally wraps up, is just really glad to see everybody chilling and completely safe. But still, even after all that, he mentions that all the credit for handling the resort incident went to absolutely no one else but him, of course. And by the afternoon, while the gang is packing up their bags to leave and getting ready to head back to the cars, everyone's kind of feeling a different vibe. The pink-haired chick man. I even tried to remember her name. I've read chapter after chapter that already passed, but they literally never mention her name, not once. I'm just gonna keep calling her the pink-haired chick. She says it's been so long since they went on a trip and it's ending just like this, complaining that she didn't even get to have any fun. And Ro tells her there's nothing they can do about it, but they're closing the resort down until safety can be totally guaranteed. And Yu turns around and takes one last look back at the room where the MC was staying. Then she decides to just leave. And up from above, Seo Ran is watching all of them, and the MC asks what she's doing up there, wondering where the hell Bongu is. And she tells him he's healing up using the demonic energy he lent him, saying he should bounce back soon, telling the MC not to sweat it. And right now, he's actually on a bus heading back home. And so, she thinks about how he was kind of far from the blast, but walking away with barely a scratch is seriously impressive. He always thought that, and there really is something special about him. His survival skills are just off the charts. But Rian says there's no way, since it's Lee Bongu, and the MC says he thought the two of them had become little buddies. But then he asks her if that's the only outfit she owns, saying he gave her cash to spend wherever she wanted. She says what she's wearing does the job just fine. But then the MC asks if the girl even bothers washing her clothes, and she just gives them a good sniff, saying they're still good to go. So the MC straight up tells her to go buy some new clothes, but she refuses, saying she's perfectly fine and that his money is too precious to waste. But while they're bickering about that, the little shadow comes rushing over and just clings right onto the MC. He tells her to just listen, but she's just thrashing around on top of his head, and the MC is like, all right, I get it, begging her to stop and telling her he's completely fine. So, he calms down a bit, and our MC wonders, does this little guy really care about him that much? But honestly, the little rascal was just terrified of starving to death. Our MC asks what he's got for him, and the shadow mentions a portal. He asks where it's at, and boom, turns out it's in Gangnam. That's super close by. Meanwhile, the young lady starts sniffing herself, realizing she smells absolutely awful. Our MC finally remembers to call her over, and she just turns bright red. He asks if she wants to join the Hunter Guild. She's completely caught off guard, but she says yes. So our MC tells her that's great, letting her know they'll be working together. Cut to the next day in Gangnam. The girl finally bought some new clothes and is looking way more presentable. She's standing there waiting for him, acting all shy. Our MC asks her what's wrong, wondering if she's feeling sick. But she shakes her head, admitting that the clothes were just way too expensive. He reassures her though, saying he's got a plan and telling her not to worry. She nods and thanks Kim Min-jun, but looking right at her, our MC asks, "Can you really use your demonic eye that much?" She replies that, for now, she's holding up okay. Our MC thinks about this demonic eye. It's a crazy item that actually shows you the future you want to see. But there's a catch. The user can only glimpse the future for a limited time, and the rules say you absolutely have to stay within 10 meters of where the events are going to happen. Plus, it's really not a good idea to look too far ahead. On top of that, it burns through a ton of demonic energy, and you can see the girl getting more exhausted by the minute. He figures that's exactly why she shouldn't overuse it, but she pushes through anyway until she sees what he's looking for. She tells him she spots the monsters, these huge bipedal wolves. Our MC immediately recognizes them as lycanthropes. He asks her, "How many are there? How many are coming out of that portal?" But her eyes start hurting in a bad way. She manages to say that a special variant is coming out. It looks like their leader. That's all she can manage to see. Hearing this, our MC gets incredibly hyped. He's thinking to himself, man, this skill is absolutely broken. And sure enough, the portal tears open right in front of them. The crowd goes wild with panic. But our two heroes? They're just standing at the entrance, totally ready to welcome whatever steps out. While everyone else is freaking out, our MC tells her they're sticking to the plan. He looks at her and asks, "You sure you can handle this?" She replies, "Of course." So he asks if she remembers exactly what he told her. She recites it back. Rule number 1, make absolutely sure no civilians get hurt. Rule number 2, do not let anyone see her dark magic skills. Those were his strict orders, and she swears she'll remember them until the day she dies. But our MC tells her not to go overboard. As the lycanthrope finally steps out, he assures her that, no matter what, he'll jump in if things go south. He warns her not to push herself too hard, and above all, do not get hurt. Then, this massive werewolf stands right face to face with the girl. She tells him, "I got this." And out of nowhere, she whips this massive baseball bat right out of her cape. She activates her rank A skill, Demonic Energy Whip. It completely wraps around the bat. The monster screams a terrifying roar right in her face, but she's just standing there, cold as ice, getting ready to swing. Our MC thinks to himself, after the crazy stuff that went down yesterday, he really can't pull a stunt like that again today in Gangnam. That's exactly why he needed a plan B. And honestly, this plan is only going to work because she's here. Plus, she's one of the few who actually charges straight into combat. She rushes the monster, putting everything she has into it, and absolutely batters it with the bat, forcing the beast to back off. The monster throws a few nasty swipes her way, but she dodges them like it's nothing. She returns the favor tenfold, just relentlessly beating the living daylight out of it. Watching the fight play out, our MC smirks, saying he knew exactly how this was going to go down. Out of desperation, the monster tries to unleash a massive slashing attack right at her. But at the very last second, she slips right under the slashing claws. She closes the gap, stepping right into its guard, aiming straight for its abdomen. Our MC watches and thinks, wow, she really is talented. Boom! She lands a brutal uppercut right to its chin with the bat. After that gorgeous, crushing strike, the beast just starts coughing up blood. But it doesn't go down. It lunges back at her, so she quickly dodges and takes a step back. She's calculating, planning her next angle of attack. The werewolf, with its jaw practically shattered, keeps charging. It is absolutely furious now, but she just rests the bat on her shoulder, looks it dead in the eye, and taunts it to bring it on. Our MC is just watching the show. She looks even more annoyed now, so she readies her stance and charges right back at the beast as it rushes her. She casually sidesteps its attack, and her next swing? It is just absurdly powerful. She completely destroys the thing, practically caving in its entire stomach. The monster drops dead on the pavement. Our MC thinks to himself, I didn't even have to lift a finger. He realizes he really doesn't have to worry about her anymore. So here's the deal. Up to this point, awakened individuals with actual magic skills haven't officially been reported yet. As far as the public knows, the only thing out there are people with superhuman physical strength. If anyone found out somebody actually had a magical skill, the entire world would be obsessed with them. Because of her raw strength, the military starts escorting her out, and our MC just signals for her to play along and keep moving. Our MC hates dealing with that kind of unnecessary attention. Sure, she used a tiny bit of her skill this time, but as far as anyone saw, she just beat a giant wolf to death with a baseball bat. So, nobody is going to find out about skill users just yet. But totally contrary to what our MC is hoping. One of the witnesses is telling the cops that it was, without a doubt, a magical skill. The woman taking his statement asks what on earth he's talking about. They just stare at each other in this awkward, tense silence. He admits he's never seen anything like it before, so he can't be 100% sure. But that's absolutely what he thinks happened. He claims Sergeant Kim Min-jun used a skill. Yep, he's talking about our MC. The investigator? She's this blonde American woman. She leans in, asking if he can give her more details. You can really feel the intense pressure she's putting on him, especially with her business card just sitting there on the table. Feeling totally cornered, he starts spilling the beans. He explains that on the day they went to clear the fake dungeon, they reached the very center. Turns out, he's one of the guys our MC saved in that mud dungeon. He recounts how, faced with an insane amount of monsters, they found themselves in completely lethal danger. He says that deep inside the dungeon, right on top of this massive pillar, there was this pulsing ball of demonic energy. When it exploded, our MC looked back at them. The guy testifies that this was the exact moment our MC pulled out a pitch-black sword, right in front of everyone. He used it to slaughter those things, absorbing everything in a flash. He swears that thanks to the sergeant, not a single person got hurt. They actually managed to clear the dungeon. On top of that, he repeats exactly what our MC told them. He told them to just relax, because as they could see, the dungeon was fully cleared, and the exit would be opening up shortly. And back then, the guy was just so thrilled, thanking the MC over and over for being his savior. And the MC, he straight up agrees that, yeah, he saved all of their lives. So he asks if they could do him a solid, and everyone nods, saying they'd do absolutely anything for him. The MC just tells them, if they saw anything weird go down just now, they need to pretend it never happened. You can see it click. They all get the hint. And that exact same guy who's ratting out the MC in the present, he tells him he understands completely, swearing he has absolutely nothing to worry about. But the blonde woman, she thinks this is utter bullshit and just slams her hand on the table. Then the guy nervously asks if this is going to put him in a tight spot. She reminds him that he's a sergeant first class, but he clearly has no idea what she's getting at, so she spells it out. Kim Min-jong is a sergeant first class now. He still looks totally lost. So she just sighs and asks if he's blabbed about this to anyone else. He shakes his head, saying no, because even during the investigation, right after the incident, nobody said a word. Everyone wanted to protect his secret. Hell, they don't even bring it up among themselves. She looks right at him and says it's best to keep it that way. And that includes the fact that you met with me today, she adds. He just nods in agreement. She thanks him for taking the time to meet up, especially since he's on leave, and then announces she's heading out. But wait, he tries to bring up that promise she made him. She nods, admitting that the intel he gave her was definitely solid, and tells him to hit her up as soon as he's officially discharged. He immediately gets this dumb look of instant regret on his face, realizing he probably just screwed up. Meanwhile, outside, she's actually looking forward to him calling her when he gets out, because she's planning to offer him a spot on the HID squad. Well, that's assuming the HID squad even still exists by then, because on that very day, every single highly classified document in their office was wiped out, and the entire security server crashed hard. They don't even have an exact timeline for when it went down. And to make matters worse, she's currently their prime suspect. The worst part? She can't even defend herself because she completely blacked out and lost all her memories from that day. This whole mess started the moment she got involved with that guy. Out of desperation, she tries ringing up Song Byung, but the line is just dead straight to voicemail. She's frantically wondering why the hell he's ignoring her, especially since it's been days now. She literally throws a fit right there in the middle of the street, freaking out all the pedestrians. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Maybe they really did mess with the wrong guy. Fast forward a few days, and the MC finally reports back to his unit. His team is absolutely stoked to see him. They're all clapping him on the back, telling him he did a killer job, and apologizing profusely for all the crazy crap that ruined his time off. They keep asking if he's all right, and the MC just shrugs it off, saying he's perfectly fine. Then he drops the news that the weapons department wants him in for questioning too. He calls it a mere formality, but yeah, it means he's getting dragged back into work mode again. The MC just rolls with it. But right then, some other guy barges in, yelling out for Kim Min-jong. Kim rushes over, asking if the MC is hurt. The MC nods, honestly getting a little creeped out by how frantic the guy is acting. The guy keeps pressing, "Are you sure? Let me look," and literally tries to grab him, but our guy swiftly dodges right out of the way. Just then, Cho-min remembers something else. He mentions there's another document from the weapons department, and that makes both of them freeze and listen up. He announces that next week is officially obstacle training. And sure enough, a little while later, they are literally dropped right into the freaking jungle. The MC turns to Corporal Longgu, groaning that his tactical gear honestly feels way heavier than the last time they ran this. But let's be real. The suffocating heat is 100 times worse than the weight. Panting, Private Wu asks, "Man, what did they even call this training again?" The MC replies, "Obstacle training." And yeah, they all agree. This whole thing is one giant miserable obstacle. The MC mutters that the damn suit itself is an obstacle, explicitly designed to destroy his peaceful life. But then, one of the guys up front shouts that he can finally see the finish line, barking at everyone to maintain their spacing all the way to the end. Everyone groans, but agrees to push through. Falling toward the back, the MC analyzes the situation. This so-called power suit they're forced to wear actually weighs dozens of pounds. Sure, it looks bulky, but for an awakened being, it really shouldn't be a big deal. No. The real problem with this gear is that there is absolutely zero airflow. And when you combine that zero ventilation with this brutal weather, add in the fact that your stamina has been steadily draining the entire march, that suit, which felt like nothing at the start line, suddenly feels like it weighs a literal ton. He quickly realizes that the true enemy in this exercise isn't the physical challenge, it's the environment itself, especially when it's this hostile and completely unpredictable. Meanwhile, over by the front of the portal, everyone's busy working. The girls are chatting among themselves when the one with pink hair glances over. She spots the 2nd Battalion marching in, and man, every single one of them looks like a walking corpse. Ro realizes their obstacle training must have already kicked off, and Pinky, she's just staring in shock, completely mind-blown that they actually marched all the way out here wearing those massive rigs. So, the girls politely thank the guys for their hard work, and Lieutenant Eon officially introduces herself to the squad. Chomin jumps in, introducing himself with his usual friendly charm, and everyone starts to mingle. Off to the side, the MC taps Seol, quietly ordering him to scan the perimeter for any weird signals. Then, Pinky tries to strike up a conversation with the MC, but Rijo immediately cuts her off, telling her to save the chatter for later. As the MC is casually patrolling the area, he bumps into Eon. She gives him a small smile and says, "It's been a minute." He sincerely thanks her for bailing him out back on the street, but she waves it off, saying she's the one who should be thanking him, though she teases that, honestly, he's officially become the biggest troublemaker in the entire division. Then she shifts her gaze over to another guy standing nearby, sharply asking if he's been fully briefed on the mission. Fast forward a bit, and they're out in this barren, desert-like zone, just slaughtering wave after wave of these giant rats. And the lucky guys chosen to be the corpse recovery team? Yep, the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion, right in the dead middle of their brutal obstacle training. They're dragging themselves around, tossing those grotesque bodies into crates and loading them into the transport trucks. You can tell just by looking at them, they are completely wiped out. Watching his buddies stumble, one of the guys says he looks like hell and asks if he needs a breather, but the guy just grunts, saying he can handle the heat and the exhaustion just fine. "It's not that," he mutters. He admits he just feels deeply unsettled butchering those things, because honestly, those little critters don't even look like real monsters. But Rannog just scoffs, telling him to stop being so damn naive. He says the kid should be counting his blessings that cleanup duty is all they have to do right now, especially since they're getting roped into this during their obstacle training. The kid realizes Rannog actually makes a fair point, quickly apologizing and saying he'll drop it. But then Dongjin speaks up, pointing out that the 4th Battalion must be having a hell of a time too, considering they were the ones who actually hunted the things down. These little freaks might be small, but since they constantly travel in packs, fighting off their swarms is an absolute nightmare. And on top of that, Dongjin adds, they turn insanely aggressive the second they spot food, probably a survival instinct from living out in this wasteland. That's exactly why we have to wipe every last one of them out before they can breach the dungeon gates. The younger guy gulps, nervously asking what exactly he means by food. Dongjin just looks at him dead in the eye and replies, "These things, they're carnivores." They take one look at those massive fangs, and man, his whole mindset flips instantly. Meanwhile, Jaumin is posted up right beside the MC on the edge of this cliff. He tells him the 4th Battalion is moving way faster than they planned, so they're falling behind. And the MC, he just looks over at his own division, watching them struggle to haul away all those bodies. He points out that, based on the body count still left at each spot, the 4th Battalion is clearly only dealing with small packs. That's exactly why they're moving so fast. But if you actually think about the habitat of those red-eyed desert rats, man, something is totally off. So, Jamin checks the data and says, "Look, if there's a main nest out there packed with these things, the difficulty level of this whole raid just spiked big time. These sandstorms are incredibly dangerous, meaning the raid team can't even use their guns. If they run into a massive swarm out there blind, it's going to be a total bloodbath." Meanwhile, these things just keep swarming the girls. But Yunseo, she's taking out chunks of them without even breaking a sweat, just casually swinging her blade. All the girls are actually handling them pretty easily. Over the radio, Heejin thanks him for the intel, saying, "Copy that. We'll look into it." Yunseo asks what's going on, and she replies, "The guys over in the 2nd Battalion are saying the sheer number of these desert rats is completely unnatural." Yuna isn't quite following her drift, asking what the hell that's supposed to mean. Yunseo explains, "There are barely any rats in each pack." She nods along with her. Yuna chimes in, There's a real chance there's a massive swarm lurking around here somewhere. Yunseo mutters, yeah, that's not good. But then, another girl suddenly screams that a massive wave of desert rats is charging right at them. She can't even get a head count. There are just way too many of them, closing in insanely fast, and all three of them are absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, Joman reports that the 4th Battalion claims they've got it handled. So, they're just gonna hang back, but they might need to jump in and back them up, so they better brace for a fight. But the MC pauses, asking what they should do if there's actually some other reason behind this. At the same time, the girls are bracing themselves as the rats charge in full force. Joman asks what the hell he means by another reason. The MC looks out and says, like, natural predators, for instance. And right on cue, this massive, 4-jawed sandworm erupts straight out of the dirt, aggressively hunting down those rats. The girls are just frozen, not even believing what they're looking at. That gigantic earthworm towers right over them, getting ready to swallow those things whole. Yunseo is absolutely paralyzed with fear, realizing it's a freaking death devourer. Then Oina screams at the top of her lungs. Fall back! Now! She orders. Screaming at them not to engage and to retreat immediately, they all sprint away from that monstrosity, while the beast wastes zero time and just starts devouring the rats right then and there. Honestly, just seeing that, the girls can barely even move. But once they finally snap out of it and start running, Unseo frantically radios the other unit, shouting, "This is the raid team. A death devourer just spawned in the mission zone. We are falling back to the rendezvous point with the entire 4th platoon. Right now." But right as she's trying to repeat the distress call, the monster practically lunges at them, forcing them to sprint even faster for their lives. Yunseo is just absolutely terrified watching that thing. Meanwhile, way over at the Hunter Corporation headquarters, deep inside their grand conference room, their leader is having a sit-down with the commander of the 110th Division, who formally introduces himself. The leader points out that massive incidents just went down in Sokcho and then Gangnam, both of which happened to fall directly under his jurisdiction. But his division, they didn't do a damn thing except play cleanup after the fact. The commander starts groveling with apologies, and the leader just cuts in, "Look, it's a miracle no civilians got hurt, but you need to step it up." And obviously, he just nods along. Then, skimming through the news reports, the leader murmurs, "Now this is interesting. Apparently, an awakened civilian who protected the people in Gangnam just popped up out of nowhere." He reads through every single article about her, noting how she effortlessly took down that werewolf. He immediately orders the Hunter STF to dig into her background. Moon gives a sharp nod, and the leader announces that wraps up the main agenda for the meeting. But he pauses, telling them, "I just have one last thing to share. A few days ago, Major General Song was quietly detained by the STF. They are actively investigating his case as we speak. He's currently under suspicion of running some backdoor deals with a civilian hunter corporation. As for the findings of the investigation, I'll brief you all once I have the full picture," he adds. "Either way, with the STF commander seat now sitting empty, I fully intend to appoint Vice Commander Brigadier General Moon to take over the role. He's slated for a promotion next month anyway, so I'll make it official then." Meanwhile, Moon is just shooting Seong this incredibly smug look, totally rubbing it in his face. But Seong is sitting there thinking, wait, the investigation isn't even completely over yet. And he's already rushing to name a replacement. He realizes exactly how this dirty game is being played. But right then, another officer bursts into the room and marches straight up to whisper in the commander's ear. He turns back to the general, specifically bringing up the squad from the 104th Division that handled that recent Sokcho incident. He mentions how he had requested them to be brought in today, asking if the general recalled that order. Seong replies, "I told you that wasn't going to be possible because of their strict training schedule and the ongoing dungeon raid. So, unfortunately, that didn't pan out." He clarifies that the platoons involved in the incident are currently deployed inside that exact same dungeon. One unit is running a training op, and the other is serving as the primary raid team. Seong confirms it. The commander scoffs, thinking, wow, what a massive coincidence. But it's an even bigger coincidence that right at this very second, everything is going straight to hell in that dungeon, and those girls are literally running for their lives from that death devourer. But then the commander leans in and asks if his background check was actually thorough enough to justify assigning them to that specific training. He questions why he was in such a damn rush to throw them in there, mocking him by saying he's acting like a scared little kid who just got his lollipop snatched. He flat out tells him, "I seriously doubt something like this is just going to slide by unnoticed." Seong, however, just brushes it off. He tells him not to sweat it, insisting that his investigation was completely bulletproof. Back on the ground, while they're sprinting for their lives, Unseo shouts that she can finally see the rendezvous zone. Una immediately orders them to split up to throw that massive worm off their scent. And just like that, they scatter in different directions, leaving the path dead ahead of the beast wide open. Cut back to Seong, who calmly assures the commander, "Look, we're fully prepared to handle any unpredictable variables." And boom, there he is, posted up with a massive, heavy automatic machine gun, locked, loaded, and ready to completely shred that worm. As the terrifying thing closes in, he just opens fire. The beast gets absolutely peppered with rounds, instantly abandoning the chase. It whips around, desperately trying to slither away, but he just keeps laying down, suppressing fire even as it retreats. But suddenly, one of the girls grabs this massive heavy-duty harpoon. She braces herself, channels her energy, and absolutely launches it at the worm. It spears right into its underbelly, making the creature shriek in pure agony. The gunfire keeps roaring in the background while she reaches back to grab another one of those massive spikes to throw. And man, you can really see just how insanely strong these colonels are. So, the female colonel barks at the platoon commanders to report their status. She tells them, "Do not drop your guard," and orders everyone to brace for battle. She just keeps hurling spears right at that worm. It's already got 3 of them impaled in its body, and it starts bleeding out, just screaming in agony. The gunfire doesn't let up, and that's when the thing tries to make a run for it. Then, the other colonel rips out his empty mag, tosses it to the dirt, and yells for a reload. Showman sprints over to him, slides in, and slams a fresh magazine right in. The colonel racks it and starts firing all over again. Meanwhile, the female colonel grabs another spear and launches it at the monster again. But this time, the freak is ready for it and manages to dodge out of the way. It uses her miss as a chance to dive deep into the sand and escape. The male colonel immediately realizes the thing is hiding, while she realizes, damn it, she missed. He points out that they're standing on solid rock, so it's not going to pop up right from under their feet. But she fires back, saying they have zero clue when that thing might surface again. So, he tells her, "We're going to have to go with that plan." But she hesitates, asking if that isn't way too risky. He insists he's confident, though, and genuinely thinks it's worth a shot. She finally gives in, warning him, "If you see this going south, you stop immediately." But he just orders our main guy to go ahead with the plan. And this absolute madman jumps right in with Showman, who's driving down below. He totally agrees with the colonel, getting all hyped up as they head out, shouting that dinner is served. As Kim pushes forward with that massive horde of rabbits trailing right behind him, he is just completely in his element, absolutely loving the wind hitting his face. He actually thinks to himself that just taking off that heavy gear makes him feel like his stats have literally doubled. He figures it's some kind of temporary adrenaline rush, but he honestly believes he can take down that Death Eater without breaking a sweat. He starts laughing, and honestly, he sounds like the villain himself, saying he just wants to see that ugly mug. Showman, on the other hand, is completely thrown off by how pumped the guy is. He's wondering, is this dude not scared at all? Because Showman himself is practically sweating bullets. Then, he remembers when Kim brought up natural enemies. At the time, he thought the kid was crazy for suggesting there might be an apex predator lurking around, especially since there was absolutely nothing about it in the briefing. But then, the radio crackles. It's the recovery team from the 2nd Battalion, and they're confirming it. A Death Eater has been spotted inside the dungeon. The raid team immediately falls back to the rendezvous point, and he's just shocked to realize this thing is underground. So, while she's still talking, our guy thinks about this Death Eater and casually interrupts, asking, "Hey, can I chime in here?" Showman gets visibly nervous, but the kid just tells him to chill out and leave it to the pro. With that, he grabs the radio and announces that they're going to help take out the Death Eater, using the absolute bare minimum crew. When she hears that, she's stunned to realize it's the rookie speaking up. She demands to know, "What the hell are you talking about?" So, he formally introduces himself to her, explaining that the Death Eater has a habit of burrowing underground once it takes a specific amount of damage. And if that happens, they're going to be the bait to draw it out. Both colonels are totally caught off guard by this, but the female colonel fires back, telling the kid they're going to kill the freak before it can even crawl underground. She orders him to stay put in his position, but our guy pushes back, suggesting that, just in case things go sideways, they really ought to be ready for it. She absolutely hates his tone, but she demands to hear his plan anyway, so he starts laying it out, while Showman is just sitting there, absolutely floored that the 4th Battalion commander is actually listening to him. He knows they are totally screwed if the kid says some dumb shit, and honestly, after hearing him out, she actually agrees. She orders him to set up an ambush near the rendezvous point. He agrees, completely in shock, asking himself what just happened. Then, the kid turns to him and asks, "Hey, you got a driver's license, right?" As Showman is driving, he realizes that, yeah, if they pile a bunch of desert rat corpses onto the vehicle and create enough vibration, the Death Eater is definitely going to surface. It's honestly not that complicated of a plan. But man, he is scared shitless that the thing might pop up directly underneath them. Right then, the kid gives him a sharp warning. He yanks the steering wheel instantly, as our guy senses the monster lurking right beneath them. He taps him to turn again, and our guy starts wondering why the monster isn't taking the bait, questioning if the stench of the corpses just isn't enough. So, he decides to tap into his demonic energy, switching it back on. The thing is, this demonic energy is colorless, odorless, and doesn't directly mess with the environment anymore. He can turn this skill on and off whenever he wants. And now, he's luring the beast in with the raw scent of his demonic energy. He wonders if the monster has finally arrived, and when he glances back, both kernels are locked and loaded, ready to strike. As the monster closes in, he smacks the side of the car and yells, "Now!" Showman looks back at the monster bursting out right from under them. Our guy is amazed, while Showman is absolutely shitting himself as the beast rears back for another attack. But the female colonel nails it dead in the stomach, and he shouts out, "Hell of a shot!" The monster starts spewing out even more blood, getting absolutely peppered with fire over and over. Our guy notes that the aura remains unstable until impact, because it's a projectile attack otherwise. That thing would be dead already. Then, he spots something up ahead. It's one of those spears the female colonel threw earlier but missed. He realizes it's the item drop, getting more and more pumped up. He yells at Showman to floor it straight ahead because her item is incredibly valuable to him. He's practically ready to jump out of the moving car just to grab it. As they get closer, the male colonel up on the ridge is totally baffled. He can't even take a shot. Since they're right in the line of fire, he figures he's going to have to finish this up close. But Commander Yu turns to him, gripping another one of those spears, and asks, "Just what kind of person is Sergeant First Class Kim?" He replies that he's honestly not sure anymore, saying the kid operates on a level he can't even comprehend. And just like that, the crazy bastard grabs her spear. She breaks into a smile, saying she finally gets why the sergeant picked him as a role model, and hurls her weapon one more time. Meanwhile, back with our guy, he starts talking to Showman. Showman freaks out seeing the kid right beside him, screaming, "What the hell are you doing out here?" He begs the kid to get back inside because it's too dangerous, but our guy just calmly asks why they don't just kill the thing. Shaman is completely lost and keeps talking to him, while our guy doesn't even notice the monster taking a massive hit right behind his back. It takes a massive spear strike and is basically at death's door. Then, they whip the jeep around, leaving both colonels utterly confused. I mean, the beast is practically dead, but these two absolute psychos are driving straight toward the damn thing. And Showman, he is screaming his lungs out in total panic because this lunatic riding with him has completely lost his mind. And right after grabbing that spear, he starts heading straight toward the monster, completely ignoring the colonel. Shaman is freaking out, wondering why this maniac is charging at that thing, and more importantly, who the hell is driving. And Yunseo, just watching all this unfold, suddenly realizes they're actually planning to take out this monster all by themselves. So the colonel is completely blindsided when he hears this plan, getting more terrified by the second as these two crazy bastards drive straight into the monster's jaws. Shaman is shaking with fear, staring right at those massive teeth, wondering if they're actually going to make it. At this point, he's just begging to go home, asking himself why on earth he ever agreed to this. But our MC gives him the signal telling him it's now or never. Seeing it's time, Shaman risks it all and does his part, yanking the steering wheel hard and saying he's putting all his trust in the MC. And just like that, when he slams on the brakes, the car totally spins out. The MC uses that momentum to launch himself right inside the monster's mouth. Everyone watching is just completely stunned, unable to believe this madman is actually pulling this off. Unseo, getting a front row seat to this, is absolutely losing her mind. And the MC, he casually drops that he doesn't plan on dragging this training out any longer. He grips that spear and gets ready to plunge it right into the beast. He complains that his gear is absolute garbage and that this thing better not get in his way. Now, the aura he infuses into that spear, it's dozens of times stronger than the colonel's. And get this, he doesn't just throw the spear at the monster. He literally leaps out of its mouth and slices it right down the side until he hits the dead center, stabbing it with everything he's got. He drags it straight down the monster's core, triggering this massive mana shockwave that makes it vomit even more blood. The monster is thrashing around wildly, and the MC just grabs another one of those spears. He pumps even more power into it, making the monster literally start to swell up, like it's completely overloaded with his mana. Then, boom, it just explodes. The body flies one way, and the head goes the other. And the rest of them watching, they cannot believe how this kid just handled that. But the MC is left hanging up there in midair with nothing to grab onto, and he starts falling. Showman, taking all this in, realizes there is absolutely no way this guy isn't getting promoted again. So our crazy guy is just in absolute free fall after losing his footing. Meanwhile, back with the commander, the tension in the room is off the charts, and Seyoung demands to know what he means by that. And the Major General says it's exactly what he said, suggesting they use this opportunity to bring back the project of equipping all corporate personnel with mana weapons. But Seung is super skeptical, asking why this is suddenly the topic of conversation and questioning what opportunity he's even talking about. He pushes back, asking what exactly he means by opportunity. He points out that the whole reason this project got shelved in the first place was because they had serious quality control issues with Baeksan Heavy Industries. They need to start completely from scratch, which means finding a brand new supplier. And if they don't do that, they're just going to end up burning through a ton of cash instead of actually boosting the corporation's morale. But right then, the commander cuts him off, telling everyone to just take a breath and calm down. He admits the guy has a fair point, but Taeho chimes in saying he agrees with Seung. This whole issue needs a massive review, arguing there's no reason to even be debating it right now. But the commander zeroes in on that, asking why he thinks there's no reason. After all, they just got a report that, not too long ago, Sergeant Kim Jun single-handedly took down the Death Eater using a mana weapon. Everyone in that room heard it. He argues that this kid just proved exactly how useful mana weapons really are, and he truly believes that's reason enough to push forward with the project. But Kong hits back, saying the real issue here is the supplier's quality. Did he conveniently forget that the vast majority of the mana swords they got from Baeksan were totally defective? But Moon steps in, defending them, claiming they promised much better quality control and that they're rolling out a brand new line of weapons too. First off, they're only going to use these weapons for training exercises to help the soldiers build up their proficiency, and the commander is all over this, saying it's a great idea. But honestly, just looking at this guy's face, I can tell he's totally full of crap. So the vibe in the room turns absolutely toxic, because those two are definitely scheming something shady, and Seung picks up on it instantly. Cut to 1 week later, and Shomin is getting praised for his performance during training. His superior is genuinely thrilled about it. Shaman admits he really wasn't expecting to win this, to be honest. But the higher-up tells him he totally earned it, saying he stepped up big time right at the end. But Shoman stays humble, pointing out that all of this is actually thanks to the platoon's vice commander. If it hadn't been for the sergeant, absolutely none of this would have gone down. Then, he glances to the side and asks if there's been any chatter about his promotion. He bets the guy is definitely waiting on it after everything he's pulled off lately. The superior thinks on it for a second and agrees, saying it's true he really did a hell of a lot during this training, and in Soksho too. Even the battalion commander pushed super hard for it, but he doesn't think the timing was right because the top brass just slapped on a whole new condition for promotions. Shoman is caught off guard that they just dropped this out of nowhere, and his superior mentions that rumors are flying. People are saying this whole thing is actually because of him. Because, get this, General Gu Haksu apparently made this call right after hearing how he absolutely destroyed that Death Eater. So, Shoman asks what this new condition even is, and he explains that to boost the overall skills of the corporate hunters, they're handing out mana swords to everyone. And from now on, they're actually factoring in mana weapon proficiency during promotion evaluations. Shoman immediately thinks to himself that Kim Jun is 100% going to ace this test, and the superior says he knows that. He's not worried about the sergeant at all. What he is worried about is the newly assigned instructor for their battalion, Kim Sang-gok. And guys, I've got to confess, I struggle so much with these character names because it gets pretty complicated, you know? It's just way too many names, and they're tricky. Sometimes I literally have to read them out loud every single time the character pops up just so I can remember who's who. And I still can't get it right, man. Honestly, it's way easier to just remember a character by their face than their name. Anyway, when Shoman finds out it's Kim Sang-gok, he immediately asks if he means the captain. That absolute idiot. But before he accidentally insults him too much, he apologizes, and his superior just brushes it off, saying it's totally fine. Because that guy truly is completely incompetent. He mentions that he's ranked dead last in the instructor evaluations for the 144th Division for years now. Cut to this guy walking right up to the MC while he's training, totally taking him by surprise. And that superior explains that, thanks to his overly toxic language and totally unfair training methods, he's constantly getting demoted. So he walks right up, calling out to the MC, saying it's been a long time. And the MC? Seeing this guy, he just has to grit his teeth and salute him like normal. But Sandok asks how he's been. The Prota says he's doing just fine, but asks what brings him around here. Then, Sandok glances over and spots what the Prota was practicing on. He mentions that the 2nd Battalion is kicking off their mana weapon training next week, and he's here because he needs to have a little chat with the battalion commander about it. He even brings up the very first time he saw an aura sword. The instructor bragged that the aura flowing through that blade was proof of its raw, destructive power, boasting that his weapon was way different from the mediocre gear regular soldiers get handed. He proudly announces he's the mana sword instructor for the Invincible Hunters squad in the 144th Division. But just as he was about to attack that monster, screaming at it to take his ultimate destructive strike, he just got completely smashed into a wall, and the Prota totally remembers that embarrassing little show. So, He asks Sandok if they're finally going to witness his big, ultimate destructive strike. Sandok instantly turns bright red with embarrassment. He tries to play it off, saying he just wasn't feeling his best that day. Then, he turns to Kim Min-jun, asking if he got the memo that he'd be joining the training too. The prota clearly doesn't know much about this at all. Sandok adds that, on top of that, their mana weapon proficiency scores are going to directly impact their promotion. He warns him that no matter how many achievements he's racked up, without a solid evaluation report from the mana arts instructor, he's not getting promoted. The prota asks what exactly he's getting at. Sandok admits that, yeah, Kim Min-jun is pretty damn skilled. I mean, he actually managed to shatter his mana sword back in Japan. After all, he's never even heard of a sergeant blowing up a mana sword using pure aura. But that's exactly the problem, and he bluntly tells the prota not to try any funny business this time in front of all the rookies. He tells him to keep one thing in mind. A troublemaker rookie like him isn't welcome here, and neither are the stupid ones. And honestly, he claims he's only saying all this because he's worried about him. So, he says he'll catch him next week. But as the prota watches him walk away like that, he realizes his whole promotion rests in that guy's hands, and that was probably exactly what Sandok was trying to rub in his face. So, jump to the day of the mana weapon training. Everyone's lined up in front of the instructor, who's showing off how to use the blade, getting into stance for a quick draw strike. He focuses hard, channels his mana, draws his sword, and lunges right at this massive pillar, landing a strike. The attack leaves a decent scratch on the stone. He explains that this is a reinforced version of the steel they used to build the camp, roughly twice as strong as the standard stuff. Normally, it's almost impossible to even leave a dent with regular weapons. But if you use a mana sword the right way, you can pull off something like that. Everyone is actually pretty impressed, whispering among themselves, wondering if they really need high scores in this training just to get a promotion. They start panicking, wondering if they're expected to pull off the exact same move, especially since they've heard that just keeping an aura stable is ridiculously hard. But the prota takes one look at all this and feels like the vibe is totally off. He's staring at the gear, wondering what the hell kind of swords these even are. Sure, he gets that they're just for training, but the craftsmanship is absolute garbage. He really doubts anyone could get a fair evaluation using those crappy things, wondering if this is seriously the best they could come up with out here, especially since he's used to way better gear. He just knows something is super sketchy about this whole training setup. Right then, Sandok asks if anyone wants to step up and try their luck. He taunts them, saying if anyone's feeling confident, now's their chance. Everyone just nervously looks around at each other. Sandok smirks, saying he totally gets why they're hesitating, and suggests they just start by infusing their swords with aura in their standard battle formations. But then, the prota just casually raises his hand and says he'll give it a shot. Sandok is totally caught off guard that he's actually volunteering, asking if he's seriously going to do it. He cheerfully says he wants to try, acting all hyped up. The rest of the guys start cheering for their vice commander, hoping the prota puts on a good show, while he totally eats up the attention. Visibly pissed off, Sandok tells him to step up to the front. As the prota gets into position, Sandok leans in and fiercely whispers that he isn't screwing around, warning the kid not to go overboard. But the prota couldn't care less. He thinks to himself about this one crucial lesson he learned back in Isgard after dealing with endless amounts of bullshit behavior and high-pressure situations. There are millions of toxic, garbage people in this world, and you'll run into them no matter where you go. And if you just roll over and do what those scumbags tell you to do, your whole life goes straight down the drain. With that in mind, the prota draws his blade and floods it with an absolutely insane amount of mana. Sandok immediately realizes he screwed up. The prota figures that if he plays it safe like Sandok wants, he's never going to get any credit. So, he swings and completely slices the massive stone clean in half, the same one Sandok could barely scratch. Sandok's jaw drops, and the entire battalion is left completely speechless. The prota's mindset is strictly every man for himself, and he pushed so much raw power into the strike that the cheap sword literally shatters into 3 pieces. Sandok looks like he's about to have an aneurysm, his face turning completely red with pure rage. The prota just casually turns to the instructor and says, "Hey, I think these swords might be defective." Then, he innocently asks if he can just use his own personal gear from now on. Yeah, guys, you already know exactly what's going down in this scene. He basically slammed his skills right on the table and dared them to measure up. After that massive flex, Sandok forces himself to continue the class. He glares down at the rookies, barking that maintaining an aura requires absolute focus, not to mention a ton of stamina. It's only been 5 minutes, but the whole squad is already shaking like leaves, and one guy can't even hold it together at all. Sandok just yells at them to stop being such weaklings. But even as he's yelling, he is secretly seething with rage, thinking to himself that this is exactly how the training should be going. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a notification. He pulls it out to see an incoming call, answers it, and immediately snaps into a formal greeting. The voice on the other end asks how the rookies are holding up. Sandok grits his teeth and says he's trying to manage them. But right as he says that, he glances over at the Prota, who is casually flooding his blade with an absurd amount of mana, shattering literally every single sword he's handed. And snap, once again, the tip of a blade goes flying right out of the Prota's hands. Sandok reports back that the kid has already completely destroyed 3 swords just by pushing his aura into them. He admits that the Prota even sliced the reinforced training metal completely in half, right in front of the entire class. He complains that he doesn't have a single valid excuse to kick him out. Honestly, he's barely even managing to stop the guy from pulling out his own high-tier gear. But instead of sympathy, the person on the line just starts completely cussing Sandok out, leaving him totally stunned. The voice barks back, asking if Sandok thought this was going to be easy, because if it was, they wouldn't have brought him in the first place. And get this, the guy yelling at him is the commander of the Hunter Task Force, Major General Muton. The general tears into him, demanding to know what happened to all that arrogant confidence Sandok was bragging about earlier. Sandok is totally speechless and just nervously stammers out an apology. Then Yan aggressively tells him to listen up. He makes it crystal clear they do not want Kim Min-jun getting promoted alongside the 144th Division. He says that's the only thing Sandok needs to worry about, threateningly asking if Sandok wants to throw away his own chance at a promotion too. But he tells him no. Yekon, though, he just straight up hangs up the phone. The guy is absolutely furious, asking himself what the hell that bastard actually wants him to do. See, our guy, the protagonist, is doing incredibly well. The commander is pissed off about it, but he swallows his pride, walks right up, and knocks on his superior's door. And let me tell you, the tension inside that room is thick. As soon as he walks in, the head of Banjiong Heavy Industries tells Ian it's good to see him and just points him to a seat. Fast forward a bit to the next day. Down at the headquarters of the 144th Division, our protagonist reports in directly to Sejong. Sejong tells Kim Jong to take a seat. He nods and sits, but he's thinking back to a rumor he heard that there wouldn't be any special promotions this time around. He's sitting there wondering, okay, what's the catch? Then, Sejong cuts right to the chase about why he called him in, and honestly, the protagonist is already starting to get his hopes up. But instead of a promotion, Sejong just tells him to open the case on the desk. He thinks it's a bit weird, but when he snaps that briefcase open, he is blown away. Inside is a highly advanced weapon, glowing with this faint, bluish tint. Sejong reveals it's a prototype, a second-generation mana sword, totally different from the absolute garbage he's been breaking lately. He says this beauty was crafted by a rival company and asks the kid what he thinks of it. The protagonist takes a look and says, if this is supposed to be standard issue, I'm worried about the weight and how much stamina it's going to drain. Sejong nods, saying he hit the nail right on the head. When it comes to durability and balance, it completely outclasses even the officer's personal weapons. But there's a huge catch. It's 5 times heavier than the Bacon Sand mana swords. And since they jammed a pure mana stone in there to boost its power, it's going to chew through a massive amount of stamina. But even with all those drawbacks, Sejong just knows this kid can make good use of it. He asks, so, what do you say? The protagonist inspects every single detail of the blade, and Sejong casually mentions he's thinking of giving it to him for a field test. The protagonist just shrugs and says he doesn't see any problem with that. Sejong clearly loves the kid's confidence. Investigating it further, our guy admits it's a seriously well-crafted sword. He knows he won't have to worry about it blowing up in his hands, even if he pushes a little aura into it. But out of nowhere, Sejong looks at him and asks, are you disappointed? He flat out says he didn't call him in for a special promotion. The protagonist feels completely called out. He hit the bullseye but plays it off, saying, no, it's not like that at all. That's when Sejong reveals something interesting. He says the kid's achievements are definitely enough for a rank up, but he deliberately chose to hold the promotion back. Naturally, the protagonist asks, can I ask what the logic is behind that? Sejong lays it out. He plans to make him a full commissioned officer. He tells him to hold on to his spot as vice commander of the platoon for now, so he can jump straight up to the rank of second lieutenant. Because, honestly, that route is way faster than trying to grind out a promotion as a regular sergeant. Plus, he points out that they really need to get the Army's excessive spotlight off his back for a while. He admits it won't be a walk in the park to become an officer from his current position, but he firmly believes the kid is more than capable of pulling it off. So, he looks him dead in the eye and asks, are you going to meet my expectations? The protagonist realizes he's getting totally roped into this, but hey, he figures you don't earn that kind of experience for nothing. He replies that if he wants to move up in the Hunter Corporation, all he really needs to do is prove his worth on the battlefield. So, he gives a nod and says, I'll give it my best shot. Sejong absolutely loves that answer. But before they wrap up, he mentions, oh, by the way, Taeho asked me to pass something along to you. He jokes that ever since that crazy incident over in Socho, Taeho has gotten surprisingly soft on him. He hands over a small box. The protagonist gets visibly hyped, and the second he pops it open, he finds a glowing runestone inside. Cut to later that night. We're up in Gangwon province, deep inside a heavily restricted zone. Our guy heads in, noting how this whole area got absolutely trashed by monsters back in the day. Every single resident was evacuated, so now, it's a total ghost town, complete dead zone. And the reason he's sneaking around out here? It's the perfect cover. He scales an abandoned building and reveals it's all about that runestone, and then he directly injects it with his dark magic. Immediately, the system interface flashes, warning that the runestone is detecting a massive surge of power. The protagonist starts sweating, getting genuinely anxious as the system spams that warning message over and over again. He knows the lore a runestone is supposed to be a consumable that just randomly buffs your stats, and it's no different here on Earth. Meanwhile, the system is still aggressively flashing that same warning, again and again. But here's the secret. Based on the hidden methods he learned back during his time in Igard, if you force the runestone to react with overwhelming power, it shatters and rips open a growth portal instead. The stone crumbles, but the portal stays wide open. Our guy smirks. He knows that going through here will give him a crazy power boost way better than what he'd get from just normal consumption. The second he steps through, he's dropped right into a completely desolate space. It's this thick, foggy swamp, and he just takes a moment to scan the eerie landscape around him. He confirms it. This place? It's a hidden, secret dungeon that only ever opens up if you feed the rune pure demonic energy. Since these portals are incredibly rare, even back in Igard, he hasn't actually run them very often. They always generate a completely random environment with random monsters, and today is no exception. But the one constant rule of this dungeon, if you don't get yourself killed and actually manage to clear it, you are guaranteed an absolutely insane amount of growth. Right on cue, a massive pack of extremely pissed-off red monkeys drops out of nowhere, looking to tear him apart. He doesn't even flinch. He just draws his new sword, getting into a stance to slaughter every last one of them. The monkeys start swarming in. The first one lunges, but our guy just sidesteps and casually slices it down. The rest rush him, trying to do the same, but he just keeps fluidly swinging that heavy blade. He's chopping them to pieces effortlessly, honestly looking half bored while doing it. The next wave charges in, and he just cleaves right through them, killing them instantly. But suddenly, the one that looks like the pack leader, this massive one-eyed beast, closes the gap and gets right up in his face. No panic, though. He just triggers his rare Dark Arrow skill, blasting the monkey at point-blank range without even bothering to look at it. He mutters to himself that the clear condition for this secret dungeon is brutally simple: wipe out every single living monster inside. The problem is, he has no idea how many of these things are left, so he really needs to pace himself and be smart about managing his demonic energy and his stamina drain. And sure enough, these monkeys just keep pouring in by the dozens, completely swarming him. He decides right then that it's probably best to hold back on his demonic skills for now. Instead, a grin spreads across his face. He shifts his stance, deciding to rely purely on his aura, and projects this small, lethal domain right around his body. Any monkey dumb enough to step inside that zone gets instantly shredded. The ones hanging back freeze, watching the bloodbath in absolute terror. Our guy just smirks and says, "Hey, since I just got this sick new toy, it'd be a real shame not to play with it." He charges straight into the terrified pack, letting his new aura sword rip. He's hacking through them with this terrifying, absurd ease, slicing them completely in half like they're made of hot butter. Testing the blade, he notes, "Damn, not a bad cut at all." Loving the feedback, he just keeps pushing his momentum, widening his strike zone, and turning the whole area into an absolute slaughterhouse. He notices their durability is just absurd. He keeps slicing through all the monkeys in his path, literally chopping every single one of them right in half. The last few left backing into the forest? Yeah, they're absolutely terrified. But then, one of the monkeys turns back and screeches right at him. Our guy just brushes it off, telling the beast that its little gang is nothing special, acting totally unfazed. So, when the beast lunges at him, he senses something off. Trusting his gut feeling, he doesn't even bother looking, as he completely takes the monkey down. The rest of the pack rushing him barely even registers, because now he's hyper-focused on what he just felt. He mutters that it's faint, but make no mistake, he definitely picked up the scent of demonic energy. He's trying to figure out where it's coming from, right up until he feels a dead grip on his foot. It's one of the monkeys. He realizes the demonic energy is pouring straight out of the corpse itself. Wait, why isn't this thing dead? He questions for a split second, before just kicking the creature away, sending it flying. Here's where it gets crazy. All the monkeys he just slaughtered around him start getting back up, and now every single one of them is leaking that exact same demonic energy he felt earlier. It hits him. They're zombies, which means there has to be a necromancer pulling the strings nearby. It all connects back to that dark energy he tracked before. He keeps slaughtering his way through the horde. Suddenly, the mastermind shows up, the elite monkey pulling the demonic strings. He finally spots the creature controlling the pack, watching as it starts summoning its own demonic orbs. He just smirks and says, "For a monkey, the guy's actually not bad." He fires off his black arrow's skill right at it. But get this, the dead monkeys he just took down throw themselves in the line of fire to protect their boss. The elite beast just keeps summoning more and more of them, hyping them into a frenzy while raising the ones that just dropped. It points a finger right at our guy, and the whole undead horde gets ready to rush him. That's his cue. He finally unsheathes his sword, tossing the scabbard aside. Now he's ready, dark magic crackling in one hand, blade locked in the other. He mutters that he guesses he doesn't need to hold back anymore. He unleashes his reign of corruption. It pours down over the monkeys, and you can hear them shrieking in absolute agony. But wait, he realizes corruption doesn't actually work on zombies, so he immediately chains it into another skill. Enter Infernal Demonic Explosion. This move literally calls up hellfire to torch his enemies. The flames swarm over the undead monkeys. With a single snap of his fingers, every little spark detonates, completely incinerating the horde right in front of him. After the blast clears, the charred monkeys drop lifeless to the ground. This time, it looks like they're gone for good. The elite monkey is absolutely furious now. Our guy is like, "What's the matter?" thinking the beast actually believed that weak stunt would be enough. But then, the monkey makes its move, ripping a bone necklace straight off its own neck. It uses the bones to literally mutate, swelling up into this massive, completely jacked monster. He admits he's seen plenty of monsters use skills or get juiced up on demonic energy before, but a creature pulling off a full transformation all by itself? That's a first. He says he's genuinely curious about how it works, but figures the beast can't exactly hold a conversation anyway. It's completely drunk on all that demonic power. The monster charges him, but he just brushes it off, saying it doesn't really matter. As the beast swings its heavy bone-tipped scepter, he casually blocks it with just his sword. The scepter actually starts splintering on the very first impact. By the beast's next swing, the bone is completely shattered, leaving it holding nothing but a broken wooden stick. Our guy just keeps parrying as the monster launches into a relentless, blind frenzy. He deflects a heavy blow, sending the massive ape flying backward. He instantly sees his opening. Surging forward with his aura, he goes all in for the kill. But the beast is freakishly fast. It vanishes and reappears right behind him, a move he totally didn't see coming. He takes the hit, but the monster quickly realizes it barely scratched him. He catches the beast's strike barehanded and instantly winds up for a counterattack. But the monkey actually catches his hand, pinning his sword arm down. The two of them lock into this intense tug of war, testing to see who's going to crack first. Slowly but surely, he starts overpowering the beast. But he's not about to play fair in some monkey's game, so he gets nasty. He directly channels his corruption skill. The dark magic literally starts melting the monster's hand, forcing it to yank away and scramble backward. The beast is actually backing away in fear now. Our guy laughs, telling it that playing by the Hunter Association's rules was fun, but now he's going to show it how he really fights. He literally drops his sword. The second the monkey sees him unarmed, it charges in with everything it has, thinking it finally has an opening. But he just drops into a stance, perfectly calm. He draws all that demonic energy straight into his own body. He says if this is how it's going to be, he's going all in after all. He's a dark mage. Triggering his dash skill, he launches himself right at the beast and absolutely bodies it with a brutal shoulder tackle, sending it flying. The impact is so heavy the monkey immediately starts coughing up blood. Then, he unleashes his demonic hand skill. Huge grips of dark energy snatch the monster right off the ground, leaving it suspended by its arms mid-air. He aggressively yanks the beast right back toward him. Once it's in point-blank range, boom. He blasts it with a black arrow, punching a hole clean through the monster and forcing out a horrific spray of blood. The massive ape crashes hard into the dirt. Without missing a beat, he activates his absorption skill. You can literally see his demonic energy stat jumping up 2 points, over and over, skyrocketing. He shakes his head, saying he only came to this dungeon to grind his normal stats. But instead, he's siphoning massive amounts of demonic energy too. And just like that, a system alert pops up. Because his demonic energy hit its maximum cap, he just unlocked a brand new skill, Demonic Energy of Desire. This new skill is insane. It basically burns the demonic power stored in his body to massively boost every single one of his stats temporarily. Immediately, his demonic hands level up, his dash levels up, even his Nightwalker skill gets an upgrade. The few surviving monkeys just stand there, frozen in absolute terror. They know it's completely over for them. He cracks a smile and says it's finally time to collect his clear rewards. He flashes forward, ruthlessly executing the last of the stragglers, and officially clears the dungeon. The loot drops, and his stats get a permanent boost. He opens his status window to check the gains, but there's a weird glitch. The system tells him he somehow killed more monsters than actually existed in the dungeon. He triggers an extra reward, and he's totally baffled looking at the screen, muttering, "Wait, how did I get extra kills?" Then it clicks, he realizes the system must have counted the resurrected zombies. He's like, did these things really count twice? He shrugs, thinking it's a pretty sweet exploit. The main takeaway is that he scored an insane bonus reward. He gets to pick one of the skills from the Monkey King of Death himself. And he's totally caught off guard that that's times actually his name, and that he gets to pick one of his skills. So, he looks at his options. Skill number 1 belongs to the Monkey King. Skill 2 is from the Death Lord. And the third one? Instant movement. He's sitting there wondering if this is actually real. I mean, he figures the Monkey King skill just makes monkeys listen to you, which, yeah, sounds pretty damn useless. And Death Lord has to be about controlling the dead, right? And it's painfully obvious how that times would play out. Like, if you just stroll around South Korea with a literal army of corpses, yeah, I'm pretty sure we all know how that ends for you. Plus, we'd totally be ripping off a certain other manhwa, and honestly, we better not. Those fans are absolutely unhinged. So, he locks his eyes on instant movement, wondering, wait, is this what I think it is? It triggers a memory from his past life back when he was absolutely wrecking a horde of demons and some guy along with them. In the flashback, the guy is practically gasping. I can't believe we got wiped out this easily. But our boy just cuts him off. He's got a question for him. He points out that the monster they created was clearly souped up with demonic energy and demands to know, how the hell did you guys pull that off? The beaten guy just sneers. He asks if this is just the Dark Mage in him getting curious. He smirks, saying, oh, I bet you're dying to know. After all, pumping demonic energy into monsters that aren't built for it? That's basically just feeding them poison. Our MC isn't playing games. So how did you do it? He presses. But the blonde guy just laughs. You really think I'm gonna tell times you, asterisk? Well, our boy delivers a very clear message by stomping his foot right next to the guy's face, a little preview of what happens if he doesn't spill. He leans in and says, look, I don't care if you talk. I'm leaving this world either way. But I times gonna finish what I started. Then, he basically tells Blondie it's time to go to sleep. But right before he knocks him out, the blonde blurts out, wait, the monsters with demonic energy. They have a specific skill. That stops the MC in his tracks. The hell are you talking about? And the blonde confesses, we found out. It lets them continuously generate demonic energy right inside their own bodies. So we started researching how to implant that skill into others. Hearing this, our guy just scratches his head, trying to process it all. Because if what he's saying is actually true, then beings like Dark Mages already have that skill from the exact moment they're born. Those monsters he thought were just anomalies, they must have picked it up somehow too. And man, if a Dark Mage could get their hands on that skill, it would be game over. But the blonde guy chimes in, I know exactly what you're thinking, but it's impossible for humans. The method we use, it only works if you literally transplant the blood and flesh of a monster. That crosses a line. Our MC grabs him right by the collar, his eyes dark. Did you test it on humans? Did you test this on all the Dark Mages you've kidnapped so far? The blonde guy stammers, looking at your face right now. I think I'd rather not answer that, but our boy just coldly replies, you just did. Snapping back to the present, he stares at the instant movement option. This has to be that skill Doc was talking about, he mutters. So, he makes his choice. He declares he's going to shatter the limits of a Dark Mage, and the second he selects it, his body violently begins to adapt. The instant movement skill is literally rewriting itself to fit his body. It hurts like absolute hell. The system just keeps repeating the same robotic message until our MC finally collapses on the ground. But once the skill is fully active, oh man, he is on a whole different level of power. A notification pops up. The instant movement skill is now generating demonic energy. Cut to the very next day, and our boy rolls up looking way too happy to see his squad. They're actually shocked to see him. Chanik jumps up right away like, whoa, the second platoon is doing their individual exams right now. The MC is super confused. Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden? And Chanik's like, well, we're not gonna see each other much anymore, man. I'm just trying to make the most of it while you're still here. Then he starts congratulating him on his massive promotion. Hey, even when you leave us behind, don't forget about your old squad, okay? But the MC just deadpans, guys. I didn't get promoted. Gweek's face in that moment, absolutely priceless. Renong is totally lost. Wait, but you went to headquarters yesterday. Wasn't that for your promotion? The MC just shakes his head. Nope. Then why the hell did you go? Renong asks. Gweek jumps in. Wait, so you're really not planning to move into the officers' dorms? Isn't it cramped living with us? I mean, over there you'd get your own private room. Our boy just shrugs. I only stayed overnight because it got way too late to come back. Wow, you guys must have really loved getting rid of me, huh? Hearing that, the two of them look like they're about to burst into tears. He laughs and adds, honestly, if I were in your shoes, I'd hate me too. I totally get how you feel. Gweek suddenly gets a glimmer of hope. Maybe he times his times leaving? But the MC shoots it down immediately. Nope, I'm staying. Gweek is dumbfounded. But why? The MC's totally serious answer? Because the Wi-Fi over there is straight up garbage. Bro, if I move there, my gaming rank is gonna tank completely. So yeah, I'm staying right here. Those two get so freaking pissed. Through gritted teeth, one of them finally asks, Then times why times did you even go to HQ? The MC casually drops. Oh, they just gave me a new sword to test out. The guys are stunned. Wait, that's it? Just a sword? Because honestly, he had looked so hyped about it earlier. He plays it cool. Not really. It's not like a sword is gonna change all that much. But Renong calls him out. Dude, you're acting way too chill about this. Gweek squints at him. Yeah, I get the feeling you're actually times happier, times that you didn't get promoted. Was a sword really the times only times reason you went? Meanwhile, our MC is just grinning on the inside. Of times, course times, he's happy. He walked away with something way better than a promotion. All his stats got completely overhauled, and he's ridiculously stronger now. Suddenly, the PA system blares, snapping everyone to attention. The voice on the speakers is screaming with everything it has. All units, prepare for immediate combat. Report to the company training grounds immediately. This is not a drill. Everyone is completely blindsided. The MC mutters, man, what the hell is it now? He can tell this is actually a massive emergency. Cut to later that night. They've been deployed deep into the woods, and the MC holds up a hand, calling a halt. All right, we're holding position here for 5 minutes, he orders. He tells the squad to take a breather, get some food, and hydrate. Gweek looks around nervously. It's way too quiet out here, he whispers, and the other search teams still haven't bumped into them. Renong sighs. The search grid is massive. Even with 2 whole companies, this is taking forever. Then he adds, you know, it's been a hot minute since monsters breached from the north. Yeah, it's true. And in Times Ogre asterisk of all things, I haven't seen one of those in the entire 4 years I've been stationed here. Gweek turns to our boy. Hey, is this your first time going up against an ogre too? The MC nods. Yeah, I guess so. But internally, he's scoffing. Asterisk, first time? Yeah, maybe on Earth. Asterisk. Then Don Jin chimes in. Did you know that the Hunter Association has literally never times captured an ogre alive? Those things are so damn tough and freakishly strong that hunters have to rely on heavy firearms just to survive. Taking one alive? Impossible. Hell, during the last irregular outbreak, they had to bring out the heavy artillery HK-9 mana cannons. And our guy just smiles, looking totally thrilled. He asks if that's really true, saying that catching one alive would be a massive win. Donjin tells him that's literally never been done before, so it'd definitely cause a huge uproar. But Renong just completely shuts him down, snapping, well, duh, obviously. He insists that if they ever run into one of those things, they need to share their coordinates immediately and fight it with an entire company. But our protagonist already has his own little plan brewing. They start catching on as he gets more and more hyped up. Renong starts cursing Donjin out, realizing they are totally screwed. Right then, a massive scream echoes out. As soon as he hears it, our guy jumps up, practically vibrating with excitement. Git calls out to him, but he just tells them to stay put. He smirks, saying he's just going to take a quick little peek, looking absolutely devious as he walks off. While he's walking, he catches some movement out of the corner of his eye. He looks over, and yeah, something is definitely lurking there. It's that exact same ogre they mentioned, the one that bit clean through a deer's neck. He just stands there, watching this monster having a little midday snack. A huge, genuinely happy smile spreads across his face, and he whispers that he's finally found his grand prize. While the ogre is busy chowing down, our guy casually tosses his radio aside, looking completely ruthless. He calls out, asking if the beast is done eating yet, since, he was polite enough to wait. The ogre snaps its head around, clearly startled. Our guy just rolls up his sleeves, glaring right back, and demands to know who exactly gave him permission to eat in his territory. The ogre immediately drops into a fighting stance, ready to charge. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there, calculating how the hell he's going to capture this thing without actually killing it. As the ogre lunges at him, he completely blocks the attack with his demonic hands. Realizing there's no easy way around it, he sighs, muttering that it's gonna have to be the hard way. He rushes in, landing a brutal punch right to the solar plexus. He mentally reminds himself to hold back, literally commanding the monster to stay alive. Back at the camp, Renong hears the massive crash. He instantly knows who it is, groaning that the noise has to be our protagonist causing trouble. The whole squad bolts toward the sound. When they get there, they find our guy just absolutely wailing on the ogre. The beast is coughing up blood, even spitting out a broken tooth. Panicking, Renong screams at him to get the hell out of the way. He's frantically yelling, asking what on earth he's thinking. But our guy barks back, telling them to stay out of it just as the ogre wildly swings, barely missing a lethal swipe at his head. He easily dodges the attack, desperately screaming at his squad not to shoot. He literally begs them not to put a bullet in his precious prize. The 3 of them just stand there, completely dumbfounded by the absolute chaos. Bobbing and weaving past the ogre's massive fists, he yells out that he's going to take the monster alive. Hearing this, the squad hesitantly debates if they should just open fire anyway. Renong screams back, asking what the hell he's talking about, pointing out that he didn't even drop a pin for his coordinates. Our guy just laughs, shouting back, "Hell no! This big guy is all mine!" Gik tries to reason with him, warning him that he's being way too reckless. Meanwhile, the ogre is losing its damn mind, getting more and more enraged by the second. The monster suddenly stops, puffing up its chest to roar. Recognizing the attack pattern, our guy immediately slams his hands over his ears. His idiot teammates just stare at him, totally confused. And then, the ogre unleashes a deafening, earth-shattering roar. The shockwave completely stuns the squad, knocking them flat on their backs. With his team safely out of the way, our guy slowly drops his hands and flashes a chilling, psychotic smile. For the first time, the ogre genuinely feels fear. He glares at the beast, asking, "How dare you?" before instantly driving a vicious uppercut right into its jaw. The monster stumbles back, totally dazed, and our guy realizes this is his perfect opening. When the ogre finally looks back down at him, the dude looks more terrifying than the monster itself. Seeing that, the beast literally turns tail and runs for its life. But he just whips out his lasso, wrapping it right around the monster's neck, and effortlessly drags the massive beast back, kicking and screaming. Completely defeated, the ogre finally gives up and slumps over. Our guy walks right up, staring the massive creature dead in the eyes. He casually mentions that he can't exactly let it run free after it attacked his squad. Without missing a beat, he delivers one last crushing blow straight to the face, knocking the monster out cold. Nighty-night. Flexing his hand, he mutters that he knew it, this thing was ridiculously tough. Meanwhile, back at the battalion commander's office, the boss takes a call and is absolutely floored to hear that an ogre was captured alive. He instantly agrees to head down to the site, barking orders for the entire unit to pack up and roll out. One of his officers questions if he heard right about a live ogre. The commander eagerly confirms it, shouting at them to report it directly to HQ this instant, specifically noting that Kimin was the absolute madman who pulled it off. Hearing all the commotion, Song just shakes his head, realizing that, yep, it's our guy causing a scene again. He chuckles, muttering that the kid is honestly unbelievable. Cut to the transport truck, where the giant ogre is completely hogtied and unconscious. Our guy is just chilling, casually sitting on top of the beast like a throne, while his entire squad is cheering, absolutely thrilled. The very next day, the whole unit throws a massive barbecue, just kicking back and feasting after a totally insane night. Gik and Renong are basically in heaven, mostly just thrilled they didn't actually have to fight that thing. Watching them from a distance, our guy smiles, glad to see his squad doing fine. He figures they're a lot tougher than they look. Song walks up to him, calling his name. He immediately stands at attention and salutes. Song just waves it off, telling him that thanks to his crazy stunt, the entire battalion is eating like kings tonight. He mentions how hyped everyone is, patting him on the back for a job extremely well done. Our guy humbly says thanks. Song leans in, lowering his voice, saying that a live ogre is going to pull in a ridiculous amount of cash. He nudges him, asking if HQ has given him any solid numbers yet. Our guy casually mentions he heard the bounty might be 200 million. Song's jaw drops. He admits he's literally never heard of a payout that huge for a single monster. It's totally mind-blowing. But honestly, Song tells him the timing couldn't be better. The commander has been super stressed about his upcoming promotion, and right now, the battalion's track record is looking cleaner than ever. Because of that, the big boss has actually been in a shockingly good mood lately. He adds that, sure, the commander isn't the kind of guy to let his emotions dictate his orders, but the whole vibe around base has definitely been lighter. Cut to the commander's office, though, and the vibe is the exact opposite of what Song thinks, because the battalion commander is sitting behind his desk, looking absolutely furious. So much for that happy, relaxed vibe, right? Man, I am dying to know if our guy is actually going to get promoted, or if he'll just score some extra leave to go cause more chaos. Honestly, guys, I've missed this manhwa so much. It feels great to finally talk about it again. So, if you enjoyed this insane recap, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and drop a comment below if you want the next part. I know half of you totally forgot this series even existed, but I brought it back because I knew you guys needed the continuation. Don't worry, we've got a lot more content coming your way. I'll definitely catch you guys in the next video.